Hello friends, this is Odds, and what you see right here is a tier list of every single killer perk in Dead by Daylight as of the patch 960. For the next few hours, I will be delving deep into this list, going one by one, talking about what makes each perk good, what can make each perk flop, and also bringing up certain interactions and effects that are really not obvious that might not be explained in the actual description of the game. My goal with this list is not to tell you what to use and what not to use in a black and white way. Instead, it's to teach you what can make each perk really good and when, so that you have a bit of an easier time navigating this massive list of perks. Many of these perks are locked behind paid-only DLCs, and waiting for them to show up in the shrine can take years sometimes, if they ever show up. So it's really just a way to help you understand what perks work best with your playstyle and which ones you might find most fun. I am mostly a killer main. I have a billion hours in this game. I've played with most of these perks countless times. I really don't think there's too many that are objectively horrible. So I'm going to try to bring that passion into each of them and really make the case for why each of them can be good. But some of them certainly are better than others. And we're going to start with the strongest one of them all. Now, I'm already going to tell you that debating on which perk is actually the strongest is really difficult. I am not 100% confident, but after going back and forth a lot, I really do believe that the best killer perk in the game is Corrupt Intervention. As I'm sure you know, the survivors have to complete 5 generators, but there's not just 5 generators on the map. There are 7 of them, mostly spread out across the map pretty far away from you. No matter what you do, when you spawn into the map as a killer, several of these generators are going to be too far to immediately pressure. Survivors that group up or that have a toolbox can sometimes finish a generator maybe by the time you get close to them. It generally can be really difficult to hold on to generators early on. No matter what you do, even if you attack multiple survivors at the same time, it can be really difficult, and that is where Corrupt Intervention helps. And it helps in a very reliable, very simple way that doesn't really matter what you do or how skilled you are. Is almost always going to provide value. The 3 furthest generators from you, ones that are typically in the area that survivors spawn in, will be blocked for 2 minutes. Now, this already has an insanely strong effect, especially on survivors that are a little bit less familiar with the maps. If they spawn and see a gen that's blocked, and then they go to another gen and it also happens to be blocked, and then they go to a third gen and it also happens to be blocked, that's already buying you a lot of time, even if your first chase is a little bit sloppy. This is compounded in indoor maps and maps with bad visibility, because it is much harder to tell whether or not you're going to a generator that might be blocked. This does have a minor downside. A survivor that finds 3 blocked gens could reverse engineer the location of your spawn and figure out more or less where you might be approaching from, but it generally doesn't matter. Most survivors will not try to hide for 2 minutes. Very few teams will do this, and if they do, they're likely to fail. Instead, what they'll do is they'll run into the map, and they are more likely to waste time or meet you. Do be careful though, if you have some kind of hex build, it is a bit more likely that they will find your hexes, but the reverse is also true. If you have some kind of stealth or early game advantage, you're also way more likely to find the survivors early and catch them out of position, which is just amazing. Now, I would say that this perk is useful on basically every single killer. It is more necessary on some than on others, but it is almost a perk that every single killer of any skill level can utilize. Particularly good on killers that need setup, particularly good on killers that can pressure survivor early, maybe not so good on killers that appreciate having grouped up survivors, such as Legion. Sometimes with Legion, it can be a really good idea to let survivors group up on their initial gen and then go for a multi-hit. But even on these killers, this perk just isn't bad. Now, some people will look at the 2-minute timer and realize, wait, but if I down a survivor, the timer expires. If I down a survivor early, the 2 minutes are immediately skipped and the generators become unblocked. This doesn't matter. This simply doesn't matter. The fact, even if this perk only lasted 20 seconds instead of 2 minutes, it would still be really good. The fact that it pushes survivors into the map and forces them to rotate is such a godsend. It makes indoor maps even deadlier for survivors. It makes medium-sized maps and small maps very manageable for killers, and it makes large maps, which are really difficult to pressure for slow killers, a little bit more manageable. With 3 generators blocked, that means the there's only 4 generators to look at. And after your first down happens, you only have to worry about those 4 generators being in immediate danger of popping. Basically, making sure that the first generators don't go too quickly and that you contest them is one of the ways to extend the game and give yourself longer and longer stretches of time before you can kill someone and snowball into a favorable endgame for you. If you lose 3 gens in your first chase, it is possible to win, but far less likely. So this perk helps basically everyone in every single way. There's a lot more that could be said about it, but this is basically everything you need to know. It's good on everyone, it's good almost against everything, and it is a universally very, 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 very powerful thing. Another thing that it can do, let's talk about some of the more crazy scenarios, is it can block 3 gens that are really close to each other, and then can be part of your late game 3-gen strategy. On the flip side, you can also sometimes be a little bit disappointed by this perk. Sometimes, it's rare, but it can happen. You can spawn in the very middle of the map, and the generators that will be blocked will be all over the map. This unfortunately puts you in a bit of a tricky situation where you really do not know where to go, and you do not have a nice 3-gen to defend later. But it's still good, and it will still help you in the rare but still very possible situations where survivors, all of them spread out in different generators and could possibly do 3 or 4 generators at a single time. So yeah, really, really good. And if you know how to utilize this perk to its maximum effect, it can be devastating. There are some killers that do not necessarily want to down survivors early on. They just want to whittle down the resources, get them injured, get them infected, and so on. And this perk is great for that, since it does not go away until someone goes down. There are some killers that will spend the first 2 minutes of the match just getting rid of pallets, building up their power, setting up their power around the map, and this perk is so good at them. There's generally not much else to say. It's just this good of a perk. And its simplicity and its universal value is what I think makes it the best killer perk in the entire game. Next up is Scourge Hook Pain Resonance. Scourge Hook is a family of perks that spawns 4 white hooks around the map. These perks will typically trigger when you hook on them, like this one, or when you are unhooked from them as a survivor. A few others do that. But they all have the same mistake or the same flaw, which is that there is a bit of a component of RNG. You could, and this can happen, get a really unlucky map where the 4 Scourge Hooks are all in one side of the map that you don't want to be in, and in the place where you want your chases to take place, there's none of them. It is unlikely, it is unlucky if this happens, but it can happen. So this perk already should not be that good just based on that. That should be an argument to make Scourge Hook Pain Resonance and every other Scourge Hook perk probably a little bit lower than it is. However, the effects of this perk are just so unbelievably good, and its interactions with other perks are so disgustingly effective that despite this little RNG thing, it is still one of the best perks in the game for killer. Some people argue the best killer perk for killer, and there is a good argument to be made that it is the best perk in the game. So, one thing that you need to understand is that killer is a role that is completely reliant on time. You lose 10 seconds, that's 40 seconds of survivor time on gens. You waste 20 seconds looking for someone, that's a full heal, and maybe a third of a gen done somewhere across the map. You need to be very efficient with your time. And one of the places where you lose most of your time is when you down a survivor, which takes 3 seconds to finish the animation, pick them up, couple seconds to finish the animation, start carrying them, can take anywhere from 5 to 10 to 15 or so seconds, let's say 10 seconds, and then hook them another 3 seconds, and then turn around and then go towards the generator. In all of this time, survivors often they're not wasting time unless they're going for a flashy save or a sabo. They're typically hammering down generators. And you can easily lose a generator that's 80% to 100% in the time that it takes you to do all of this. Pain Resonance helps exactly when you need it most, and it targets the generator that is most advanced. This already is really useful. You hook a survivor on a white hook, and if it's the first time that you hook them, the generator with most progress will explode, take damage, make anyone on that generator scream, kick them out of the gen momentarily, all of these things have implications, and make the gen start regressing unless touched again. So this is just oh my god, there's just so much to unpack, okay? Now, the easiest and simplest thing that Pentimento does is regress the generator. Regressing a generator that is about to be done is really good. Regressing a generator that is closest to being done is amazing, because it means that you have a chance to show up there and now stay there and make sure it doesn't get done. Right? Survivors also have a bit of pressure to work on the generator for a few seconds to undo the damage, or else the regression will keep happening. And this is something that can happen super easily. You damage a generator, you chase a survivor out of it, and now the gen is regressing. And from being 99, now it's 80% or so. And a few seconds later, it will be 75. And a few seconds later, it will be 70. And you can have gens nearly done go all the way back to 0 sometimes if you're lucky enough. So the damage part of it is really, really, really good, but it's not even the most important thing sometimes. Sometimes the fact that it makes the generator expel the survivors on it makes it makes the survivor scream, so you can know which survivor based on the sound of the scream is on that generator if you're close enough. It also lets you know which gen is most progress, so you know that if this gen that exploded is at 50%, that already tells you that every other generator on the map is probably below 50% at this point. And it can also trigger perks that activate when a survivor lets go of a generator, mostly Deadman Switch, which we'll talk about in a hot minute. So all of this is just really, 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 really good. And the way, the thing that really elevates this perk, right, is that it has a very seamless integration with other perks. You can have Pentimento and other slowdown to hit multiple gens. You can have Pentimento with certain slowdowns that apply on the same generator. You can have Pentimento with gen blocking perks, which we'll talk about in a second. You can have perks such as Surveillance that let you know where Pentimento is activating. You can have so many things on top of Pentimento that just support it and multiply its effects and really make the slowdown stick. And the worst part about Pentimento is that in its design, there is a noble thing about it. It does immediately reward you for spreading different hooks, right? So as you might have noticed reading the description, this perk only works once per survivor, which means that if you hook survivor A and then survivor B and then survivor C and then survivor D, you get it 4 times. But if you tunnel survivor A and then survivor A and then survivor A, you only get it once. But here's the crazy part. You can tunnel a survivor out, activate it only one time, maybe use the other slowdown perks to survive a little bit and keep the gen steady. And then when the survivors are in a 3v1, which is already a really difficult position to be in if there's more than a gen or 2 left, then you still have Pain Resonance on the other 3 guys. And at that point, it is going to become really, really difficult. Really, really difficult for the survivors to keep up with gen repairs with only 3 people. The amount of pressure that you can exert on them, assuming that Pentimento is paired with other slowdowns as well, is just ridiculous. Pentimento, by virtue of being a Scourge Hook perk, can also be paired with other Scourge Hook perks. We'll talk about that and about them a little bit later. And it's also an amazing, amazing way to punish a survivor using one of their strongest perks, which is Shoulder the Burden. Shoulder the Burden is a perk from the survivor side that you do not see very often. But that if used at the correct time can be extremely crippling. It's basically a way for a survivor to steal the hook stage from another survivor. And this puts you in a bit of a bind because as a killer, maybe you wanted to kill survivor A that you had already hooked twice, but now survivor B has stolen a hook stage and now you don't have anyone there on hook. This would normally be really bad. If you go for survivor A, you're wasting time. If you go for survivor B, maybe they're really ready for it. Right? And they're not dead on hook either. But with Pain Res, someone that has used Shoulder the Burden is still possibly a Pain Resonance target. So you could hook them. Now they are dead on hook and you got Pain Res out of them and maybe other perks as well. So yeah, this perk is just ridiculously good. It slows down gens when you need it. It interacts with a billion other really, really, really good perks and punishes survivors for giving you free hooks. The thing is, without perks like Pain Res and other slowdowns, hooking certain survivors as a killer is just a straight up bad idea. I know it sounds insane, but think about it. If you have a survivor that is dead, and there's only one generator left, why exactly would you bother hooking anybody else? Why? In the time it takes you to pick up, hook, carry, walk to the gen, you've already lost the final generator. There's really no reason as a killer sometimes to hook people, and especially people that are not close to dying, and especially towards the end game, right? But with Pain Resonance, you have at least one very good reason to hook anybody if they give you a free down or if they go down trying to protect a teammate. So yeah, it just ties up the idea of hooking people very, very, very well. The only reason you might not want to run Pain Resonance is if you have more consistent slowdown that works on your killer well and you don't want to bother going for specific hooks, or if you have a certain playstyle that does not go for hooks. There are some killers that can kill you, like for example the Onryo, without ever hooking you, so or maybe leaving you on the ground with slugging strategies. If you're going for that, maybe Pentimento is not so good for you, but otherwise possibly tied with Corrupt as being the best perk in the game. Next up, Dead Man's Switch, a very, very, very insidious perk. Not everybody would agree that this perk is number 3, and you can make the argument that it's a bit lower. It is a bit of a contentious opinion of mine. And this perk, by the way, if you played DVD some time ago, has gone through a crazy history of reworks, buffs, nerfs, indirect changes. Yeah, it really has gone crazy. It used to be really, really bad. It became one of the strongest, and I still think that despite some of its recent nerfs, it's still one of the strongest perks in the game. Dead Man's Switch is very, 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 very simple. Basically, whenever you hook a survivor, there is a time for it to activate shortly after you hook the survivor. And if any survivor lets go of a generator, that gen gets blocked for 35 seconds. The perk then goes, obviously, for that amount of time, and you can only use it again once the effect has been gone. Now, recently this perk got nerfed. The duration used to be even longer, but funnily enough, the perk being nerfed wasn't that big of a deal. In fact, was a bit of a buff for the killers that kill people so quickly and can down people so repeatedly that they do it very frequently. This perk having a shorter timer means they get to activate it more easily, more times on maybe every hook or every other hook, depending on how quickly they're downing people. And that is honestly not bad. And even for the killers that are a bit slower, just the fact that you're kicking survivors out of a gen for an extended period of time is a huge deal on its own. This perk does not do a whole of a lot at the start of the game. At the start of the game, survivors are going to be on gens. Your first down will probably take a little minute because there are a lot of resources, right? And even if there are 3 gens being worked on and you block 1, that's still 2 survivors that are maybe on a generator, right? So you're not really stopping the team on its tracks immediately. However, towards the end of the game, when there's only 3 generators left and the survivors have to repair 1 last generator, being able to passively, maybe sometimes across the map, block 1 generator for 35 seconds means that if that's the only generator they have, you now have 35 seconds to commit to a chase and kill someone. And if they have 2 generators that are close to being done, you no longer have to worry about both at once, which is impossible for most killers. You can now worry about only the one that is not blocked, regress it, keep it steady for a little bit, and then see if you can repeat it again and go a little bit back and forth until someone is dead and the killer pressure that you have is a little bit greater, right? So towards the end of the game, this perk gets really, really disgusting. Now, the unfortunate part about this perk is that at high levels, theoretically, this perk on its own should really not be that strong. There are some ways to play around this perk. Number 1, test for it early on, figure out if it's in play early on. Sometimes you can run to a gen that's at 0%, touch it for a second, right after a hook happens. As a survivor, touch it for a second. If the perk doesn't trigger, it's not there. If the perk triggers, congratulations, you wasted it on a gen that you weren't going to do anyway. And then for the rest of the match, you play a little bit careful. If you're on a gen that's 95%, don't let go of it unnecessarily, right? And if you can, maybe proc it on a gen that's not important so that then you can focus on a gen that is important. There are ways to play around it, right? But there are 2 things that massively screw over survivors. The first one, and this is the reason I place it so high, is natural survivor ignorance, natural survivor inefficiency, and natural survivor lack of communication during solo queue. This perk, even if 1 survivor has seen it, does not get automatically explained and told to the rest of the team. You can have a game where people are not super coordinated and they constantly trigger this perk when it really shouldn't. And that costs them so much time. A generator that is blocked is completely unable to regress down or progress up. Even if a survivor has some crazy toolbox or some crazy perk to do gens faster, they simply cannot work on it. If 1 survivor in a group of 2 or 3 or even 4. Well, they can't be 4 because someone's on the hook, but theoretically it could be, because this perk lasts even if the survivor on the hook gets unhooked. This perk still goes on, by the way. But let's say if a survivor in a group of 2 or 3 on a generator decides, hey, you know what? I'm gonna let go and I'm gonna go for the rescue. Even one survivor leaving the gen blocks the generator for the other 1 or 2. And this is a massive, massive problem. It is a very natural thing to have 2 survivors on a generator and one of them think, oh, I'm going to go for the rescue, or oh, I'm going to go heal my teammate. And that can screw over, can really mess up the entire team momentum. So survivors making misplace makes this perk really, really dangerous at low levels of experience. At higher levels of experience, what you're going to find is that this perk is almost never, ever used alone. The killer does not expect you to let go of the generator. The killer will force you to let go of the generator. There are many, many ways. I'm going to list some of the most popular. Pain Resonance, which we just talked about, kicks you out of a generator. This means that if you're a survivor that is not paying attention and you have a generator that is 99% and a hook happens, that generator will go from 99% now to 80 or so percent, and now it gets blocked and you cannot work on it. And the worst part is that when it becomes unblocked, it will continue to regress unless you are there to immediately stop it. So what do you do for these 35 seconds? Sometimes, yes, you can go for the heal, or you can do a totem, or you can do some side objective. More often than not, you're going to go for the rescue. You're going to rescue that person way too early. They're going to get tunneled and targeted, and now they're dead. And now you messed up. You really should have done the gen, but you couldn't. So yeah, Pain Resonance, super easy way to kick someone out of a gen with Demon Switch and activate it. Someone playing the Ghoul, for example, can use their, the Yamori Mask. The iridescent add-on that makes you scream. There's quite a few of them. Things such as Friends Till the End can also change the obsession and make you scream. There are a bunch of perks and a bunch of little add-ons that can kick you out. And even if it's not a perk, it can also be something like the Artist with one of her birds, or the Doctor with his blast. Anything that interrupts you or forces you out of a gen will trigger Deadman Switch and possibly block that gen for a long time. As I said, especially when you're in the last generator and you're really contesting the last generator, the effects of this perk are just unbelievably strong, and they're so easy to use as well. Because it goes so well with some of the strongest perks in the game already, in my opinion, it's possibly the 3rd best perk in the game. Although there's an argument to be said that if you're playing against insane survivors that are already doing well and you're already struggling to get hooks, this perk definitely does not get that much value. You will have to be doing well. It's a bit of a win more perk, if you will. Next up, Hex Ruin. Oh man, this perk used to be the only real way to slow down the game as a killer. It got reworked, but it was still very strong. And then it got nerfed and nobody really used it, but now they've buffed it again. And you might have not realized how strong this perk is. So what you need to understand is that a generator has, 90 charges. It takes 90 seconds for it to be done from 0 to 100% in normal circumstances. But when you kick a generator, it does not go down at the same speed as that. It normally goes down at a quarter of the speed. In other words, if you kick a gen that's 99.999, it will not take 90 seconds for it to go down to 0. It will take 4 times that. So 90 times 2 is 180 times 2, so that is 4. It's 360 seconds. That's like 6 minutes. That's ridiculous. Not to mention that you have to waste the time kicking the generator, right? You do apply 5%, but let's not factor that in. With Ruin, you do not have to kick generators. Anytime a generator is left alone by a survivor, it will regress. It will regress a little bit faster than a normal kick, which honestly, over time, adds up really, really quickly. A generator that is 95% that you interrupt by virtue of just being there, by virtue of just showing up and making the survivor have to run, will soon find itself at 80, then at 70, and the damage that Ruin can do is honestly unbelievable. Say, for example, that you have the whole team suddenly finding itself at a point of possibly no return. One of them has gone down. One of them has gone down. A third one has already been placed on the hook. The fourth survivor now goes and picks up a teammate, and then that person picks up another teammate, and thanks to some survivor perks, they all get out. And normally this would be the point where they make a comeback, and the killer has lost all of its pressure. But because of Ruin, because nobody was on gens for a good amount of time, now the killer knows that all of the gens that are left are basically close to 0 or at 0. And that is really, really painful. It makes anything you do as a as a killer have more impact. It can also be said that this perk has an innate value of information, because anytime you look at a generator, if it's regressing, no one's on it. But if you look at a generator and it's not regressing, even if you're looking at it from a really distant point, you know that a survivor is on it. And if you look at a generator and you see the sparks begin to fly, that means the survivor was there maybe 3 seconds or 2 seconds ago, right? So just by looking at a generator, you can already tell whether or not it's being manned. And that is actually very important for a variety of killers. Say, for example, that you're using the Knight, who has the ability to go into spirit form and place a guard. Or you're playing the Spirit, who also has the ability to go into spirit form and move around, but doesn't see survivors. Or you're playing Dracula, who again has the ability to go into bat form, where he does not see the survivors. It doesn't matter if you don't see the survivors, because you can see the gen, and if the gen gives sparks, you know a survivor's there. So this helps a lot of different killers immediately have information on whether or not a survivor is on the generator. As we're going to be explaining in the next perk, Hex perks also are very powerful when brought together. The killer does not know which Hex is which, but bringing many Hex perks together and tying them together with some sort of slowdown around Hexes can make the survivor life really difficult, because suddenly doing gens is really risky and has downsides, and going for the totem seems like a good idea, but it could be a very time-consuming and sometimes very counterproductive mission. The survivors could waste so much time doing totems that they are effectively giving themselves a 6th generator to complete, and some survivors will not survive if they have to do 6 generators if you're applying enough pressure. So by virtue of being a Hex, Ruin is also very strong because you can run it with a bunch of other things. But let's also talk about some of its downsides. It is indeed a Hex. If you're a little bit unlucky, a survivor could spawn right next to it, immediately cleanse it at the start of the game, and then it's gone forever. If you don't have any other supporting perks to protect it or to distract the survivors away from it, it can be gone in 15 seconds right after the match has started. That is obviously not amazing, but even at its absolute worst, even in that scenario where it does very little, that's still one survivor that spent 15 seconds on a totem and not on a generator at the start of the game. So even that is not that horrible. One of the nastiest things about Ruin, on top of being able to be paired with other Hexes, is that it does not have any negative interaction with Pain Resonance. As we will see later, there are many killer perks that require the generator to not be regressing. You need to kick it. If a gen is constantly regressing, you can never kick it. So perks like Nowhere to Hide or Pop cannot really be used at the same time as Ruin. But Ruin is still really good with Pain Resonance, because they do not step on each other's lane and they are really powerful. If you have any add-on or perk that makes the survivor speed slower, when they do repairs, that also makes Ruin indirectly more powerful, because every little bit that Ruin takes off the generator will be harder for the survivors to get back on. If you have additional perks or add-ons to slow down the healing of survivors, this also makes Ruin stronger, because a generator that needs to be left alone for a minute while the survivors heal each other will be regressing. This, believe it or not, forces survivors to sometimes be more aggressive and focus more on generators and not heal, and that can backfire as well. So yeah, not much else to say about it. It's a perk that gives you info. It's a perk that pairs well with other Hexes. We'll explain more in detail why in a second. And it's a perk that does not really have negative synergy with some of the strongest slowdown perks, such as Pain Resonance. So for that reasons, and probably a few others that I cannot think from the top of my head, Ruin is actually one of the best killer perks in the game, if you are prepared for the risk and if you have a build that supports it well. Okay. Next up, Hex Thrill of the Hunt. This perk probably has escaped many of your radars, because it really did not used to be that good. At one point, it got a massive buff that the devs didn't really think through. Then it got partially reverted, but it does not matter. What we have since then is not completely broken, but a really strong totem support tool. So what Thrill of the Hunt does is it basically provides a debuff to all survivors based on how many totems are currently in the map. Normally, each map has 5 totems, so that means that Ruin will be at full effect. It goes from 12 per totem, so 60%. And what that means is that a survivor is basically unable to do things that are normally really, really quickly with this perk. The first thing that this perk does, which is a bit not that important, is it reduces the speed at which survivors bless totems. This doesn't seem super important, but believe it or not, blessing and applying boons for the survivor side can be really, really powerful. It can be really powerful. You put the right boon in the right place early on in the match, and the killer will suffer from it, might even be forced to go and break it. With Thrill the Hunt, blessing a dull boon is really long. It makes this idea far less attractive. And blessing a hex takes almost a full minute, or I think around a full minute. Doing a full minute of blessing that could be interrupted at the last second and then you lose all of the progress is literally insane. So it makes the idea of blessing potentially very attractive and potentially a massive time waste. So already, if you are countered by boons, some killers are countered by boons more than others, this perk will help you with that just right off the bat. But the real reason you run Thrill the Hunt is to pair it with other powerful hex perks. And at that point, the survivors will be in a lose-lose situation. They ignore the totems, they have to deal with some really powerful effects. They do the totems, they have to cleanse each of them at a really slow rate, which takes about 30 seconds, a little bit less, I believe, but about 30 seconds to cleanse a totem. The nasty thing about cleansing totems is that it is a full-on action that you have to finish. If you are interrupted by the killer, or if you're forced to scream by a perk, or if you're forced to let go of it because of a certain add-on or anything that makes you scream, or anything at all that forces you to let go of that totem, you now have to do it again from the very beginning. And that is what makes Thrill so strong. A killer can quickly make people scream with a perk or with their power, or maybe just check on the totem really briefly from afar, or even aim at it with their ranged attack from afar. And if you get hit or if you're forced to let go, you waste all of that time. Even if you do cleanse a totem, your next totem will still be pretty slow, and you'll still have to waste quite a bit of time. There's also a perk that we'll talk about later named Pentimento that allows a killer to relight totems. And guess what? Relit totems also count as real totems. So if you cleanse Thrill the Hunt, and it takes you 30 seconds, and the killer shows up and then relights the totem, you will now have to cleanse that totem as well, or be dealing with a massive slowdown. And it will also take you 30 seconds. All in all, Thrill the Hunt can once again make survivors feel like they have to do 6 or 7 generators instead of just the usual 5. And that can be really, really powerful. You do not really understand how good Thrill the Hunt is until you've gone against someone running it with 3 other really oppressive perks. And then you suddenly realize just how awful it is. You need to also remember that some of the strongest killers in the game right now have a 40-meter terror radius, and it is not uncommon to see some of them with perks such as Infectious Fright. If you are anywhere near the killer when they down somebody else, you will scream from a 40-meter terror radius, interrupting your progress as well. So yeah, basically Thrill the Hunt is incredibly powerful with Ruin, it is incredibly powerful with Pentimento, and there are a few archetype builds that make it just objectively insane. It does really not matter what the survivors do. They will either have to waste a lot of time on totems, which gives you more time to get your hooks and get someone killed, or ignore them and deal with some horrendous consequences sometimes if you know what you're doing. The worst thing about Thrill the Hunt, the absolute worst thing that can happen with Thrill the Hunt, is if you run it by itself with 3 other hexes and there's no Undying, you could get lucky as a survivor and cleanse Thrill first. If you cleanse Thrill first and the killer does not have Pentimento or Undying, then it's gone and the next totems are just normal. But even that is not too bad. But typically what you will do is run this with either Undying or with Pentimento. Undying will basically keep Thrill the Hunt alive at least 2 cleanses, so that's going to be disgusting. And as we said earlier, Pentimento will essentially give you a second wind when Thrill the Hunt starts going. So no matter what the survivors do, they're wasting a lot of time. Yeah. When we explain why the other hexes are so strong, maybe you will understand why this one is currently so powerful. What you need to understand is that it's currently the anchor at which hex builds circle around, and they're supported by. Next up, we have Turn Back the Clock. What you need to understand about this perk is that it allows you to do something that is normally impossible for killers. Normally, a killer damaging a generator requires the killer to come really close to the generator, do a slow action that takes a couple seconds. That action does 5% damage and then starts the normal regression, which, as we said, is basically 0.25 charges per second. It would basically take you almost 6 minutes for a gen to go back from full to zero, right? So very, very, very slow. With Turn Back the Clock, you are not doing 5% damage, you're doing 10% damage. So you're basically doing 2 kicks at once. But the best part, the absolute best part, is that you do not need to risk getting close to the generator. It doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal. 20 meters, what's that? Is that really that big of a deal? It is a huge, huge deal. In the time that you kick a generator, so many things happen. In the time that you kick a generator, you can be affected by Blast Mine, which will stun you for several seconds. A survivor that is nearby will start going away in a straight line and become really difficult to catch up to if you're a slow killer. And outside of the range of your ability, if you're playing someone like, for example, the First, right? And ultimately, the time... and if a generator is also in a bit of an awkward spot, such as on top of a hill, which can happen on maps like Family Residence, or on a second floor or a pier, in which you can see, for example, in maps like the Pale Rose, the swamp maps, it takes you a long time to get to the generator. So you are wasting maybe 5 or 10 seconds getting to the generator, then a few seconds kicking the generator, only for that gen to possibly get done immediately after you leave. So kicking generators can sometimes be really, really unwise and really inefficient. With Turn Back the Clock, you can kick a generator from a distance, do double the damage, and immediately start chasing a survivor nearby, or immediately get back to a different generator to defend it instead, or immediately go back to hook if the unhook is about to happen, or immediately focus on using your ability to build up whatever you need. This little bit of time save is just so good. Turn Back the Clock is almost never your first perk. It's almost never your only slowdown perk. If you only run this as a slowdown, it is quite lightweight, but it supports other perks extremely well. If a survivor is on the generator while you're turning it back, you can trigger Deadman Switch. Keep in mind, if a gen is blocked, you cannot use this on it. And if a gen is regressing, you cannot use it. But the moment the survivors touch a gen and it's back to not regressing, you can immediately damage it. The duration is 60 seconds, which is very, very generous. You can use it very, very, very late, even after downing someone else. And yeah, this perk basically allows fast killers to find the occasional moment where a gen would need a kick and make it really, really, really easy for you to never miss on that. The only reason why you might not want to run Turn Back the Clock on a build is if you have a build that is very geared around kicking generators. There are some perks that we're going to talk about in a minute, including Eruption, Pop, Nowhere to Hide. These perks only work when you kick a gen, and maybe you have a build like that and you want to actually kick the gen to apply them. If that's the case, Turn Back the Clock is okay, but it is maybe not necessary. However, with other perks that do not require you to do this, really, really, really insanely nice perk to have. One interesting thing about Turn Back the Clock is that a lot of killers have interesting and unusual interactions. For example, when you're playing the Pig, if you use this while crouched, you will automatically become uncrouch without any sort of transition. Wraith also had an interaction like this. And killers that have multiple forms, some of which they cannot attack in, such as, for example, Dracula can use this while he's in bad form, which is huge because if a survivor screams, you will know someone's there, even if you cannot physically see them. And you could really, really kick a gen that is otherwise inaccessible normally. You can just turn to bad, teleport to a window that's on a second floor or really far away, and then immediately from there, hit a generator that's 20 meters away. We have already explained how important it is to contest generators. It is a little bit obvious, but it needs to be said. A generator that is completed is gone forever. Gone. A gen that is done cannot be turned back, no matter what. But a generator that you interrupt right as it's about to be completed, if you interrupt it at the right time, that could mean that that generator simply doesn't get done for the time being. And now survivors have to scramble and get back to it and take some risky decisions, maybe decide to heal and lose some progress. Maybe they get back on it, but you catch them. And all of that gives you advantages, gives you possibilities to turn things around. So yeah, based on how well it goes with other slowdown perks, based on how easily it is used by certain killers, and especially the ones that have that sort of like innate advantage with it, this is, I think, one of the strongest perks in the game. Probably not by itself. By itself, it is a really nice perk that doesn't do that much crazy damage, but add it with a few other things, and it is really, really difficult to play around it. Next up, we're talking about Eruption, a perk that's undergone some changes. It used to be really, really prominent at the top of every meta perk tier list. Now, maybe it's not so high, but it's still really, really powerful. As we explained earlier, kicking a generator by itself as a killer is sometimes not very efficient. Yes, you do 5% damage to it, which is a few seconds for the survivors, but in the time that it takes you to do that, other survivors elsewhere are doing gens, and when you leave, someone's going to get back on it, and they're going to undo that damage in a matter of seconds. So dry kicking a gen, not a very good idea, especially if you are already struggling to get a lot of downs in that match. If the survivors are all alive and they're all doing well and you're just kicking gens, you are slowly but surely losing the game. Here is where Eruption comes into play. If you are getting downs relatively often, kicking gens with Eruption actually becomes a really good idea. Now, Eruption has to be applied manually by kicking a generator. And what it does is it really benefits when you have other perks that also have to do with this. Let's talk a little bit about what it can do on its own, and then explain why other perks elevate it. So, say for example, that I teleport to a generator with Freddy, the Nightmare, right? Or I show up next to that generator super quickly with a high mobility killer like Dredge, and then I quickly kick the generator and apply Eruption. And then I see that there was a survivor near it and I start chasing them, right? If I now down that survivor, the generator that I kicked and any other generator that I kicked before will take a minus 10% kick to it. Basically very, very similar to turn back the clock. And very crucially, it will stay regressing. Even if it wasn't regressing anymore, even if someone had touched it, it will start regressing now. This saves you a lot of time because you no longer have to go back on it and kick it. And it also gives you information on any survivor that was near it. If a survivor was working on it, you'll hear them scream, you will see their aura for 12 seconds, which can sometimes be useful. And more importantly, they will have to commit to that gen for a few seconds, or if they leave it, they will have to watch the gen regress. This is quite important because it can make a generator that is risky but doable into now impossible. In other words, a generator that was a 99% that you kick with Eruption can, because it took the 5% and then it takes the 10%, it now finds itself at maybe 80, 82, 83%, and that's not super easy for someone to quickly come in and finish and do it right under your nose. So Eruption basically gives you little bits, bursts of gen damage, and it happens very naturally as you are kicking gens, ideally with other gen kick perks. This perk on its own, rarely worth it, but very, very nasty when you have other slowdown perks. Keep in mind that automatic slowdown perks, like for example Ruin, prevent you from using Eruption because the gen is regressing. And if you damage someone with like Surge, which we'll talk about in a minute, you cannot apply Eruption right after because the gen is regressing. So you need to think a little bit about your build and not just use Eruption everywhere. But that's the big idea. You're going to create little bursts here and there. Now, where does this perk really... The cooldown, by the way, is 30 seconds, which sometimes comes into play. Sometimes you down a survivor, hook them, there's a generator you'd like to kick, but the cooldown is a bit short. That's okay, even if you don't use it every time. And many times, you can literally just wait it out. Sometimes you can just kick a gen, maybe instead of kicking it right away, just break a pallet first. Wait 1 second, kick the gen, and bam, you apply Eruption on it again. You will know that Eruption is applied because the gen turns yellow, or whatever color you've selected. So, why does it become so powerful in the right build and with the right killer? A killer that can down people really quickly can apply Eruption many times throughout the match, especially high mobility killers that are really good at downing people quickly, that are really good at getting around the map, even if the map is pretty big, such as Ghoul and Blight. They love this perk as well. And you will typically pair it with Nowhere to Hide, which means that if you kick a gen and there's someone near it, you immediately now go for that person and down them and trigger it. And if there's no one on it, great. It means the gen is going to regress, and then at some point later, when you down someone, regress even more. And you can also apply it at the same time as you apply the perk Pop Goes the Weasel, which we'll talk about next. So you basically just create a build that has a lot of slowdown related to kicking gens, and every time you kick a gen, you apply several effects and bank a little bit of slowdown for later. One of the minor downsides of Eruption is that whenever you kick it, that counts as one instance of damage. And whenever it applies, when you down someone, that counts as a second stage of damage. Remember, a generator can only be damaged 8 times. If it's damaged 8 times, the generator is now impossible for you to damage. It becomes protected. It's in witness protection. It puts on a little mustache and some glasses. You can no longer do anything to it. The survivors can repair it, but you cannot damage it. Eruption, unfortunately, does allow you sometimes to get to that 8 damage very quickly. So do be careful. Sometimes you could overplay your hand and damage one important gen like too many times and then find that, oh my god, now I cannot damage it anymore. So you need to be a little bit wary of that. Luckily for you, if you have Ruin, for example, that small instance of damage that happens automatically, that doesn't count. It's only when you kick a generator or you apply a strong perk like Eruption that it counts as one instance. So Eruption does have that possible downside. But even then, if you've damaged a gen 8 times, that's still an amazing thing. And that gen would have been done so long ago. So it's still, even that minor possible downside is really not that bad. That's pretty much all you need to know about Eruption. Do remember that if someone is on a gen when this procs, you do see their aura, pay attention to it. It can sometimes tell you what they're doing next, and a lot of people forget about it. Next up, we have Pop Goes the Weasel. Some people have misunderstood how this perk got changed, but I'm going to explain to you super simple. Whenever you kick a generator, you apply 5% damage to it. So if it's at 99,999, it will go now to 95 and start regressing. For 45 seconds after each hook, which hopefully you're doing relatively often as a killer, for those next 45 seconds, your kicks are basically empowered. And the next one that you do will not do 5, it will do a total of 20. 20 is really good. It pretty much single-handedly takes a generator that is in danger range into I cannot do it right now range. One of the things that's going to happen very frequently is that you're going to down survivors next to their gens that are really close to being done. And something really sad happens when you do this without a perk like Pop Goes the Weasel. You down the survivor, you put them on the hook, their gen is at 99.99, then you kick it, but now you cannot go too far. If you stay close, the survivor will have anti-camp, and then the other survivors will finish their gen, and that's not good. But if you go far away, a survivor could sneak in, finish the generator, and then get their teammate off the hook. And honestly, there's not a lot that you can do about situations like this. There are so many situations very similar to this one, where you have a gen at 90-something%, and maybe you need to break a pallet, or you need to go pick up a survivor that you down, or you need to do something that's going to take you 10 seconds, but in those 10 seconds, one little sneaky survivor goes in, finishes, and that gen is done, and now you've lost your 3 gen, for example. With Pop Goes the Weasel, you avoid situations like this. A generator that is close to being done now is so far from being done thanks to that 20% regression that doing it quickly is simply impossible. The obviously nice icing on the cake is that it also has great synergies with every other gen kick perk available. So let's do some quick math. If a gen is at 50% and you hit it with Pop Goes the Weasel, now it is at 30%. But if you also had Eruption and you down someone, now it will go from 30 to 20%. And every moment that happens in between, the gen is regressing and regressing and regressing. And if you had Nowhere to Hide, guess what? You will see people around you. And if you have Call of Brine, guess what? The regression will be even stronger. And so on and so on and so on. This perk is unfortunately, like many of the other perks that we've been talking about recently, is a bit of a win more perk. It is a perk that does amazing for you when you're getting downs and does not really help you at the start of the game to get the downs in the first place. For that reason, you often see this perk on killers that are already really strong, that already have lots of helping chase, and maybe it's not the most ideal perk for a killer that you think has a bit of a weak early game. But even for them, even if this perk only triggers a few limited single times in the mid and late game, it can still be really, 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 really powerful. Oh, and one thing that I forgot to mention, this is very, very important. When you kick a gen with Pop Goes the Weasel, it has a special smoke effect that survivors can actually look at. If a survivor notices that you have Pop Goes the Weasel, they will obviously play accordingly, and they can see it just from the smoke. One of the nastiest combos that you can have with this perk, by the way, is Pain Resonance. With Pain Resonance, you can pop a generator, Pain Res a generator that is really far and then pop one that's really close, or Pain Res a generator that is really far, interrupt it once they've undone the damage, and then kick it again for a total of like 40% damage, which is really, really crazy and really helps keeps the gen alive. Anyway, now for real, let's move on to the next perks. So we're gonna go to the next tier of 4-star perks. All of these perks that we're gonna see are really, really, really strong and are often combined with the perks above, but they start to have some weaknesses. Either they don't work all the time, or their effects are a little bit less insane. I think among the best of these 4-star perks is the perk Grim Embrace, also from the artist, who unlocks 2 other amazing perks. So yeah, if you don't already know, the artist is one of the best killers in the game for perks. You can go on my website, osabe.com. By the way, I explain which killers are best to unlock. So the way Grim Embrace works is very similar to Pain Resonance. You need to hook an individual survivor for the first time for this perk to work, and then you need to step out of the hook. Funnily enough, you can hook someone and stay really close, and the perk does nothing for a long time until you step out. But typically this will be just a few seconds, right? So you hook a survivor for the first time, then you step out. The first 3 times you do this, every gen in the map gets blocked for 10 seconds. But here's the crazy, crazy one, okay? If you manage to hook every survivor, on the 4th survivor, the gens will be locked for 40 seconds. And additionally, you will see the aura of the obsession if the obsession is not the one person on the hook. If the person on the hook is the obsession, this part is a bit of a waste. Anyway, don't worry about the 4th token. The 4th token, honestly, is not that essentially important for you to aim for. If you hook every survivor at one point and you've blocked all the gens for 40 seconds, that's awesome. And if you time it well, it can be devastating. If the survivors have already all healed and they have nothing to do, that's literally 40 seconds where they can do 0 gen progress, which is huge. But the real value of this perk comes from the fact that it triggers on all the previous hooks as well. And blocking the gen for 10 seconds does not seem like that much. And it really isn't that much. Most survivors that are smart, if they are on a gen that is quite progress, and the gen gets blocked, they will simply look at the situation and think to themselves, okay, I've lost 10 seconds, but I'm just gonna wait right here. They will wait right there. They will wait out the 10 seconds, which is awesome, don't get me wrong. And then they'll get back on the gen and they'll finish it. And that's okay. But the nice thing for you as a killer is that many survivors are not this smart. They're not that clever. They don't read the situation that well. Many survivors, when a gen gets blocked, they do not understand that it's only 10 seconds. They will immediately go on and start opening a chest. They will immediately go on and go for the unhook, maybe unhooking earlier than they should. Maybe they'll go for the unhook and realize that the other 2 survivors have also gone for the unhook. This is something that this perk does constantly, by the way. So many times you're playing solo survivor, your gen gets blocked, and then you see everyone in your team go, oh, I don't have a gen? Okay, I'll go for the unhook. And they mess it up. The killer finds them, they chase them, they all go for the unhook, nobody actually gets it, and no gens are being done. This on its own would already be pretty good. But once again, the devil is in the details. The reason Grim Embrace is so nasty and so insidious is because it works off other perks as well and triggers other perks. Let's talk about some of the simple ones. If you have Ruin, for example, and you let go of your gen, and then you decide to go for the rescue, when you come back, that gen will have started regressing already. If you have Painless, normally as a survivor, your first instinct is to immediately get back on the generator and try your best to undo the damage. But guess what? If Grim Embrace triggers, which it will, before you can undo that little bit of damage, now the gen will be blocked and you will have to babysit the gen. If you leave the gen forever and you go do something for a long time, the gen, once it becomes unblocked, it will start to bleed out progress again. And if you stay on it, well, that's nice, but now you don't have the dynamism of being able to choose what to do. You have to stay on it if you want to stop the bleeding of progress. The worst part about Grim Embrace, in my opinion, is that it also activates Deadman Switch. So say, for example, that you are on a generator and you know that the killer has Deadman Switch. One nice way that you can avoid it is to, first of all, when the hook is taking place, let go of the generator, right? In case there's Pain Breaths. Then Pain Breath happens and your generator takes damage, but because you weren't on it, you didn't get kicked. So Deadman Switch didn't trigger. Good. Now you get on the generator and you think, okay, I don't let go, I don't trigger Deadman Switch. But then Grim Embrace triggers and it automatically triggers Deadman Switch, which means that it's not going to be 10 seconds, it's actually going to be 35 seconds. And you might not even realize this happened. And you might wait there the 10 seconds and then look at the clock and be like, look at your watch and be like, wait, when is this unblocking? So the fact that this perk can trigger Deadman Switch, and it can make survivors a little bit stupid, and it can potentially block 40 seconds all gens in the map at a time, is really powerful. Just like with Pain Breath, this perk supposedly encourages you to hook multiple survivors, but you can get away with not doing that. You can hook survivor A, and then survivor A, and then survivor A, and then tunnel them out of the game, if you get away with it. And then later, when there's a 3v1, you can start using the other tokens, and it works just fine. It's a really legitimate strategy. It works just fine. So even though this perk seems like it would encourage you not to tunnel, you can still totally tunnel and be brutally dead efficient on targeting a single survivor. And this perk will still help you in the final 3v1 where you're already possibly really strong as well. The fact that it can occasionally also show you the aura of the obsession, I guarantee you 90% of survivors, if not more, do not remember that this perk has the obsession auto reveal and could get easily caught off guard. I myself know about this perk really well, and I've been caught off guard by the aura obsession a few times in my years. So yeah, really nasty perk. Good on its own, good especially when paired with other perks that already make survivors very inefficient. Next up we have Deadlock. Do be warned, if you do not have the Cenobite DLC, which many of you playing now do not have, this perk will be called No Holds Barred. And instead of seeing the Cenobite, you will see a little skull. It is a different looking perk if you don't have the DLC, but it does the exact same thing, okay? Very similar. Don't worry about it. Unfortunately, it seems like the description has been scrubbed for here, but I'll tell you what it does. It's very simple. Whenever a generator gets completed, the other generator that is closest to being done will be blocked for 25 seconds. That's it. Obviously, since there are 5 gens, when the first one goes, this can trigger once, then twice, then thrice, then 4 times. This perk will work 4 times in a match normally. Now, if we do the math, 25 times 4, that's 100 seconds. That is 100 seconds that a gen that is potentially really close to being done will be blocked. In real life scenarios, it's not typically this useful, okay? In real life scenarios, sometimes the generator that is blocked is at 1% and no one's doing it. Sometimes the generator that is blocked is at 99%, but they can use this time to heal themselves or do a totem. Like basically Deadlock will, the nicest thing about Deadlock is that it buys you time, typically pretty good amount of time, passively without you doing absolutely anything. And it is a little bit up to the survivors to play around it and use that time well. In a best case scenario for you, the survivors are really stupid. They pop a gen and then block another, and then they pop that one, but then they block a third, and they don't know what to do, and they're already healthy, and they don't really know what to do, and then they go for the rescue when they shouldn't, or run around the map and you come across them, or just sit there for 25 seconds doing nothing. But let's also talk about some of the worst case scenarios. Number 1, there is an exploit/tech that allows survivors to bypass this perk. If survivors, and I've done this a few times, I still think it's possible, if survivors pop 2 gens at the exact same time, they can actually bypass this perk. It will trigger twice on other gens, but they can basically pop 2 99.9% gens at the same time and not step on each other's toes. That's something that they can do, especially in the endgame. Very useful, right? Another thing that they can do is leave a gen purposefully 99. It sounds a bit stupid, but it actually works really well. Say, for example, that the survivors have one generator that is really far from the action, really in an isolated place, maybe on the top of the 2nd floor main building, or in a super isolated corner of the map where the killer obviously has no business being. A survivor team can actually be quite smart, leave a generator there 99, and now when they do another generator, that generator that's 99 gets locked. But they ignore it, and then they work on the next one. And then when they finish that, the generator that's 99 gets blocked. And they keep putting Deadlock on a generator that they have basically saved up. And then at some point, they go and finish that one, either towards the end of the game or when the team needs a break. And then they can make Deadlock kind of useless. In a worst case scenario, Deadlock can be a little bit useless if the survivors are incredibly smart about it. That's why this perk is no longer among the best in the game. But let's also talk about some ways where you as a killer can benefit extra from this perk. This perk is, needless to say, best used on killers that do not have the luxury of traveling around the map at high speeds or teleporting around the map. Some of the perks that we saw above and at the highest level are great on the S tier high mobility killers like Hillbilly, Ghoul, Blight, and maybe on the killers that can teleport around the map, such as Sadako, Dredge, the Nightmare. This perk is best used on killers that do not have that luxury. If you're playing Trapper, if you're playing Huntress, if you're playing a slow killer that has to set up a little bit, that maybe is really strong at doing one thing, but doesn't get a lot of hooks early, or maybe doesn't even go for hooks at all, this can be a nice perk to slap on, forget about, and it will do its job. Just keep in mind that it could block a gen that you want to kick. So for example, if you have a perk like Nowhere to Hide, Goes the Weasel, Eruption, and you want to kick a generator, there is a possibility that if they finish another generator, then it will block the gen you're trying to kick. So yeah, do be a little careful. This perk has some anti-synergy with gen kick perks. Be smart about it. Otherwise, Deadlock / No Hold Barred is a perfect beginner perk to use. And let's not forget that it also gives you a bit of information. Since a generator becoming blocked turns into white color and you can see it, you can actually deduce the state of the game and understand exactly how gens are being done in the background. It doesn't seem like it might be so powerful, but hear me out. Say, for example, that you hook a survivor next to a generator that is at 3%, like literally barely moving. And they pop a gen and that generator gets blocked. What does that tell you? It tells you that that generator is at 3% and every other available generator is either at 3 or below. So that already tells you, hey, that's good. The last gen is not gonna pop anytime soon. I probably have a good minute to make a good play and not have to worry about kicking any gens or any gens getting done. The opposite is also true. Imagine that you kick a generator. Imagine that you hook a survivor and a generator next to you that's at like 80% does not get blocked when another one gets done. That's telling you there is a generator in the map right now available that just got blocked, and it's not this one. So that means that generator is even higher than 80%. Maybe I should prioritize it. And sometimes you can try to outweigh the 25 seconds and show up at the perfect time to kick it or to defend it, or to trap it, or to keep it in mind. So yeah, it's a nice perk to have if you're not going to worry about anything, and it's a nice perk to have if you are going to pay a little bit of extra attention. Really not too bad. The fact that it's automatic and it happens in the background is quite possibly the best single thing about it, especially for beginners. Hex Undying. This perk, honestly, I think is a bit misunderstood by some people, but at its core is extremely simple. And honestly, I can't believe I'm going to say it, it's pretty good even on its own, okay? So this is a perk that basically protects other hexes. And if you run it with a lot of other hexes, it will add a lot of chaos. But if you run it with only one other hex, or even on its own, it becomes an interesting and actually useful info tool. So any hex any totem that is not a hex, aka dull totems that don't have any perk associated to them, become little radar beacons. They have a little bit of an AoE aura read around them that is not based on a timer, but based on proximity. So at the start of the game and throughout the match, you might look around the map and suddenly see a survivor crouching behind somewhere. Or maybe a survivor touching a totem because they have a certain perk that activates if they cleanse a dull totem or they bless a dull totem, like Boon Circle of Healing or Inner Strength from Nancy, right? So if they have these perks, you can literally see them on totems, and as they loop around totems, sometimes this also happens while you're looping a survivor. A survivor looping you around a TL, maybe will have their aura revealed by this. So that part of this perk is already, honestly, quite good. But the real effectiveness of this perk is being paired with other hexes. What you need to think of this perk is as of a hex, get down Mr. President. If you run Undying with another hex, this perk will take its place if it gets cleansed. So if I have Undying and Ruin, the first totem cleanse will always be Undying, no matter what. If they find Undying, Undying is gone. And if they find Ruin, Undying swaps with it and takes its place. That's how it works. In other words, if you have a Hex perk, a Hex build, Undying is always the first one to leave. And this does not have a lot of interesting interactions, but it can... It is a bit rare, but there are a few interesting interactions. For example, if a survivor cleanses a Dull Totem and you apply Pentimento, Undying will protect Pentimento. And if you have Haunted Ground, which is technically a trap hex that insta-down survivors, with Undying, you could potentially trigger it twice. We'll explain how that works later. So it has a few interactions, but the most common thing that it will do, it will make the first totem basically be a waste of time. There will be an extra layer of protection. If you have Ruin Undying, they'll have to do 2 totems to get rid of them. If you have Ruin Undying Devour, they will have to do 3 totems before all of them are gone. That already is amazing. That is awesome. Hexes sometimes really pop off, and if they get cleansed early, they do very little. But with Undying, you have at least a little bit of safety against a Hex being done immediately. It also keeps Thrill alive. If you have Ruin, Undying, and Thrill, the first totem they do is going to be very slow. And even if it is Thrill, it's going to be relit by Undying. So the second totem will also be quite slow. And at that point, if they get lucky, they could get 2 totems out and be fine. But if they get unlucky, they might have to do 3 totems before they get rid of your Ruin or your other nasty perk that you want to keep. So yeah, basically think of Undying as Hex second life to a Hex. And that alone is really, really powerful. Keep in mind on top the auto-reading effect of it, and you have a really, really, really strong perk. If, at its worst, it is a bit less annoying than Thrill the Hunt, at its best, it's a little bit more consistent, and you can run them both if you want to. You will understand how strong Undying is when you understand all other hexes. When you have a good idea after, I guess, watching this whole video or playing them yourself, how hexes work, you will understand why Undying it is so good. But yeah, that's basically the summary of it. Okay, so next one we have No Way Out. No Way Out is a very unique perk that does something that very much you cannot get from anything else. Anytime the exit gates become available, either when you close the hatch, because there's 1 survivor left, or the gens get done, the first time a survivor touches either of the exit gates, this perk will trigger. And let me make this clear, this perk triggers no matter what you do. It's always going to give you value. The more hooks that you have, the more value. But it always triggers, even if it's on a short notice. When it triggers, it will block both gates temporarily. Keep in mind that this blockage is completely uncomfortable by survivors. Even if the survivors have Wake Up and Soul Survivor and Resilience and Leader and all of these perks that can make them open and exit gates slightly faster, that does not do anything. The gate will be blocked completely untouchable. And it will also give you a notification on which of the 2 exit gates has been touched first. This already, I'm going to tell you, in the 1v1, it makes escaping for the survivors essentially impossible. If you have killed 3 survivors and the last survivor touches a gate, they will 99% of the time get spotted by you, found by you, and have an impossibly difficult time getting the gate open because you're just going to know. Right? And it also allows you to play really comfortably. You could even camp the hatch in case they have a key, and no matter what they do, they're gonna pretty much die. So yeah, in the 1v1, this perk is ridiculous. Now, let's talk about the more common scenario, which is the 1v4. What happens if survivors finish all of the generators? The exit gates will be blocked, and the amount of unique survivors that you've hooked will determine for how long. If you've hooked nobody ever, which is unfortunate, but it can happen, the gates will be blocked for 12 seconds, which is still good. If you hook 1 person, 24. You hook 3 people, 2 people, 36, and so on and so on. If you hooked every single survivor, it will be a full minute It doesn't matter if you hook the survivor right after the last gen gets done, as long as you hook them before someone touches the exit gate, that will still count. So yeah, if you hook the Force Survivor right before they touch the gate, don't worry, you will still get full value. Blocking gates for 60 seconds is a huge deal. It very, very much plays into other endgame perks that we'll talk about in a minute. But even on its own, it's really powerful. And it basically almost always gives you not the certainty, but at least a chance to wrap up a chase and go into another. And this often means that you kill someone that's then on hook. And now, instead of getting 2 kills, you get 3. Instead of getting 1 kill, you get 2. Instead of getting 3, you get all 4. And that is really good. At almost any level of play, survivors will make mistakes in the endgame. Now, at the higher levels, I'm already going to tell you, survivors are quite smart. And when they see that the last gen is safely being finished, they will go out of their way to go to a gate early. And they will, even if they don't open the gate fully, they will at least try to touch it, and then they'll proc this perk. But if you are very lucky as a killer, you might have a situation where survivors are a little stupid, they all trust each other to do the right thing, but no one actually checks, and in the end game, while you are busy murdering their friend, they all heal each other, they all patch each other up, and they waste 30 seconds doing this, and then they go to the gate, and then they are like, oh my god, now we have to wait another 60 seconds. Oh, and that's when you get them. Now, don't be fooled, 60 seconds is awesome, but even if you only hook 2 or 3 people, 48 seconds is still a huge amount of time that still gives you plenty of opportunities to catch them off guard. Knowing where the gate is being open is also a nice bit of information. What are some of the ways to make this perk really nasty and much more consistent? Number 1, have other slowdown or have other anti-endgame perks. If you have Remember Me and No Way Out, you can make sure you focus on the obsession, get them killed, get a lot of stacks on Remember Me, and then the exit gates will take 60 seconds to wait for, and then another 50 seconds to open, which is huge. And some killers are really good in this endgame scenario. Some of them, like Krasu, like for example Chucky, have add-ons that only trigger in the endgame that become really annoying. And some killers are just naturally good at teleporting between gates, such as for example Singularity. They can use these perks really well. So that's out of the pretty nasty as well. Another thing that you can do is to have explosive perks that give you a burst of violence in the endgame, such as Noid, which is a hex that we'll talk about in 3 seconds probably. Or maybe some perk that reveals survivors consistently in the endgame. Friends Till the End, Bitter Murmur, any perk that gives you information in the endgame will often result in survivors hiding in really bad spots and getting found and getting flushed out while the 60 seconds are helping you out. So yeah, it's basically a perk that with the correct build can actually be really fun and be a really good way to destroy a team that degens really fast but did not prepare for the endgame very well. And even by itself is often resulting in an extra kill that you wouldn't get otherwise. So in my opinion, one of the most fun and rewarding perks in the whole game. Hex, No One Escapes Death. This is not a fun perk for the survivors. If they are on the wrong end of this perk, it can be really nasty. I also think of this perk as often a bit of a crutch that can help you get an extra kill no matter what. If you were going to get 0, you're now going to get 1. If you were going to get 1, you're probably getting 2. And oftentimes you're going to get way more than that. So the thing that you need to understand is that this perk, unlike other hexes, does not trigger at the start of the game. Survivors cannot find this perk at the start of the game. When the last generator is completed or the gates become available, this perk will look for a dull totem, aka a totem that doesn't have a boon or doesn't have a hex on it. If it finds it, one of them at random, if it finds at least one, it will come into effect. Now, when this happens, right now there is a bug that shows it to survivors early, but normally this doesn't occur. When this happens, you become 4% faster, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a really nice way to make your next chase faster. Some survivors can sometimes detect that you move faster and suss out this perk early. And it also makes all survivors, without telling them, exposed to instant down from your basic attack. Now, there's one very cheeky thing about Noid. If you don't use your basic attack, survivors don't know about it. So if you're playing Huntress, for example, and you have an easy down to the hatchet, you could take an easy down to the hatchet, wait for the survivors to come for the rescue, and then you hit them with your big attack, a normal basic attack, and then they suddenly, find themselves with their pants down. So that can be a way that you can hide it. Once you have hit at least one survivor with your basic attack, the perk gets revealed to everybody. And at this point, if they come close to the totem, it will be highlighted so they can find it a bit more easily. Now, worst case scenario for you as a killer, they cleanse all the totems, the perk doesn't activate. Second worst case scenario, or even worse in some ways, the perk triggers, but everybody's already injured, and then they find it super quickly, and it makes no difference. That kind of sucks. Unlike other hexes, Noid is honestly kind of best used by itself with very little support. You don't need other perks, even though you could. There are some fun things you can do, but you can just run it by itself and it will typically still give you good value. In most scenarios, you will easily get a down that you wouldn't otherwise, or at least when you do get the down, going for the rescue will not be so easy. If you do not like survivors taunting you in the endgame, this can be one of the premium ways of dealing with that. Needless to say, it pairs really well with No Way Out and Remember Me, other endgame perks as well, especially if you have info. Do not put this perk on a killer that is really slow, that doesn't have any way of finding survivors or flushing them out in some way. It is better if you prepare a little bit and ask yourself, do I have a power that can let me trap the gates? Or do I have a power that can let me trap the totem? Or do I have a power or add-ons that can help me find someone that might be hiding so that I can down a survivor and quickly find a different one? So make sure you have a bit of a plan to make the most out of this perk. Now, the opposite of what I said earlier is also true. Sometimes you can get insanely lucky. You have a survivor teammate coming for the rescue and going to take a hit, and suddenly they don't expect the insta-down, and bam, now you have 3 people on the ground. Or maybe you hook a survivor and you hook them next to the totem. If you hook a survivor next, and I mean right next to the totem, there's basically no way for them to rescue. I don't think there's a single way to rescue. If they go for the totem, you quickly push them out. If they go for the rescue, you quickly interrupt them. There's nothing they can do in that situation. That's why this is one of the nastiest perks when it comes to securing 1 or 2 extra kills in the endgame. There is sometimes very little that a group of survivors can do, even if they are very, very coordinated. Another thing that's interesting is that some killers are able to interrupt people out of totems. For example, the artists. So being able to pay attention to where your totem is, even if you're far away, you might be able to throw a hatchet or send a bird and interrupt the survivor doing it potentially, and keep them in the game for longer and longer and longer, and maybe get them with some other endgame stuff. Very, very nasty perk. Yeah, one thing that is worth mentioning is that because this perk sometimes artificially inflates the amount of kills that you get, it can work as a bit of a crutch. There are times, and this is very unfortunate, I hate talking about it, where as a survivor, I play against a killer that is obviously not doing well. They don't know how to chase properly. They take chases in places that they shouldn't. They chase around the loop in the wrong direction. They don't know when to respec a pallet. They walk through it, they get stunned, or they wait at it, and then they get looped to eternity. They play really, 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 really badly. And already in my head, I'm thinking, okay, I know what's happening. In the endgame, they have Noid, and because of Noid, they get more kills than they normally would, and the game thinks that they are better players than they are, and then they place them in a lobby with people with 15,000 hours like me. And then this killer will now be trapped in an MMR, which is the hidden matchmaking rating, that is really not at their level. And they're going to be in a very frustrating state of always playing against survivors that are better than them or more experienced than them, and being really unable to do much if they don't rely on crutches like this. So I would say that even though Noid is fun and it's an easily accessible perk that everybody has unlocked, do be careful not to rely on it too much. Other endgame builds can be fun without Noid, and you can run it every now and then, but try not to rely on it exclusively. You should be wrapping up your games before the endgame, at least some of the times. If this is your only trick, if this is the only thing that you can do, I think it might hinder your growth as a killer, and it might catapult you into a league that you are not quite prepared for yet. Something worth mentioning. But there's absolutely no shady use in this perk. It's in the game, you can use it if you want to. Lethal Pursuer, a really, really common perk that lots of people love to use. One of the things about this perk that is most fun to use, that people go really crazy, is its secondary effect. The secondary effect of this perk enhances every other auto reading that is based on a timer. Now, this last bit is a bit important because a lot of people don't understand it. If you have a perk that says reveal a survivor for 5 seconds With Lethal Pursuer, those 5 seconds turn to 7. If they were 7, they turn to 9. And if they're 9, they turn to 11. And if they're 11, they turn to 12, and so on, right? But some perks do not work based on a timer. They work based on distance. So for example, Undying, which we talked about earlier, that only works if you are within the range for an infinite amount of time. Undying does not benefit from Lethal Pursuer. Another perk that we'll see in a minute, Nurse's Calling, is also based on distance. So these perks are not going to work, okay? Make extra sure if you want to benefit from the side effect, the secondary effect of Lethal Pursuer, that the other auto reading that you're doing is based on a timer. Now, a lot of people like to play certain killers like Huntress with this perk, and then they run Lethal Pursuer, and then another auto perk, and then another auto perk, and then another auto perk, and then another auto add-on, and then a fourth auto thing. And this is fun, and sometimes it is interesting. Just keep in mind that making a build that is entirely around one thing can backfire pretty badly. If you are all focused on finding survivors, you might not have the slowdown to keep the gens at bay, and you might also be countered really heavily if you happen to play against 2 or 3 people that have anti-auto reading perks. Survivors have Distortion, they have self-preservation, off the record, a few little things here and there that can make these perks just do nothing. So do be careful. It's fun to go for these builds, but do not think that they will solve everything for you, okay? Now, in my opinion, the side effect of Lethal Pursuer sometimes gets a little bit blown out of proportion, and people use it just for the side effect. The main effect of Lethal Pursuer is generally the best thing. At the start of the match, it shows you the auras of every single survivor. And this is so good for so many reasons. Let's talk about the worst case scenarios. The worst case scenario is you spawn in, maybe 1 or 2 of the survivors has Distortion, so you don't see them. If you only see 2 survivors, then you know. So that's bad. You don't see the whole team, but at least you know that they have this perk and you keep it in mind. And the other survivors, or the survivors that you do see, are all massively spread out across the map. In that situation, it does suck to know that no matter what you do, you're never going to catch anyone off guard. In some maps are so big that by the time you get close to them, the aura has already ended and you might generally not even know where they are anymore. And this is the worst case scenario. But even then, it's telling you something important. This survivor is on the left side. This survivor went to main. This survivor is walking. Wait a minute. Why are they walking? They probably have sprint bursts and don't want to waste them. This survivor is running. They probably don't have sprint bursts, so I can maybe chase them and know that they're not going to suddenly sprint off, right? So being able to figure out exactly what the survivors are doing at the start of the game already gives you a lot of information, even if they're not all neatly packaged together in one building where you can go and immediately start harassing them all. One thing that you can try to do is correct the course of your chase so that you try to push survivor A into survivor B, and then maybe both into survivor C. One of the nicest things that you can do as a killer is take the chase and basically conduct it in a way that it wastes and displaces survivors' time as much as humanly possible so that they cannot do gens in peace. And with Lethal Pursuer, you sometimes have the information of exactly where that is. Very, very rarely do survivors spawn in the map and then immediately spread into the whole map. Very, very commonly, they'll find their gen or 2 that's closest and stick to it. With Lethal Pursuer, you have the information that when your first down happens, you know where the gens are likely being done and you can go there, right? So that's awesome. It is a little bit of a replacement to Corrupt Intervention. You could run Corrupt and Lethal both, but typically one or the other is okay. They both achieve more or less the same idea, which is to let you know where basically flush out survivors and let you have an easier time chasing them so they don't just sit on gens at the start. So yeah. That's already really awesome, but there's more to it. Many killers have range abilities that can be really crippling if used early. And many killers have insane mobility that allow you to single out a survivor that maybe spawned in a bad spot or found themselves in a bad spot. I have lost count how many times I've run into the map and I hear the blight, and before I know it, he's already on his way to end his long rushes and actually get a hit on me because I put myself in a bad spot. It is really, really common for a killer to manage to get an injury or at least quickly corral you into an injury excuse me, thanks to Lethal Pursuer. And being able to get your first down early is such an amazing, amazing thing for you to do. As we've explained with all of the previous perks, many of the strongest perks in the game all activate when you get a down or when you get a hook. So if your first down or hook happens a little bit earlier and it happens under a minute, it's very likely that it's going to damage a bunch of gens that have not had a chance to be completed yet. One of the most tragic things that can happen to you as a killer is that you have Pop, you have Eruption, you have Pentimento, but then by the first time you down a survivor, gem pops, none of your perks are going to do anything. Lethal Pursuer helps you avoid those situations. And the fact that it can also extend other perks on the side, you should think of that as just the icing on the cake, basically. Next up, we have Hex Blood Favour, one of the nastiest hexes in the game. It has a very, very simple effect. As long as this perk has not been cleansed, it starts out as a Hex Totem at the start of the game. As long as it's not been destroyed by the survivors, anytime you injure a survivor by any means, even if they get injured passively by losing a health state to the plague's infection, even if they get injured by a zombie, anytime they take any damage in any way whatsoever, the perk triggers. It triggers around yourself, I think. I think so. Oh no, actually, it triggers around the survivor. I was wrong about this. In a 32 radius of that survivor, all the pallets that have not been dropped become entity block. A pallet that is entity block cannot be interacted with by either side in any way whatsoever. The simplest thing that this does, by the way, that you might not think about it until you've tried it, is that if you down a survivor under a pallet, or if a survivor finds themselves under a pallet that is blocked, you can pick them up knowing 100% that there is zero chance that anyone nearby could pallet save. So this already is a nice effect. You down a survivor, the pallet gets blocked, and you pick up without any fear of a rescue. Do be careful, they could still flashlight save, but if you maybe look at the pallet or look into a wall, you should be fine. So that's already really nice. The nicest part, however, is that you can trigger it on a healthy survivor when you injure them. And in a vacuum, this perk really should not be so strong. When you damage a survivor, they typically get a massive sprint burst from it, like a massive burst of speed, and they should be able to theoretically, go about 32 meters away by the time you catch up to them, and then find a different pallet to drop that is not being blocked. They could also maybe find a window in between and then make it to a pallet that is available and drop that instead. That's theoretically. In practice, lots of things get in the way. In practice, survivors sometimes don't make perfect distance. In practice, some killers damage you without losing any distance themselves, so they catch up really, really quickly. And in practice, sometimes a survivor is on a bottom floor and they have to go to the top floor to escape. And when they go there, obviously the pallets are all still blocked. Even though they've moved 32 meters, they've moved and had to go back into themselves, so they've not gone away from the radius. So in practice, this does result in a lot of pallets becoming unavailable. This is a massive deal for a lot of reasons. Now, we all know that some killers, like for example the nurse, they ignore pallets pretty much completely. And some killers, like for example Deathslinger or Huntress, if you drop a pallet right in front of them, they can punish you pretty harshly, right? But for many, many, many killers, there is a massive weakness that they all share, which is I see a cat outside my window, which is the ability of the survivor to drop a really safe pallet and just make distance. Say, for example, that you are in check and the survivor drops the pallet, and then they immediately speed off into the distance. As a killer, 99% of the time here, you have to break the pallet and then catch up to them, and they can build so much distance, right? Even if they just took a hit, even if you just hit them in shack, that they can still do that for them. Or even a teammate could show up and drop that pallet to let them build a bit of distance. With Blood Favour, all of this becomes impossible. If a survivor was going to a really, really safe pallet, like for example, in Midwich, and you hit them right before they get the pallet, they won't be able to drop it. And many survivors panic when this happens. They wait at the pallet, you hit them, they cannot drop it, and they lose all of the distance. And you no longer have to break that pallet to catch up to them, which means your second hit happens really, really fast. I remember very, very distinctly how I played Midwich Wraith in a tournament once, and I was playing against survivors that were really, really, really good. But because I got lucky and I got the first hit on them with a little bit of stealth, the second hit was pretty much free every single time. And that's what Blood Favour can do for you. It makes the second hit sometimes entirely free. This perk is okay on regular killers that injure you and catch up and do a second follow-up hit, right? It's okay. It's not very good on killers that insta-down. For example, on the Hillbilly or on Michael Myers. These killers often have the ability to instantly down you, so if they instantly down you, they don't really need Blood Favour. But this perk becomes extremely powerful when you have a killer that damages you and either speeds up afterwards or doesn't slow themselves down very much. The Trickster, for example, and Huntress, for example, when they use their hatchets or their knives, they don't go through a nearly 3-second cooldown like some other killers do. So you do not build that much distance against them, and you will need some pallets. Some pallets very, 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 very desperately, which this perk is going to take away from you. So against these killers in particular, it becomes really, really nasty. And this is a hex that if you do not deal with, you probably will have shorter chases for a really long time and possibly enough for the entire game to be derailed in favor of the killer. For this reason, Blood Favour can be used as a part of a full hex build. You pair it with Ruin for gen slowdown. You pair it with Undying so that it doesn't go away at first. You pair it with Throw the Hunt so that every totem takes forever. We've already talked about all of these perks, right? So basically you now have a build that's like gen slowdown, information, massive side mission for the survivors, and a little bit of help and chase. That is just so debilitating for survivors. They really have to deal with it. Now, one way where this perk can fail and not be that good, some maps have really strong windows, and a survivor could play around the strong window and build by a little bit of time and then eventually just drop the pallet. Pallets that are already dropped do not get blocked by Blood Favour, so if you left a pallet earlier that you didn't really break, this perk sadly doesn't do anything about it. And just like with every other hex, there is a chance survivors, especially if you don't pair it with supporting hexes, there is a chance that survivors could find it and cleanse it really, really quickly, at which point it's giving you a little bit of slowdown, but it's not giving you a ton of value. The fact that this perk works on some of the nastiest, fastest killers in the game, and that it removes a lot of resources, and that it makes certain maps that would otherwise be really safe into death traps, I think makes Blood Favour possibly the best chase perk in the game, up there with Know It. You will notice that this is the first perk that we have talked about that actually kind of helps in chase, or at least one of the first perks that helps in chase. Almost everything else so far has mostly been on the gen slowdown side. That's how good Blood Favour is. Next up, we have Hex Hive Mind. Hive Mind gives you an effect that a few killers used to be able to access through their add-ons, namely Legion, Wraith, and Springtrap, but now it's something that every killer can do, okay? This perk triggers and goes away in a really unique way, so basically what you need to remember is that, let me have a look, just to say, you will activate this perk not at the start of the game, like most others, but the first time that you hook a survivor. That already means that this perk is not amazing on killers that have a slow start. I would not love this on my Trapper. I would not love this on my Hack, but I would love this on my Hillbilly. And I would love this on a killer that can get it down really quickly and really aggressively, like, for example, Dracula. So on these killers, this perk, I think, is a little bit better. And then the perk will stay on forever until you're in the final 3 gen. If the survivors have not cleansed it, in my experience, they do try to cleanse it because it is very powerful. But if they have not cleansed it and you get to the final 3 gen, the perk will cleanse itself, but also do a chunk of damage to a generator. Well, actually, not a generator, all generators, unless they're already at 0%, right? And then it becomes disabled. If this happens, by the way, that's not a bad thing at all. The perk has served its purpose. The main effect of this perk is that while it is active from the first hook to the last 3 gen, during that whole stretch of time, this perk changes the color of the generators. Instead of being always red or a solid color, they now have a dynamic appearance. The closer they are to fully red or fully whatever color, the closest they are to completion. In other words, you can look at a generator and guess how done it is based on its color. It's not 100% accuracy. It's hard to tell if a gen is 80 or 90 or 90 or 99, but the fact that you can tell is already a huge deal. If you have a killer that has great mobility or that can chase survivors anywhere on the map, and that maybe has a lot of other slowdown, possibly from hexes as well, what this means is that survivors will never, ever catch you off guard with a cheeky, unexpected gen repair. I don't know how the killer matches go for you, but in my killer matches, oftentimes I find myself surprised. I look at a gen, it's at 0%, I think it's gonna be fine for a while, 40 seconds later, 2 dudes have jumped on it and it's completed already. And I go, huh? They finished that gen while I was busy doing something else? With this perk, you're never gonna have that sort of surprise. Any cheeky little repair is going to never fly under your radar, and you will, if you have the means to interrupt and keep the gens from being done, this perk gives you the where and how to do it, and that is so powerful. So for so many killers, that is so powerful. As a hex on its own, it is a very fragile perk that could go away, and I think that if this perk existed in a vacuum, it really wouldn't be incredible. There is a non-zero chance that they cleanse this perk in 3 seconds and you get very little value from it, right? If you run it by itself. The real value of this perk, in my opinion, comes from running it on, number one, already very strong killers with already very strong mobility or the ability to chase survivors pretty much anywhere, aka killers that are very good in chase, some of the strongest killers in the game, like for example, Spirit, right? And B, also run it with other hexes. When you have a build consisting of Ruin, Hive Mind, Thrill, and maybe Undying or even Pentimento, survivors have this impossible, and I mean impossible mission. Either they do a totem, which is going to be Thrill, and then another one, which is going to be Hive Mind, and then they do Ruin. But now you have Pentimento, so now you've really two of the totems. And Pentimento, as we're going to see in a minute, slows down gens, so now they have to do Pentimento. So now they've done like 7 totems, and they're still fighting for their life, right? And meanwhile, you are passively regressing gens, you are passively slowing down totems, and you are always aware of where the most progress gen is, so that you can go and harass it and make sure that they don't do anything easily. Right? You can like perfect information on gens is something that is just so powerful. Like, you could do something as simple as you are chasing 3 survivors and the 4th survivor is actually the one that you want to find. And then you see that a gen suddenly that was white now is starting to look a little bit more red. So now you know that that survivor is there. You can just figure it out by elimination, right? So that sort of information allows you to make so many not educated guesses, but actually correct assessments of what's going on and act on them. So yeah, that's really powerful. You add a bunch of hexes on the mix. Survivors have an impossibly difficult time doing all of them, or they have to deal with all of these effects. It's really rough. Can every killer take advantage of this? I already have told you, no. This really shines on killers that are really good at defending totems, really that can make people scream, that are really good at moving around the map and being really annoying everywhere. So it is a bit of a win more hex, but hopefully you understand the appeal of it now if you didn't already. Next up, we have Nowhere to Hide. This perk is also always found at the top of usage rate in any statistics, official or unofficial. This perk is extremely powerful and extremely popular. Now, unlike some of the other perks that I've told you need a whole lot of support around them, this perk is generally really good on its own. It's super good on its own. And I would say it's pretty much good at every level for different reasons. So what this perk does is anytime you kick a generator, now this is important, you have to kick the generator. It does not happen if you damage it from afar or damage it with your power or damage it with your add-ons. You have to physically kick it yourself. If you kick the generator, for the next 5 seconds or 7, if you have Lethal Pursuer, you will see every survivor around you for 24 meters. Now the crazy part about this perk that is sometimes really important is that it's not just 24 meters around the gen, it's 24 meters around you, the user. If you kick a gen and then for the next 5 seconds you move forward, you will see people from further and further. If you have a crazy amount of mobility, you can see a really good chunk of the map. And if you are a killer that can teleport right after kicking, and one of them is the Unknown, for example, you can literally see a whole area for a second, kick a gen, look around you, then teleport, and you will still see people around the place that you teleported at. This makes this a really good perk on the Unknown, and a really good perk in general, even for slower killers. Now, slower killers do not have the ability to teleport and move around, but because they are slower, they get really, really affected by effective stealth on the survivor side. If you are playing, for example, a Huntress, which is a killer that moves a bit slower than usual, has to waste time reloading every now and then, they really do not have great mobility, and you find a generator that's like halfway, and you know there's a survivor nearby, it is sometimes really crippling to not find them. Thanks to a perk or a little bit of intuition, they could have hidden behind the perfect rock, and you check a place, you check behind this, you open a locker, you open the other locker, you check behind theirs, you hit the bush just in case, and they're not there, and you just wasted so much time for nothing. With nowhere to hide, kicking a generator, which is normally a little bit inefficient on its own, is actually a really good idea now. You kick the generator, and anyone nearby that could have gotten back on it the moment you leave, now you see them. Maybe you see multiple people. Maybe you see a person running away and a person hiding nearby waiting for their turn to get back on the gen. And you can be a little smart. Do not make it too obvious that you have this perk. When you kick someone at higher levels, it doesn't matter. At higher level survivors, they know how this perk works. They can smell it a mile away. But especially before you get to that higher level of play, or if your survivors are not super sharp that day, when you kick a generator and you see someone, do not go in a straight line to them. If you think they are hiding, make it look like you accidentally found them, and then they'll spend the whole match not realizing that you actually have wall hacks on them. And that will be a free hit, sometimes a free down, and that can power all of your other perks. As we explained, if you have other perks like Eruption or Goes the Weasel that also trigger from kicking gens, then Nowhere to Hide is an easy fourth perk to slot into your build, and bam, now you're completely fine. There's also the unfortunate reality for survivors that some killers can damage or begin to chase you through walls. So if you play Nurse, for instance, and you kick a gen in the middle of an indoor map, you can now see people from different floors across different levels of verticality and literally hold your power and appear right next to them. Nowhere to Hide is one of the nastiest perks that you can run on Nurse for this reason, for example. So yeah, really good. At lower levels, it guarantees that killers are constantly chasing people. It flushes people out of hiding. At higher levels, you probably run it with extra perks around it, and it makes kicking gens less of a bad idea, sometimes a really good one if everything lines up. So yeah, for that reason, this perk is one of the best killer perks in the game. However, just because you have Nowhere to Hide doesn't mean that you should always kick a gen. If the information that this perk gives you means nothing if you do not have the leverage to act on it. So please, if you have Nowhere to Hide and you see a survivor right next to you, and chasing that survivor is a good idea, and you don't think there's anyone else, just chase that survivor. You don't need to kick the gen for this perk to tell you, well, you already knew that there's someone there, okay? Do not get too much in your brain that you have to get value from your perks. Sometimes using your brain on its own is enough, and sometimes a little bit better. Agitation. I'm going to tell you already, every other perk that I've described so far makes sense. They damage gens for 20%, they insta-down survivors, they show you where survivors are and tell you everything about what they've had for breakfast that morning. They're really strong perks. This is the first perk in the entire list that just doesn't seem that good, and it doesn't have any right to be as high as it is by just looking at what it does. Anytime you pick up a survivor, and you will be doing this fairly frequently when you down them and you have to carry them to a hook, this perk activates and it has two effects. Now, I would say that unless you are playing a very unusual build where you are planning to leave everyone on the ground and not hook, there's a few people that do that. This means that pretty much every time you down a survivor, this perk triggers. While you carry that survivor, your terror radius becomes bigger. Instead of the usual 32 meters, it now might be 44. And if you were already at 40, well, now it's 52. You get it. This is something that can make a survivor realize that you have this perk, by the way. This side effect is weird because it can tell the survivors that you have this perk and maybe give them a clue about what your build is. But it's also a good thing because having a bigger terror radius can sometimes apply certain effects. If you have, for example, Starstruck, that we'll talk about in a little minute, or Coulrophobia, any perk that works under your terror radius or add-on that works under your terror radius, with Agitation, you're making it bigger and harder to escape. But that part is not very important, forget about it. The really important part is the extra movement speed that you get. As we explained earlier, the moment where you carry a survivor is a very delicate moment for you as a killer. It's a chance for the survivors to do a pallet save. It's a chance for the survivors to do a blind save with a flashlight. It's a chance for the survivors to run ahead of you and sabotage a hook that you want to go to. And it's also a chance for the game to screw you over. And then you look around you and you see that there's no hooks nearby and you have to carry the survivor 15 seconds into a certain direction before you can even hook them, right? So a lot of bad things can happen. With Agitation, all of these things are smoother. A survivor trying to flashy save, if they get it, they're still going to get it. But if they don't get it, you might get a free hit on them because the extra 18% actually makes you faster than them. Normally, when you carry a survivor, if I remember correctly, you move at 92% and a survivor runs at 100. With Agitation, you actually move faster than them. Not so fast that you can catch up easily because the survivor on your back is constantly wiggling you side to side, but enough that you can capitalize on a small mistake, like a survivor, for example, trying to blind you from a weird angle, right? If a survivor is going to a hook to sabotage it, you now can get there faster than them, or easily pivot into a different hook, avoiding the sabotage altogether. And if you get very unlucky and the only hook available is really far away, guess what? You can make it there faster. And if you're one of those killers that really benefits from basement, Agitation is your best friend, because you will be able to carry a survivor from pretty much anywhere in a 30-something radius to the basement, pretty much uncontested. You will most likely be able to make it. The extra 20 or so percent that this gives you really makes a difference on the distance that you can get. There is a different perk named Iron Grasp that is a little bit more accessible than Agitation because it's unlockable by anyone. And you might think that it's similar, but I'm telling you, Agitation is a little bit better. We'll explain why later. Now, all of these things that I've said, being able to get to a hook before this, basement, are they really that good to make Agitation this high up? No, there's more to this perk. There's definitely more. Getting to basement can be great, but there are more consistent things that you can do with Agitation. Unless the hook that you are hooking on is immediately below you, Agitation saves you a little bit of time at a very critical moment. That is awesome. By the end of the game, you have saved a few seconds when the survivors are most focused on gens. That's awesome. It can make you get to a Scourge hook, such as Pain Resonance, that you otherwise couldn't get to, and that's great. It can let you take the survivor back to an area that you really want to. Maybe an area that you've already trapped as the hag or the trapper. Maybe an area that has your 3-gen that you're trying to defend. Or maybe an area where everyone else is injured and you want to hook right there so that you can resume your next chase as fast as possible. All of those things you can do with Agitation. And that is just amazing. It allows you to basically counter one of the big ideas that survivors have. If a survivor team realizes that you're playing to defend the 3 gens that you have, one here, one there, you're trying to defend them very aggressively. Their big idea every single time is going to be take a hit, use the speed boost from the hit to go away from the gens, and try to die in a corner of the map. Try to die as far away as possible. This perk sometimes gets banned in tournaments because killers like Nurse have too easy of a time downing a survivor and always hooking them on a 3-gen, where the rest of the game pretty much becomes impossible for the other survivors to really break that 3-gen after. So yeah, Agitation helps with Scourge hooks, helps with basement, helps save time here and there, gives you a bigger terror radius, which applies a few perks here and there. That part is not so important, and ultimately helps you hook the survivor that you want in the place that you care about the most. The fact that on top of that, it occasionally allows you to get a free hit on a survivor that's doing something stupid near you, like for example going for a cheeky little pallet save, or a cheeky little flashy save, or a cheeky little body bug, or whatever. All of that is just icing on the cake of this really unexpectedly good perk. Barbecue and Chilli. This is one of the most popular perks in the game as well, a staple of the killer meta builds forever. And it's not because it's the strongest, it's just a really comfy perk. This perk, fun fact, used to give you extra blood points if you got a lot of hooks. And a lot of people that are veterans of the game got used to running this perk and playing nice guy and hooking everybody and getting lots of blood points. Unfortunately, this perk doesn't do that anymore. You do get more blood points, I think, if you hook multiple people, but it's not tied to any perk. So yeah, this perk is still really, really nice. Every time you hook a survivor, any survivor that is outside of a 40 meter 40 meter circle radius around you is shown to you for 5 seconds. Now, I'm already going to tell you, some people think this perk is insane, and it's really not. It's really not that insane. There are a lot of killers that want to hook a survivor in the middle of the map, and if you hook in the middle of the map, there's so much happening around you. 40 meters, like if you see a survivor 40 meters away from you, it's going to be one guy in a corner of the map that maybe you don't even want to chase anyway. There's also a lot of killers that, frankly, after hooking a survivor, they have a plan that they need to stick to, and seeing someone from afar is not that big of a deal. For example, if I'm playing the Hag, and I hook someone in the basement or in my little cozy area of the map with lots of gens around it and lots of traps around it, I really don't care that there's a survivor doing a gen far away. I probably already knew that was going to happen, and it's not like I'm going to throw everything I'm doing away and go for that survivor. So some killers have a bit of their own plan. Maybe they have their own way to find survivors, like Doctor, right? And they don't need a little bit of information after a hook. For those killers, it's okay not to use this perk. And if you run it, it will be nice. It can help you find a survivor at the end of the game. It can help you find someone that you left on the ground. It can help you find 2 survivors grouping up and healing, and then you look at the HUD and you're like, wait a minute, the 2 injured survivors, they're both dead on hook, I should really go and interrupt them. So it can help you find people, and that's awesome. But as a general perk, it's really not that incredible. And it can be a little bit avoided by survivors in a few different ways. If they have a perk such as Distortion, they can dodge the effects of this perk. If they hop into a locker, they are immune to auto reading, so some people hop into a locker to dodge this perk as well. If they hide behind a gen, it is possible to see them, but it does become a little harder, right? And obviously, if they are within the 40 meter range, they are completely immune to the auto read. So yeah, this perk, in these regular scenarios, it's an okay way of pointing you towards your next chase and making sure that after a hook, you don't have this awkward stage of, I hook a survivor, I check a gen, there's no one on it. I come back to the hook, there's no one on it. I go back to a gen, there's no one on it. A gen gets popped in the distance. Oh, damn. I'm going to go. I find no one. Now the unhook happens. I go back. They've out of the heal. What am I doing with my life? Like this little existential crisis of like, where do I go after a hook? This perk helps fix it. But none of those things are the reason why this perk is this high on the list. The reason why this perk is so high on the list is because it really helps to tie together a build that is all about slowdown, and it's all about aggression, and it's all about hooking and proccing hook perks on a killer that has high mobility that's already really good at the game. Just like Nowhere to Hide is a great perk to put on a build that's all around kicking gens, Barbecue and Chilli is a great perk to have on a build that's all about hooking people. So if you have Paintress, DMS, this and that, and you want to also add Barbecue and Chilli on top of it, that works out really good, especially on killers that can either teleport or move very fast after unhook. Say, for example, that you're playing the Blight, quintessential strong killer. You injure a survivor, down the third survivor, put them on the hook, and now, honestly, the other teammates, they're in a bit of a rough spot. If they are close to you, there's a chance that with your mobility, you're going to sniff them out and find them. And if they are far from you, they need to be really careful about where they do their healing. If they heal by themselves in a dead zone that's really out of the way and really safe, you will see them and you will single them out and they will go down in 2 seconds. And if they group up for a heal, it's possible that you will interrupt them. And even if they finish the heal and you only show up a little bit late, keep in mind, that's already 3 survivors doing nothing. The survivor on the hook, and then the 2 survivors that you interrupted, which means that now the 4th guy that would like to do gens now has to get involved and do a gen, and suddenly no one's doing gens. So this sort of information is so good on killers that can act on it. Other killers like Dredge, for example, they benefit so massively. Even when they do see a person across the entire map, they can actually teleport to a locker next to it and apply pressure and enter their next chase immediately. Wraith cannot teleport, but he moves so fast and can approach so undetected that it's also a really good perk on him as well. So basically any perk, any killer that has that sort of mobility to act on this information benefits from it quite a bit, and it is a comfy perk to run. The higher level you go, the more it becomes about finding people healing, making sure that they're all injured and constantly desperate, and making sure that you single out anyone and basically make it so that the unhook is as uncomfortable as possible. If you want to control gens and you want to know which gens are being done, this perk is not the absolute best. There are some others that are maybe slightly more reliable, and one of them is the next one that we're going to talk about right now. Tinkerer. Tinkerer, in my opinion, is a somewhat budget Hex Hive Mind that still has quite a lot of utility. A lot of people would disagree with me when I place this perk so high up on the tier list, but hear me out, I'll tell you what it does. Tinkerer is basically a perk that can activate 7 different times, once for each of the 7 generators that are on each of the DBD maps, right? Each map, even though the survivors only have to do 5 gens, as we said before, they have 7 generators to choose from. Each of them will have a Tinkerer activate whenever that generator for the first time reaches 70%. When that happens, Tinker activates, you will see a little timer go off, and it will make a loud noise notification letting you know. And then for the next 16 seconds, you become undetectable. And I think this is the first time that we have a perk that makes you undetectable, so let's talk about what that does and what it entails. When a killer becomes undetectable, they lose the red stain light that they normally project in front of them. They also obviously slowly but surely begin to shrink and remove their heartbeat terror radius that normally announces that they're nearby. And they also become impossible to see by aura perks and aura effects on the survivor side. That means that, for example, Kindred will not show your aura to the whole team, for example, right? Tinkerer giving you this is nice. And honestly, if you do decide to approach that generator, it gives you a chance to sometimes even grab a survivor. Here is where we need to talk about specific killers and what exactly Tinkerer does for each of them. In a worst case scenario, you play someone like, for example, Nemesis. Tinkerer on Nemesis is great. It allows you to have information and you can approach, and even if you are a bit loud and your footsteps are like boom, 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 it's still all right because they will still notice you a bit later and you will have more of a chance to interrupt the gen. But on some other killers, like for example Wesker, they make nearly zero noise. If you approach a generator unseen from some unusual angle, there is a very real chance that you are going to actually manage to grab the survivor out of the gen, possibly downing them immediately if they're healthy, or at the very least get a hit on them. And if they were injured, that means they're down, and that means that that generator doesn't get done. We explained earlier how important it is to contest the generators. Anything that gives you a chance to make a gen not pop and keep it alive for a little bit longer, possibly a lot longer, is awesome for you. And the nice thing about Tinkerer is that it's massively... it's pretty much entirely unavoidable. We will talk about how survivors can play around it, but for the most part, when it triggers, it will give you perfect information that a gen is indeed getting done. You will never have that feeling where a gen gets done and you go, what? How? When? You will at least have a little bit of information to try to contest it. Now, let's talk about the different ways that Tinkerer can work for you. Number one, if you have a perk like Goes the Weasel and you hook a survivor and you don't know where to go, that means that you're not in immediate danger of losing a gen, so you can actually take your time going around and looking for people. If Tinkerer activates, at that point, you can immediately zone into that gen, maybe get a free hit, maybe get a free down, and activate pop on that gen, right? So Tinkerer is a great way of knowing which gen is in immediate danger of being done and where you can focus your efforts and your slowdown perks, such as Goes the Weasel. And it's also a great way of passively gaining information about what the team is doing. For example, if I'm chasing 3 survivors at the same time, and I'm looking for the fourth one is the one that's the weakest, the weak link in the team, it's dead on hook, and Tinkerer goes off, hey, I know that that survivor is on that gen right now. You can also indirectly figure out how many people were on a gen based on the time it takes for a gen to pop after Tinkerer. So, for instance, if Tinkerer goes off, and you see that the timer ends, and about 6 or so seconds later, the gen popped, that was one person on that gen. But if Tinkerer goes off, and then before the timer of the perk fully completes, it pops, that means it was 2 people on it. I personally really like to pair Tinker with Discordance, a perk that we're gonna see. Where is it? Yeah, in about a few minutes, right there. I personally really like to pair Tinker with Discordance so that I know if that person is going to finish it in just about how long would it be? 30% of a gen. It's about 27 seconds. Yeah, basically it lets me know if I have about 25 or so seconds or if I only have about 14 or 13 seconds. And that can really help me know where my priorities should be. Another thing about Tinkerer that's really nice is it obviously will help you know when the last generator is being done. And in my opinion, it's one of the nicest perks to pair with perks such as Know It or No Way Out. With Tinkerer and No Way Out, you will never have this situation where the last gen gets done, you don't know about it, and they immediately spread out to the gates. When the last gen's being done, you're going to pressure it, and it's more likely that you will have the survivors on a chokehold so that they don't touch the gates too early, and they don't even activate it for a long time. So it pairs well with gen regression, it perks well with endgame stuff, it perks well with other information perks to really tell you exactly how much time you have. And needless to say, like any information perk, it is best used on killers that have good mobility or have the ability to teleport. I used to run Tinkerer on the Dredge, not necessarily because he needs the stealth. The stealth on Dredge sometimes is a bit wasted even, but because it let me know when a gen was being done so that I had a chance to defend it. Killers that have that ability to teleport really benefit from this because you'll never ever not know where a gen is being done, and you always have at least a chance to teleport there and make the survivor suffer for it. In the best case scenario, one survivor was on one gen, but the rest of the team doesn't know about it. You interrupt it, and that gen goes undone for a very, 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 very long time. The stealth component of it and everything that comes with Undetectable, I think is just the icing on the cake. Just think of it as a nice information perk that helps you not lose gens in unexpected ways and gives you a chance to sometimes cause massive destruction. One thing that we haven't talked about enough when it comes to Tinkerer is that sometimes survivors group up on gens. Very common. And if you're playing a killer like Cannibal, someone with a chainsaw that can hit multiple people, you can sometimes get a cheeky little Tinkerer and you can deduce how many people are on it immediately. Say, for example, at the start of the game, 30 seconds into the game, I get Tinkerer. I know that a survivor cannot do 70% of a gen in 30 seconds. It's extremely unlikely. So that tells me this is probably two survivors and I'm playing Cannibal. I'm going to take my time to approach from an unexpected angle. And if they're too focused on the gen and they don't look around themselves, by the time they realize I'm there, I'm already going to get 2 downs with my chainsaw. Yes, they might do a gen, but they're going to get 2 people down, maybe 2 people in the basement. So that kind of situation, the fact that Tinkerer can give you those sorts of like bursts of advantage is really, really good. Now, let's also talk about some of the weaknesses of this perk. Smart teams will figure out that you have this perk, maybe communicate it early, maybe the first or second time it happens, and then they can do one thing that's honestly really awful if they manage to do it. They can get a gen to 70%, trick you into coming to it, and then just leave it early. And then you wasted your time. Yeah, you kick it, but then they do another gen at 70, and then you go there and they've already left. They can basically toy with you if you don't use your brain enough and you are just going tinker to tinker without thinking and getting proper downs and proper pressure. So survivors can play around you and bait you with this perk. Not to mention that in really, really long matches, once Tinker has triggered once, you don't get it again on that generator. So you might trigger it once early on, and then that gen, you have to remember that it's not going to work again. You have to have a little bit of a brain turned on. This perk, I think, gives you information, but not enough information to win the game for you. You have to be a little bit tactical with what you do with this information. Secret Project is a perk that has a few different effects and also revolves around the undetectable status effect. Just a quick reminder, undetectable makes the killer not have a red stained light projected in front of them. They also do not have the normal terror radius heartbeat that announces how close they are. It goes away quickly and collapses into nothing. And additionally, you do not see the killer's aura. Very important. This last bit is sometimes a big deal. So, how does it work? Whenever a totem is broken or turned blue by the survivor perks, the perk blocks a generator, right? But this is just, don't worry about this too much. That's not the most important part. And then anytime a generator is blocked, either by Secret Project or anything else at all, you become undetectable for a whooping 30 seconds. 30 seconds of undetectable is double a Tinkerer, and this can happen an unlimited amount of times, pretty much. And in some maps, against some killers, this can be horrendous. One of the worst things that I've ever experienced as a solo survivor is playing against an Oni that had this perk that was undetectable for literally half the game. And I can never relax. If he's in his power, I have no idea if he's close to me. If he's not in his power, I cannot do a gen with bad visibility safely because I could be hit at any moment, and it is really, really crippling. In some cases, this undetectable can be massively, massively devastating. Now, unfortunately, this perk by itself is not very good. It only would work if survivors are cleansing totems. They don't do that without any incentive, typically. Or if they bless totems, which, I mean, some teams do, but many of them don't in the first place. So basically, this perk on its own will trigger maybe once per game if you are lucky. The way to make this perk work is by either bringing 3 other hexes, and then every time they cleanse one of those hexes, they will... not 3 other hexes, Secret Project's not a hex, 3 other perks that are hexes, and then anytime they cleanse one of them, then Secret Project will block a gen, which, if you're lucky, could be the most important gen in the game, by the way, and also give you undetectable. And that would be maybe 3 times, if they, assuming that they cleanse all of them, that could be 3 times where you get a total of 90 seconds of gen blockage and 90 seconds of undetectable. That would be okay. That can be okay, but there's an even better way of running Secret Project, which is to pair it with your own perks that block generators. Perks that block generators are sometimes really easy to trigger. Some of them you can trigger every time that you down or pick up a survivor. So the one that we've already talked about is Deadman Switch. The other one that we've already talked about is Grim Embrace. And later we will see one called Thrilling Tremors that also works commonly. If you have 1 or 2 of these perks along with Secret Project, you still have maybe a slot for a little bit of slowdown if you want. That already guarantees that you're going to spend a third of your match in undetectable form. And as I said, on a stealth killer, that's not very important. Stealth killers already have natural forms of becoming stealthy. But on a killer that can really hurt survivors if he gets close to them, this perk is nasty. I do think that at higher levels, survivors are naturally more aware of their surroundings. They are more aware of how this perk works, and they would also be more likely to be in comms. They will call each other's positions. They will call out the position of the killer. This is not a perk that's going to make you defeat the best survivors in the world, but especially against teams that are not coordinated and against survivors that are a little bit less experienced, you can do tons and tons of damage. The nastiest thing about this perk is that you can literally trigger 10 times and it does not have any real cooldown or limit use or anything like that at all. It can really do a lot of damage for that reason. A Nurse's Calling, one of the oldest perks in the game. I think this is this the oldest perk in the game? Yeah, along with Agitation, pretty much one of the oldest perks that we've seen so far, that has barely changed over the years. It's only gained a little bit of extra range. If you played the game years and years ago, this perk used to be 28 meters. As you can see now at the 3rd tier, it's 32 meters. And this essentially means that for the average killer, if anyone is healing within your terror radius, you see their aura. Importantly, if someone is healing somebody else, you will see both of their auras. And if someone's healing someone on the ground, that also counts as healing and you also see their aura. Something funny happens if one of the survivors that is doing the healing has some kind of aura block. Say, for example, that a survivor has the perk Off the Record from Zarina that makes them basically immune to being auto-red, but then their teammate heals them. If their teammate does not have a similar perk, you will see their teammate heal someone in the air, and then you'll be able to deduce that there's 2 survivors there. So yeah, Nurse's Calling functions in all of these ways. If a survivor is healing themselves, that works. Keep in mind that if a survivor is healing from the ground, that's not called healing, that's called recovery. That does not count. You do not see survivors on the ground with nurses. And if a survivor is healing themselves passively with a perk such as Second Wind, or inside a locker with Inner Strength, all of those types of healing do not count. They happen passively. They do not count as a healing action. Now, how can this perk be so high up? What is the point of seeing a survivor healing when sometimes maybe you get close and they've already hurt your terror radius, or maybe they'll just heal when they're far away from you? How can this perk be so good? Well, it's actually a lot of small things, okay? Let's start with the simplest one. If you have a killer with a small terror radius, or with no terror radius, or with the occasional stealth from perks like Secret Project, like we talked about earlier. Being able to go around the map, especially if you go around the map fast, pretty much guarantees that you're going to find someone healing. If you are playing Wraith, for example, and you've injured 3 people, there is very few scenarios where those 3 people are just going to go on gens. If they go on gens, hopefully you'll come across them. More likely than not, they are going to heal. Sometimes they will heal in really, really bad spots. They might heal in basement and you'll see them. They might heal in a corner of the map and you'll see them. They might heal in a dead zone with no safety and you'll be there. So if you find someone healing in a bad spot, you can immediately interrupt them, sometimes damage them before they finish the heal and down them. There's also a very common idea with running Nurse's Calling where you pair it with Sloppy Butcher or any add-on or effect that applies Mangled and Hemorrhage. And this kind of has a good synergy because it makes the healing take longer. And if you interrupt it, the progress immediately begins to bleed out. So someone that is 99% healed, if you interrupt them, they will suddenly find themselves back to 0. So that can be powerful, right? So basically, putting this on a stealth or semi-stealth killer can be a good way to finding people injured. This is particularly true for killers that can be in multiple places at once. For example, the Unknown is a killer that can teleport around his clones and really, really benefits from finding groups of survivors. If you find 3 survivors as the Unknown, even if they're really, really far away, you can prepare your explosive UBX attack, lob the explosion their way, and you'll hit all 3 of them. So yeah, any killer that has the ability to multi-hit survivors or chain one hit into another will benefit from Nurse's Calling, right? Now, it needs to be said that at higher levels, the utility of this perk shifts slightly. At higher levels, survivors often bring perks like Resurgence to heal themselves in seconds. You cannot really interrupt that if it happens so quickly. And they also run perks like Resilience or Dead Hard, perks that encourage them to stay injured. And guess what? If they're injured, they don't care. They don't mind. They're not going to heal. They'll just sit on gens and good luck trying to down them sometimes. In these scenarios, this perk loses a little bit of its initial value. It is a really sad thing to have a anti-heal build and then go against a team that is completely fine being injured the whole match. So just like I warned my viewers earlier not to run 4 auto-reading perks, which is a bit gimmicky and can backfire, do be careful not to run a whole build around healing if you're not ready for the eventual possibility of survivors just staying injured, right? But even at high levels, I find that Nurses has one really nasty use that makes it still really powerful, which is to know when a survivor has completed a conspicuous action. Now, what you need to understand is that anytime a survivor becomes unhooked, they have 15 seconds of protection. During these 15 seconds, hitting them results in them not going down and becoming deep wound instead. And there are some perks that apply extra layers of protection. Possibly the strongest perk in the game is called Decisive Strike or Will to Live. And what this perk does is it gives them 60 whole seconds of if you down them, you cannot pick them up or else they stab you and run away. With Nurse's Calling, if you spot a survivor that was recently unhooked and they were healing someone else or healing themselves, you know for a fact, for 100% fact, that survivor has lost that protection. Because the moment they heal themselves or other people, every protection and every sort of endurance goes away. So I've sometimes found myself knowing 100% of the survivor that I just found is no longer safe from these perks, and I can actually focus on them. And if they go down, now they can easily be hooked and I don't have to worry about perks like Decisive Strike. So that's another thing that makes Nurses quite strong. Overall, though, it's best used on killers that can move around the map quickly, that can have unpredictable terror radiuses, and that benefit from finding grouped up survivors, and that really push survivors into a corner if they're all injured. For example, Legion is a killer that being injured against is not a big deal. The gimmick of Legion is that he injures you very easily, but once you're injured, his power is not that strong. But Spirit, on the other hand, or Dredge, on the other hand, they are really dangerous when you're injured because Spirit can hear you very easily and her power becomes very hard to avoid. And for example, the Dredge, his Nightfall happens faster when you're injured. The more people injured, the faster the Nightfall. So these are the killers that really want this sort of perk because they will benefit more from keeping survivors injured And if they don't heal, well, it's a good thing for them anyway, right? Even if this perk doesn't get a lot of value. That's more or less what you're looking at. Be sure to look around the map, not just in front of you. Look around the map thoroughly and look at the HUD to see how many people are injured to make the most out of this perk. Next up, Sloppy Butcher, a natural pair with a Nurse's Calling for the reasons that we explained earlier. This perk has basically, it's 2.5 effects. Yeah, 2 effects. Okay. Number 1, healing becomes slower for the person that you've applied it to. Number 2, if they stop the healing process, they slowly or actually quite rapidly lose progress. So if they heal to 50%, but then they have to reposition themselves because, I don't know, a zombie pushes them out against Nemesis, or you put them into Madness tier 3 and they cannot heal, or you chase them and they have to move for a bit. Anything that will interrupt them will make their healing quickly regress back to 0. And then on top of that, Sloppy Butcher has a unique benefit of making the blood that they leave on the ground appear a bit more frequently, making it a little bit easier for you to track them if you're going by the blood. This is not a bad thing. Now, let's talk about the immediate downside of Sloppy Butcher, okay? The one thing that makes this perk not good. It only applies on basic attacks. That means that if you down someone with your chainsaw, doesn't apply. If you catch someone with your trap, doesn't apply unless you hit them out of your trap. If you grab someone out of a locker, doesn't apply. If you get it, right? So there are a variety, even though this perk is very accessible and it can honestly be good on anyone, there is a variety of killers that do not apply it very consistently and you might not want to use them. There's also many killers that have a very similar effect based on their add-ons. For example, the Wraith has an add-on named, don't ask me what it's named right now, that applies pretty much the exact same debuff as Sloppy Butcher, and they don't stack. Status effects, they do not stack. Having 2 hemorrhages or having 2 mangles, they do not make the healing any slower. So Sloppy Butcher, you might not want to run on killers that have those add-ons. You might prefer those add-ons instead. And you might not want to run on killers that primarily down with their special attacks. On everybody else, it is nice. And on a few killers, it is very, very nice. As we explained earlier, there are a few killers like Spirit, like Dredge, that have innate advantages to survivors staying injured. Dredge gets more Nightfall faster and becomes more powerful. The Spirit has an easier time tracking you. And there's a few other killers like this that really appreciate that. The Hag, for example, is another example of a killer that always hits with a basic attack. Even when she teleports and hits you, that's a basic attack. And if you're injured against the Hag, moving around the map is really dangerous. You step on a trap at the wrong time, bam. Instead of being injured and repositioned into safety, now you're down and possibly in basement or inside her little messed up web of traps. So a lot of killers appreciate this. The more M1 centric and the more that benefit from people being injured, the better this perk typically is. There are a couple things about this perk that we could talk about that make it nice. The nastiest thing about this perk is the fact that it turns a normal 16-second heal into a 20-second heal that cannot be interrupted. That's important. And it turns slower heals, like for example, those from Self-Care or those from a Merkit, into very slow self-heals. A self-heal that would be 30 seconds is now 40 seconds. A self-heal that would be 40 seconds is now 50 seconds. That is nasty, 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 nasty. At its best, this perk can keep survivors injured in such a way that they do not have the right person to go for the unhook, that they let you run away with the game and constantly harass generators, and so on and so forth. But let's also talk about some of the downsides of this perk. The first one is duration. This perk lasts for 90 seconds, and sadly with Visual, it can run out faster. Visual is a perk from the survivor side that speeds up the rate of this perk. Sometimes you could down a survivor, and by the time they get unhooked and they walk a little bit and they start healing, this perk will run out. That can happen. Another thing to keep in mind is that there are some perks that can heal you automatically that ignore these debuffs. And skill checks can also ignore this. If a survivor uses a medkit with a great skill check build, or if they have something like Autodidact or similar, they can hit a few skill checks and the speed debuff doesn't matter so much because skill checks do a flat percentage amount that basically doesn't care about healing speed, right? So there are some ways survivors can play around this. And once again, do not run this on a killer that if survivors just stay injured, you're going to suffer. You want to run this on a killer where if survivors stay injured, that is also a desirable outcome. Overall, a strong perk, but at the higher levels, you really need to know who to run it on. Some of the killers that I mentioned earlier are some of the best candidates. Surge. Surge is a very similar perk to Sloppy Butcher. It only triggers based on your basic attacks. It's funny that it comes from the Demogorgon, who is a killer that does special attacks half the time or more. So yeah, this is not a perk that you can use on Nurse. This is not a perk that you can use on Billy. This is not a perk that you can use on any killer that is going to primarily down with their special attack. However, unlike Sloppy Butcher, it does work on some killers that do not injure you with basic, but down you with basic attack. What do I mean by this? For example, the Legion. The Legion nearly always injures you with their special attack, but then has to finish you off, typically, there's some exceptions, but has to finish you off with a basic attack. The Ghoul, same thing. He normally injures you with his Tentacle, but his Kagune, but then he has to down you with a normal basic attack, right? All of these killers and any normal regular M1 killer, they benefit from Surge quite a bit. Surge is basically an area of effect. Anytime you down a survivor with a basic attack, every gen in the vicinity, even if there's 3 of them, all of them will take 8% damage and critically keep regressing afterwards. Now, I'm already going to tell you that this perk can go anywhere from to nice to wow, okay? Let's talk about the situations where this perk doesn't help you so much. If you happen to play on a very large map where the gens are extremely spread out, and every time you choose a survivor, they just take you to a corner of the map where the gens are already done, this perk does nothing. If you play against survivors that are really smart and they hop into a locker when they're injured, you know that they're going to go down, but before they go down, they hop into a locker. You have to pull them out of the locker, and this perk doesn't trigger, unfortunately. And there's a few other situations where this perk, sadly, it's not enough. You down a survivor, it damages a gen that's 99%, but by the time you pick up the survivor and you hook them, they've already finished that gen anyway. So sometimes it can feel like this perk isn't enough. But there's also times when this perk does a little bit of help and it helps tie the whole match together. Say, for instance, that you are playing Ghostface and you sneak up on a survivor next to a gen. You fully expose them with your power, and you down them with your knife attack, which is a basic attack. Normally, you would now have to waste a little bit of time hooking the survivor, kicking the generator, and then going away. Now, because you have Surge, you don't have to worry about the generator being kicked. You can immediately hook and go away. You could even hook far away on your way out a little bit, and then forget about that gem for a little while. It probably will lose some progress, maybe a lot of progress if no one gets back on it. And it makes it basically automatic for you to kick the gens and saves you probably quite a bit of time. And because you don't have to interact with the generator, you also do not have the risk of maybe kicking a gen that has a trap on it, like Blast Mine, that can explode and blind you, right? Keep in mind that Surge, unfortunately, does not apply other perks. If you down a survivor and you have Pop Goes the Weasel, Surge will not apply Pop Goes the Weasel. That typically can only be applied with a normal kick. So yeah. You will not apply other perks, but you will keep gens around you regressing. Now, there are a couple scenarios where this perk really pops off, and I mean really pops off. Number one, you happen to play on a map that is very small and stacked on top of itself with multiple floors, such as Saloon, such as Gideon, or Midwich. In these maps, you can sometimes down a survivor in the middle of the map and hit like 4 gens around you. And constantly be damaging gens and hearing people scream and getting information on gens, because you do get some blood points when a gen gets damaged from this perk. You get some blood points on the top right of your screen, which lets you know, oh my god, there's a gen nearby. That's a little bit of information as well. So in maps like this that are really small and really condensed, this perk can do so much damage. And there's also a few situations where it could be a really good idea for a survivor team to be aggressively altruistic, and this perk punishes them very severely. There are some situations where if survivors have adrenaline, or if they have unbreakable, if they have perks to bounce back and recover health states, they might throw themselves at you to protect the teammate that is very vulnerable. So when you're chasing that one guy that's really close to dying, suddenly a Claudette shows up and you have to down her, and suddenly a Jake shows up and he takes 2 hits and you have to down him, and then they pop the last gen, and then they all get up and then they all run away and you are left there looking like a fool. With Surge, that sort of multiple people going down, it is so punishing for them. Because this perk, you might have noticed, has no cooldown or restriction on multiple people going down. If the survivors make the mistake of going down next to a gen in any way, or they try to do some play where they take the down and then they finish the gen, they are going to find themselves in a really bad spot, because you can down 1, -8, down 2, -16, third one shows up, down them, -24. That gen that was nearly done, now it's a quarter of the way back and regressing afterwards. So this perk can also help in situations like that. They're not very common, but when they happen, you will be very, very happy that you have this perk. The ultimate thing that holds Search back is that most of the strong killers in the game down you with their special attacks. And some of the weaker killers in the game, they prefer to have more automatic perks that work in the background regardless of distance. So this perk is a little bit of a comfy, nice perk. I do think it's a really nice perk to unlock and have it, but it's not the strongest and it's not the easiest to use, and it's not the most universal to use. For example, on Huntress, you wouldn't really want Search because you're not going to attack with your basic attack. So you might prefer something like Deadlock, which we talked about earlier, but it is overall a really, really solid perk still. And one of the only enemies of it is really the amount of distance between the gens on some of the larger maps in the game. Next up, Pentimento. Oh my god, this perk barely fits on the screen. It's really, really big. Do not be alarmed. This perk is really not that complicated, okay? Basically, anytime a survivor breaks a totem, either a dull totem, the ones that don't do anything really, or one of your hexes, typically, you now have the ability to walk up to that totem. It will be highlighted in white to let you know that it's available, and you can basically use your necromantic abilities to revive it. When you revive it, it's not a normal totem, or it's not your previous hex totem, it's a new totem called Hex Pentimento. Hex Pentimento basically slaps every survivor in the game with a pretty respectable -20% efficiency or rate of healing and repairs. Now, to give you an idea of how bad that is, if a generator takes 90 seconds with the -20%, it's not exactly like this, but you're adding another 16 or so seconds to it. That is a pretty big deal. That is not something you can ignore. If you leave this unchecked for the survivors, it is nasty. It also stacks with other types of debuffs. So for example, if you have Sloppy Butcher and this add-on, and this effect, you will make the healing unbearably slow. Now, one thing that's important is that some effects like this, if they stack together, they do not stack at full strength. So it will not have a -500 healing speed or anything like that. Don't think this is insane, but it is nasty. Anything that slows down survivors is nasty. Anything that slows down gen is really good for you. I'm telling you that if gens were 20% slower by default, you would win pretty much every single killing game in your life, and it would make every other gen slowdown perk horrendous. And guess what? This perk is often wrong with that. So what happens if survivors do this multiple times? You can rekindle additional Pentimentos. If you have one totem, you will have this effect, but the more totems that you keep alive, the stronger the effect goes. As you can see here, it goes from 20 to 24, 28, 32. Honestly, you don't really care about having multiple totems. One is enough. The nice thing about having multiple totems from Pentimento is that they have to cleanse now 2 of them to get back to having no debuff. So yeah, setting up multiple is a good idea, but even the effect of just one is out of the pretty crippling. So what is the typical case use for Hex Pentimento? Should you run this perk on its own? No. This perk on its own will see basically 0 use, because survivors often do not have any incentive to cleanse and destroy totems, and you yourself cannot cleanse your own totems. We'll explain a little bit of how you can actually do it later with a very rare perk, but that will be at the end of the list. So what typically you want to do with this perk is pair it with other hexes. Not 1, not 2, often 3 other hexes, or at least 2. And the idea is that you're going to have hexes that are really strong, really annoying, really, really, really time consuming. And when the survivors have destroyed one of them, you're going to replace it with a Pentimento. And now the survivors have this incredibly awkward situation where they either have to deal with the 20% on gens and do gens, which is awful, or go back to the totems and do more totems, which is again, time consuming. And the saddest part is that many times survivors will not have full coordination. They will be playing with friends without comms, or worse, they'll be playing solo queue with random players, and there's no way for them to communicate anything, right? So for example, if Dwight goes to the main building and cleanses Ruin, and now you replace it with Pentimento, and now you chase Dwight, the rest of the team, if they're not paying attention and do not look at the notifications that happen when you cleanse a totem, the little visual, they might have no idea where that Pentimento is. So they might do gens very slowly, or worse, they might go around the map looking for it, not finding it, wasting even more and more and more and more time. Right? And remember, you have multiple hexes, so when they get your other hex, you're going to do the same thing. And this can result in matches that are genuinely unbelievably stacked against survivors. A really, really good team of survivors can maybe delay the first down a lot and play super tactically and be amazing in chase, never go down, maybe even cleanse the first totem perfectly, even with Thrill the Hunt, making it 30 seconds to cleanse it. And maybe they could run a perk called Counterforce, which is starting to get a bit of popularity because that person with Counterforce can cleanse totems increasingly faster. And Counterforce can get extra stacks with Pentimento. It can go beyond the usual 5 and make them do totems in like 5 seconds. So if they have someone like that, they can try to battle this. But for the most part, the average group of survivors is going to be very, very hard pressed to keep up with the amount of totems that they need to do. Needless to say, Pentimento is insanely good with Thrill of the Hunt. Whenever you revive a Thrill of the Hunt, whenever you revive a totem that is not Thrill of the Hunt, if Thrill of the Hunt is still active, you will now have 5 totems again. So the way Thrill of the Hunt works is that it makes totems slower and it gets weaker the less totems there are. But guess what? If you have Undying, Thrill, and Penti, the first totem is going to be Undying, and then you're going to relight it, and now instead of having 4 tokens, they have 5 again. So they will have to go through the full 30 seconds or so slowdown of Thrill the Hunt, and doing multiple 30 seconds totems, which remember, can be interrupted, and if you get interrupted, you lose all of the progress, is one of the most annoying and horrible things that you can do to a person in this game. So yeah. Pentimento gets all of its strengths from running it alongside several other hexes, really powerful hexes. You can run Ruin, Undying, Thrill, Penti. You can run Devour, Ruin, Undying, Penti. You can run any combination of the strong ones, and the survivors will have to deal with at least one of their really, really awful effects. Okay, yeah. A couple other things to talk about that I'm being reminded of right now. You cannot keep, this is important, maybe it's not obvious. You cannot keep reviving totems indefinitely. Totems can be revived one time and that's it. So if the survivors are affected by the perk, they will see a red debuff and they can see the totems from a bit of a distance through walls to help them find them a little easier, which is nice. And if you, for whatever reason, manage to make the survivors cleanse 5 totems, which is pretty much impossible. It's pretty much impossible unless you have, Haunted Ground or Plaything, something that can create multiple totems. If you somehow convince them to cleanse 5 totems and you light them all up at the same time without any of them being gone, then all of the totems get permanently locked. This I've done like twice in my whole life. Forget about that part of this perk. It's really not that important. Just having 1 or 2 totems throughout the match here and there is oddly enough to make this perk extremely, extremely nasty. Even more so on killers that can have powers to interrupt people off gens. Doctor by making them scream. Artist by throwing birds at the totems and then throwing a second bird to damage someone on it. All of these killers can make this really good. In reality though, this type of build already works best. It's a bit sad to admit it, but it already works best on the strongest killers in the game. Killers that can chase you anywhere, killers that can down you at unpredictable times, and killers that have the mobility to keep an eye on their totems on and off throughout the match while they're still massacring survivors. The Hex train does not have breaks. We're talking about more hexes. And Hex Devour Hope is the first of the 3-star perks. You're going to see that 3-star perks are good, but they have a bit more weakness, or they only work on one killer, or they have a whole build around them to support them. But I'm going to tell you already, Devour Hope is a perk from the Hag. The Hag has also got Ruin and Third Seal, 2 other amazing perks. You should definitely unlock the Hag when you have a minute. If you want to know which killers you want to unlock first as a new player, go to otstarba.com. I have a little place there that tells you which are the most important. And yeah, Devour Hope, if you allow this perk to set up and activate, it suddenly shoots up to be the best perk in the game. It is a perk that will, if allowed to grow stronger, immediately put a new lose condition on the survivors, which very few other perks have done so far. There's not been any perk right now that can easily, on its own, win the game if the survivors ignore it. This one is it. This perk has an insane ability to pop off and destroy survivors, but unfortunately, it is a hex perk. It spawns at the start of the game, which means that someone could be right on top of it, and if it's cleansed, it immediately stops doing anything. For that reason, you want to run this perk as a bit of a Hail Mary, as a bit of a, if it works, great, if not, okay. Or you want to pair it with other hexes so that cleansing this becomes a bit of a juggling act that the survivors have to figure out. One of the best perks to run with this is Undying. If you have Undying and Devour Hope gets cleansed, you will have another shot at keeping it. It's like you have 2 Devour Hopes, and Thrill the Hunt can be good. And also other hexes too. If you have Devour Hope by itself, it will be more vulnerable, but it will also be more unexpected because survivors might not realize there's any hex going on, and suddenly when this perk has its effect come into play, they might really have a hard time finding it. So let's explain what it does. Devour Hope is a perk that gets stronger and stronger and gains new effects whenever it gains tokens. You gain tokens not by hooking people, but by letting them be unhooked. So the first thing that you have to do with Devour Hope is hook a survivor and step out of the way and let them be unhooked. If they get unhooked outside of the range and you're far enough, you will get a token. Unfortunately, if they unhook right away, it's not going to work. Unfortunately, if they die on the hook, it's not going to work, although that's a pretty good case scenario. And unfortunately, if they unhook themselves, there are a few perks that can allow them to do this, like, for example, Adam's perk Deliverance. It also doesn't give you a token. So if you're really far and a survivor gets off the hook and you didn't get a token, it might be because they unhook themselves. Watch out, right? But in most situations, it's not super hard to do this. Just make sure you don't hook the survivor in the middle of the map, because then you're not going to be able to move around the middle. Hook them in a little corner, hook them in a little place that you don't really care about, and then leave, go back to the action, and by the time they unhook, bam, you get a token. When you get 2 tokens, you start getting a new effect every time you hook people. You get a haste of, let me get it, 5% for 10 seconds. This is a cute thing. It's not insane. I personally noticed this quite a bit. With many killers, you generally hook a survivor, move on to the next one, and in 10 seconds, after the hook, you start getting the haste, and it can help you a little bit. It can get you a hit. It can get you closer to a survivor, force them to drop a pallet that they would have otherwise gotten a little bit more time out of. So that's nice, but it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. What really starts to pressure survivors is when you get 3 tokens. When you get 3 tokens, the next time you hit a survivor with a basic attack, it will instantly down them and reveal the perk. Now, this is very critical, okay? Unlike Know It, Devour Hope cannot be hidden. If you're playing a killer like Huntress and you down a survivor with your hatchet, even if you technically didn't use Devour Hope, if it's active at 3 stacks, every survivor in the map is going to get a pop-up telling them, hey, you're hexed, Devour Hope, which means that next time you get hit, insta-down. And then, if they weren't already, they're going to really start searching for it. So be ready for that eventuality. So this perk, whenever you get 3 tokens, you will not be able to hide. Unless you manage to down a survivor right before you get the 3rd token, or if you grab them. If you grab them out of a locker or during an animation, which sometimes you can kind of like engineer, right? Maybe you're playing clown, survivor's going to a pallet, you throw a bottle, you slow them down, stupid them, they evolve the window or the pallet, now you grab them, haha, now they don't know about the Devour Hope. You could try to delay a little bit. It's quite important for them not to know that you have this perk until it's really ready to kill them. And yeah, insta-downing is awesome and super dangerous, but if you somehow manage to get 5 tokens, you now unlock the ability to instantly mori any survivor that is in front of you on the ground, no matter how many times they've been hooked. This is a huge deal. Ideally, you could have hooked Survivor A twice, Survivor B twice, Survivor C once, and then now you find Survivor D that is 0 hooks. You down them instantly with the 3rd token effect, and then you just mori them, which is awesome. And that's why this perk can single-handedly win you the game. Now, let's not be naive. Most of the time, survivors, when they get to 3 or 4 tokens, they're going to start to really look for the survivor for the totem of Devour, and they might even take some drastic measures. They might let a survivor hit stage 2. They might let a survivor die on the hook to not give you the 5th token. So you need to be ready for a little bit of a tug of war where you want them to unhook, but they don't want to unhook. And they want to unhook, but they're not going to do it until they've gotten rid of the totem. One of the weirdest things about Devour Hope is that, unlike other hexes, which are typically always lit up and always turn off when they're inactive, Devour Hope has this weird thing even when it's alive, you will see it turn off, and it will turn on when you are outside the range to let you know that, hey, you're outside the range. So I would heavily advise you to play a couple private games with custom match with bots and look at the way Devour Hope works to help you understand exactly when it is active. One of the most awkward things that can happen to you is that you run Devour with 3 other hexes, and they cleanse a hex that is not Devour, and you think your Devour is gone because it's off. So pay attention to your other hexes, which are typically easier to see when they're on and off, and pay attention to everything in your build to make sure you understand when this perk is active, because it can be a bit confusing. Take a little bit of time to acquaint yourself with that, to make sure that you don't think this perk is gone when it's not. Even I sometimes, at a quick glance, have a hard time telling. But either way, this is a really powerful perk for obvious reasons. But we've already explained some of the weaknesses. I'm going to tell you some of the other weaknesses. Allowing survivors to unhook without any sort of friction or pressure is such a nice guy thing to do. One of the worst things that can happen to you as a Devour Hope user is that you hook a survivor, you let them unhook and heal safely, then you hook another survivor, you let them unhook and heal safely, you hook a 3rd survivor, okay, you don't even care which survivor it is because you're hoping for Devour Hope, you let them unhook and heal safely, and then when you're feeling, yo, I'm very strong, insta-down, then they cleanse the totem. And now there's 2 gens left, and now no one's dead on hook. All the survivors are in a pretty good state. Maybe some of them hook once, but who cares, right? They can just wait it out. And the next 2 gens are going to fly, and you're going to have no pressure on them, and you are a fool. Sometimes, even with Devour Hope, you want to run into the hook. You want to force a trade. You want to put every survivor in a bad spot. You want to interrupt an unhook that happens really, really soon after it happens so that they don't get the heal and they're constantly scrambling away trying to get their bearings on. So yeah, be smart about this perk. Do not over-rely on it. Think of it as a nice little bonus. If it happens, it happens. And do not do the thing that some killers do, please, for the love of God, where you hook a survivor, you step exactly... You count the steps 32 meters away, and then you look at them like this. And you check your watch. And then when they get unhooked, you go, back to it. If you do that, it is incredibly obvious. And you can give away your own perk. Not many survivors pay attention, but the ones that do will see it coming. So, yeah, be a little bit smart, and this perk can be one of your best friends. Naturally, because this perk insta-downs with your basic attack, you would think that this perk would be best utilized on a killer that has nice mobility, that can get quick downs, but that uses their basic attack to down, such as, for example, Singularity or the Spirit. These are some of the best users for this perk, true. But the truth is, you can give this to anyone. You can give this to anyone. Against a Trapper, this perk is nasty. You can trap the Hex if you find it. Against Nurse, this perk is not as immediately threatening because she doesn't have an insta-down, because she uses her power to down you. But guess what? It's still really dangerous. And if you get to 5 tokens, it's still just as deadly. So you can pretty much use this perk on any Hex build, on any killer, and it can have a chance to win you the game still. So keep that in mind when you use it. Next up, we have Hex Wretched Fate. It's a really unique Hex with a fairly strong effect, but that suffers from a little bit of the usual Hex-related RNG luck thingies. But don't let that fool you. It is a very strong perk on its own right. Unlike most other hexes, which appear at the start of the game, or that appear when you do specific things, this is a perk that's actually activated by the survivors themselves. It activates and takes over a dual inactive totem, one of the 5 around the map, or less if you have others, other hexes. It appears on one of these hexes, one of these duels, and turns it into a hex. And basically, for the rest of the match, if left unchecked, applies a very significant debuff to one of the survivors. One of the survivors, the one that's the obsession, you can tell they're the obsession because they have the little entity claws around them, they will be slapped with a 33% gen slowdown. Oh, that's so bad. That is really bad. That turns a 90-second gen into a 2-minute gen. If that survivor, for whatever reason, has to be the gen jockey of the team, you are putting them in a really awkward situation where they cannot do gens at a acceptable rate, and their teammates are going to die, and they're still going to be working on the last couple of gens. So yeah, it is a very, very nasty, one of the nastiest repair speed debuffs. Unfortunately, as of a certain patch that happened recently, you cannot stack debuff speeds massively. If you have, for example, Wretched Fate and Pentimento at the same time, unfortunately, Wretched Fate will do 33%, but Pentimento will do half. It will do 10% only. It's still good, but it's not insanely powerful together. So this perk works as a good slowdown on its own. As a singular hex, it's really not that strong. A survivor could cleanse it really quickly. As you can see, the totem is revealed in a short distance to the obsession, who could quickly find it and cleanse it, and it's just a 12-second cleanse. So at its worst, it's a minor inconvenience. At its best, it is nasty slowdown, and just like every other decent or strong hex perk, it pairs well with other hexes because it turns the survivor's strategy into a bit of a goose chase where they have to go after different hexes and they don't know which one's which. So you have this with Pentimento, you have this with Undying, you have this with Ruin, and you're going to have constant totem cleanses, and sometimes survivors really running around like headless chickens, not knowing what they're doing. Now, let's talk about some of the ways to make this perk really stick and really hard. Number one, do not allow multiple gens to be done at the same time. Because this perk triggers when the first gen gets done, if you chase one survivor, maybe in a bit of a clumsy way for 2 minutes at the start of the game, and then 3 gens pop at the same time, this perk is useless. If 3 gens pop at the same time, it doesn't matter that the obsession is a bit slower on gens. There's only 2 gens left, and anyone can do them, you know? The obsession can come and take hits and be the healer or unhooker of the group, and it wouldn't really matter. At that point, you've already lost half your gens, and this perk is kind of useless. You want to make sure that either your chases or your other perks, you're using your tools to make sure that gens are done one at a time and at great cost to the survivors. So having something like Deadlock, having something like Corrupt, having something like Tinkerer to make sure that every gen is interrupted, make use of these tools and your own intuition to ensure that survivors do not just pop 3 gens at the same time, right? That can really make it powerful. And if you also have information perks to find non-obsession survivors or survivors in general faster, and you can make sure that that they are forced to do certain actions and forced to heal, this can also be really nasty. If the obsession has to do gen slower, but also is the only person that can go for the rescue, and it can put survivors in a really bad spot. You find the obsession, you do not commit to them, you hit them, now they cannot go for the rescue, they have to be on gens, or they need to have a heal, and you basically need to create situations where the obsession being a slow gen doer is going to be a massive deal for the team. The opposite, however, is true. You can undermine this perk and make it really, really weak and useless if you chase the obsession, or if one of your perks turns someone that you don't want into the obsession. Unfortunately, if you tunnel someone aggressively, aka try to hook them repeatedly after the first hook, they can hit you with a perk called Will to Live or Decisive Strike, and that turns them into the obsession. So now the survivor that you want to kill is the one affected by this perk. Ideally, you want to make sure that your perks and your playstyle is not going to create an obsession or in front of you or make you end up chasing the obsession. So be sure to try to factor that in. At the end of the day, however, you can also just run this perk as your 4th perk and put a bunch of other stupid hexes on the menu and let the survivors sort it out. More often than not, the slowdown that all of these perks give you will be good enough on its own. Next up, Bamboozle. This perk has 2 effects. The first one's not the one that most people think about, but they should. It makes you vault windows a little bit faster. Vaulting a window, I think, is like a 2-point-something second deal for the killer. It's normally something that survivors can do way faster than you. So if there's a strong window and survivors vault it and go around and vault it and go around, it's normally not a good idea to try to just vault it. You need to do some kind of mind game around it. But sometimes you have to follow through. And if you follow through and you vault a bit faster, that can make the difference. But the nicest thing about Bamboozle is that the last window that you vault becomes blocked for 16 seconds, essentially making it impossible for the survivor to use it repeatedly. There are many, many windows that you could follow a survivor through, survivor vaults it, follow a survivor through, survivor vaults it, then follow a survivor through, survivor vaults it a third time. And when you vault a window a third time, it typically blocks itself by the entity. But if they are a bit lucky and the game loses the chase, which can happen under some circumstances, they could vault a window many, many times. And it can be annoying, really crippling. Some windows are so strong that even if you try to go side to side, the survivors can just vault it safely every single time. With Bamboozle, all of that is put to rest. You vault the window once, the window gets blocked, and the survivor has to do something. They have to either drop a pallet, go to a different window, move to a different side, or at least take a hit right there and then and make distance to somewhere else. That is really good on a variety of killers, but also not necessary on some others. I'm going to tell you which killers you don't need this perk on, and pay close attention. There are some killers that are naturally really good at dealing with windows. For example, the Nurse or the First, aka Henry Creel from Stranger Things Chapter 2. These killers, if they see you vault a window in front of them, they will use their power, and while you're locked in animation, they will aim where you're landing and either teleport there and hit you, Nurse, or place the vine attack from the ground in front of you and hit you anyway. Many ranged killers can do this. Some of these killers, they go entire matches without vaulting a window. Whenever you play the killer, especially if you feel like you're playing them well, ask yourself, do I vault a window many times? If the answer is I vault windows once or twice per game, never run Bamboozle. It's useless. The average killer does not benefit from Bamboozle an extreme amount. It can be a nice way to turn Shack into a much easier job and force the pallet to come down earlier. It can be a nice way to deal with some of the strong tiles like jungle gyms, where normally a good survivor can chain the window a few times or chain it into something else and it's a bit of a headache. It can be a good way to maybe turn a TL wall into a slightly easier thing to deal with. It can be okay, but it's not the most insane chase perk in the game. The killers that really benefit from Bamboozle, and the reason why this perk is relatively high in the list, are the killers that have some kind of anti-pallet, that punish survivors from dropping pallets early, and especially killers that have insta-down, where windows are a natural, renewable source of stall. When you have a killer like Myers, when you have a killers like Bubba, the Cannibal, a killer like Hillbilly, once these guys have shred through the pallets, which they will really quickly sometimes, the only thing that's keeping you alive is maybe vaulting a strong window a couple times. The fact that they can vault it, block it, and destroy you is a huge deal. Don't forget that some killers already have natural faster vault. For example, Myers vaults a bit faster than normal. And you can stack this perk with other fast vaulting perks or add-ons, like the Self-Destruct Bolt on Xenomorph, for some fun effects, but it's not a super important thing to do. On these killers, this perk is honestly quite nice. It can have a bit of a downside. For one, it makes you predictable. Many times I play against a Cannibal or a Hillbilly, I already know they have Bamboozle. Like, I can already guess. They go to Shack, I'm not even in Shack, I'm just going around it, and they immediately vault the window. And I see it coming, and I guess it, and I immediately run somewhere else, and they're wasting their own time. So do not be too predictable. Just because you have Bamboozle does not mean you have to use it every time. Sometimes you don't need to. And try not to reveal the perk too early. If you hit a survivor through a window and they go down, walk around the window and pick them up. Don't go through the window. Do not let them know, and sometimes the entire team know, that you have Bamboozle. Save it as a bit of a surprise, right? But at the right time, vaulting the window, blocking it, forcing the survivor to drop a pallet or go somewhere else that's worse, and sometimes getting instantly down with your chainsaw, that's what makes Bamboozle ultimately so good. It also removes a lot of skill expression around survivors that would otherwise run you on the same window many times. So it's a bit of a comfy perk. Try not to rely on it too much. Next up, we have Unforeseen, one of the many perks that can make you undetectable, and it has an incredibly simple trigger condition, one that you probably were already doing a bunch of time. This is the kind of perk that even if you are completely new to the game and you don't know what you're doing half the time, since your opponents will also be pretty new, you can catch them off guard with it. It is a very low maintenance, it's not a very complex perk that requires crazy amounts of planning on your side. But if you do plan around it, it will be even stronger. Kicking a generator with this perk active will give you 30 seconds of undetectable, which is a crazy amount. Remember, undetectable, no red light in front of you, no heartbeat to announce that you're coming. It quickly shrinks into nothing. And also, you are invisible to any perk from the survivor side that would reveal your location, or any effects that would reveal your location. This is a big deal, especially when it lasts for 30 seconds. And the terror radius that you normally would have is instead applied to the generator, and it gets like a standard 32 meter terror radius. That second part is not very important, but it does have some implications. For example, if a survivor wants to touch that generator and you have unnerving presence, they might get difficult skill checks or harder skill checks. If they are healing near it, they will get affected by Coulrophobia, which works on the terror. So it applies terror radius perks and terror radius effects, which is gimmicky and fun. And more importantly, it scares people off. It scares people off. Now, a smart survivor will probably figure this out quickly, but a survivor that is not so experienced, they might walk towards a teammate on the hook. They don't realize that you kick a generator nearby, and they see the terror radius get stronger and stronger, and they go, "Ooh, wait, I don't want to go. Wait, the killer's there. Wait, guys, wait, hold up. Let's think this through." And in all of this time, they're wasting time, and in this meanwhile, you are undetectable, maybe catching them or somebody else off guard, right? So why is Unforeseen so good? Number one, you can apply it with other perks that also naturally occur when kicking generators, like Nowhere to Hide, Eruption, Call of Duty, Call of Brine, Pop Goes the Weasel. We've already talked about a few of them. So this is a nice perk to slot into a build that is all about gen kicks, if that's your style. And number two, it makes kicking a generator give you a bit of a reason to actually do it. We've explained earlier that kicking generators on its own is a bit of a gamble. If no one touches that generator for a long time and you have good pressure on the survivors, that could do a lot of damage. But if everyone else is fine doing other gens and you're just dropping a chase to kick a gen, you're not really doing anything. That gen is a bit slower, but every other gen is going to get done. Your next chase is going to take longer. Maybe you lost the scratch marks on a survivor, now you don't find anyone. You're slowly but surely losing the game. With Unforeseen, you can kick a gen, even if you're not too sure about whether or not it's a good idea, and then take some weird route, maybe follow some unusual path so that you don't get spotted, and have a pretty good chance to catch the next survivor completely unaware. At this point, if you're a normal killer, you can get a free hit, and that saves you a lot of time on chase. And if you're someone like the Cannibal, you might be able to get a full down with your Chenso. That's where this perk gets really, really strong. Unlike some of the other perks that we'll talk about later that give you undetectable, this one is not as obvious to tell and can really catch survivors off guard. God forbid they find themselves in an indoor map, and then you are kicking gens every now and then and becoming really difficult to track, really difficult to call out. Working on every gen that doesn't have great visibility is a really risky endeavor now. So yeah, it's really, really nice. It also pairs extremely well with perks like Nurse's Calling. Nurse's Calling, as we saw earlier, is a perk that works within your terror radius range, more or less, 32 meters. And needless to say, if survivors hear you coming, they will stop healing. But if survivors are playing against a non-stealth killer, they do not expect you to be that close, and they do not... they might heal in a position where they think they're safe, and you might be able to catch them. It's basically a really great way to make a non-stealth powerful, hard-hitting killer into a possible stealth killer. Needless to say, Unforeseen, you don't need it on Wraith, you don't need it on Ghostface, you don't need it on killers that are already naturally stealthy. It is a little bit redundant on them, but otherwise it is a very, very strong perk. And if it gives you one free hit or one free down per game, which it often will, that's already worth a perk slot. Friends, till the end, a very complex perk that has myriad ways of being stronger than it might seem, and a few of being weaker as well. It's one of my favorite perks of the game. And let me blow my nose real quick and explain why I like it so much. Okay, so what does this perk do? This perk triggers every single time you hook a survivor. Already, if you're playing someone like Pyramid Head that doesn't hook all the time, sometimes you cage, or if you're playing someone like Sadako and you plan on not hooking anyone, just kill them with your Condemn, this perk is not for you. This perk is best on killers, most of the killers are like this, that hook survivors normally. And what's going to happen depends on whether the survivor that you're hooking is the obsession or not. Most survivors are not the obsession, so let's focus on what happens when you hook a survivor that is not the obsession. When you hook a survivor that is not the obsession, the current obsession will be affected by an exposed status effect for 20 seconds. That means that unless they have a perk like Visual that can make it shorter by a little bit, if you catch them within the next 20 seconds, they instantly go down. And you also see their aura for half the time, 10 seconds. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. Just like with Barbecue, we have explained that being able to hook a survivor and waste 0 time going for the next chase is one of the best things that you can do as a killer. One of the most tragic things that can happen to you as a killer is you hook a survivor, it was a great chase, but now you spend 20 seconds going around the map, you find no one, you waste your time. With Friends Till the End, you are nearly guaranteed to find someone and have a good idea where they are. And it does not have a distance condition. So if the obsession is 5 meters away from you or 500 meters away from you, you will see them all the same. This is obviously very exploitable for killers that can teleport. If you play this on Freddy, the Nightmare, you can see the obsession across the map, teleport to their gen, and if they're not careful, you might catch them within those 20 seconds and bam, instant down. And guess what? When you hook, the effects keep going. Now, what happens if you hook the obsession? If you hook the obsession will instead move to a different survivor, and that survivor will scream. This can trigger several perks that happen when you interrupt survivors. So for example, if you have Deadman Switch on a gen and someone screams, guess what? Now they accidentally let go of the gen, so now the gen gets blocked for 35 seconds. So that can go. This can work really well with DMS. And even though you won't see their aura, you will see like a little scream icon letting you know their approximate location. Changing the obsession also has some innate benefits for you as a killer. For example, if you have Play With Your Food, you can now get its effect of giving you extra speed off of multiple people. And you will never have a situation where the obsession is the person on the hook and you cannot use it on them. You will always have someone that you can use it on. So that's great. There's a few other interactions, but those are some of the most important ones. The most important one, however, as we'll see, is the one that comes with Furtive Chase that we'll talk about next. So yeah, basically, this is a perk that will show you the obsession, and if the obsession's hooked, show you someone else. The best thing about this perk is that it makes people scream, it gives you their location, it catches them off guard. On quick stealth killers like Wraith, or on killers that can teleport, the insta-down is very significant and can occasionally really multiply your pressure. On killers like Nurse, the insta-down is really not important. You cannot use it with her power, but even then, the information's okay. And it is quite good. Unfortunately, this perk has a couple downsides. Needless to say, if you're struggling to get your first hook, this perk does nothing. If you're playing a slower killer, catching up to a survivor across the map and being able to hit them within 20 seconds, this perk, it's not going to help you. You're too slow. You're too slow. Maybe you're playing Hag, and after hooking a survivor, you need to set up a little trap on the ground. It's a bit too slow, right? It can be a little awkward. Not to mention that a really common perk on the survivor side right now is Visual, which makes the exposed status effects last less than 20 seconds. It's more like 12 seconds, which is a lot harder to take advantage of, right? The worst part about this, however, is what happens if the obsession happens to have the perk Self-Preservation. This is the most tragic end to this perk. If you hook a non-obsession and the obsession has Self-Preservation, their aura will not be revealed to you. And even though they do get exposed, you won't see them because they have basically infinite... Whenever... that perk basically counters Friends Till the End completely. They become impossible to find with aura. And they also leave no scratch marks, and they are very hard to track. And even though they are out there and they are exposed, you probably won't know where they are, and it's going to be really hard for you to find them. If you find them and you hook them, the obsession will move on. But if you don't find them, this perk could become kind of useless if that happens. It's not super common, but it is something that can happen. Personally, one thing that I really like about Friends Till the End is that most survivors do not understand the counterplay. The counterplay to this perk by the way, is that if the survivor that is the obsession goes in a locker, they do not get their aura revealed. And if everyone goes into a locker, or anyone that can be the person goes into a locker, they also don't get affected. And believe it or not, this can be really critical. Say, for example, that you're in the end of the game. One survivor's dead, there's only 3 survivors remaining. You down one of them with no it, you down another one with no it, and now you hook one of those survivors. It's possible that the third guy, the one that you're looking for, might scream and become the obsession. But if they go into a locker, they could outplay it. Most survivors, lucky for you, they don't understand this little interaction, and you can use Friends Till the End to clean up very effectively and flush survivors out of hiding at times when they do not expect it. So that's really, really nice. One of the ways, however, that makes Friends Till the End pop off a lot is by combining it with this next perk that we're going to talk about. Next up, we have Furtive Chase, a perk from Ghostface that is not super usable on Ghostface, but it is actually really, 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 really nice. So this perk only triggers when you hook the obsession. Naturally, one second. Apologies, I had a small commitment. So as I was saying, Furtive Chase is a perk that triggers when you hook, but only when you hook the obsession. Now the obsession is one of the 4 survivors. You can tell who the obsession is by looking at the little tentacle claws. Whenever you chase the obsession, by the way, you also hear a specific shilling, like a little high-pitched noise letting you know, in case you didn't notice. And since they are only 25% of the survivor group, this perk has the risk of possibly being kind of useless if you just do not happen to come across the obsession and, you know, you only hook them maybe once by the end game. But do not worry, because we have methods to make sure that you find obsessions or you create your own. So this perk on its own has that risk, but don't worry about it. Whenever you do hook the obsession, for the next 18 seconds, you become undetectable and you get a very noticeable 10% haste speed. Haste basically makes you move faster, and it adds on top of your natural movement speed, which is already faster than survivors. Being undetectable after being hooked is really nice. It makes it a little bit harder for a survivor to see you with Kindred. It makes it a bit harder for a survivor to see you with something like Wiretap as you approach third gen. And if you have a little bit of finesse and a little bit of common sense, you can approach a survivor from an angle that maybe is not incredibly obvious, and they might not see you coming. Maybe you get a free hit, maybe you get a free down if you're lucky enough, right? The really nasty effect is the fact that you get fast, you get haste, and some killers can immediately teleport or immediately zoom out of a hook, and they can benefit from this 10% haste for pretty much the entirety of the 18 seconds. Some killers, by the time they hook and they move, it's already been 18 seconds. Some others can really get into the next chase so quickly. Right? There's also a side effect to this perk that doesn't come into play super often, for reasons that we'll explain, where the person that rescues the obsession becomes the obsession. This is something that you can... This is something really funny, by the way. If you have, for example, the perk Rancor, and you hook the obsession, and then the endgame happens, the person rescuing, you could instantly down them and instantly mori them because they become the obsession. There's some fun things you can do with this. But don't worry, because that's not going to happen very often. What you want to do with Furtive Chase, believe it or not, is to run it with Friends Till the End. These 2 perks, they go hand in hand. You hook the obsession, get the benefit of hooking the obsession, and then you create a new obsession that will reveal their aura. Reveal their location, not their aura. Unless you do a certain thing that we'll explain later. Oh my god, this is getting complicated. And then you go to that person, and then they're your new obsession. So you down them really quickly with your 10% haste, and you hook them and repeat the process. New obsession, go to them, down them quickly, new obsession, go to them, down them quickly, and so on and so forth. This sounds really gimmicky, but there are a few killers that can pull this off in some impressive manners. Michael Myers, for example, crazily benefits from these 2 perks. Even if he has a natural way of insta-downing and he does not really entirely care about the expose from Friends to the End, being able to refresh your power every time you hook someone with the Iridescent Judas Tombstone, I think, allows you to basically keep his power going on infinitely, and the extra speed of 10% on top of his natural launch speed makes him wildly unpredictable. And I've seen some really scary killers with this. I played a bit with it myself. It's pretty nasty. So you want a killer that has that sort of built-in speed that can compound nastily with a 10% haste. Unfortunately, stacking haste together does not work extremely well. It does have a set of diminishing returns. So for example, if you're playing the clown and you get I believe 12% haste from your power, it does not stack with Furtive Chase. So unfortunately, the scope of builds that you can run with this is a little bit limited because of that. You cannot stack it in some crazy way, fun as that would be. But yeah, even being able to be undetectable for a little while at such a critical time, it is a nice effect. Typically, you will want this perk with Friends to the End. You can also add the perk Nemesis from the Oni on top of it, and whenever an obsession changes, you see their aura and they become oblivious for even longer. So that can be a way to make every single hook reveal the aura of someone, regardless of whether they're the obsession or not, if you understand how these perks all three of them work together. Little bit of fun of a gimmick. If you want to play like a hooked roulette, you could play these three perks. I think you will have a bit of fun. Although they are not the most serious of perks, obviously. They're not really affecting slowdown. It's a very, very aggressive sort of build. Dissolution is a really nasty perk. It functions similar to Blood Favour because it is a palette denial sort of perk, and it also triggers when you injure a survivor. However, it triggers at a bit of a delay. This perk makes it so that anytime a survivor does a quick vault over a palette, there's only two types of vaults on a palette, the slow and the quick one. There's no in between. If they hold shift, they do the fast. If they don't hold shift, they do the very, very slow, and they do it silently without making noise. If they do the fast one, they will break the palette immediately. Bam, it just explodes. If you're right there, you can walk right through the palette as it breaks and hit them. So already I can paint you a picture. In a best case scenario, you hit a survivor, they make a bit of distance, they reach a pallet, they drop the pallet, now you go from the other side, and what are they going to do? Slow vault the pallet? If they try to slow vault the pallet, you might be able to get a hit. And if they do the fast, you go right through and you down them. Survivors do get a on-screen red icon letting them know that this perk is in play. They can attempt to play around it, but sometimes there's really not a lot of things that they can do. There's also a few killers that have the ability to go over pallets, and survivors will try to counter that by vaulting through them. For example, if you play Vecna and a survivor drops a pallet, you can fly over the pallet, and guess what? If they vault back, they break it. Similar thing happens with Wesker, similar thing happens with Krasu, similar things happen with Ghoul, and many of these killers like the perk Dissolution for that reason. Now, do be warned, this perk works inside your terror radius through all of it, which means that if a survivor that you're not chasing triggers it somewhere else within your terror radius, you will lose it and go on cooldown. And if you don't have a terror radius because of your natural undetectable from your killer like Ghostface or from a perk, it will not work. For example, this is a perk from the Dredge, and the Dredge himself cannot utilize this perk when he's in Nightfall because he does not have a terror radius. He's basically undetectable, and if the survivor is oblivious, same thing. So this perk, try not to use it mindlessly. It doesn't work great against Freddy. It doesn't work great against Dredge. It doesn't work great against any killer that makes themselves undetectable. So do be careful. But on some of the killers that are really, really annoying and at the top of the tier list, such as Krasu, such as Ghoul, it does remove a little bit of the counterplay that survivors can have, and it punishes people that are clueless and punishes people that do not play in very precise ways. And for that reason, it is placed this high. There's really not a lot else to talk about, but yeah, being able to remove a pallet passively and put the pressure on the survivors is nice. Just do not let this perk play for you. Sometimes a pallet that comes down should be broken right away. If you're chasing someone in shack and they drop the shack pallet, which you cannot really play around, break it. Do not leave it and come back later hoping that you can get use of this perk. Just because you have this perk does not mean you have to use it every single time. And remember that, generally speaking, the smarter the survivor, the harder time you'll have making this work. Next up, we have Scourge Hook, Floods of Rage. This is one of several Scourge Hook perks. Whenever you have at least one of these perks equipped, 4 random hooks in the map randomly will become white and Scourge hooks. And then if you go on those hooks with a survivor, these perks activate. Unlike Pentimento, Floods of Rage does not activate when a survivor is on the hook. It activates when the survivor comes out of the hook. And this is interesting because it's kind of like a reverse barbecue and chili, and it's good in almost all of the same ways. It makes sure that whenever the unhook happens, you don't have a completely clueless moment of not knowing where everybody else is. Now, I'm already going to tell you that this perk, like several other killer perks, like Dissolution, it places a little bit of agency into the survivor's hands. In other words, if you hook a survivor and you're waiting for them to unhook and you don't do anything, you're just waiting for them to unhook, and then they just go 69 seconds without unhooking and they unhook at the last possible millisecond, what have you been doing with your life that whole time? You do not want this perk to be a passive thing, like an active thing that you wait for. You kind of have to create the situations where this perk really helps you. Now, I'm going to walk you through a few ways in which this perk can be useful. There is a perk called Jagged Compass that we're going to talk about later. With Jagged Compass, every single unhook that happens anywhere will be a Floods of Rage, which means that if you get 3 or 4 hooks in the first bit of the game, that's going to be 3 or 4 times where you see everybody's aura except for the person being unhooked. Being able to see everybody's aura, even if it's brief, even if it's just once, is an incredible opportunity to figure out what the entire plan of the survivors is. They're all together in the main building healing inside the boon. Well, now you know they're doing that. They're all together doing the Shen in the corner. Well, now you know that you have the ability to maybe injure a few of them, maybe even go back to the people on the hook and interrupt them. You see that the people that were the person that unhooked is doing the healing action. You know that they're healing the person that they unhook, and you could go and interrupt it as well, right? So being able to see where everybody is inherently really useful. Gives you an insight as to where they're doing, what they might do next. And it also gives you an opportunity to chase that one survivor that you really care about. Maybe the one that's really close to dying. You quickly find them by elimination, right? Assuming that they do not have any kind of like anti-auto reading effect active, you will be able to pretty much find them regardless. Now, needless to say, not every killer is created equally. Some killers that are really slow, they don't benefit from this a lot. Some killers that have the ability to nastily target survivors from across the map, they love this perk. So for example, on Artists, you have the ability to see a survivor healing in a corner, hit them with a bird, and immediately threaten to down them with a follow-up bird. The best user of this perk probably is Nurse. Nurse has the ability to hit you through walls and teleport through walls and hit you right after, right? So if you hook a survivor and then apply Pain Rest, that's already really good. And then they unhook, and now you get 7 seconds or maybe 9 seconds with the Pursuer of seeing the person that you're chasing through every single wall and they cannot break line of sight. That's basically a way to make every chase that you go after a hook super easy. And it's not incredibly obvious to the survivors. They don't get a warning that this perk is in effect, so they might not realize why you are constantly finding them, constantly interrupting them, and they can never shake you off in chase, and none of the little mind games work against you. So this perk, I think, shines the most in those scenarios. Run it with other Pain Rest and other Scourge Hook perks that we'll talk about in a minute. Run it on killers that can really benefit from seeing everyone at once, especially Nurse. And be really quick to gather information and act on it to the best of your ability, right? I think the smarter you are as a killer, the more you'll benefit. Needless to say, this perk is really bad if you get super unlucky with Scourge Hooks, if you don't have other Scourge Hooks to support it. And it gets really bad if the first chases that you do are already a little bit par and they're not helping a lot. But it can be really useful otherwise, and it's a really fun perk that constantly points you towards the next objective or helps you wrap up the chase that you're doing. So for that reason, I do enjoy it. I think you should try it out. It is quite fun. Sadako comes with some other sun perks as well that you will most likely enjoy. Discordance, a very simple perk from a killer that is honestly way better than most when it comes to being easy for beginners. Legion is one of the easier killers to pick up. Their power is really simple, quite threatening at lower levels, and even though their other two perks are not that good, Discordance is a standout perk. Super simple perk. Anytime 2 or more survivors are on a gen, the perk triggers, it lights up, it makes a noise, and you will see the gen change color, typically yellow. This can trigger so many times during a match. At the start of the game, it can trigger on 1 or even 2 gens, letting you know, okay, 2 survivors there, 2 survivors there. And throughout the match, it can tell you, okay, survivors are grouping up on the gen, trying to desperately finish it. And even when it's not active, it's indirectly telling you something. If this perk doesn't go active at all, it's telling you that survivors are either not on gens or splitting up, both of which are useful because you can make a lot of deductions with that, right? Now, I don't need to explain how useful it is to interrupt 2 survivors on a generator. It is an inherently useful thing for a killer to do, to find a group of 2 or more survivors and immediately displace them. Unlike most of killers that focus on 1 survivor and then have 3 gens popping in the background, if you manage to do this, you are generally going to make a massive difference in how slow the gens are being done in your killer matches. So that's really good. Survivors also get clumsy in groups. Many times a survivor will be on a generator with a teammate, they'll hear the turret radios, their teammate will run out, and they will think that they're really smart. They will hide behind the gen and think, maybe the killer goes for my teammate, maybe the killer thinks I'm a little stupid. Maybe the killer is a bit stupid and thinks that I'm not here. Is what I meant to say. And then you know someone's there, and you find them, and you get a super easy hit or a super easy down, depending on your killer. So that's insanely useful. But there's so many more case scenarios where this perk helps you. Number 1, if you have a build that requires you to find the obsession, finding 2 people is a 50% chance to find the obsession. And if you have a build that requires you to find non-obsessions, for example, using the perk Save the Best for Last or Wretched Fate, this is a perk that you want to chase someone that is not the obsession. With Discordance, you are guaranteed to find at least 1 person, possibly 2, possibly more, that are not the obsession that you can chase and immediately get value out of your perks. So that's really important. Another thing that is really nice about Discordance is that it guarantees you that at that time 2 survivors are right there. If, for example, you down a survivor and you put them on the hook, and then you find another survivor that is hiding nearby and you down them, and you ask yourself, ooh, this is tricky. Do I pick up the second survivor and hook them? Or if I do that, am I going to lose the survivor on the hook? Should I maybe look around for a third survivor? If at that moment Discordance goes off in the distance, you know for a fact that there is no one nearby. You don't need to worry about flashy saves. You don't need to worry about pallet saves. You don't need to worry about your other survivor being rescued. You can take your time to hook, maybe even hook in basement, and come out, and you will likely still have time to defend your original hook because of the information that Discordance gives you. Similarly, if you are looking for a specific survivor, let's say that Claudette is there on hook, everybody else is fine, and you see that Dwight and Meg are in front of you, they're both being chased, and then Discordance goes off in the distance, that's Claudette. There's only 2 other survivors, so if Discordance goes off, now you know that one of them is the one survivor that you really want. And another thing that's really interesting and not extremely obvious is that if Discordance goes off, you know that a survivor touched a gen. Survivors touching a gen is a big deal because it counts as a conspicuous action. As I explained earlier, whenever a survivor gets unhooked, they have 15 seconds of natural protection where if you were to hit them, even if they're injured, they will not go down. They have 15 seconds of endurance, and this will only go away if they touch a generator or an execute or heal themselves or heal someone else if they perform what's called a conspicuous action. Now, there are some perks that can give them extra layers of protection. The most powerful of them all, Decisive Strike, or also called Will to Live. If I, for example, hook a survivor next to a generator, which is really common, I walk away and then I hear the unhook, and I quickly, 3 seconds after that, hear discordance go off on that gen, that's already telling me that the survivor on the hook touched the gen immediately. And I know that because they've touched the gen, they don't have the 15 seconds of endurance, they don't have the 60 seconds of decisive, they don't have the 40 seconds of the record, they don't have any passive protection from being unhooked. And that means that they are an easy target, and I could focus on them, tunnel them out, and kill them. And that is a big deal. It's a really big deal. It gives you an insight on how safe a survivor is as well. Yeah, I mentioned earlier when we talked about Tinkerer that I like the combination of Discordance and Tinkerer. If you are struggling to know where gens are being done throughout the map, having Discordance and Tinkerer, 2 info perks, lets you know when a gen is being done and whether or not there's a person or 2 there. You kind of divide and conquer. It is really, really nice. There are so many killers, such as Legion themselves or Ghostface that can, or the Unknown, that can punish survivors for grouping up, injure multiple of them at once, or apply some kind of debuff to multiple of them at once that will be meaningful later. And Discordance is good on almost every single one of these killers. It is a really great perk that I think you should really try if you haven't already. And I'm sure that I've still forgotten something about it. There are so many things you can do with Discordance. If you know 2 survivors are on a gen, you could fake a teleport with Freddy. And then when they let go, you could pick up and block the gen with Fluent Tremors. There's so many little things that you can do. But yeah, information on gens is king. At times, Discordance can feel a little bit underwhelming if survivors split up, but you can bring other perks and employ strategies to punish them for splitting up. And remember, if survivors split up, even though it is very efficient, it also means that they're not popping a gen as quickly as humanly possible, which gives a little bit of breathing room for your other slowdown perks to pull their weight and help you out. Coup de Grâce. This perk, I think, is really, really nasty. This is a perk that gives you... Give me a moment, please. Apologies, let's get back to it. So Coup de Grâce is a strange perk that gains tokens the more generators are done. Now, it's a little bit weird the way it works. You can only have up to 5 tokens, but this perk can eventually give you up to 10. And you use them and consume them. So for example, if they do a gen, you get 2. If you do another gen, you get another 2. If they do a third gen, you'll only get 1 because you're capped out of 5. So you want to make sure that you strike a little bit of a balance, using the tokens, but also not letting, maybe saving them if you don't need them, but also not hoarding them so much, you know? You need to strike a bit of a difficult balance. And I'm telling you, that already makes this perk a little bit hard to use. But let's talk about the actual effects of the tokens. Basically, for every token, you have the ability, not the necessity, but the ability to extend your lunge normally way longer than a killer can. Now, what is the lunge? This is something that they teach you in the tutorial, but they do not go in much detail. Every single killer in the game has the ability to do what's called a basic attack. It's when they whack you with their normal weapon, their claws, their machete, their axe, their hammer, whatever it might be, their hands, their claws, whatever. But if you hold the attack button and you move forward, this is important, you will do a bigger lunge that has range to it. This gives you a bit of a speed boost in the short term that can help you wrap up the chase, but it also slows you down, so you don't want to be lunging unnecessarily. If you just lunge at every survivor from a distance, you don't catch up any faster. In fact, you are slower. So the lunge is something that you want to utilize when you're already very close to a survivor and they're about to beat you to a pallet or about to beat you to a window, and then you bam, get them right before they can get it, right? With Coup de Grâce, you pretty much double the distance of your lunge. Not exactly, but you pretty much double. In any small loop where a survivor is barely safe or barely makes it to the pallet or barely makes it to the window, this completely and utterly destroys them. And the funniest part about Coup de Grâce is that unlike most of the perks that we've seen so far, it actually works better against experienced survivors. Experienced survivors, they look at your ping, they look at your distance, they know how to run the loops, they run them in a very precise manner, and importantly, they are greedy. They know what they can normally get away with. If they see that you're far enough, they'll go for an extra loop. If they see that you're a slower killer, they'll go around it twice. If there's a window a little bit far away, but they have resilience, they'll take their chances trying to vault it and not go down. If they have a perk like Finesse from Lara Croft, they will try to vault each window and each pallet an infinite amount of times and make you lose your mind. But with Coup de Grâce, you're going to catch them every single time. The extra launch is disgusting. It allows you to get hits at places that you normally would never, and it also compounds with any kind of speed boost that you already have. So for example, if you're playing Clown and you slow them down with a purple bottle, and then you speed yourself up with a yellow bottle, and then you have Coup, you're gonna do a lunge so large that it can cover like like the entire distance of like one side of Shack. It's like ridiculous. And needless to say, this does not work on every killer. Many killers, like for example, the Hillbilly, they often want to down you with their Chenso. It can be nice to have Coup de Grâce as a plan B, but it's not very, very, very good, right? So many killers that primarily rely on their special attack, Coup de Grâce does not seem very attractive. However, this perk is good on two types of killers. Killers that do not have any natural boost to speed and do not have any natural movement speed are really nice with Coup de Grâce. Any normal, regular, basic movement style killer, like Trapper, like Doctor, like Wraith, they benefit from Coup de Grâce a lot. Wraith in particular gets a speed boost when coming out of Cloak, and with Coup de Grâce can lunge from massive amounts of distance, once again catching survivors off guard, right? So all of these killers, they will really, really appreciate this perk. Even if you think to yourself, well, am I not getting tokens when I'm losing the game? Losing 1 or 2 generators is largely unavoidable. Unless you are one of the stronger killers with an insanely stacked slowdown build, losing gens is unavoidable, it's natural, and it's a part of the game. You are weakest at the start of the match, and it's okay to lose a gen or two. But if this perk comes into play and helps your mid-game chases all be shorter by a little bit, it's really, really gonna be worth the perk slot. There are a few other killers where this perk also is nasty, nasty, nasty for different reasons. Personally, I really like Coup de Grâce on Wesker and on Demogorgon. The thing about Wesker and Demogorgon is that they have a power that charges up for a second and then propels them in a straight line. So their power is very good around Shack. It's very good around jungle gyms and structures with straight walls. But if survivors take you to some kind of rock or filler area that is just a bunch of round loops, your power does not go around corners and around obstacles like this very well. So Coup de Grâce can be a really nice plan B for you to have whenever a survivor takes you there. If they take you to Shack, you line up your Shred or you line up your Wesker Bound and bam, you get them, easy. And if they take you to a filler rock and they don't drop the pallet, fully stem, you then catch them with a little bit of a mind game and bam, do a lunge before they can make it back to the pallet around the little round corner. And then you will be really unpredictable and your chases can be really, really good throughout the entire match. It's also quite nasty on killers such as Singularity. Singularity, for example, survivors sometimes want to pre-drop a pallet against you. You teleport behind them with your power. You have the overclock mode where any pallet dropped on you will immediately explode. So what the survivors want to do, they want to drop them as soon as possible. If you lunge from a massive, massive distance, they will have a much harder time being able to do that successfully, and you might be able to shred through the pallet and hit them on the same go. So yeah, really nasty perk on Ghoul, really nasty perk on Singularity, and usable on almost every single killer. Maybe stay away from it if you're going to play Nurse, but I think on almost everybody else, it can be nasty. Particularly good if you pair it with insta-down or if your killer has natural insta-down, such as Ghostface, for example. It can make you a bit more unpredictable. So it's also good on killers like that. Overall, really, really fun. However, let's talk about some of the downsides as well. If you do a normal lunge that's more than like 0.1 seconds longer than usual, it will consume a token. And that sucks, by the way. Like, so many times, I want to hit a survivor. I don't need to use the extra distance from Coup, but if I do even a small lunge, I will lose a token. And you can sometimes get a little bit obsessed with tokens and actually damage yourself. In other words, if you're chasing a survivor and you think, oh, what if instead of lunging, I just do a normal non-lunge quick basic attack? And that way I save the coup. And then you do that, and then you get pallet stun because you didn't lunge. That's on you. You made a mistake. Do not over-rely on this perk. Know when to use it. Know when it is okay to drop some tokens. If you try to make each token perfectly, it's probably going to backfire. And it will definitely make this perk not worth running. Starstruck, a really interesting perk that is unfortunately not very good on Trickster himself, but that can be really nasty on a few others. I'm going to tell you already, this is not a perk that every killer wants. It can be okay on most, but there's a few that really benefit from it, and that's where this placement on the tier list really comes in. Whenever you pick up a Survivor, for the entire duration of your carrying, which can be up to 16 or 15 seconds if I remember correctly, for the entire duration of you carrying that Survivor, your terror radius, which is normally 32 meters, but sometimes it can be bigger, applies a static debuff, an everlasting debuff, lasts forever, of expose, forgive me. Now, this debuff starts to run out the moment that you stop holding the Survivor, typically when you drop them or when you hook, or if they run out of the range, right? And it lasts for 30 seconds extra, unless they have a perk like Visual, in which case it would only last 20-something seconds. So yeah, most of the times it lasts 30 seconds. Now, what is the obvious? Let's talk about some of the obvious downsides of this perk, because some people really do not understand this, and I think they really hurt themselves running this perk. Obvious downside number one, if you have the perk Starstruck, you are going to spook survivors around you, even those that you haven't seen. So what happens many times is you have Starstruck, you carry a survivor to the middle of the map, and then you look around, and it's like the intro of Resident Evil 4. Where is everybody? Bingo? Where is everybody? Of course they're hiding. They don't want to be insta-down. So they're going to wait out the 30 seconds. Then they might wait out even longer. And then they're going to unhook very late. And during that time, if you might generally have a hard time finding anyone. And if you go back to hook, you're going to see that there's no one nearby. You can kind of scare survivors into actually being really stealthy and very efficient. And that could be horrible for you. Okay? And another thing that people forget is that a survivor that is really far away from you does not really fear expose. Many people run Starstruck on killers like Wesker, who has a naturally larger 40-meter terror radius. Or they run Starstruck with the perk Agitation, which gives you a temporary bigger terror radius of extra 16 meters. Extra 12 meters whenever you carry a survivor. But let me break this to you. If you are not a killer that can teleport, if you apply Starstruck to a survivor that is like 50 meters away, there is absolutely 0% chance that after doing the hook, you are in any way, shape, or form going to catch up to the survivor before the 30 seconds end. They just need to hold forward and you'll never catch them, or drop one safe pallet and that's it. They're fine. Not to mention the fact that maybe that survivor wasn't affected by your perk, or maybe they had visual and the timer ran out earlier. It is a little bit awkward, so please do not fall into either of these mistakes, okay? Now, let's talk about some of the immediate benefits of using Starstruck. Using Starstruck makes it nearly impossible, not impossible, but nearly impossible for survivors to effectively body block a hook or sabotage against you. Many survivors, if they know that you've been carrying from a distance, will run into a hook, take a hit, and now both survivors get out, or maybe they will sabotage. And if they're healthy, one thing that they can do is go to a hook, begin to sabotage, you hit them, and then while you recover from the animation, then they sabotage and then run out. The sabotage toolboxes can be so quick that they can actually get away with this. With Starstruck, because you insta-down, they can never do this. Starstruck gives them a very loud warning and a very obvious notification, so they're not even going to try most often than not. This is a nice thing. It allows you to pick up a survivor, carry them to a gen right in front of the action. Who's going to take hits? Nobody wants to take hits. So it can allow you to do some very, very obvious aggressive plays while carrying a survivor. If you have agitation and someone makes the mistake of running in front of you and you get a hit, bam, instant down. So yeah, Starstruck can be a little bit scary. Sometimes, whenever you finish the hook or drop the survivor, you might have the ability to, in those 30 seconds, quickly enter chase with somebody else and maybe down them too. If you manage to do this, that is amazing, and that's where this perk really begins to shine. Unfortunately, most killers do not have the speed to to do this. If a survivor is aware and runs in a straight line, you're never going to catch them. But that's where the fact that this perk works best on a few killers that we mentioned earlier really comes in. Let's talk about a few killers that can make Starstruck really, really scary. Number one, Hag. The Hag can run Agitation, for example, hook a survivor in the middle of the map, in the basement, and then apply Starstruck to like 3 other people around the map that are nearby. And then during the next 30 seconds, each of these survivors has to be extremely careful. If they step on a trap and she teleports and hits you, bam, that's an instant down. Maybe even 2 instant downs, or 1 instant down and now 2 people in basement. So Hag can teleport and be all over the place and be really, really nasty. Another killer that can do this as well is Houndmaster. Houndmaster has the ability to hold a survivor while she hooks another. So if you have 2 survivors, you could send the dog onto one, down the second, pick up the second, hook the second, and the first survivor is still fighting the dog and has not made a lot of distance. The Spirit is also a really, really nasty user of Starstruck. Despite having a smaller than usual terror radius, she does have the ability to quickly after a hook massively move around the map and use her power in unexpected ways. So Spirit is also really, really good and is played at high level with Starstruck. And you could also run Wesker's perk Awaken Awareness to see people around you to make Starstruck a little bit more useful. You might see someone in a little bush hiding that you otherwise wouldn't find. We'll talk about Awaken Awareness in a minute. Just keep in mind that as a general rule, the mere fact of having Starstruck is going to push survivors away from you. And sometimes that can be a little bit detrimental. But if you manage to get an instant down or 2 with this perk, definitely worth the perk slot. Okay. Moving on, we have Call of Brine. A lot of people look at the icon and they think it's like a bamboo or something. This is an eye. It's an eye looking downwards. It's Sadako's eye. And what you see on the sides is her hair, like on each side of her eye. I'm just going to tell you that because a lot of people go through the rite of passage of learning what this icon actually is. It's just a fun fact. Call of Brine is an incredibly simple perk. And I honestly think that it's okay-ish, but not very strong on its own. Luckily, it is part of a big family of perks that work well together. Whenever you kick a generator, this perk highlights the gen in yellow, letting you know it's active, and if for the next 70 seconds, any survivor does a normal skill check, not the great one, the hard one. If he does a normal skill check, you get a little notification, and it happens on real time. So many times you kick a gen, and maybe you're looking for a survivor, you hear this gen give you a notification, and you're like, oh, someone's on it. And that can lead you to your next chase or find a survivor that was trying to be a little bit sneaky, right? So that can be okay. Although the main effect of this perk, the one that's really different from most, is that it increases the speed at which a generator regresses. So normally, whenever you kick a generator, it regresses at a quarter of a normal survivor gen speed. In other words, if a survivor is on a gen for 1 second and you somehow kick it, that 1 second will take 4 seconds to go to 0. There's obviously a bit of damage that applies flatly when you kick a gen, but for every 1 second of gen, you need to regress 4 seconds to match it. So 10 seconds, 40 seconds, 20 seconds, 80 seconds. Call of Brine changes this slightly. Instead of 1 quarter, it's now 1 quarter and a half. I don't know what's a quarter and a half. What's a quarter and a half? It's 1/3, I believe. Yeah, I think it's 1/3. Is it 1/3? Not exactly. Either way, it does 50% more damage than usual. This is not insane, but if you were to kick a generator and the generator goes untouched for the entire 70 seconds, it does mean that you would shave off a few seconds, about 5 or 6 if I remember correctly. Maybe about 5 or so extra seconds if the perk does its whole thing. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's not worth running on its own. I don't think it's amazing. But if you have a build with Nowhere to Hide, Goes the Weasel, Brutal Strength, Eruption, all of these perks that are already encouraging you, Unforeseen, all of these perks that are already encouraging you to kick a generator pretty much every time you have a chance, then Call of Brine can be an okay additional thing to add on top. Do mind the fact that it does make the gens yellow. Many other perks have a similar effect, and it might confuse you. If you have Call of Brine, and Discordance, it could confuse you a little bit visually. But don't worry, the survivors do not see that. And they have pretty much no way of knowing that this perk is active, so catching them with the skill check part is a nice little extra on top. Next up, we have Dragon's Grip. An interesting perk. This perk used to be awful because it had incredibly long cooldowns, but they have buffed it and it's now a quite usable perk that should be on your radar. I'm going to tell you already, this perk is a bit of an all or nothing. It either does a lot or it does a whole lot of nothing. But let me explain the situations where it can help. Anytime you kick a generator and the perk is not on cooldown, you now apply a 30-second trap to the generator. During this 30 seconds, if any survivor touches it, that survivor gets slapped with a 60-second, that's really, really long, exposed status effect. The longest that we've seen so far. We've seen 20 seconds, we've seen like small durations. This is 60 seconds. Even with visual, it is not easy to shake it off. Now, needless to say, if you have a killer that already naturally insta-downs, you don't need this, probably. And if the survivor that touches the gen is already injured, it's not super useful. I mean, it does prevent them from healing, I guess, but it's not super useful. But for the most part, this perk can be really nasty. Think of it as a perk that you compare with Pop Goes the Weasel or with Call of Brine. And it's a bit of a win-win situation no matter what, right? Also with other gen perks like Turtle Torment. The big idea is that in situation 1, survivor gets back on the gen, you apply a debuff. And importantly, it also gives you information. You don't have a situation where you kick a gen and someone gets back on it and you have no idea. You know someone's on it. And because you hear their scream, you can tell who it is. If it's a girly scream, you know maybe it's Meg. If it's a oh, then you know it's, I don't know, Bill. You know, you can tell by the screams. So you get a bit of information. They get a scary debuff, especially if they're injured, if they're healthy. And you have a possibly really short chase with them afterwards, which can be so good. In the situation 2, nobody touches the gen, but then your perks like Call of Brine really start to do their thing and the gen regresses for a long time unchecked, which is awesome. That's good too. So basically, no matter what, this perk is going to do something good for you. In my opinion, this perk works best on killers that are unpredictable with their location, that can teleport or catch you off guard, and a killer that can reliably chase a survivor for 60 seconds and guarantee a basic attack. There's not a lot of killers that can do that. Many survivors, they can use a sprint burst to get away, drop a pallet or two safely, and you do not catch them in 60 seconds. You simply don't. But killers like the Spirit, killers like Hag, any killer that can basically put you in a bad spot, Dredge, Houndmaster, if you have a build that's around kicking gens, Dragon's Grip can be an effective 4th slot, very, very similar to Call of Brine. Less usable by killers like Blight or Nurse, because they cannot use this insta-down effectively because they mostly use their special attack, but very usable for everybody else if you want to take it out for a spin. Enduring, one of the simplest and yet most slept on perks in the entire roster. An amazing perk to pick up early. It comes from the Hillbilly. It's really easy to level him up a little bit. And if you prestige him, bam, Enduring now is available on all of your killers. Honestly, if I was a new player and I had a good coach, that coach would tell me run Enduring every single time. Enduring is like doing yoga. It has good effects on your physical health and your mental health. It's just good for everything. Whenever you go to a pallet and the survivor successfully stuns you with the pallet, you recover faster. Now, careful. If you have a survivor carried on your shoulder and you get rescued, that does not count as a pallet rescue, as a pallet stun. That counts as a killer grass rescue. Enduring does not make you recover faster from killer grass rescues. It does not help you recover faster from head-on stuns. It does not make you recover faster if you stun yourself by bumping with your chainsaw. It doesn't do anything else. Nothing else. Only being pallet stun. But there are a lot of benefits that come from being pallet stun and recovering faster. Number one, if the pallet is a bit unsafe, and there's nothing around it, the survivor can no longer do the thing where they stun you, and while you recover, they immediately reach safety. Now you recover so quick that you will catch them and they will be forced to stay on that pallet possibly, or take the hit, or take the down. Also, many survivors love to stun you and then blind you with their flashlight. This can be a bit annoying. It can be a bit disorienting. It can apply certain perks like Champion of Light, which can slow you down. With Enduring, you recover so fast, zero chance for them to blind you afterwards. If you have a power or anything like that that allows you to immediately vault the pallet afterwards, like Legion, there's so many builds on Legion where you get stunned, you recover your power immediately with, I think it's Julie's mixtape, and then you immediately vault the pallet and maybe even break it with the Iridescent. There's a few nasty things that you can do, or you can just break it right away and save a bunch of time. But the thing that Enduring really shines out the most is sometimes giving you free hits or even free downs. Many times when a survivor drops a pallet, the server does not agree on which location you are in, and you might find yourself, after the pallet comes down, appearing on the same side of the pallet as the survivor. Now, the natural reaction for every survivor when they see that they stun you and you suddenly appear in front of them is to vault the pallet back. But if you have Enduring, you can at that point immediately turn around and hit them. And guess what? If you already had hit them before, maybe as they were dropping the pallet, you can literally get a double tap. This is how it plays out. You chase them to a pallet. They don't know that their ping is maybe not the best. You hit through the pallet, get the hit. Remember, this is quite important. When you're lunging through a pallet, when you see that your weapon is about to connect, stop lunging. Okay? If you stop lunging, your hitbox becomes a little larger. It's easier to connect the hit. You don't want to hold the attack button as you swing through a pallet. When you see that they're dropping it, lunge enough to get close and then end it a little bit earlier. It takes a bit of practice, but do it that way. And then bam, instant hit. Oh, you appear on the same side. They vault panically, and then you turn around, bam, and you can get the grab or you can get the follow-up hit. This is such an incredible multiplier of pressure. I have won entire matches because I literally tricked a survivor into stunning me from the wrong side of the pallet, and that survivor that was basically chilling and doing super well suddenly finds themselves instantly down in the worst possible spot they could be. It is so good. It also enables you to play in a very brainless, mind turn off kind of way. You can run the perk Enduring and the spirit perk Spirit Fury, and it allows you to basically run through a pallet, and if they drop it on you and you already have charges, the pallet immediately breaks and you can instantly go through it and pretty much get the hit shortly after. I don't think that's a really smart way to play the game. It is a bit brainless. It doesn't make you a much better player, but it's something that you can do. Now, some survivors, when they see Enduring, they will not take the risk. They will just drop the pallet early. But luckily for you, many of the killers that are good at Enduring also deal really well with drop pallets early. Enduring is good on basically any killer that will contest pallets early, and especially any killer that can slow down survivors or apply some kind of haste onto themselves. Any killer that can give a little bit of like uncertainty around pallets and induce mistakes, I think Enduring is really decent on. Not very good on killers that ignore pallets, like Nurse. On killers that can shoot you over pallets, like Nemesis. He can kind of whip you over a pallet, right? That being said, I still think it's good to run Enduring as a beginner because it will give you a certain lack of fear. Whenever you reach a pallet, you're not going to cripple yourself by constantly hesitating. If you hesitate at a pallet and you stop moving, the survivor will often just go and do an extra loop, and they can do that forever. So it's a good thing to lose fear of pallets, and when you run Enduring, you are very fearless. You go right through every pallet, no consequence. You get stunned, who cares? Recovery is pretty much instant, and it will allow you to be a better judge on when you should go through pallets and when the survivor is actually panicking and is going to drop it, and you're better off like stepping back and breaking it right away. So yeah, good perk, great training wheels, still has a little bit of value even at high level play. Fire Up is a perk that got buffed some time ago and is now honestly quite nice. Unfortunately, unlike some of the other perks that we've talked about today, this is not a perk that helps you stay at 5 gens forever, and it's not a perk that helps you slow down gens. It is a perk that actively gets better the longer the match has gone on and the more gens that are completed. Naturally, this goes really well with killers that have a bit of a stacked mid game. Now, one of these killers could be, for example, the Pig. The Pig doesn't start typically with a great amount of pressure early on, right? She maybe is a bit slow, but then she puts a trap on someone, chases somebody else, maybe gets down, maybe gets a hook, and then suddenly the whole team Maybe they did a gen or two, but now things are slowing down, right? If you have a build or a killer that is going to make the middle game quite complicated, or can even fight for the last gen and make the mid to late game quite long, Fire Up is excellent on them. Now keep in mind, Fire Up is a perk that's going to speed you up at doing a bunch of different things. And it might be tempting for you to try to stack these effects with other similar add-ons or perks. Add-ons, it's fine, but with perks especially, you're going to have something called diminishing returns. So even though Fire Up will make you break pallets faster, maybe don't pair it with Brutal Strength. And even though it's going to make you vault windows faster, you don't need to pair it with Bamboozle. You don't need Fire Up with other things. Add-ons do not have this problem. So if you have the Self-Destruct Bolt, for example, on the Xenomorph Alien, that's fine. You're fine. That one doesn't have diminishing returns. But generally speaking, just know that Fire Up is fine on itself. You don't need to build around it. It's fine on itself. You just need to build around it to support a long and contested middle to end game. So for every generator completed, Fire Up gains a token, and basically you're going to be faster at doing everything. Picking up survivors a little bit faster, dropping survivors if you ever have to a little bit faster, breaking pallets, breaking gens and breaking breakable walls, all of them a little faster, vaulting all a bit faster. Now keep in mind, if you have a power that lets you vault a window, like for example Legion, that does not get applied by Fire Up. And if you damage, if you break a chainsaw, like if you break a pallet or a breakable with your chainsaw, that does not get applied by Fire Up, okay? These are only the basic abilities that every killer does. Vaulting, breaking, stuff like that. Now, how good is it when you get close to 5 tokens and you break things 30% faster? Really nasty. It is really nasty. On a regular killer like Trapper, it is a nice noticeable boost that will help a little bit. On a killer that is already really good at zoning survivors and keeping them slowed down and hurting them in different ways, and this can be really nasty. Let's imagine, for example, that you use it on the Nightmare himself. You chase a survivor to a pallet that's in the corner of the map. The pallet has nothing behind it. The survivor drops it. And now you have the situation where it is a little awkward to play around it. You want to break the pallet, but the problem is that if you break the pallet, the survivor is going to, while your animation plays out, run to the next bit of safety and possibly avoid you for a bit longer. What you're going to do is you're going to hit them with your snare as Freddy, which will slow them down, right? Similar as if you were playing Clown and you threw a bottle. And while they're slowed down, you're going to break that pallet 30% faster. And suddenly, bam! Now you're catching them before they make it to safety. Let's imagine a different situation where you have Fire Up and you're chasing a survivor into a second floor main building. And they take a very strong window. Normally, they vault the window very fast, faster than you. And by the time you vault it, they've made some distance. But with Fire Up, if you didn't manage to get the hit, you can vault behind them. And even though you are normally losing distance, the faster vault combined with the fact that they lose a bit of distance when they hit the ground will mean that you might get a hit that you otherwise wouldn't. So it's nice to help go through windows. It helps you every time you kick a gen, helps you every time you break a pallet. It buys a little bit of time here and there, here and there, here and there. Not to mention that picking up faster also makes it a little bit harder for survivors to pallet save, to flashlight save, or to maybe get in position quickly enough to attempt some kind of rescue or altruistic action. So all of that is great. Just do be mindful that some of these things stack up to a limit. For example, Fire Up and the perk Forever Entwined, they don't let you pick up faster than the limit. There's like a hard limit to it. It is a nice perk. I do like it. But before you run this perk, ask yourself, am I a killer that needs to get rid of pallets? And if the answer is yes, but I have a chainsaw, maybe Fire Up is not good enough for me. I already have a way to get rid of pallets really quickly. Maybe I prefer Bamboozle, right? For Windows. But if I'm a killer that doesn't have an ability to break pallets, and I want to get rid of pallets, and I cannot play around pallets really well, and I don't have an add-on to help me deal with pallets somehow, Fire Up can be quite nice just for that alone. It's a nice perk. Scourge for Gift of Pain. I am so sorry. I did not realize that the descriptions of these perks are messed up. What you need to know is that if you do not own the DLC for Cenobite, this perk will have a different name and a different icon, but it's going to do the exact same thing. It's called Weeping Wounds in the base game if you don't own this DLC. And it's a very, very simple perk, okay? Just like any other Scourge hook, whenever you equip a Scourge hook, you will spawn 4 white hooks across the map. Don't worry, if you equip 5 of them, 4 of them, you don't spawn extra. You only get 4 typically. But yeah, if you hook a survivor on this white hook, and then they come out with a pretty massive debuff. It is, I believe, 70 seconds of... I think it's 70 seconds of Hemorrhage and Mangle. Very, 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 very similar to Sloppy Butcher. In other words, they heal slower, and if they get interrupted, they lose the progress. Very similar to Sloppy Butcher. It has the disadvantage that you cannot apply it to multiple people quickly. Sloppy Butcher, theoretically, you could go hit a survivor, hit a survivor, hit a survivor, 3 Sloppy Butcher effects to 3 people. Scourge Hook Gift of Pain or Scourge Hook Whipping Wounds does not have the ability to quickly apply it to multiple people, but unlike Sloppy Butcher, it's applied universally. It doesn't matter how you down the survivor, and it cannot really be avoided. A survivor, when they unhook, that is the most delicate time. That's typically when they want to heal. So applying a debuff right there makes it harder to dodge and makes this perk usable by pretty much every single killer. Now, there are some killers, as I've said earlier, that are innately benefited by survivors being injured. If a lot of survivors are injured, the Oni gets his blood and his power faster. If a lot of survivors are injured, the Dredge gets his Nightfall and becomes stronger quicker, right? So these killers, Dredge, Oni, Spirit, any killer that can really punish survivors for being injured will love Gift of Pain. And it's a really easy pick, honestly. Gift of Pain or Whipping Wounds gets really strong if you pair it with a perk called Jagged Compass that we'll talk about in a minute. It makes it so that every single unhook, every single one of them, no matter where, becomes a Scourge Hook and immediately applies the effects of this perk. And the nicest part about this perk is that if the survivor heals, if they do finally get the heal, which is going to be slower as we said, they get slapped by a permanent debuff to their gen speed that only goes away the next time they take damage. So already we have a bit of a conflicting plan here. Normally, as a killer, if you can get away with it, even though it's not very elegant and it's quite nasty, if possible, it is a really good thing for you to harass the same survivor twice. If you hook survivor A, and then B, and then A, and then B, and then A, guess what? A is dead, and B is gonna be dead super soon, and now survivor C and D, it doesn't matter what they're doing, it doesn't matter how many gens are done, you are going to probably kill them all before the endgame. And that's just a simple reality of Dead by Daylight. So as a killer, it is a really, really, really good idea to tunnel a survivor out if you think you can play around the various perks and various protection that survivors get when they come off the hook. However, Scourge Hook Gift of Pain is a nice alternative to that. If you are confident that you can go for multiple survivors, or if you don't want to focus on one survivor and risk it all on a risky tunnel, you can have Scourge Hook Gift of Pain or Whipping Wounds, whatever you want to call it. And every time you hook a survivor, you go for someone else, and they are either going to be slower at healing, slower at gens, or stay injured, which could be really, really good for you because then you can pick them off one by one if they do not heal. And all of those scenarios are possibly good for you, right? Very strong for the twins as well. Another killer that can easily run off with the game and easily down everyone super quickly if people do not heal against them. So yeah, it's a really nice perk that applies a nice anti-healing effect and possibly a nice anti-healing gen speed. But sadly, it does go against the common idea of tunneling a person out. And the effects themselves are not so strong that survivors are going to be massively, massively inconvenienced by them. It's a nice perk. The fact that it's now a free perk for everyone is honestly quite nice. The way to make it stronger, as we said, probably put it on the right killer and use Jagged Compass, which we'll talk about in a minute. Next up, Thrilling Tremors, a perk for Ghostface that is honestly an amazingly intuitive perk to use. It's very, very, very simple. Whenever you pick up a survivor, every gen that is not actually being touched by a survivor will be blocked. And when a gen gets blocked, remember, it cannot take damage, it cannot be progress, it's basically frozen. And you see it. You see it. Visually, you see the gen having the entity little claws around it. So what this does is it tells you by elimination which gens the survivors are currently working on and gives you a bit of an idea of where to go next. It is a great perk to run on killers that can teleport or killers that have great mobility. It essentially puts you in a situation where no matter what, after every pickup, you will be able to see already while you're carrying the survivor to the hook which gens are being done, and you will at least have a good idea of where to go next. You will never have the situation where you don't know if you should go left or right. You go right, it was left, and now the gen pops and you're a bit clueless, right? Needless to say, it pairs really well with perks like Goes the Weasel, with perks that encourage you to apply some kind of effect after the hook, like turn back the clock, like thrilling Tremors, pop, and turn back the clock, already like a super, super strong build for you, right? So that's great. And it works on basically every killer the moment that you pick up. You could even, the perk does have a bit of a cooldown. You could even drop a survivor and pick them up again to re-trigger the perk if you didn't get it initially. So you could, for example, carry a survivor to a hook, notice that the perk just came off cooldown, drop them, pick them up, and do that again, right? There's also some ways that you can manipulate survivor behavior to use this perk as a bit of a slowdown. Say, for example, that you're playing Doctor and there's a generator that is on the second floor. You can hear it. It's really, really loud. It's about to be done, but you cannot possibly stop it. What do? Very simple. You use your blast, you make them scream, and in that moment where they get off the gen, right after they scream, bam, you pick up the survivor, and now that gen, even though it's close to being done, it's blocked, and you have a little bit of time to get that hook, come back to it, kick it later, and protect it. So many killers can do little diversion and little distraction tactics to block a gen, and then to leave a gen unmanned, and then block it on purpose to get that little bit of stall. One of the nicest things about Thrilling Tremors is that it's one of the most, if not the most, consistent way of triggering a gem block, which makes it a really attractive option when paired together with the perk Secret Project from the first, aka Vecna from Stranger Things. We already mentioned this earlier when we talked about it, but Thrilling and Secret Project are a nasty, nasty, nasty combo. Especially if you get the hook quickly and you go to that gem, likely you will catch someone off guard. So really, really good as well. Yeah, needless to say, if a gen gets blocked, you cannot damage it. You could sometimes experience a situation where this perk damages your own ability to deal damage to gens, but for the most part, I think it's honestly really reasonable and a really, really good perk. It's up there with Barbecue and Thrilling and Tinkerer with as being one of the best, and maybe Hive Mind as being one of the best perks to let you know what exactly is happening around the gens, especially if you don't have a lot of experience and you don't have a lot of game sense to figure out what survivors are like to doing. Having a perk in your build that can point you in the right direction can be really, 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 really worth it. Scourge Hook, Jagged Compass. Man, we've been talking about this perk a lot. This is yet another perk that gives you a little bit of an idea of where the gem progress is taking place. Like every other Scourge Hook perk that we've seen so far, if you equip any or many of these perks, 4 hooks in the map, only 4, will turn into white Scourge hooks. If you hook on one of those hooks, on any of the white ones, this perk's primary effect will trigger. It will highlight the generator that has the most progress in yellow for the next, how much? 10 seconds. Funnily enough, this is constantly updated. It's not just at the time of hooking. So for example, if you hook a survivor and you see a generator turn become yellow, and then 2 seconds later, another one in the distance becomes yellow, that means that that second gen has surpassed the first one that you saw. So you can sometimes do some really smart deductions of what exactly is happening thanks to this fact. But the most important thing is that if it tells you which gen is done, you now have a great idea of what is the highest priority for you to go to. If you're a normal killer, there's a chance you might not get there in time. They might pop the gen in your face. Okay, it happens. But if you're one of the killers that can teleport, like for example, the Nightmare or Dredge, or if you're one of those killers that has crazy mobility or can damage gens from afar with things like turn back the clock, then Jagged Compass is almost always helping you to prevent a gem from popping for at least a little while. And that is awesome. That's great. That makes this perk already really good and makes it pair really well with Painless DMS, with Goes the Weasel, with Eruption, with Turn Back the Clock. It makes it pair basically well with every post-hook slowdown perk, and we've seen that there's quite a few of them, right? So that is great. Awesome. Now, this perk also has a secondary effect that for some people might be the primary effect. Anytime a survivor comes out of any hook whatsoever, if that hook was not already white, it will now become white. And the best part is that it retroactively applies any effects from other Scourge hook perks. So for example, Floods and Gift of Pain, which are perks that only trigger if you unhook from a white hook, now will trigger. In other words, if you have Jagged Compass and Floods, every unhook is Floods. And if you have Jagged Compass and Gift of Pain / Whipping Woods, every unhook will apply it. That is awesome. It's great. It does make these Scourge hook builds very consistent, and it kind of breaks one of the main taboos or one of the main possible weaknesses of Scourge hooks, which is maybe all of them are in one side of the map, and now you don't have one where you need it. This will pretty much guarantee that if you have Scourge hooks, you will get value out of them either 100% of the time or way more frequently than before. Even pretty good for painters as well. And this includes basement as well. You can make a Scourge hook in the basement, which is one of the few ways you can. So overall, really, really, really nice perk. On its own, it just doesn't do so much, but when you pair it with slowdown or without Scourge hooks or without Scourge hooks that have slowdown, it can pop off and be a really nice constant source of information. The one way that you could argue this perk is not that great is, what if you go to a map that's already small, that already has great RNG, and you already know where the gens are being done? It can be a bit redundant then, but for the most part, you'll find that this perk is overall really, really nice. Next up, Hex Crowd Control. Easily the second best chase-related hex in the game. This perk is really nasty. Now, it's been reworked, and it does work a bit different from other hexes. Remember, most hexes, they spawn at the start of the game and can be found immediately by a survivor that just so happens to appear right next to it at the start of the match. This perk is a little different, however. It only triggers the first time that a survivor vaults a window quickly, which typically will happen in chase. They don't do that very much outside of chase. And then this hex will light up somewhere on the map, if available, if there's a door, and then it will start to do its thing. This perk makes you, whenever it's active, you vault windows faster, much like Bamboozle, exact same effect. And if a survivor fast vaults a window, it blocks it permanently and highlights it for you so that you can see it. And this can happen up to 6 windows. Now, there are some crazy implications to what I just said. Theoretically, a survivor could go around the edges of the map and vault some useless windows, right? To try to undo, because you only block the latest 6 windows to be vaulted, you could theoretically have a survivor that is going around the map vaulting useless windows to remove the previously strong windows, right? Nobody does that. I've never seen anyone do that. It's possible, but no one does that. And you could also have survivors slow vaulting windows to try to play around it. This is a bit more common, but it is quite difficult. It is quite difficult to get away with slow vaulting a window when the killer is right on top of you, right? Ready to kill you. So what this perk in practice means is that the first time you chase a survivor, they're going to vault a strong window, like for example, Shack, and they're going to suddenly be like, oh damn. Oh, I cannot vault this window again. Oh no, now the killer's going around it. He's not necessarily following me through the window, he's going around it. Now I need to drop the Shack pallet or I go down. Maybe against a chainsaw killer or something like that. And another thing that happens really commonly, by the way, is what happens when you push multiple survivors into a certain place. Say, for example, that you're playing in Gideon, the saw map, the jigsaw map, and the survivors are really afraid of you and you push them into that room that has a bit of a staircase into a big drop. Well, guess what? If the first survivor fast vaults the window or medium vaults the window, if they hold shift while they vault the window will be blocked. And now the second survivor is trapped in there with you, leading to potentially an insta-down or at least a guaranteed hit. So that's really nasty. And it can make this, it can make the chases wildly unpredictable. It can make a really strong part of the map become useless. It can make an okay loop become useless really, really quickly. And the actions of one survivor can hurt another. So who benefits the most from this perk? This perk, you benefit the most if you are a killer that already likes the idea of running other hexes and that can really punish survivors once they start using pallets and playing around pallets instead. Now, if you're playing Nurse, windows are useless against you. No one's going to use windows against you. You don't need to. If you're playing the first, okay, Vecna from Stranger Things, blah, 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 you don't need that as well. Many killers that are so good at dealing with windows, they don't need this. But killers that have a Chainsaw, killers that really, really punish you once you've run out of a few pallets, like for example, Trickster, they can really make some nasty things come out of this perk, and it will more likely than not motivate the survivors to at least try to get rid of it and find the hex. And that's where the rest of your build comes in. If you pair this with Undying, then they'll have to do at least 2 totems. If you pair it with Thrill, then they'll take forever doing the totems. You play it with Ruin, now you also have Slowdown. Maybe they were going for Ruin, they get this. Maybe they were going for this, they get Ruin. Like basically, you pair with a bunch of other hexes on a killer that doesn't mind defending them a little bit, keep an eye on them, and you have a nasty perk that can help you with windows. Is this a better perk than Bamboozle if you happen to play one of the Chainsaw killers that loves to block windows? It can potentially be, but it is a bit less reliable by virtue of being a hex. So pick your poison, see if you like it, try it out. It's actually quite fun. Next up, we have Predator. It's an interesting perk. It triggers when you do something that you normally are not very too happy to do, which is to lose a survivor, and then reveals their aura for 4 seconds and goes on a bit of a cooldown. A little bit longer if you have something like the Pursuer. Now, the thing that you need to understand is that when you are chasing a survivor, the game has an internal mechanism to know if a chase has begun. If you have line of sight, aka you can see the survivor in a straight line uninterrupted, maybe over a small obstacle, but that's it. Not through a wall. If you see the survivor clearly and the survivor begins to run, the game starts the chase. And then you start hearing the music. And you hear the music. Normally, the way a chase ends is when you down the survivor. Whenever you hit them, the chase resets, but it doesn't end. So when you down the survivor, that ends the chase, but it doesn't make them escape. And when you hit them, that resets the chase, but it doesn't make them escape. The other way that you lose a survivor to trigger this perk is if the survivor makes a lot of distance, at a certain point, the chase automatically breaks. And if the survivor loses line of sight with you and you don't see them for a long time, maybe behind a wall, you can also lose chase. Another stupid way that you can lose chase, by the way, and this is crazy and can be exploited by the survivors, is if the survivor walks. So imagine that you're chasing someone around Shack, right? And they vault the window, and then you see them, but while they're vaulting the window, they're not running. And then they walk a little bit, and then you go around the corner, and then they run, but when you see them, they're walking. Basically, you never really catch them running. They can actually lose chase mid-chase. So if that happens, that counts as a chase loss. If you go far away, that counts as a chase loss. And if you lose sight of them for a while, that counts as a chase loss. If you're playing the Wraith, and you cloak, for some reason, that also counts as a chase lost, which is really interesting. And there are a few other killers that if they use their abilities, that can also count as a way to lose chase. For example, Myers, if I'm not mistaken, he can stalk you. And if you stalk someone repeatedly, you will lose a chase with them. The most common way to lose a chase is they simply, they drop a pallet or they do something, or you turn around and they make a bit of distance spam. Now, why exactly is it a good idea to see a survivor that has evaded you? There's 2 angles to it. Number 1, you're a beginner. If you're a beginner, this perk is great. Many times a survivor can have nasty little perks like Lightweight, Ghost Nodes, Iron Will, perks, Light-Footed, things like that, right? Perks that can make it really hard to actually hear them or actually see their scratch marks. And it's really not uncommon for a survivor to slip away. And if that survivor was really important to your mission and you had to really kill them, nobody else is a good target, and you lose them, this perk gives you a second chance to, hey, here it is, go chase them. I got you, bro. So that perk is nice if you're a beginner and you sometimes lose survivors when you shouldn't. It gives you a nice way to reel them back into your control. But the nice way to use Predator, the way that advanced players use Predator, is to lose chase on purpose to then re-engage. So what do I mean by this? There are a lot of killers that have abilities that can damage you from a distance or even damage you through walls when you lose sight of them. So a nurse, for example, can hit you with their power, quickly go away from you or quickly let you get lost, and right as you lose chase, she begins to see you for 4 seconds. And guess what? If they see you for 4 seconds, they can ready up their teleport, appear right next to you, and down you. Artists can do a similar thing. Artists can hit you with a basic attack, let you get behind a wall, now you think you're safe, you start healing, she sees your aura, sends you a bird, bam, downs you, or at least sets you up for a down the line. So Huntress can do a similar thing. Hits you with a hatchet, you get lost behind some wall, you think you're safe, and now you come across, you go out of cover, and bam, hatchet to the face. It's because she's seeing your aura with Predator. So this perk, I think, is ideal on killers such as the ones that I mentioned. And it can be occasionally useful on other killers as well, but these killers that can have the ability to quickly catch up to you or damage you through walls can use Predator in a very aggressive way. The best part is that the average survivor almost never realizes that that's why they went down, and they are likely to make the same mistake again. Try it on Nurse, try it on Artist. I think they are some of the better users of it. Next up, we have Rapid Brutality. This is a very transformative perk, and it's one of the first perks that has an actual downside. There is something about this perk that makes you objectively, not situationally, but like objectively worse than if you didn't have a perk. And you need to be really careful. As I'm sure you know, if you're watching this video, every single killer in the game has the ability to build Bloodlust. We explained just now that whenever you are chasing a survivor and they give the text that you're chasing a survivor, it counts as you're in chase. And if this goes on for an extended period of time, the killer has a passive ability that gives them extra movement speed called Bloodlust. It gives you haste, right? Doesn't count as haste, but it gives you haste. Now, this is a way to ensure that a survivor cannot just infinitely loop you on some place. They have to make sure that you break a pallet, or that you get a hit, or that you lose chase with them, all of which will reset the Bloodlust, at least immediately or to some degree, right? Or maybe stun you with a pallet, which I think also resets Bloodlust 1 tier. So it's basically a way to encourage a survivor to use resources, otherwise you get too strong. Rapid Brutality disables this mechanic completely. That means that if you were a newer killer that every now and then occasionally relied on this little bit of extra help, you no longer have it. And it might seem like Bloodlust is something that only new players utilize, but that could not be further from the truth. Some of the best players in the world sometimes understand that if they break a pallet and break a pallet and break a pallet and break a pallet and vault a window and break a pallet and vault a window, they will never get it down. Some of the best players in the world know that it is a good idea sometimes to brute force a chase, get a little bit of Bloodlust, make the survivor really struggle to break your Bloodlust, and when you have that extra 5 or 10% extra speed from Bloodlust, then you get the nasty hit, and bam, that survivor's dead, moving on. So Rapid Brutality, remember, removes that completely, and as such, I don't think you should be using this perk as a beginner much. Please try to understand the appeal of it, okay? Now, what do you gain in exchange for losing this natural buff that survivors get? You get a different type of speed. Anytime you do a basic attack, aka normal lunge or normal quick lunge, you will, for the next for the next 10 seconds, get a haste effect added to you. Normally, when you're a killer and you do a basic attack, unless you get stunned or something, you're going to go through a 2.7 second cooldown while you recover from your power, right? You have a different animation for each killer. And during those 2.7 seconds, you will move slightly faster. You're barely going to notice it. And then for the remaining 7 seconds or so, you will now have a slightly noticeable increase to your speed. Keep in mind that this extra haste does not stack nicely with other haste perks because they have diminishing returns. So you don't necessarily want to run this perk with like 5 other haste things. It's not going to work out super well. But even on its own, it's okay. If a survivor is going in a straight line, this perk saves you a couple of seconds catching up. Sadly, on its own, it's really not worth running. Without a plan, this perk is simply not that good. Being able to be a little bit faster honestly makes no difference, because by the time you catch up to a survivor, guess what? They will have already vaulted a window, or they will already have dropped a pallet, and you being there a little bit faster is not going to make a difference. You'll probably still have to play it out and drop the pallet or break the pallet or play around the window the same way you would have done before. It's probably not going to make that big of a difference. Not to mention not to mention that a lot of killers do not really use their basic attacks. So for example, if you're playing Nurse or if you're playing Huntress, most of the times you're initiating your chases by using your power. What are you really going to gain from this? For those killers, really bad idea to use Rapid Brutality. For most killers, very mediocre perk. However, let's not forget, it's pretty high in the list, so there must be something good for this perk, right? There has to be something that this perk does really well. Yes, let's talk about it. So first, we need to identify the type of killer that wants to use this perk. The type of killer that wants to use this perk is a killer that injures you initially with a basic attack. Now, obviously, if you down a survivor with a basic attack, this perk still triggers, and when you pick them up and you go to a hook, I guess it saves you like a 0.millisecond amount of time on going to the hook. But what you really want the haste for is in chase. So you want the killer that initially hits you with their basic attack and then either follows it up with a special or follows it up with a second basic attack. There's not that many killers that do that, but there's a few that do. And there's also a few killers that do not naturally benefit from Bloodlust pretty much at all because they constantly reset it. So for example, every time you use a shock with the Doctor, you reset Bloodlust. In other words, you almost never get Bloodlust. Every time you use a chain with Pinhead, the Cenobite, you also reset Bloodlust. In other words, you don't get Bloodlust. And Singularity, for example, every time you use one of your little teleports and stuff, you also reset Bloodlust. So in other words, there are a lot of killers that fit the criteria that we just explained and also don't really care that Bloodlust is gone. And for those killers, Rapid Brutality is very good. Now, I think the best user or one of the better users of Rapid Brutality is the Singularity. The Singularity has the uncanny ability to catch up to a hit after a normal attack and then perform a normal attack. Even when he's using his power, he technically is using normal attacks. So what you do, right, is you hit a survivor that is hopefully infected by your biopod. It's called the Slipstream. And then when they make a lot of distance, unlike other killers, you don't catch up to them slowly. You teleport to them with your gun and you appear a few meters behind them. Now, a few meters, like a meter or two behind them with Rapid Brutality means that you close the gap much sooner. And that means, on top of any other haste that you might have, it is incredibly difficult for a survivor to shake you off. Another killer that is great with Rapid Brutality is the Doctor. As we said earlier, the Doctor naturally loses Bloodlust when shocking, which you want to do in chase quite often. So what you do with Rapid Brutality is you hit a survivor, and normally, whenever the Doctor uses his shock, he slows himself down and the survivors get a bit of distance. But thanks to Rapid Brutality, you can actually offset some of that slowdown. And the ability to instantly drop a pallet to play around this, they cannot do that against Doctor because you can shock them as they get to the pallet and they are forced to not drop it and keep looping around it. So Rapid Brutality is great on Doctor, it's great on Pinhead, it's great on Singularity, it's maybe usable on a few other killers, and if you have a certain character like that and you want to try it out, I think it's awesome. It's really nice. You could try it on Hag, for example, another killer that doesn't chase normally, and hit a survivor and see if they get teleported somewhere else and you can commit to it. You can try it on a few killers here and there for funsies. But those that I mentioned, I think will be the best users. And those killers, they use this really well. On everybody else, pretty much a side grade or sometimes a downgrade, and I would avoid it on them. Remember me, one of the most slept on, no pun intended, perks in the entire game. Once you realize what this perk does, you honestly have got to respect it a little bit. Now, the first thing that you need to remember about Remember Me is that it only really starts powering itself up if you hit and damage the Obsession. Technically, if the Obsession damages themselves with some perk, that could also trigger, but that's not going to happen very often. So with this perk, you want to keep an eye on the Obsession. And because the Obsession themselves is immune to its effects, you typically want to kill or keep the Obsession busy if possible. If you manage to hit the Obsession 5 times by the end of the game and hopefully kill them, now everybody else is going to have to deal with the effects of this perk. Whenever they get to the Exit Gate, they will take an extra 30 seconds to open it. Maybe a bit less if you didn't fully charge it. 30 seconds in the endgame is an absolute eternity. It is really, really long. Not long enough to win you the game if everything is going wrong, but yes, long enough to fully finish a chase, fully hook a survivor and kill them, and now get one more kill than you were going to get. It also works in the final 1v1. If the last survivor has to get the exit gate after you close a hatch, with Remember Me, if they're not the obsession, likely it's never going to happen. Needless to say, this pairs incredibly well with information perks for the endgame. It pairs incredibly well with Know It. It pairs incredibly well with No Way Out, which we talked about at length a little while earlier. So it can be a really fun and engaging build centered around the endgame. And do not be fooled, these builds are not very common, but they are some of the strongest builds in the entire game. And they routinely catch survivors that are not super aware and super coordinated. It catches them really, really off guard. If you have Remember Me on a killer that can easily get injuries on survivor, even better. Maybe not so good on killers that insta down because you often struggle to take individual hits from each survivor, right? So yeah, you want to keep an eye on the obsession. You could have a build with Remember Me around making new obsessions and so on, but do be careful, that could be a little bit unwieldy. Now, Remember Me on its own is okay. It really gives you, like, you need to look at the HUD and make sure that the obsession is not alive or not being the one opening the gates to make sure that you get the most out of it. But as I said, it's only in the endgame, and if you're losing the game badly enough, it cannot really help you entirely on its own. It's not going to turn the game around on its own. The nice thing about Remember Me, however, is that it can empower certain other perks like Haywire, which is otherwise really bad. And if you also pair it with No Way Out, that's almost adding an extra 2 minutes to the end game, which is crazy. There are some killers that are naturally very, 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 very good at defending gates and can swap between them or be in two places at once. Talking Twins, I'm talking Singularity, I'm talking Sadako sometimes. These killers can use Remember Me a little bit better. There's also a few killers that have really fun and sometimes really powerful endgame add-ons that only trigger towards the end of the game or that get fully powered towards the end of the game, like Chucky's Portable TV or the Krasu's Bloody Handkerchief. Try this build with Remember Me. You will be pleasantly surprised. It's actually really, really fun. Merciless Storm. Merciless Storm is awesome, then it's meh, and then it's awesome again. It's one of the weird perks, there's a few of them, that get really, really good value when you're new. Then they become pretty meh, but then there's a way to use them at higher levels too. Let's begin by stating the obvious. If you are a new survivor, you are not good at skill checks, you do not know many of the killer perks, you are often quite distracted, and if you are finishing a generator and this perk triggers every single time a generator, any generator, reaches 90%, that's up to 7 different gens, up to 7 different times, once per gen, just like Tinkerer, and then you suddenly get a bunch of skill checks, you're likely going to mess it up. If you let go of the gen will get blocked. If you fail a skill check, the gen will get blocked and take 10% damage, and then it will remain blocked for 20 seconds. So at its best, if you're playing against newer survivors, if they do 5 gens, that's an extra 20 seconds or more, if you take into account the gen loss. That's potentially 5 times 20 or so extra seconds on each gen. That is insane. That makes this one of the best slowdown perks in the entire game. But that's assuming that survivors miss skill checks. If you play at higher levels, survivors pretty much know this perk exists 100% of the time. They are prepared for it 100% of the time. And it's quite rare that they will miss the skill checks, especially if there's 2 survivors on a gen, because they're both on it so quickly and the skill checks do not happen any faster. They each hit 3 or 4 skill checks and bam, easy peasy, lemon squeezy for them. It's a pushover of a perk. Sure, if you're playing a killer like Artis or Freddy, you could, and if you have a perk like Tinkerer letting you know that a gen is about to be done, or Hive Mind, this perk allows you to show up at the gen last second, or throw your power or teleport to the gen last second, and you will never have a survivor finish a gen right in front of your face. Because if you push them off the gen, or if you hit them, they'll never do the annoying thing the survivors do, where they take a hit,
then they get back on the gen, and then they finish it in front of your face and get adrenaline and run off into the sunset. That's really annoying. Well, Merciless can stop it. But do remember, it only triggers once per generator. So yeah, really good at low level. At higher level, the perk falls off, and it can be pretty mediocre. However, there is one killer that makes this perk unbelievably strong with the right setup. If the survivors are faced with random skill checks, which they can have if they have a certain rare perk from Alan, or if they're going against the Doctor, Merciless Storm is a completely different beast. It's a different perk altogether. It goes from whatever, D tier, C tier, to A tier, really good slowdown. Hitting several skill checks that are happening different parts on your screen, some of which come backwards, is downright impossible. I think it's almost impossible. It's really, really, really difficult. Especially if the Doctor also has unnerving presence and the skill checks are smaller. Unfortunately, if you as a Doctor do not apply Madness, then the effect doesn't happen. And if you only apply Madness 1, the effect is only 33% of the time. But if you apply Madness 2, it's 60% of the skill checks are going to be randomly placed or randomly backwards, and that is really hard. I am pretty sure that if you play Doctor and you apply at least a bit of Madness to everyone, this perk is going to trigger an average of at least 3 or 4 times, assuming that they complete all the gens. Assuming if they don't do all the gens, obviously you're winning. But even if they do all the gens, you're likely to see this perk be failed and come into effect easily 3 or 4 times average. And that is awesome. It's great. A perk that can passively defend the gen for you across the map and give you an extra 20 or 30 seconds on that gen without you doing much is incredible. S tier on Doctor, amazing, amazing stuff. Sadly, on other killers, it's really not that good. And for that reason, placing it on the tier list, it can be a little tricky. Try it on Doctor, try it on other killers, use it if you're a beginner. You'll get some good value. Terminus, another perk that is okay, but that really, really shines in a particular killer's kit. Now, I'm going to tell you already, of all the perks that are not S tier or A tier, 5 stars, 4 stars, I think this is the one that I've lost to the most times. I remember playing with some of my friends that are really good at this game. Between us, we have 1 billion hours, and we routinely get 4 people out, 4 people out, 4 people out. Some of the matches where we all end up dying are matches where a killer has an endgame build with Terminus. Terminus basically punishes survivors for being injured in the endgame, and he punishes them very severely, and there's only one way for them to shake the effect off. Anytime the last gen gets completed, any survivor that is injured or becomes injured after will have an impossible time healing. They will not be able to heal. They will be permanently injured. The only way to shake off this effect is to open one of the gates and then wait 45 seconds afterwards, which is not super fast. Now, we've already explained with No Way Out, and Remember Me, just how difficult it can be and how time consuming it can be to be in the end game and not have a gate open early enough. Assuming that the obsession is dead or undisposed, if you have No Way Out and Remember Me at full stacks, the survivors need almost 2 full minutes. 2 full minutes where everyone is permanently injured. That is actually insane. It is, granted, a bit of a win more perk, okay? If you put this on an average killer, the truth is, 99% of the time, either you're going to win before the endgame, or you're going to get to the endgame with so many people healthy that it doesn't matter. Or worse, you'll have a survivor hook, they'll open the gates, and they'll say, you know what, we don't want to mess with this, bye, and they all leave. And then it's like, okay, I get 1 kill, whatever. So this perk, if you take it in a vacuum, it's really not that good. But when you pair it with other in-game builds, with perks that we've just mentioned, and you run it on the right appropriate killer, oh my god, this perk is so nasty. For example, against the plague, a lot of people like to cleanse themselves and run into a fountain and then drink and be healthy. With Terminus, they remove the infection, but they stay injured. Against killers like Twins, who are incredibly good at downing a survivor that's injured, downing a survivor that's injured, downing a survivor that's injured, Terminus is insanely oppressive as well. But perhaps the Terminus user, the absolute god of running Terminus, is the Singularity. The Singularity is a killer that has cameras that he can place around the map, and he can teleport between these cameras if you are in front of these cameras. The thing is, if you have Remember Me, the gates are so slow, and he can teleport so quickly, and it's so impossibly to avoid, that it's going to feel like he has it, right? You go into the endgame, everybody healthy, then you touch the gates, and now No Way Out triggers, and they're blocked for a minute. Okay, now you get injured. Oh shit, now you're injured forever. Now your teammate gets injured. Now your teammate gets hooked. Now another teammate gets injured. Now you go on the gate, and the killer has to Remember Me. He teleports to you. Now you go down because you couldn't heal. You have adrenaline, doesn't matter. This blocks adrenaline. You have self-care, doesn't matter. You cannot block it. By the way, there's supposedly a ping issue where if the killer has bad ping, adrenaline can heal you before Terminus, but let's assume that doesn't happen. So basically, you can be in a really long endgame situation where you cannot open the gates safely, you cannot go for rescues, you cannot take hits for each other, you cannot heal each other, and at that point, you have to wait it out and very slowly try to win at the exit game, and you are going to lose. You are going to lose so badly, and no one that can come for you can heal you back to full health, and it becomes really, really, really oppressive. It is a bit of a gamble. It is a bit of a gimmicky playstyle, but it is one that I've seen has lots and lots of success, especially on the Singularity. Try it out if you haven't, and pray to God you don't find it. Coulrophobia is our third perk in a row that on the average killer doesn't shine so much, doesn't really do that much, but that has a few edge case scenarios, a few killer, one or two, that make it really, really nasty. What you need to understand about Coulrophobia is that it has it applies a constant debuff around your terror radius, aka near you, to anyone that is healing themselves or healing somebody else. Now, there are a few immediate concerns. If you have a killer that is stealthy, then Coulrophobia doesn't work as well. If you have a perk like Hex Fortune's Fool / Hex Plaything that makes survivors not hear your terror radius, then this perk doesn't work as well. And if survivors have some way to heal automatically or heal passively, like Adrenaline from Meg, that also doesn't affect this, right? But for the most part, Coulrophobia is a pretty annoying thing. It is a pretty much guaranteed insurance that a survivor cannot quickly do a cheeky little heal next to you. If you find, has it ever happened to you? Tell me, has it ever happened to you as a killer that you go to a group of survivors and they finish right at the last moment? Or you go to a survivor that's picking up their friend and they have time to pick up their friend and now they both speed off? With Coulrophobia, all of these little actions, healing a teammate on the ground, healing a teammate last minute, they take twice as long to complete. And if the survivors are a little bit clumsy, they get really difficult super speedy skill checks that are honestly pretty easy to miss if you're not expecting them. So even though they see the debuff, and most likely they will try to get outside your terror radius and heal somewhere else, you can sometimes you don't have that luxury, and the survivor might find themselves unable to heal. And if you pair this with other anti-healing perks, they will lose the progress, yada, 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 yada. Now, there is something that some killers try to do with Coulrophobia that I think honestly misses the point of it, okay? Some killers think, wait a minute, if this works off my terror radius, and I play a killer with a 40-meter terror radius, and then I run Distressing, which makes my terror radius even larger, and then I don't know, I have this other perk that makes my terror radius, blah, 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 blah. Can this somehow make me insanely good at controlling the whole map? The answer is yeah, but at that point, you're only doing one thing, and they're just going to do gens, and they're going to stay injured, do gens, and you're going to lose. Do not lose your mind trying to make your entire build around Coulrophobia. It's not a great idea. It's okay to run it by itself. It's okay to run it as a part of a greater plan, but do not try to make a mega super large terror radius build. In my experience, those builds are very gimmicky. They can be fun, but any team that you beat with that, you could probably beat with something a bit more robust and a little bit less gimmicky, right? Now, why is Coulrophobia so high up if this perk is a little bit gimmicky, and most survivors will often heal far away from you with a medkit when you're not right on top of them? There is unfortunately a few killers in this game, Blight, that have very large terror radius, that are really mobile, that are really good at seeing you heal from afar and really closing the gap to you. And Coulrophobia is extremely nasty on them. There's currently a build that a few Blight players run. I've seen them on other killers, and I've had the unfortunate displeasure of playing against it a couple of times, that involves Infectious Fright, a perk that makes everyone scream around you when you get it down. Coulrophobia, a perk that makes everyone heal slowly around you, and they cannot quickly heal a teammate next to you on the ground, which is really, really important if the killer is following a certain plan. And then Ruin and Thrill the Hunt, two massive slowdown perks. Remember, every time you scream, you get off the totem and you waste a lot of time. The idea is that you can never pick up your teammate close to the killer because they will down you. And when they down you, they're not going to hook you. They're going to leave you on the ground and they're going to go for the next guy. And before you know it, your 3 teammates are on the ground and it's really hard to pick them up. And it's really hard to go undetected. Builds like that are actually really nasty, and Coulrophobia is one of the ways that you can round it up. And it is a nasty, nasty perk on Blight and a few other killers. Another idea that I've seen people have is to run Coulrophobia with add-ons or perks that move and displace your terror radius. It does work. Technically, if you have Unforeseen and you kick a gen, you will apply Coulrophobia to that area, but it's very gimmicky. I wouldn't do it. I have yet to find a reason to do that is actually solid. Just it on itself or as part of a build as the one that I just mentioned makes this perk quite formidable and very, very annoying if you plan on slugging survivors and constantly leave them on the ground, which is nasty but an effective strategy. Phantom Fear. This is an interesting replacement to Lethal Pursuer. Instead of seeing all the survivors at the start of the game, this perk is going to highlight one survivor that is close to you, that is currently looking at you. But the nice thing is that it does it throughout the match. Okay, I'm going to tell you already, this perk is a bit lower than some of the other auto-reading perks, despite being quite good, because it does not have a lot of control for you. You do not trigger when it works. The survivor that triggers it might have a perk to avoid it. The auto reading is only 2 seconds, which is not crazy good and not super, super long to line up multiple hits or anything. But the nice thing about this perk is that on a killer that wants to constantly find people and does not want to have downtime, it is amazing. You play this on Nurse, for example. You go into the middle of the map. Normally, everyone is cowering in fear, hiding. And the person that wants to be found the least, the person that is hiding the most, bam, you find them. Now you go for them. Next time you're struggling to find someone, bam, you find them. One of the nicest things that you can do with this perk is actively look at the cooldown, which happens every 6 seconds, and try to time it really well. Like, try to hook a survivor right before this perk is on cooldown, right? And then run into the middle of the map. And if you find the person that was going for the rescue, guess what? Maybe that person had a perk to heal the teammate fast, and now they cannot use it. Now, because you chase them, another survivor that does not want to go for the rescue is forced to let go of their gen and go for the rescue. And that sort of little force rotation can add up and can make your killer game so much nicer. And it is one of the reasons why Phantom Fear is a comfy perk to run on a killer that does not have any innate ability to find survivors. Some killers like Doctor, they do have the innate ability to flush survivors out of hiding. But if you are finding yourself a little bit upset every time you're being stealthed against, this perk is one of the best ways to counter it. It is okay, but as I said, it has that sort of downside where you do not control it. It is a really nasty perk in the end game. The last survivor will have to remember to look away from you if they don't want to reveal themselves. In any situation where you need to find 1 or 2 survivors that is hiding, and this perk happens to be off cooldown, oh my god, you're going to absolutely love it, and it can really help you like find that person that does not want to be found. But yeah. Don't forget, it has a long cooldown, and you have so many other more reliable, more active auto perks. You might want to choose one of them instead. Hex Third Seal. This perk is extremely unassuming. It really doesn't seem so good in paper, and in theory, it should really not be that good. Anytime you injure a survivor with hit them with a basic attack, hit them with your tentacle as nemesis, any way you can injure a survivor, pretty much, you apply on them a permanent, forever blindness status effect that will only go away when this totem gets cleansed. Now, let's talk about why, in theory, this should be honestly horrible. Number one, this perk is a hex, which means that if you're unlucky, someone could find it at the very start of the game. It does not appear in the middle of the match, like some of the other ones. It appears at the start. So someone could spawn next to it, cleanse it, and bam, you don't have a perk. Congrats, you're an idiot. Another thing that could happen is that your early game is really rough and you don't hit anyone for a long time. One way to mitigate this, do not run third seal on Hillbilly. Run it on things like Legion, like Twins. These are killers that can easily get a hit. Like the first hit happens really quickly and multiple hits can follow up after that. So give this to a killer that really benefits from the survivors being a bit clueless and can really damage people quickly. Right? And another thing that could go wrong is that the survivors that you play against, they have zero perks related to auto reading, so they don't really need it. And they're also on Discord in a call, and they're all constantly calling each other out and giving each other information. So even if they don't have auto read on you, they're just calling out your location, explaining everything, and so on. But odds, I hear you ask, what if I am playing a killer such as the Pig? Can I use the perk Third Seal to make a survivor blind to the aura, and that way they will not see the aura of the boxes? Unfortunately, that does not work. Blindness, generally speaking, blinds the survivor from pretty much every single killer prop and every single killer station or interactable. So for 99% of these, you will not be able to blind them. There is an exception or two. I do think that if you have Third Seal, you might not see the turrets on Xenomorph. There's like one or two exceptions, very minor ones, but for the most part, unfortunately, you cannot do this. So it's a perk that could be cleansed really early. It's a perk that could potentially blind survivors, but then like who cares if they don't have auto perks. And it's also a perk that could be easily countered by just normal communication that survivors routinely do when they're in a call, right? Why the hell would you ever run this perk? It's a hex, but yeah, you could run it with other hexes as part of like a hex build, but why don't you run any of the 6 or 7 or 8 hex perks that we've already discussed, all of which are, I think, stronger than this? Well, that's when we need to talk about why blindness can be so crippling for survivors. What you need to remember is that survivors do not see each other on the hook if they are blind. They see the initial hook bubble, but they don't see each other on the hook. If they didn't pay attention, they don't know where you are on the hook. And this is another important one. Survivors do not see each other on the ground if you have Third Seal on, if you have blindness on. And another one is that the average survivor is an absolute user of information perks such as Deja Vu and especially Windows of Opportunity. Windows of Opportunity is a very common, very popular, very powerful survivor perk that highlights the nearby pallets, windows, and basically the places where they can run to be safe. A lot of survivors, if they lose the access to this perk, they generally have no idea how to play the game, and this makes their chases trivially much, much easier than if they did have access to it. So all of these things are good reasons. What I found in my own experience running this perk is that sometimes it does nothing, but every now and then it destroys a survivor team, even on its own. I hook a survivor, I down a survivor, I go for someone else, and the fourth survivor has no idea where the hook was because they were not paying attention. And then the survivor on the first hook, they go on to the second stage, and now they're nearly dead already. It just happens. It literally just happens. One of the nicest ways to run this perk is to put it on a killer that can easily get a few hits in and hope, you cannot really ensure it, but hope that the survivors are a little bit clueless. Put this on Dredge, put this on Hack, put this on Legion, apply it to a bunch of people, and they might make a game-ending mistake just for you. If you have some kind of perk or effect that highlights something for them that is not related to a killer interactable, Third Seal can also hide it. It can hide the the yellow aura from Trail of Torment and other little things like that if you want to get creative. In my opinion, it's not really the best perk in the world, but it's worth trying on some of these killers that I mentioned. Try it out, see if you get similar results. Alien Instinct. Alien Instinct is a barbecue cousin. Think of it that way. Whenever you hook someone with barbecue, you see every survivor that's far away, that is not in a locker or something. With Alien Instinct, you don't see every survivor, but it's very, very similar. Instead of seeing every survivor that is far away, you are going to see the furthest injured survivor. Now, if there's multiple injured survivors, you will see the furthest one. If there's only one injured survivor, you will see them even if they are right next to you. And on top of seeing their aura for 8 seconds, which is far longer than Barbecue, which was only 5, I think, you also give them a nasty Oblivious status effect for 60 seconds. Now, this, unfortunately, is a bit of a double-edged blade. Giving them Oblivious status effect means that they don't hear your terror radius and makes it easier for you to theoretically approach them undetected. But because you give them that status effect, this perk becomes really obvious. In other words, if a survivor is paying attention and you have Alien Instinct, they will know that you know where they are. And they will often play very, very safe and maybe try not to be in the open. Now, if you ignore them, that's good. They're wasting time. If you go right for them and you're the nurse, for example, it doesn't matter what they do. They're going to die. There are some killers that having a bit of information on survivors aura for a brief time is enough for them to make a really decisive move, line up a bird, line up a teleport, and bam, 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 insta down. Right? So Alien Instinct is really powerful at that. Unfortunately, Alien Instinct is not a perk I recommend on the average killer. The average killer does not have the ability to keep multiple people injured. You injure Survivor 1, you injure Survivor 2, you injure Survivor 3, you down Survivor 3. By the time you hook Survivor 3, Survivor 1 and 2 have already healed, and this perk does absolutely nothing. So for that reason, I recommend it on a killer such as Legion, such as Nurse, killers that are really good at injuring people and against which people sometimes are forced or prefer to stay injured. Right, so on killers like this, Alien Instinct is actually quite nice. It allows you to really punish people. Do be careful that it might send you off to a survivor that maybe you don't want to chase. But yeah, it's good on killers like Nurse. It's good on killers like Legion. It's good on killers like Plague, who can make everyone stay injured for really long periods of time. And it's a nice, cute alternative to Barbecue if you want. The Oblivious status effect is not huge, but the fact that it lasts 60 whole seconds makes that person very wary of maybe coming for the rescue and indirectly buys you quite a bit of time. It's really not a bad perk at all. Next up, Brutal Strength, one of the first perks that you will unlock in your DBD career, and honestly, it's really nice. It takes the speed at which you break a pallet, which I think is like 2 point something seconds, and shaves off 20% off. This does not just apply to pallets, it applies to kicking gens and kicking breakable walls. Not every map has breakable walls, but a few of them do, and this will save you a bit of time. Now, the first thing that this perk does is over the course of a long game where you kick tons and tons of pallets and kicks tons and tons of gens, it saves you a bit of time, and that already is nice. But the thing is, the real strength of Brutal Strength comes from the fact that many times a survivor drops a pallet and either runs in a straight line away from you or is basically zoned into the loop and cannot leave until you commit to an animation. With Brutal Strength, most killers that already don't have an ability to break a pallet quickly with their power now have a way to break the pallet and sometimes really punish the survivor before they make it to the next point of safety. Now, I'm already going to tell you, running Brutal Strength on a killer like the Cannibal or the Hillbilly, it's not very a good idea. If a survivor drops a pallet super early, guess what? You use your Chainsaw or you use your Shred or you use your whatever power, there's a few powers that do this, and you break the pallet and you're fine. But for killers that do not have this, a killer that does not have any downside for breaking a pallet, there's a few like Ghoul and Blight that lose tokens when they break a pallet. Brutal Strength can be very, very, very attractive. It's a way to make sure that you constantly stay on target. And for some killers that can break a pallet and then immediately follow it up with a power, it is honestly a very attractive option. King among Brutal Strength users and one of the best users and most common users of Brutal Strength is a killer named Wesker, aka the Mastermind. On Wesker, a survivor that drops a pallet right in front of you cannot just run in a straight line, because with Brutal, you can destroy the pallet and still be quick enough to immediately begin charging your power and possibly get to them with your power, the Virulent Bound Dash, before they make it around the next corner. And that is honestly really, really, really nice. Now, I'm going to give you a word of advice. Just because you can break pallets a tiny bit faster does not mean you have to break every pallet. There are pallets that are so unsafe where if a survivor tries to play them, they are going to get hit no matter what in 3 seconds. You don't need to break them, even with Brutal. If you want to, you can do it, but do not go out of your way to break a pallet at a bad time. I unfortunately see far too many killers that have the opportunity to hit a survivor, which is immediate pressure or really, really good progress, and instead they go and kick a gen or they kick a pallet. If you have the ability to down or injure a survivor, get that injury first. And then later, when you have a minute, when you have a moment, get the pallet broken. Pallets that are in the middle of the map, pallets that are constantly being recycled, pallets that are really, really safe, those break them right away. You don't want to give them a second chance to use them. You don't want to have to mind game yourself 20 times on it. Those Brutal Strength is there to help you. But do not replace your brain and your common sense with Brutal Strength, I kick everything I see dogma, because it will hurt your ability to grow and understand where you are making mistakes as a killer. Something else that needs to be said is that Brutal Strength applies an increase of action speed, and it does have the unfortunate downside of not stacking with other similar abilities fully. If you have Brutal Strength, which is 20%, and for example, fully powered Fire Up is 30, and Brutal Strength is 20, but you're not going to get 50. The second weakest, aka Brutal, will be halved. So I would say if you're going to use Brutal Strength, it is an okay perk. You can run it on a killer such as Wesker, for example, but probably run it on its own. Because it also affects gen kick-in speeds, it is a comfy perk to have if you have Goes the Weasel, Nowhere to Hide, Call of Brine, and similar as well, which I'm sure you've already gathered. Moving on to the perk Leverage. It's a bit strange. This perk used to be really bad when it came out. Then it got buffed, and I thought it was one of the best perks in the game. And sadly, it's now been readjusted to a pretty standard effect that, sadly, considering some of the very strong healing perks on the Survivor side, has made it a little bit irrelevant and quite unpopular. Still, if you look at a perk for what it is a quite powerful effect that you might actually benefit from. So, how does it work? Very simple. Anytime you hook a survivor and that person becomes unhooked, the person that unhooks them gets applied a pretty significant 30% healing reduction. This is very similar to a Sloppy Butcher or a Gift of Pain, and even though there are some diminishing returns, you could theoretically run them both at the same time. You could run Leverage with some other anti-heal, and it would probably result in an incredibly nasty 40 or something like that percent slowdown. That can add an extra 4 or 5 seconds to a heal, and it's not bad at all. Many times you show up back to a hook, and they finish healing right under your nose. With Leverage, you're kind of making sure that doesn't quite happen. It is a really good effect. In a vacuum, honestly, it should be one of the stronger perks in the game. However, let's actually look at some real case scenarios and understand why this perk is really not that good and that universally useful. If 2 survivors show up for the unhook, only the one unhooking has a debuff, so that will still be a really quick heal. If the survivor unhooks themselves, there's no leverage, so they can heal themselves at normal speed. If the survivor has the perk Resurgence, they only need to heal 30% of the progress, and even with leverage, it's really, really, really fast. And if the survivor unhooking has the perk Will Make It, I once played this perk against 3 Will Makes It, it gets destroyed, it gets steamrolled. Will Make It is 100% extra, leverage is minus 30. There's no competition. So basically, any strong perk from the survivors or any little bit of patience in waiting out the effect or just staying injured will make this perk really not that good. This perk does not do a lot if you don't pressure survivors a lot, and it doesn't do anything if you pressure survivors immediately and they don't heal in the first place. So the real best case scenario for this perk is to run it by itself or run it with Gift of Pain / Weeping Wounds on a killer that you are very comfortable letting the unhook happen. Maybe with something like Twins, something where you really punish survivors for staying injured longer, and suddenly this perk can shine a little bit more. But considering how many good anti-healing perks there are, and how some of them work even without hooking, and you can apply them to multiple people, and it doesn't start maybe half working a little bit late into the game, Leverage sadly does not have a lot going for it. Rancor, honestly not the absolute strongest perk in the game, but certainly one of the meanest and most uncounterable perks that there are. So you need to think of Rancor as 2 different perks, okay? Before the end game, this perk is a bit of a survivor perk. Anytime a gen gets completed, You will see the locations of every survivor. They will have like a little outline, not the aura, which is really nice, but the outline letting you know where the survivors are. But the Obsession will see your aura for is it 5 seconds? Oh, sorry, only 3 seconds. And unless they are very new to the game, and unless they are confused by some other perk, they will pretty much understand that they have Rancor on them immediately, and they will start preparing around it, right? Make no mistake, the ability to see every survivor at once is really, really powerful. We've explained already with perks like Discordance that being able to more or less figure out where half or all of the team is at any given time can allow you to make really important and game-winning decisions. So being able to see more or less where everybody is when a gem pops, it is a nice idea and gives you a little bit of info to go by. So that's great. The Obsession seeing you, that's not great. That's bad. The real kicker is when the last gen is completed, when the exit gates are powered, Rancor activates. The Obsession, if they didn't realize already, is going to be aware because they'll get a massive notification and they'll become exposed. It's very similar to Know It, but it only affects the Obsession. The Obsession is permanently exposed. They can never get rid of it. The only way to get rid of it is if the Obsession becomes somebody else and then the perk will affect them instead. Not only that, if the Obsession is down in front of you, you can immediately Mori them as if you had Devour Hope 5 stacks or as if you had a Mori, even if they've never ever been hooked. Wow. So how do we make use of this very mean perk? Okay, so the lazy way of using this perk is you keep an eye on the Obsession, you try not to chase them too much because you leave them for later, and in the end game, if they make a mistake, bam, easy down, possibly easy extra kill. Not only that, in the end game, if survivors have to go for a double rescue or if they have to take hits for each other, the Obsession is notoriously going to be really, really scared. They probably won't want to open gates, making Remember Me maybe a bit stronger. They're probably going to be very, very shy, and that can allow you to get away with aggressive plays on the other survivors. They are essentially a liability for the whole team, right? But there are some perks and some killers that are really good at flushing survivors out. For example, if you have Bitter Murmur, you can see the auras of everyone. So unless the Obsession goes into a locker for a long time, when the last gen gets done, you will be able to probably find it. And if you already have some other endgame stuff like No Way Out, and that is holding the gates open for a bit, or closed for a bit, Rancor can be really, really nasty. Particularly good on all of the staple endgame builds and all of the staple endgame killers. Can be really nasty on Singularity, for example. He can trap multiple angles of an exit gate and it's really hard for the Obsession to slip by. You basically are making the survivor team play with one man or woman short during the endgame, which is really powerful. One of the nastiest things about Rancor as well is that you can technically use it more than once. It is unlikely, but I do have a video if you want to check it out. I'll try to link to it. Look up 4-man Rancor odds or something like that if you want to find it. You can essentially Rancor a person and then use a perk such as Nemesis or Game of Food to create a new Obsession and then Rancor the next one. A little bit out there, but it's a strategy that's fun and that you could potentially do. At the end of the day, the one thing that Rancor does is it puts a lot of pressure on survivors. It makes one of them kind of useless, and that in itself has a little bit of utility. That's that and the little bit of information that it gives you. Just be careful. Survivors are pretty crafty and they'll know how to play. They'll try to play around this. They're not going to fall for hook, line, and sinker if you don't at least pressure them significantly. Next up, we have Mindbreaker, also what used to go by the name Fearmonger. This is a perk that is remarkably simple. Super, super, super simple. Anytime a generator is being touched by a survivor, that survivor is blind and also exhausted. And if they let go of the generator, then they start to recover and get rid of it in about 5 seconds. A bit less if they have visual. Now, one of the nastiest things that this perk does is it pauses these timers. So if a survivor uses Sprint Burst to get onto a gen, they do not recover it passively. And when they finish a gen, they will if I'm not mistaken, and this hasn't changed, they will still have to wait out the whole 40 seconds of their exhaustion perk. Now, we already went into detail when we talked about the perk Third Seal on why blindness can be so good. It does not affect the survivor's abilities when it comes to seeing the killer interactable things. So they can still see the fountains on the plate. They can still see the clocks on Freddy and so on, but most other things highlighted by perks, they cannot see. So if they're working on gens, they will not see you on the Kindred, they will not see their teammates on the ground. One of the things that you can do with Mindbreaker is literally start getting really aggressive, down a survivor, down another survivor, do not actually hook them, and their teammates will be forced at some point to let go of the generator, or else they have no idea what's going on. Especially against teams that are unprepared, this can be really, 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 really nasty. The main reason why people use this perk is not necessarily for the blindness, even though it is nice. It is for the exhaustion. Many killers have the ability to sneak up to you next to a gen, but it's often not a guaranteed hit. For example, if I'm playing Pig and I uncrouch next to the gen, and I'm playing Wraith and I uncloak next to the gen and they hear the bell, or if I'm playing Sadako and I get close and they hear the little static noise. Unfortunately, all of these scenarios, I am very, very susceptible to a survivor with Sprint Burst, a really, really common perk, to immediately run off the gen, create a lot of distance, and deny me my ambush attack. With Mindbreaker, you pretty much put a stop to all of that. Anytime you get a survivor out of a gen, you know for a fact that they are not going to be able to use an exhaustion perk for at least a little while, unless they manage to like drop a bunch of pallets and sneak in a little bit of walking here and there. You're pretty much guaranteed to never eat an exhaustion perk immediately. So for that reason, it pairs really well with anything that also punishes survivors for letting go of gens, such as Ruin, Mindbreaker, maybe Hex Undying to protect Ruin, and now you have a really easy build that lets you find survivors, catch them sometimes with their pants down, and have a little bit of certainty. If you hate exhaustion perks, you will love this perk. Sadly, in my opinion, even though these two effects are nice and they're really, really passive and they help you a lot without you doing much, they are not strong enough and do not last long enough to always justify the perk slot. I would get the most value out of Mindbreaker, in my opinion, in a build that gives me perfect information on generators. So Mindbreaker with Ruin and Hex Hive Mind, or one of the add-ons, for example, All-Seeing Spirit on Wraith, that allows me to know where each and every single one of the gens is being done. So I'm way, 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 way more likely to interrupt people on gens and less susceptible to having gens done in the background while I'm not interrupting. If you're not contesting gens, if you don't have perks like Tinkerer or Thrilling Tremors or add-ons or your own intuition to really interrupt gens, this perk on its own is not going to pull its weight. If you do have all of that, this perk can sometimes get you a hit or a down that you otherwise wouldn't get, and that alone makes it worth running. Next up, Genetic Limits, another exhaustion perk, this time even simpler than the previous. Anytime you injure a survivor or they get injured in any way, they become exhausted for 8 seconds. I was going to say a lot more. 8 seconds. 8 seconds is an eternity. A survivor cannot really in chase walk or do anything to really shake it off. It's true that every time a survivor vaults a window, they can let go of shift, and every time they drop a pallet, they can walk for like a millisecond to recover a little bit, but 8 seconds is a long time. In other words, this is a perk that allows you to commit to a survivor knowing that if you've injured them just now, they're not going to hit you with a surprise little BS exhaustion perk that gives them a ton of distance. Particularly useful when they've healed and they have Dead Heart. Now they can't use it. Particularly useful if they were holding onto a Sprint Burst and you managed to hit them. I think Overcome unfortunately triggers before the effects of this perk, so Overcome does counter this perk, if I'm not mistaken. That's unfortunate, but it does counter most perks quite nicely. It does not counter Dead Heart if the survivor is already injured, and it does not counter Sprint Burst if the survivor uses it. Likely they will before you get a hit, so it's really not incredible. One thing that's really nice about this perk is that injuring a survivor also guarantees that their Iron Will be inactive, because Iron Will is a semi-exhaustion perk that only works when they're not exhausted. So, for example, Spirit can use this perk quite effectively, knowing that after you injure someone with genetic limits, not only can they not use exhaustion, they also cannot use Iron Will, which is one of the best ways they have to try to mess with your audio and try to slip by your hearing ability, right? So all of these things are really, really positive. Let's begin with the elephant in the room, however. What does this perk do if survivors do not bring exhaustion perks? The answer is, on its own, nothing. Literally nothing, unfortunately. It's true that exhaustion perks are very common, and they are some of the strongest survivor perks in the game, but you can have 4 survivors with 4 insane builds that do not rely on exhaustion. So even though Genetic Limits is good at countering common perks, it doesn't always counter what the survivors are bringing. And the only way you could get value with it is if you also run a similar perk that we're going to talk about right now called Overwhelming Presence, which we'll talk about next. But keep in mind that if you are already good at dealing with exhaustion perks, you might actually want to hold on to using Genetic Limits too much. Exhaustion can sometimes be played around with a little bit of finesse on your part and not necessarily with a perk to help you on it. It is, however, a strong perk with very, very simple and straightforward turn conditions, and that alone makes it quite decent. Overwhelming Presence. It is a perk that can exhaust survivors, but that typically you use in conjunction with other add-ons or perks that also exhaust them. If the survivors become exhausted themselves, they also trigger this perk. So basically, anytime a survivor uses an item next to you, toolbox, flashlight, medkit, they become exhausted if it's the first time they do it, right? I do think it has a cooldown. Yeah, it has a cooldown. But this is only the one of the ways that this perk can trigger. If they become exhausted in any way, like for example, using a sprint burst away from you, this perk will also trigger. And the main effect is that anytime someone becomes exhausted next to you, you see their aura for 4 seconds. This is really, 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 really good. 1 second, guys. I need to ask people in the house to be a bit quiet. Okay, peace and quiet. So being able to see the aura of a survivor sometimes allows you to see them when they run out of line of sight, allowing you to track them better. If you're a killer like Nurse, you can sometimes line up a hit through a wall, right? Or right after they come out of hiding, if you're Huntress, for example. And other than this, it also confirms that a perk was used, allowing you to have a bit of clarity of like, okay, that was Life, okay, that was Overcome, okay. And being able to map the survivor's perks in your head and being able to correctly guess what they have helps you in the next chase and helps you understand the fuller picture. So overall, Overwhelming Presence is a nice perk. Unfortunately, the auto reading is really short. You often need another perk or another add-on to really benefit from it. Luckily for you, exhaustion perks and items are so common that running this on its own can still be quite worth it. One of those perks that's not so strong on its own that people run it, but if you try it, I think you will be pleasantly surprised by how unexpected it can be. Scourge Hook, Hive Mind Streak. I'm going to tell you already, this perk used to be the worst perk in the game. It was so bad. One of the worst perks ever. It basically allowed, it used to be quite bad. But then there was a time when if survivors died and a hook disappeared, the hook came back. Now that happens automatically. So you don't have to worry about hooks being forever despawn. Anyway, anecdotes aside, what does this perk do? This is a Scourge Hook perk, okay? That much like every other Scourge Hook that we've seen so far, whenever you equip it, or any other Scourge Hook, you will have 4, never more than 4, but 4 Scourge Hook spawns around the map. 4 of your hooks will become white, and they will have special effects. The way this perk works is a little bit unique. Like, it doesn't really require you to hook people on the Scourges. I'm reading now to confirm it. It really doesn't require you. It just makes each of the score hooks a little bit of an AoE auto reveal. And if you know about the other Scourge Hook perks, you're probably already getting some ideas, and don't worry, we'll get to that. So basically, what you can do with this perk is you pick up a survivor, and while you traverse to the hook, you look around the map. And sometimes you will see activity and you will have hints. And in a best case scenario, you might see a survivor that's healing or 2 other survivors that were healing under a hook and know exactly where to go next. This is honestly not bad. Unfortunately, in some maps, the amount of white hooks is really not enough to cover any meaningful distance. And this perk on its own, I think, is a really, really inconsistent, horribly situational perk. Like with what I've just described from this perk, you would never want to use it, okay? Compared to Barbecue, compared to Thrilling Tremors, compared to Nurse's Calling, compared to Alien's Instinct, compared to all of these perks that I've described, this is massively subpar and a massive downgrade. However, there are a couple things that make this perk a little stronger than you might initially anticipate. Number 1, if you pair this with Jagged Compass, every single time that you hook a survivor, that hook becomes a white hook. that means that over the course of a match, if you get 2 or 3 or 4 hooks in the middle of the map, you now will have a complete and saturated areas, complete areas of the map where survivors generally cannot move without being detected, especially in some indoor maps. So you can actually create genuine like EMP detection areas. And this is a strategy that apparently in the Japanese or Asian servers is quite common for killer players to go with. So that can be quite strong. And another idea, of course, is to you can also, there's also another Scourge Hook perk that we'll talk about in a minute that creates Scourge Hooks in the basement. And this could also reveal people in the basement if for some reason are finding themselves down there. So all of this can actually be surprisingly effective, and I've surprised myself using this perk as part of a dedicated Scourge Hook build. It also warns you if a survivor is going for a sabotage on any of these white hooks, but that's more of a secondary effect and not something that typically sabotage does not catch you off guard. Just know that if you run this perk and you hear a notification on the hook, that's exactly what it's going. But yes, having a build where you hook multiple people around the map, and then you have Jagged, Compass, and maybe Gift of Pain / Whipping Wounds or Floods of Rage. Along with this perk, you're going to have wall hacks throughout the match, and it can be quite comfy. It's also happening at a time when survivors often don't expect it, and just being able to catch one person off guard every now and then is surprisingly viable with this. Hex Retribution is another perk that gives you the ability to suddenly, in very, very specific moments, have pretty much perfect awareness of where everyone in the team is. And it is really, really huge, okay? The thing that you need to understand about this hex is that it is a hex trap. It, on its own, does nothing. If a survivor does not touch this or any hex or any dull totem, it doesn't do anything. It has no effect whatsoever. So be very careful if you put it in a build and survivors just ignore your totems. You will literally have no value whatsoever. Unlike other hexes that add passive abilities and mess up with survivors during chase, this one literally does nothing unless survivors are trying to mess with it. But when survivors are trying to mess with it, that's when it gets interesting. So anytime a totem, any totem whatsoever is being touched in any way by a survivor, this perk comes into effect as long as it's still standing, and it will make that survivor oblivious. Oblivious means they don't hear your terror radius. Now, this can be bad because some perks want the survivor to be in the terror radius, but it's also incredibly good in some other areas because some perks also get stronger if you are not within terror radius. So this can have some effects. Be careful, reevaluate your build around this fact, but it is overall really good, and it does sometimes result in a survivor cleansing a totem and then for the next 60 seconds having no idea where you are, running into you accidentally, possibly making a game-ending mistake. So really, really nasty oblivious effect that lingers for up to 60 seconds after they're done with the totem, whether interrupted or finished it. But here's the crazy part. If they cleanse this totem or any other hex, Retribution activates its main effect, which is to reveal every single survivor in the lobby for 20 seconds. 20 seconds is a massive amount of time. It allows slow killers to still benefit greatly from the information and start pushing survivors into the right places to really push them against a corner. And needless to say, if you're playing something like Nurse or any killer that can really hit you through walls like Pyramid Head, 20 seconds allows you to do an incredible amount of pain. The best part is that this works with every single hex until they get Retribution, including Retribution itself. So if I have, for example, Retribution, Ruin, and Undying, the first totem to go will always be Undying, and it will trigger Retribution. And then the second one, if they get unlucky, will be Retribution, and then they'll trigger it again, and now I'll still have Ruin. And if they do Ruin, they will give me another Retribution, and if they're not paying attention and they're not keeping count, they might do the third totem and reveal everyone again another 20 seconds. So if the team that you're playing against is a little bit clumsy and don't know what they're doing, they might give you 60 whole seconds of auto reading on the entire team. I've already explained many times that being able to immediately see everyone on the team completely removes all guesswork from your decision making and allows you to do the best possible thing at the time. which is to chase the survivor, prevent the survivor from moving, interrupt the survivor from healing, go for this guy that's dead on hook. All of the correct choices, you can make them when you have information like that. It is generally super broken for those 20 seconds. As I said, especially on killers that can quickly multiply the pressure with a strong attack. If you're playing a slower killer that doesn't have a lot of immediate oomph, a lot of immediate pressure, yeah, the 20 seconds of auto read is nice, but it's not so good. One of the nastiest things that you can do with this perk is to pair it with the next perk that we're going to talk about, which not only will it give you 20 seconds of wall hacks on everyone and 60 seconds of not being detected by the person who did the totem, you will also be able to insta-down them, which is super, super nasty. Needless to say, Retribution is awful on its own. You want to run it with multiple totems, ideally with Undying, and you want to have it as part of a big build. And depending on how lucky they get with what totems, you could get less or more value, but at the very least, you're going to get a good 40 seconds of auto read on everyone. And if they ignore totems, they might have to do Ruin. They might have to do gens through Ruin and do chases through Blood Favour and all the other nasty, powerful Hex perks that we have recently talked about. Hex Haunted Ground is an amazing Hex to pair with Retribution, as I said, because basically this is also a Hex trap totem. This perk, again, does nothing, and I mean nothing, if left alone. If survivors ignore this, it literally will be an empty perk slot for you. But if they mess with it, and they cleanse it, both totems will explode, and basically you have 60 seconds of insta-down. Unless they have visual, remember, it could be a bit shorter. This goes super well with Retribution, goes super well with Undying, because they could trigger it multiple times, believe it or not, and goes well with a bunch of hexes just to mess with survivors. Now, one thing remarkable about Haunted Ground, where it is quite unique, it is the only hex perk that begins at the start of the game with 2 hexes on the map. Most other hexes are a single totem, or maybe they can make multiple totems for each survivor, but that's it. This one makes 2 totems right off the bat, which means that theoretically, if you have 3 normal hexes and Haunted Ground, you could have 5 hex totems on the map in case you want to have maximum retribution value, for example. So the way you run Haunted Ground is, first of all, you ideally want to have it on a killer that can benefit from exposed status effect. So don't give this to Nurse, don't give this to Huntress. They use their special attacks. Give it to Trapper, give it to Hag, give it to Spirit. Maybe Spirit is a bit predictable, it's her own perk. Give it to Singularity, and these killers will do nasty work with these. Trapper in particular is a really good user of Haunted Ground, because if you notice that survivors are ignoring 2 of your totems and you think those are Haunted Ground, you could literally be a little bit cheeky and trap them. Make it really obvious. Be like, oh no, guys, don't cleanse this. No, look, I'm trapping it. Please, this is my super important hex. Don't break it. And that is a bit of reverse psychology that actually makes survivors often want to destroy the totem and doom themselves in the process, right? So Haunted Ground, really nice. Now, one mistake that I do see some people make is they run Haunted Ground, which is a trap hex totem. They run Thrill the Hunt, which makes all totems slower. They run Retribution, which again is a trap hex totem. And then they run Ruin. And at that point, if the survivors notice what you're doing, they're just going to ignore all of your totems. Yes, it's a bit of an inconvenience to do gens through Ruin, but it's not, if the rest of your build is not supporting Ruin, and if your power is not pressuring them massively, they have no reason to cleanse it. You might run into the problem where you have so many trap hexes that it's the best idea for the survivors to just ignore all of them, and then you don't have a build. So make sure that you introduce at least 1 or 2 perks into your build that are so annoying, so unbelievably disgusting for the survivors to deal with, that they generally feel the need to cleanse it. Blood Favour on a few killers can be disgusting. Ruin, needless to say, Devour Hope will definitely force them to start cleansing totems. Imagine they start to get insta-down by Devour Hope. They are now possibly getting more by Devour Hope. They start getting totems and they accidentally cleanse Haunted Ground. And as I said earlier, if you have Undying, there is a small chance that you could get technically 2 Haunted Grounds when Undying relights it. So yeah, really nasty. Although it cannot be utilized on its own to much effect, it's the kind of perk that survivors could just ignore. So you need to have a build and a plan around it. Forever Entwined. You remember Fire Up? That perk that gets stronger and makes you do things faster the more gens are completed? Forever Entwined works in a similar way, and it does not stack fully with Fire Up, but it does stack up in some way. Basically, this perk gets stronger the more you have injured survivors. Now, almost every killer in the game injures survivor eventually, but some of them do it in big chunks. For example, the hillbilly, like chases you, one down. Then one down. You don't want this perk on these killers, ideally. I think it's a little bit nicer on killers that quickly get injuries. So, for example, on the ghoul himself, who quickly injures you, that's great, right? On Blight, who quickly gets injuries, that's great. This is the kind of perk you want to give to someone that can very, very quickly, very, very aggressively get a few hooks, health stages out of survivors, even in the early game. And the stronger it gets, the more and more its effect becomes pronounced. What the effect does is really, really simple. You pick up faster, you hook faster, and you also drop survivors faster. Dropping survivors is not something that you want to do, but every now and then, I don't know, you will carry a survivor, see that there's something really important happening in front of you, and you might actually decide, you know what, I'm going to drop them. And in that case, Forever Entwine gives you a very massive 32% faster speed. The biggest thing that you do with picking up faster and hooking faster is you save tons of little time here and there. Many times you down 2 survivors, you pick one up, and the survivors try desperately to pick up their teammate before you can get back to them. With Forever Entwined, they don't have time. Many times you down a survivor, you pick them out under a pallet, and their teammates desperately try to show up and do a pallet save or a flashlight save. Guess what? With 32% faster speed, you are never ever gonna get that flashy save. It is so difficult. They need to adjust the timing, and it might throw them off. They might not reach it in time. So it is a great perk to save a little bit of time here and there, and to also make it a little bit easier to play around some of these altruism moments. Just like we said with Fire Up, and what other perk that we talked about this? Just like we said with Coup de Grâce, survivors, especially the experiencers, they have a really strong interiorized sense of how quickly killers do certain things, and they often try their best to optimize their time. If they see a gen that's 99%, and they're a little bit far, but they see you pick up a survivor, they have a really good idea that they can get on it and finish it, and they might not expect you hooking the survivor and being so quickly able to interrupt them. So that's the kind, this Forever Entwine lives in these little moments where survivors underestimate you and you end up being faster. At the end of the day, however, it's the time that you save from doing these little actions, like 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 1 whole minute. No. There is a reason this perk is not among the best, but it is a very comfy, feel-good type of perk that will occasionally allow you to get something that you otherwise wouldn't. Zanshin Tactics, a perk that I wish more people would utilize as a killer. It is an amazing perk to learn the maps, it is an amazing perk to have good awareness of everything around you, and it has a really nice kick-ass secondary effect. It is basically the killer equivalent of the perk, of the survivor perk, Windows of Opportunity. You see the auras of pallets, windows, and do you also see breakable walls? Oh, I think they might have removed the breakable walls. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think they might have removed it. I could swear it used to show you the auras of breakable walls. Breakable walls are not super important. You do see them pretty easily, and they are in fixed spots, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, you see the auras of pallets and windows. It seems, honestly, like a little bit redundant. Why is it so important for me to see it? The reason why Windows Opportunity is so good for Survivor is because if a Survivor is in a place where there's no pallets except for one, and they run you to that pallet, they can last longer and they help the whole team. But if you as a killer are chasing a survivor and they go towards that one pallet, intuitively, it makes sense to think that, okay, I see the pallet, they see the pallet, but they reach it before I reach it. So what's the point? Why do I want to see pallets? It's not super obvious, but a lot of times when you play killer and you start a chase, you actually have a little bit of opportunity to pressure the survivor into taking a certain direction. Maybe you can chase them from the left and push them to the right. Maybe you can chase them from the right, push them to the left. If you have this perk, even if your memory is not very great and your ability to read the map is not super refined, you will have a clear-cut picture, an immediate understanding of which direction you can push a survivor and whether or not it is a good idea to start using your power. Many times, you will chase a survivor that goes to a big rock. You don't know if that rock has a pallet. There's actually a 50% chance that rock has a pallet because sometimes it spawns, sometimes it doesn't. And you don't know if you should rev up your chainsaw. You rev up your chainsaw and you lose distance and the survivor reaches the pallet and you wasted your time. But if you have Zanshin, you no longer have this question. Anytime you chase a survivor into an obvious death zone, you will know ahead of time, you will know to rev your chainsaw ahead of time and start revving it and hitting him because there's nothing to get there. And if you know the pallet is there, you can start mind gaming it and playing around it accordingly. So seeing pallets and windows is always a good thing. And being able to see the pallet at a window also allows you to guess the type of structure that you're chasing into before you even see it. So at the start of the game, you might find yourself in situations where you chase a survivor, and you try to chase him to the best of your abilities, and then you realize, oh my god, he took me to this crazy combination of shack next to a jungle gym, next to this filler, next to this, and I cannot chase this guy here. She's going to last forever. I'm going to waste my time. With Zanshin Tactics, you can see that well ahead of time. You can, before you even commit to a chase, you can already see where the points of safety are, and you can make a plan accordingly to decide whether you want to dip or whether you want to actually stick around. There are a few killers that also benefit from accurately lining up their powers. For example, as an artist, you can put a bird that goes through a pallet, but also X-rays and aims towards the next pallet. And then when you chase a survivor there and they drop that one, you send the bird from before and bam, they get hit. With Doctor and Pyramid Head and other similar killers like that, for example, Vecna, the first, you can aim at the pallet, even if you're behind a line of sight that's blocked, you can aim at the pallet to hit a survivor that's going through it with your power, right? So Zanshin Tactics is also quite useful on Doctor and on Pyramid Head and all of these killers that like to line up hits around, from behind obstacles. And that's still not even talking about the secondary effect of Zanshin. Zanshin makes it so that anytime a survivor drops a pallet, you see their aura for a whooping 5 seconds. That's insanely good. There are so many killers where you can make a survivor drop a pallet, pretend to go to the right side, and then they run back in front of the pallet, and guess what? Bam! Hatchet to the face. Or shot in the face with Deathslinger. Or hit in the face with Tentacle. Or hit through the pallet with the Punishment of the Damned from Pyramid Head. So many killers. So many killers can straight up hit you, or put you in a bad spot, or apply some kind of debuff, or do half damage to you, or do whatever, if they see your aura after you drop a pallet. And it completely removes so many little mind games that survivors can do after they drop a pallet and they hide somewhere, maybe with that on Will or some other semi-stealth perk. This is a really good effect that I think you should try. I personally really like it on Pyramid Head. I really like it on Nemesis. Yeah, any killer that does not ignore pallets, there's a few that do, like Nurse, this perk is actually really useful on, and especially chainsaw killers, or if you're a beginner, the type of characters that you really need to be aware of your surroundings, you want to try this perk on. It's actually really worth it. Infectious Fright, probably the simplest perk that we have talked about so far. All the other perks have a cooldown, or a range, or a trigger condition, or they are hexes, or they are scorch hooks, or this or that. This perk is super simple and incredibly elegant in what it does. Anytime a survivor goes down, by any way whatsoever, typically when you hit them, everyone in your terror radius will scream. Your terror radius is typically 32 meters. Some killers is 24, some killers it's 40. Sometimes you can have a 0 terror radius. Keep in mind, if you play a stealth killer, maybe don't use this perk. If you play a killer with a build around undetectable, maybe don't run this perk, but as long as you're not doing something like that, this perk will get value. Anytime you're down a survivor, or a survivor goes down to anything in the map, you see the people around you. More importantly, being able to see the survivors around you, you don't see their aura, you see their outline. It does make them scream, and it interrupts their current action. It seems stupid, but interrupting their current action means that if they're cleansing from a fountain, they're going to stop. If they, I think that's true. Anyway, if they are doing a jigsaw trap from the pick, they will stop and have to do it again. If they're cleansing a totem, that's an important one, they will also lose all of the progress and have to start over. So this is a really nasty way of being aware of your surroundings, interrupt people doing things near you, probably apply certain effects as well, spook survivors into being passive, and also pretty much have perfect awareness around you to avoid things like altruism, pallet saves, flashlight saves. Basically, anytime you down a survivor and no one screams around you, you know that there's no one else in the area and you don't need to waste any time looking around. Like, you can immediately start to set your sights on further gens and further areas because that's where the survivors likely are. The only way to counter Infectious Fright from the survivor side is to hop into a locker, which you cannot really do on command always, or to have the perk Calm Spirit, which is incredibly unpopular. Nobody runs it. So for the most part, this perk is really, really strong. Overall, it's a nice perk to have a bit of awareness and to make it harder for survivors to do altruism. So why is it so high up? Well, there are a couple builds that make a very nasty use of this perk. One of them we already talked about when we talked about Coulrophobia, which is the big terror radius interruption build. You run something like Thrill the Hunt, maybe Ruin, possibly Undying or similar. And then you slap that with Infectious Fright on one of the several killers, Wesker, Hillbilly, Ghoul, Blight, typically Blight and Billy, that have a bigger terror radius than normal. And what you end up with is a killer that has really, really strong mobility, really, really strong chase, unpredictably short chases, and they constantly are damaging gens with Ruin. If you get on a totem to cleanse Ruin, anytime someone goes down anywhere near you, you scream and the totem gets interrupted. And this can quickly devolve into a situation where the killer downs you and then downs someone else, and they don't even attempt to hook anyone. They try to leave you all slugged on the ground. And it is really difficult to come back from this if your team is ill-prepared for this situation. Without a few key perks and really good teamwork and really good individual play, really good teams can fall victim to this sort of playstyle. In this sort of build, this perk actually becomes quite disgusting and really, really, really nasty. For that reason, it is a little bit higher than I would otherwise place it. Still a decent perk, all things considered, no matter what. Next up, Ultimate Weapon. Very similar to Infectious Fright, this perk makes people scream. It doesn't reveal their aura, but it does reveal their approximate location. Also applies blindness. We've already explained many, many times why blindness can be good. It disorients survivors. It lets them not take advantage of information perks and seeing their teammates on the ground and so on. It's only 30 seconds and it's not huge, but yeah, still 30 seconds of blindness, not too bad. And it has basically a different trigger condition. Instead of downing someone like Infectious, this perk triggers when you open a locker. Now, there are some killers that naturally open lockers to reload their power, namely the Trickster and the Huntress. And these killers already have a bit of a bad time tracking survivors because they're not the fastest. Ultimate Weapon is an amazing perk on them. Anytime you open a locker, either no one screams and you know they're all far away from you, or someone screams and if you want a quick chase, that's probably the closest person to you. That's great. On these killers, it's great. Be careful, some killers interact with lockers, but they don't actually open them. Like, for example, if you go inside a locker with Dredge and come out of it, that doesn't count as opening. You have to actually open it, right? So yeah, this is not based on terror radius. It's actually a 40-meter radius around the locker. 40 meters is very big. If you open a locker in the middle of the map, you are nearly guaranteed to find someone. So even though this perk is not as fluid and not as seamless as some of the other perks that trigger automatically or when you hook a survivor, even though you have to go slightly out of your way, there is very, very little ways to escape this perk. Barbecue and Chilli, Alien Instinct, we've already explained, you can be healthy and it doesn't trigger, or you can be close and it doesn't trigger, or you can have very many different perks that hide your aura. Ultimate Weapon can only be countered with an extremely rare, extremely bad perk named Calm Spirit that I'm telling you, pretty much nobody runs. So this is a very reliable tool to find people. It can also be used aggressively as a way to find the person that doesn't want to be found at the time they really don't want to be found. Let me paint you a picture. You down a survivor, you put them in the basement, a teammate tries to come to get them, but you find them and then you quickly down them. And now you have a pretty good idea that the other survivor that was coming for the rescue is hiding somewhere. They're waiting for the perfect time to sneak into basement and find them. You open a locker, they scream, you find them, you start chasing them, and now the entire team has to drop everything they're doing and get involved in the rescue, and there's a chance they might not make it. Very good on Nurse, very good on Billy, very good on mega aggressive killers that if you get found in a bad spot will result in you going down sometimes in seconds, right? So yeah, very, 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 very strong perk. What are some of the obvious downsides? It has a 45-second cooldown. You cannot spam it. And being able to see the location of a survivor is not the same as seeing their aura. You do not get to make a precise move on them. If they start walking, you might not see them. If they have some stealth perk that removes the scratch marks that you might not realize by the time you get close. And if they have sprint burst, guess what? You get to them, you finally get them, and they sprint burst away. So this ultimate weapon is really not that ultimate. It's more like an okay weapon. And if you go out of your way to get good at it, I generally think it's one of the best info perks in the game. It sadly does not help you find survivors at the start or across the map or in super, super big maps where you really quickly want to transition into an next chase. And it's not a one-stop shop, a ultimate tool for every single killer. It's for killers that really want to move deliberately and make sure that they leave no one behind. Whenever they leave an area of a hook, they do not find anywhere else. Obvious alternatives to this perk, nowhere to hide, and similar that are a little bit more seamless to use, but still, really, really strong perk. Languid Touch. Languid Touch is one of 2 perks that survivors trigger when they spook off a bird. There are, I'm sure you've noticed, several crows laid out around the map, and survivors typically can avoid them by running the perk Calm Spirit, but nobody runs it, as I've explained before, or by walking very carefully around them. If they touch the crow, or if they run by the crow flies off. This can be visually distinct to the killer from afar, and it doesn't really do anything else. But with this perk, anytime a survivor does that, you will get a notification, if it's close enough, 36 meters, and the survivor will be slapped with a 10-second exhaustion. I've already explained before that 10 seconds or 8 seconds of exhaustion is a massive deal. Unless a survivor shakes you off and hides and stays still for a second, using an exhaustion perk is essentially impossible. Languid Touch is a really nice way to basically chase a survivor for a little bit, see it go off, and now have the certainty that there's no Dead Heart, there's no Overcome, there's no cheeky little 99 sprint burst. It can mess with a lot of survivor perks that they rely on to extend their chases. And from what I hear my survivor friends tell me, they often do get caught quite often. I don't go against this perk very often, but when I've gone against it, if I've had an exhaustion perk, I have noticed at least once or twice per game, it has disabled it for me. It has a short cooldown so that it cannot trigger a million times on the same survivor, but it can trigger many times on different survivors as well, which is nice. Much like some of the other exhaustion perks that we talked about earlier, if you're really bothered by exhaustion and you don't have an easier way to apply it, this is a decent one. It's also good on killers that want to exhaust survivors but do not have the immediate ability to hit them to apply genetic limits, for example. Not a bad perk at all, and it does pair nicely with the other crow perk and with Overwhelming Presence, because they will trigger in tandem. We will talk about the other crow perk in 5 perks from now. Interesting. Save the best for last. I am so sorry, guys. The descriptions of these perks are removed. It is a perk that will have a different name if you don't own the Halloween DLC. If you don't own the Halloween DLC, Save the Best for Last will be named Keep Them Waiting. But they are the same perk. Don't worry about it. Unfortunately, the description is missing on screen, so I'll do my best to explain it to you. What you need to know, okay, is that every single killer in the game has the exact same basic attack. They all share the same characteristics. If you do a basic attack, you attack with your main weapon or main hand, and it takes you 2.7 seconds to recover. During those 2.7 seconds, the survivor will make a lot of distance, you will be a bit slower, the survivor can finish gen quickly, or do an unhook in front of your face while you're recovering, and then maybe you'll down them again. It's a constant thing about this game that every time you do a basic attack, you are giving the survivors a little bit of time, right? Save the Best for Last is really nice because it shortens this 2.7 into sometimes very, 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 very short 2 seconds or so recovery, which is super, super nasty. However, it has a trigger condition. It only gets powerful when it only gets more and more powerful when you hit non-obsessions up to 8 stacks. But if you hit the obsession, or if the obsession takes damage in any way, whether it's basic attack or not, you lose 2 stacks. And one very unfortunate part about this perk is that sometimes the obsession can lose stacks even if you hit them with a non-damaging attack, like if I believe the chain will count as well. So yeah, let me tell you at its worst what this perk can do and why I no longer place it much higher on the tier list. At its worst, this perk can do nothing. You chase the obsession, you don't get any stacks. You chase someone that is not the obsession, you get 1 or 2 stacks, which are not super noticeable. Then the obsession comes and takes a hit, and now you're back to 0 stacks. And keep in mind that if the obsession dies or escapes or whatever, then you're locked at whatever stacks you have. Complete waste of a perk, really not very good at all. When this perk pops off is if the obsession is a little bit shy and doesn't get involved in the game too much, and then you focus on the non-obsession survivors, which maybe you can do a little bit easier if you have some ability to find survivors like the Doctor has, or if you have some perk to find multiple survivors like the Scorelans. So if you find non-obsessions and you keep hitting them, you will gain stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks. When you get to like the way this works, by the way, is that when you have 0 stacks and you hit, you auto-recover 4% faster, right? Is that right? Yeah, 4% faster, I believe. And then when you hit the second one, you're already recovering at 8%. So every time you hit someone, you're already benefiting a little bit from this perk. And it's small, but it's nice. And when you get to the really noticeable range, which is when you're close to the 6 or 8 stacks, this perk begins to really pop off. You can hit a survivor and hit them extremely quickly again if they do not make good movement. Or you can hit them and then use your power to do a follow-up. Or you can hit a survivor taking a hit and then hit the survivor that they were trying to protect, right? You'll never be able to prevent the survivor from unhooking with this perk. But if you play your cards right, you will make it very, very nasty. And one of the nastiest things that this perk can do is make trades pretty much useless. Now, what do I mean by trades? One of the strongest tools that survivors have is using their hook stages aggressively. Say, for example, that everyone on the survivor team is doing well, and we are on the last gen. What they can do is when a survivor is going to die on the hook, someone that has not been hooked shows up, they try to unhook in my face, I hit them, doesn't matter, they unhook, then I hit them again, doesn't matter. Now the person they unhook goes away, and now I hook them, but because I'm wasting time hooking them, the last gen's gonna get done, this person's gonna become unhooked at some point, they're gonna be just fine. With Save the Best for Last, you can hit, unhook, hit, then hit the person that they unhooked, and then recover so quick that you can immediately put a lot of pressure on people. If you're carrying a survivor, by the way, this perk still counts as active. So if you have Save the Best for Last and someone takes a hit or multiple hits, you can go bam, 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 recover super quick and still get the hook if they don't see it coming. So as long as the obsession is not actively trying to take tokens away from you and you're hitting non-obsessions, it's going to make your basic attacks really, really, really powerful and really meaty and really effective during the mid and late game. However, let's also talk about some of the other intricacies of this perk. Number one, you do not want this perk on a killer that primarily downs with their special. Completely wasted perk on Hunters. You can go an entire Hunters match hitting 3 people with basic attacks. You don't need to say this for last. And you obviously also don't want it on killers that insta-down. So for example, on Ghostface, say this for last is okay, but if you're downing the survivor, it doesn't matter that you recover too faster. Recovering fast saves you a bit of time and maybe makes it harder for them to get a pallet save, but the real moment where recovering faster makes a difference is when you hit with a basic attack and then try to follow up. I don't think there's too many killers where this perk is honestly worth running anymore. I think that on its own, in a vacuum, this perk is generally not worth running. And if you run it on a killer like Trapper, or a killer like Hag, killers where body blocks are common, or Doctor, it can be alright, but it is always a bit of a gamble. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Maybe you chase a survivor, maybe you hit them after hook, maybe you pick them up, they use Decisive Strike / Will to Live on you, and they become the Obsession. So now if you want to stay on them, you lose the stacks. There's so many things that can go wrong with this perk, right? But there is a way to utilize it in a way that's really, really nasty. And that is to have a plan A, plan B for the Obsession. Say that you pair this with, for example, Play With Your Food. Play With Your Food is a perk that is the antithesis of Save Those for Last. It allows you to find the Obsession, and by ignoring the Obsession, get stronger. If you have a perk that allows you to benefit from finding the Obsession, and then you pair with Save Those for Last, on certain hyper aggressive builds, you can have a little bit of like plan A, plan B, where if you find the Obsession, you maybe get a pallet, get a hit out of them quickly, and then leave them become stronger, then find an Obsession and hammer them down with this perk. So if you are interested in hyper aggressive builds like that, Save Those for Last / Keep Them Waiting is okay. There are some people that will use Save Those for Last on killers with a special attack because they want to maybe replicate some of the old builds. For example, the Demogorgon used to be one of the best, or at least most common users of Save the Best for Last. People would M1 non-obsessions and then use the M2 special ability, mouse to special ability on the obsession. And that makes Save the Best for Last basically never lose tokens. Keep in mind, that does not happen anymore. I do not recommend you use this perk in hybrid builds like that anymore. It's really not very good. If you know where to run it and you have a plan like the one I mentioned, it might be worth your time, however. Hex Plaything, very, very similar to Hex Fortune's Fuel. If you don't own the Pinhead / Hellraiser DLC, this perk will have this name. If you it will have Fortune's Fuel. If you do own it, it will be called Plaything. But don't worry, they're the same perk. It just depends whether or not you have the DLC. It's become a basic perk for everyone that doesn't, because this chapter is not available anymore. All right, super simple perk. It's a hex that does not spawn at the start. Instead, you create it when you hook a survivor. When you hook a survivor, the hex turns on one of the random dull totems. If there's not enough dull totems, the perk doesn't work. And the big idea, right, this can happen once per survivor. The big idea is that if you hook every survivor, all of them will be afflicted by this perk and they will be constantly oblivious. Unless they happen to find a certain totem that will be highlighted for them and them only. No one else can do that totem unless it's been a long time, in which case they can. And basically, this perk asks you the question, do you think you can hook multiple people relatively quickly? And do you think the game will go on for a long time? And if the answer is yes to both, then this perk can be worth running. Because making multiple people or the entire team oblivious makes them really, really scared. For average and below average experienced players, this perk is disgusting. It makes them really, really scared because no matter where they go, they're never going to hear the terror radios and they're going to be very skittish. They're going to be very scared and they're either going to waste a lot of time playing overtly carefully, overly carefully, or worse, they're going to play careless, running to you at the worst time. And even killers that don't naturally have any stealth, like the Cannibal, can sometimes run into a bunch of survivors healing or doing something stupid in the open and manage to get an insta down with their Chenzo. So it is a nice perk on killers like this. Any killer that benefits from Undetectable is okay on this. And some people will pair Plaything with Pentimento. And the idea is that you apply Plaything to 1, 2, 3, 4 survivors, and when 1, 2, 3, or 4 survivors all cleanse their totems, then you walk the totems, relight them, and now they have a negative effect. I'm going to stop you right there before you attempt that. Remember, some really good survivor teams will make you work really hard for your first down. They could do 2.5 gens before you get your first down, delaying the effects of Plaything by a lot. Even when they do have Plaything, they could call you out. They could just pay attention. They could just play it safe. Maybe they have Sprint Burst, so they don't care about being on a gen. If they see you coming, they Sprint Burst away. They're safe, even without your terror radius. So Plaything is one of those perks that can cripple a survivor team if they're not super smart, or can do nothing. And the worst thing that you could do to your build is to have 4 hexes or 4 perks that only work if a survivor does a certain thing. But if they don't do that and they just play around it and they just bite the bullet and just kind of go with it, your build does nothing. So make sure you're not setting yourself up for failure by giving yourself a build that survivors can just ignore. But overall, especially in lower levels of experience against opponents that are not so coordinated and sophisticated, this perk can do quite a bit of damage. Okay, moving on. Oppression. It is one of the many perks that activate when you kick a generator with your own legs, okay? Do not think that this perk activates from a distance or anything. You have to be kicking it naturally by yourself. This perk used to be really bad because he had a tremendously long cooldown, but after they shortened the cooldown and they increased the trigger conditions a little bit, it's actually quite usable. In my opinion, this perk on its own is very lightweight, and because it does have a few blind spots, it could literally do nothing. The big idea with this perk, right, is that there are, say, multiple generators being done at the same time. Let's say there's 5 gens being done at the same time, and you get to one of them, you kick the gen, and then the other 4 that are being done, if you're lucky, they start regressing. And if a survivor is on one of them, they get a skill check. Now, here's the crazy thing. If they miss the skill check, they lose 10% the normal miss skill check thing. And it can be pretty tricky. I've missed quite a few oppressions in my time. So being able to get information of, oh, a survivor missed a skill check there, minus 10% on that gen, and also just passively regress things around you, it is honestly quite nice. But let's also go on the opposite end. What if every gen that you get to is already completed, the gens are being done far away from you, you kick a gen and they hit the skill check, or you kick a gen and there's no other gens being done, or maybe there is a gen that's halfway but that someone gets on it immediately. In these situations, oppression is a little bit lightweight. It does not hit hard enough to be up there with the big boys of regression. One nice thing about oppression is that it makes other gens begin regressing, but it does not apply a flat X% damage. And that does mean that you do not count, these instances of regression do not count as an instance of generator damage. You probably remember, we mentioned this a while ago, that each individual generator can be damaged up to 8 times. If you damage it 8 times with your kicks and your perks, whenever you try to do it the 9th time, it's going to stop you. It won't let you damage it anymore. And survivors will be able to work on it without ever losing progress again. Luckily for you, oppression does not count as 5 or 4 different instances. So you're fine in that regard. Now, as I said, because this is a perk that's relatively easily to play around for survivors and it could go without much glory, I don't recommend you play it by itself. However, if you already have a build that rewards you for kicking generators, oppression can be a nice 4th perk to slot on top of it. Say you have Goes the Weasel or Eruption and nowhere to hide, and then oppression. You're set. Every time you kick a gen around you, you'll see everyone with nowhere to hide. Maybe far away from you, you'll be able to delay or get information that a survivor is on it. And yeah, that alone makes oppression quite worth it. On average, I'd say you're probably going to get at least a couple instances where someone misses a skill check, especially at lower level of experience. Not so much in really experienced lobbies. And that alone makes this perk okay. It is a nice perk to run in builds like that, and it can tie up your build. It is, however, a little bit insufficient otherwise. If the survivor hits the skill check that they get given by oppression, they will immediately be able to tell their teammates about it. If they know that you're about to kick a gen with a perk like alert, they can also let go of their gen and then immediately outdo the damage. So yeah, there's a few ways for them to call it out and play around it. But even assuming that you only get value a couple times per match, it can already be better than many other perks that we'll be seeing later on in this tier list. Franklin's Demise. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. This perk used to be so popular, and it generally felt many times completely necessary. Back in the day, medkits were incredibly powerful, toolboxes were just as good as now or better, and flashlights were also really annoying and really hard to play around. So Franklin's Demise allow you to slap a survivor with a basic attack and make them drop the item. And the best part is that the item, while it was on the ground, it slowly burned its charges and withered. It basically withered into nothingness. If the survivor came back a few seconds later, the medkit was completely gone, or the toolbox was halfway gone, or their flashlight was pretty much empty. Unfortunately, they have removed this effect from this perk, and it's now a very mediocre perk, sadly. Whenever you hit a survivor with a basic attack, their item will drop on the ground, and it will be there for them to pick up later, and they will use it just fine later. Now, let's talk about some of the downsides of Franklin's and then talk about some of the unexpected upsides. The downsides. If survivors don't have items, this perk does nothing. If survivors have toolboxes and they blow them in the first couple gens, this perk does nothing. If survivors use their medkits and all of their stuff in the endgame, this perk does literally nothing. This perk can easily be called out when one survivor sees it in action. And what they'll often do is they'll tell their friends about it. And what you might find survivors do is they literally drop their items on the ground before you can hit them so that they have control of where exactly the item goes. So that's a little bit unfortunate. And overall, after these changes, Franklin's really should be a 2-star perk if we look at it objectively. However, there are some situations, some of them quite common, that elevate this perk's potential and actually keep it in the 3-star category, if you ask me. Number one, this is a little bit uncommon, but it can happen. There are ways you can actually trap a survivor item forever. If you chase a survivor and hit them right in the middle of a pallet, and then they make the mistake of dropping it, which they often do because they think that they can stun you, the item will now be trapped underneath the pallet. And that is a massive deal because that item is now completely irrecoverable. Unless they also happen to have the Yui Kimura perk, any means to pick it up, which very few survivors do, that item is now lost forever. And on top of that, there is a perk from the killer side, which we're going to be seeing in a little bit. It's called Weave Attunement, that makes every item on the ground become a little EMP detection range. It kind of becomes a little radar of sorts. And what this means is that if you trap an item like this in the middle of the map on a pallet that's not very important, you can literally have a constant source of information that survivors can never get rid of as long as you don't break the pallet. So there are some situations like that. You can also have, even if the item is not trapped, with Weave Attunement, which we'll talk about in a minute, you can have a pretty nasty amount of information around certain items, and it's not a horrible thing. However, the main reason, all perks aside and all rare scenarios aside, the main reason why Franklin's Demise is so high up on this list, it's because it serves as an improvised IQ test for survivors. There is a certain type of survivor that wants to play by their own rules, that is very intransigent in how they want to play the match. They bring a flashlight typically, and they want to get a flashy save, and if you hit them and they lose their flashlight, they are going to try to pick it up immediately. I have seen so many survivors literally throw every ounce of common sense to pick up their item and kill themselves over it and condemn the whole team with it. It is generally unbelievably how stupid people are. I don't know if survivors have forgotten that their item charges are not being drained on the ground and they have literally all the time in the world. I don't know if this is just a knowledge check or if it's just an impulsiveness, but if you play someone like Hack, you can hit a survivor, make them lose their medkit, which otherwise they would love to use to heal themselves right away, and now trap their medkit. There's a non-zero chance that they will fumble going back to their item a few seconds later and give you a down, and that can kickstart the rest of your successful killer match. So the fact that this perk just highlights and points out to you which survivors are silly and suicidal and do stupid things is a really good thing that on its own has won me many a match. It will, like survivors losing their items prevents them from using them in chase, which is nice and can be a bit of an inconvenience. But as you will see, much of the value from Franklin's Demise, many killers try to get it from pairing it with perks like Weave Attunement and also possibly Hoarder, but we'll talk about those in a hot minute. Next up, we have Gearhead. Keep in mind, we are now on the 2-star category of perks, and I'm already going to tell you that some of the perks in the 2-star category are still very decent compared to many years ago where the mediocre perks were very mediocre and the bad perks were just so bad. Nowadays, many of these perks are generally really usable, and even though they might not be universally useful, there is a build or a specific killer where they can shine. Gearhead, I guess, is one of those perks. It gives you a little bit of information in a way that you don't fully control, and that is a little bit luck related, but it gives you a little bit of info anyway, and it can be quite fun. Basically, anytime you injure a survivor or the survivor gets injured in any way, you have a 30 seconds window of time where any survivor in the game hitting a good skill check, not the hard to hit one, small white one, but the normal skill check, will reveal themselves to you. Now, the average survivor, in my opinion, is not amazing at hitting great skill checks. They hit them from time to time, maybe at high levels, they hit them half the time or so, but they will still occasionally, if they do get skill checks, which they should, they will still hit some of them. So what this perk occasionally does for you is that while you are in chase, or maybe after you wrap up a chase, you look around yourself and you randomly see people on gens, sometimes really far away from you. So you really need to ask yourself, how is this perk better than Barbecue or Alien Instinct or any of these other perks that are a little bit more reliable at showing people around gens or from a distance? It's really not better than any of these, but the fact that it triggers at such a random time is in itself a little bit of an asset. There are many killers that do not excel at continuously chasing one survivor because they don't have a lot of chasing tools, but they have a bit of stealth or they have a bit of range attacks, and they can really punish survivors that are caught in a gen unaware. Huntress can land nasty hits from a distance. Wraith can show up from nowhere, maybe with Silent Bell, and catch you off guard. The Oni can use his power, maybe with undetectable perks or with monitoring abuse, to have a smaller terror radius and suddenly appear on your gen. And even if you have Spring Burst, you're not getting away from him. You're gonna get your your face smashed into two. So yeah, Gearhead can really benefit a killer that is looking to split pressure and find survivors on gens and likes to act on information, even on survivors that can be pretty far away. At its worst, you struggle to injure people and the perk doesn't trigger. When it triggers, nobody's doing gens, or everyone's doing gens, but they're not hitting any good skill checks, either because they're hitting rates or because they're not getting any skill checks. So yeah, this perk can be a bit lightweight, but on a few killers, it can be nice. Personally, I love it on Oni. I love having a perk that every now and then is going to reveal people on a gen, because on a killer that can explosively, like, zip around the map and catch a survivor on a gen off guard, it can be really powerful. Naturally, also a pretty good choice for any killer with stealth capabilities or a stealth add-on that you might be running. Spies from the Shadows. Honestly, one of the nicest things that you can say about this perk is that it is fairly uncounterable. There is not a lot of perks on the survivor side that counter it. Only one, Calm Spirit, that nobody runs. And even though it is not the most reliable and powerful information perk, it is a fairly easy and accessible one to use. It is an easy perk to unlock. Everybody starts with this perk. It's a basic perk that all killers start with. So you will see it in your blood web many times, and it's an okay pick. For killers that struggle to find people, that do not have any great mobility, that really want to move with purpose, Spies from the Shadows is appropriate. For killers that are stealthy, I think it's even better. Survivors definitely run into crows a lot more often when they don't think that you're around. When they hear your terror radius, they suddenly start being a bit more careful. They're less likely to run around carelessly. But if you are playing Ghostface or Wraith or any killer that really loses their terror radius, it's way more likely that you will be within the 36 meters to activate this perk and have a survivor carelessly run into a bird and give away their position. This is a perk that you can run when you don't have anything else and you don't necessarily want auras. And because it's not auto related, it can work on some killers that normally do not benefit from auto. So for example, the Spirit. With the Spirit, auto reading perks are disabled while she uses her power. But with Spies from the Shadows, you can actually see its effect. You can see the trigger and hear the trigger even while you're using your power, which can be a little useful. So it's an okay perk that can occasionally point you in the right direction. One of the nicest things that it can do is point you to a survivor that was hiding in some incredibly obtuse part of the map, really never expecting you to notice them. But if you find them at the perfect time, maybe you catch them off guard and somebody else in the team now has to come help, and that could be the beginning of the end for them as a team. They could begin to unravel when one person that doesn't want to get found does get found at the wrong time. So it's really not bad. But one thing that's worth mentioning is that birds, even though they are mostly uncounterable for survivors, even though survivors rarely run Calm Spirit to avoid disturbing birds, they are very stupid. birds are stupid. I've seen birds fly off by being disturbed by a survivor on a hook. Survivors on hook can disturb birds. Why? You tell me. I've also seen birds be disturbed by a survivor on a different floor than the bird. And yeah, it is a little bit silly. On a few killers, like for example the Deathslinger, you do not want to run this perk because every time you shoot your gun, every bird in a 20-meter radius flies off. But there's also other killers that are really good at not disturbing birds. Like for example, Xenomorph doesn't disturb birds when they are in crawler mode. So this perk might be even more useful on them. Yeah. Something to think about. It's overall an okay information perk that unfortunately has to compete with some very good info perks that we've already talked about. Human Greed. An interesting perk that turns every chest in the game into a, once again, area of effect auto read. It turns it into a little radar. Now, you need to remember that in most maps in DBD, there are 3 chests. One of them is guaranteed to be in the basement. And let's be honest, you're probably not going to find a survivor there. And the other 2 are going to be somewhere around maybe main building, maybe somewhere randomly. This isn't amazing. Like, Human Greed only shows you survivors in some extremely limited areas. And yeah, they're not very good. If the survivors open the chest, they disable this perk. But if you get on it, you can close it again, which you normally cannot do, to re-enable its auto reading, right? Remember that if I'm not mistaken, hold up, I'm reading this to make sure I understand it. Yes. If I'm not mistaken, as long as they stay in the area, they do, I think it refreshes. So even though it says 5 seconds, you could theoretically see the survivor for a little bit longer. So this perk on its own is not very good if you happen to go against survivors that for some insane reason want to open chests. There's very few people that do that naturally, but there are some people that might. This perk reveals them really quickly, but it also warns them. They get a red icon indicator letting them know, hey, you're being shown to the killer, so you're not going to catch them off guard. If they know at least a little bit of how the game works, they will quickly figure out that you have a perk to see them, and they should react accordingly. So, how is this perk relatively this high if you don't really get to see that many people? You can use a certain perk and even offerings that spawn extra chests. During certain events, some of the survivor and killer offerings spawn extra chests, and with a perk called Hoarder that we'll talk about in a little bit, you also spawn 2 extra chests. If you get really lucky and the survivors are stupid enough to bring a coin, you can also spawn extra chests with that as well. So if you get one or multiple of these factors going on, you can actually have a map that has 5 or 6 chests around the map, and being able to occasionally see people running through certain areas is very crippling to them. On killers that can quickly capitalize on the information of seeing one injured survivor, like for example the twins, I love Human Greed on the twins. I look around, I see people every now and then, I send little Victor on a mission to injure or down them, and they are constantly struggling to get back on their feet, especially with Human Greed and Hoarder together, right? So this human Greed Hoarder is actually a legitimate combination, and it's very similar to the idea that we talked about earlier of running Scourge Hook, Hangman's Trick, and Scourge Hook Jagged Compass. Achieves a similar purpose. It's quite a fun thing to do. Now, as I said, survivors are not stupid. They know they'll have a debuff, and if they're smart and you don't have any of these multipliers that spawns extra chests, or if you get lucky and you get a huge map where the chests are really spread out, the value of this perk nosedives, and many times you might have preferred to run something a little bit more consistent, like Nowhere to Hide, like Barbecue, or Floods of Rage. That's ultimately what holds us back, but it is a fun perk, and you should try it at least a few times to get a sense for how it works. Trail of Torment. This is one of the few perks in the game that is generally not bad, but it is artificially lowered by the fact that there's a straight upgrade to it. Whenever you kick a generator and this perk is not on cooldown, the generator becomes yellow for survivors. Now, this theoretically should give away the fact that this perk exists, but believe it or not, there are a lot of survivor perks that make gens yellow for their teammates. So if you play against a team that is not paying a lot of attention or is not in communication, they might not even realize what's going on. They might genuinely think that the yellow generator is one of their own perks, which would be really, really funny. While the generator is yellow, you become undetectable pretty much forever. No real time sync, no real time window. You become undetectable. And this only goes away when they touch that gen for long enough to stop it regressing, which is about, how long? 5% or so. Yeah, about 4.5 seconds or so, right? So unless a survivor gets on that gen for 4.5 seconds, you are undetectable forever. Believe it or not, this can be nasty and not easy at all to deal with. Keep in mind, let's say that you're playing the Cannibal, a killer that you really do not want to be snuck up by, and you hook a survivor, you kick a gen next to them. No one can really get to that gen quickly. It's an indoor map, and now you have a very long undetectable that does not go away after you down people like it used to. It is honestly a really, really strong effect that can occasionally mess with survivors. If you're not in an outdoor map where you're easy to see and they don't do the gen right away, this could give you a long time of undetectable. So all of these positive things, and then it goes on cooldown when this happens, and you can do it again. All of these positive things, why is this perk not higher? It basically gets destroyed by two other perks that are currently way, way stronger and a bit less predictable and give less information to survivors. Number one is Unforeseen. Unforeseen, which we saw a while ago, allows you to do basically the same thing as this perk, but it doesn't make the gen yellow, and it lasts 30 seconds, and that's good enough. It's just simpler, it's just better, no conditions, no nothing. If you want to have extended periods of undetectability, you can also run the perk Secret Project. We already explained, if you go back to that perk, that it needs a bit of supporting build around it, but that perk can make you undetectable for far longer and at more unpredictable times without necessarily having to kick a gen even. So those two perks kind of destroy Trail. One thing about Trail that does maybe give it an edge is that it can sort of work as a bait. Say, for example, that you kick a generator with Trail Torment. Maybe the first time it's a bit effective, you catch someone off guard, but the second time, survivors are a bit smart, they figure it out. So one of them, smart as they think they are, they go to the gen, they try to touch it to remove the yellow thing, but you have Dragon's Grip, the perk that insta-downs survivors. And whoa, you were right next to it, bam. Now you instantly down them. So if you want to bait people around gens, Trail Torment is technically a bit better than Unforeseen because it does not create a terror radius on top of the gen that might scare people off. So something to consider when you're choosing between the two of them. Overall, it is a fun perk. A bit of a shame that it gets so sidelined by these other stronger alternatives. Okay, moving on, we arrive at Surveillance, one of the most unique info perks in the entire game, and one that sadly has been massively overshadowed by other slightly simpler info perks such as Hex Hive Mind, or by sheer power of just brute force. A lot of killers do not care to know how a gen is being progressed right now. They just want to hit it, and they want to hit it hard and automatically with perks like Ruin, Painless, and so on. So what you're going to find is that a lot of high level killers, they just want to hit gens, and they don't need to check on the state of gens. They will literally go gen by gen and play very aggressively with their Hive movement speed on killers like Blight. But if you have a minute to understand how this perk works, and especially remember that it has a secondary effect, you might find value on it, and it does enable some really fun and very simple and enjoyable builds. So Surveillance works in a really simple way. Anytime a generator is regressing, aka going back, it highlights it in white, or whatever color you've picked, and if that generator at any point gets done to the point where it stops regressing for a few seconds, 16, it will be yellow. So this means that if you kick a gen, it's now white. If you look at it and it's white, it's all fine. If it turns yellow, someone is on it. But this also happens completely automatically as well. So if you have a perk like Ruin and Surveillance are a great combo because any gen that gets left for even a second immediately turns white, immediately gives you information. And the same can be said with Scourge, the same can be said with Pentimento, the same can be even said with Oppression, as long as no one's on the gen. If they're on the gen, it doesn't count. So in other words, you could have a build with Pentimento, with Ruin, with Scourge, if you have a killer that does mostly basic attacks, any and all of these perks, and any single time that you kick a gen or a gen is damaged in any way by these perks, you will immediately see its effect and immediately be able to tell when someone gets back on it so that you can immediately go there and harass them out of it. This is awesome. There's not a lot of perks that give you this reliable and information and that give you such a clear visual cue of where your pain res has damaged a generator. This perk works great with pain res. But as I said, it does get a little bit undermined by the fact that you could also have Hex Hive Mind, which would also similarly give you good information. Surveillance does not give you information on a gen that just happens to be completed outside of your attention, somewhere far away. So that does make this perk a little bit hard to justify when you have other options that are so strong, or when you could just simply have a forward slowdown perk, right? Now, one thing that's really easy to forget and that makes Surveillance really worth considering is the fact that it has a secondary effect. It increases the distance at which you can audibly hear the repair sounds that survivors do on gens. Now remember, generators have two sounds, okay? The passive sounds that they do, which are more and more audible the closer the gen is to being done, is the. But then also you hear a specific, very distinct sound when a survivor is actually repairing the gen. Typically, it sounds like a bunch of levers, or if the survivor is in the front or the back, it sounds like cables like doing like little sparks, right? That sound, that specific sound that tells you that a survivor is on a gen right now, you normally can only hear it from a very limited distance. I think it's about 16 or 12 meters. With this perk, you can hear, maybe even just 10 or 8 meters. Yeah, you really, maybe a bit more. Yeah, I think about 12 or 16 meters is accurate, but it often gets muffled with other sounds. It can be a little hard, and it's not super reliable. Sometimes it plays with a bit of a delay. The thing about Surveillance, which is incredible, is that when you approach a generator and you're still really far away, I'm talking like 20, 25 meters away, you can hear a generator being touched, and at that point, you know for a fact that a survivor is repairing it not a second ago, not a minute ago, but right now. One really fun thing that can happen is that you go to a gen, you kick it, you walk away, and when the survivor thinks they're safe, they get back on it, but you hear it and you turn around and you find them. Yeah, it's an interesting... Yeah, oh, sorry, did I say it extends it by 16 meters? I'm sorry, I read it wrong. It extends it by 8 meters. I think it brings it from about 16 to about 24 or 20 something meters. That's more or less how it feels, I think. So that part of this perk is generally really good, and I'm telling you, once you've run it a few times, you will really cherish that, and it will give you a lot of sure information on the moment, which is really, really hard to get from other perks. A really, really nice perk that sadly has just been sidelined and has lost a bit of stage on the overall repertoire of perks, just because other perks are a little bit stronger or easier to use. But it's still really, really nice, and I personally like to run it with a bunch of perks that regress gens for me, so that it tells me a little bit where to go in a bit of an automatic way. One nice thing about this perk compared to other perks is that it does not really care about survivor perks. It cannot be countered or disabled in any way, and that does make it a little bit reliable. Next up, Deerstalker. This perk used to let you see people on the ground, and it wasn't super useful. I kind of like it sometimes, but it wasn't super useful. But if you haven't played DBD in a long time, you might be pleasantly surprised to see that this perk has now been reworked, and it's now a 2-in-1 perk combo, okay? So what this perk does, it is a very similar perk as Object of Obsession for Survivor. It is a mirror perk. Anytime the survivors are seeing your aura with their items and their thingies and their add-ons and their perks, you see theirs and you actually turn it back on them. So say, for example, that you have your aura revealed to you by a key or by a babysitter or any of these perks that reveal your aura, troubleshooter, any of the alert, any of these perks that reveal your aura momentarily, you will see the survivor that is seeing you. And sometimes on a few killers, like for example, Nurse, being able to see a survivor aura means that you get a hit nearly guaranteed. It can be quite powerful. Now, for some reason, this does not apply to Deerstalker. This has always seemed like a bit of an oversight. Like, I guess it would be too strong if you could just see every person in the team. There is some weird limits to this perk that are not super clear. And the other thing that you need to remember is that survivors do not necessarily see your aura if they don't have specific perks. So on most killers, I would say Deer Stalker is not going to get a lot of value from that. There's only one killer in my memory that does have a way that makes survivors see them constantly, and that is the Lich, aka Vecna from Dungeons and Dragons. The Lich has a lot of chests around the map that survivors can open, and what most of the items that they find in this chest do is reveal his aura when he uses certain spells. So if you play Lich and you have Deerstalker, which is a nice perk to run on him, you will constantly see the aura of survivors that have special items when you use one of your 4 spells. That can be alright, and I see quite a few people running it. The other thing that this perk does that makes it useful even on its own is that it works on an internal timer, very, very similar to Object of Obsession on Survivor. Every 30 seconds, the game will detect which survivor you have chased the least. If there's multiple people that you've never chased, it will be a tie. Out of the ones that are alive, if a survivor has escaped or is dead, don't worry, it will pick one survivor that is alive. And that survivor will be shown your aura. And because they are shown your aura, guess what? You will see them. So you will be basically seeing each other. Now, it's very important that you remember that when you see someone with Deerstalker, they see you too. So do not try to do anything funny little mind game because they are seeing you, you know? You need to be a little bit direct. You do not have you're not being sneaky. They are literally seeing you. They know exactly the same thing as you know. So keep that in mind. So it can be a nice perk to sometimes, occasionally find a person that has avoided attention and go for them. And in the end game, when there's maybe only 1 or 2 survivors left, it can let you find. I've been spotted by Deerstalker at times when I wasn't realizing it because my aura is shown to the killer and I realized a little bit too late, right? So there are some situations where Deerstalker can help you flush out the last survivor or can give you good information. But keep in mind that if this perk is pointing you towards a survivor that you've least chased, that is sometimes not a good idea. The survivor that you've least chased is probably not dead on hook, probably has never been hooked. Maybe you do not want to chase them. Maybe you want to know where they are, but maybe you want to go for someone that you've already hurt before that is closer to dying. So do not run this perk with the idea that it's going to tell you exactly who you need to chase and when. The fact that it happens every 30 seconds doesn't give you a lot of control. And it also gives the swappers information about your location, which can backfire. So this perk is nice, and there's a couple builds where it can shine. And if you have some kind of crazy survivor team that has a lot of auto perks, you're going to make them regret every single one of them. But it's also perfectly capable of being a super average perk that does very, very subpar information. So yeah, do be careful. Deathbound, really interesting perk. It makes it so that anytime a survivor gets healed by somebody else or even multiple people, they create a bond together, right? When the heal happens, the healer or healers, it can happen to multiple people, will scream. And yeah, here it is. If at that point they become separated, they will be slapped with an oblivious status effect. And when does it go away? Yeah, it can stay away. It can stay on for a long time. The oblivious basically means that they don't hear your terror radius as a killer. So it's best on killers that are not already stealthy, like Wraith. It's best on killers that you don't necessarily want to run into accidentally. And it will last a long time, but it also buffs survivors. Watch out. It does give the survivors the ability to see the aura of the person that they healed so that they have an easier time staying in range. It's a small thing, but, you know, keep it in mind. It does give them a little bit of information that they otherwise wouldn't have, and it's a little bit weird. There are very few killer perks that buff survivors, but this one has a small buff to it. Now, what is the point of Deathbound? In a best case scenario, 2 survivors heal a 3rd survivor and they both get hit by this perk. But in reality, most of the times that a heal happens, it's just 2 survivors. So this is only affecting 1 person. And I'm going to tell you already, this perk is trivially easy to outplay if survivors know that it exists. A survivor can heal themselves with a medkit and avoid it completely. Or they could heal a survivor to 99%, and then let that survivor finish healing themselves with a medkit, completely avoiding the effects of this perk. Most people will not have that hindsight. They won't do that, but it happens. The nice thing about Deathbound, however, is that it does trigger when a survivor heals someone from the ground. And in that situation, it's pretty hard to avoid this perk. It's pretty much unavoidable. So Deathbound can function as two different tools in one. It can let you know when two survivors are healing each other. This is inherently useful. Many times as a killer, I've explained this several times before. Many times as a killer, information is power. You maybe want to do a certain thing or want to commit to a certain action, but you're not sure where the last survivors are. And maybe you're afraid that someone's going to go for a flashy save, or you're afraid that someone's going to finish a gen. If Deathbound triggers, you know that two people, or possibly three, but typically two, are really, really far away over there. Yeah, over there. You see their location. So you now have the information to know what you should do in that situation. It also lets you know that they have maybe already used up their medkits and now they're healing each other manually. And it also lets you know if someone gets picked up from the ground. The only way that this perk doesn't work... wait, is that true? Yeah, it used to have a trigger condition where if it was too close, it wouldn't trigger. I think they removed it. Yeah, I think this perk works from every distance now. So basically, anytime someone picks someone else up from the ground, Deathbound will activate it. So again, you can use this indirectly. Say, for example, that you down a Bill, and then you leave them on the ground because you have something more important to do. And 20 or so seconds later, that Bill picks himself up. You now know that he used Unbreakable. How do you know that he used Unbreakable? Because if he was picked by somebody else, you would have heard Deathbound go off. So the fact that Deathbound goes off or doesn't go off lets you know that someone healed themselves or recovered from the ground by themselves, which in itself is a good bit of information. The extra obliviousness, I guess, is nice, but you basically want to use this perk as a little alarm clock that lets you know when someone's getting picked up, and maybe you can go back. I've had a little bit of success running this perk as part of a slug-only build. A build where I just want to down a survivor, and threaten to down everyone in the team if they are not careful. However, because this perk gives Oblivious to some of the survivors, it also has anti-synergies with some of the other good perks that people like to run on such builds, such as Coulrophobia, which is terror radius based, and Infectious Fright, which is also terror radius based. So you could run it as a bit of a weird perk to slap onto a slug build or a build that occasionally wants to injure people. But it's also easily replaced by other perks that are a little nicer, like Nurse's Calling or the aforementioned Infectious and Coulro. Now, one thing that's also quite nice about this perk is that it pairs well on with a few killers that have synergistic abilities. For example, whenever survivors heal each other, they typically leave a lot of blood for the Oni. So if you're playing Oni and you have Deathbound and you hear two people scream or one person scream, you can go to that area and probably find a massive grouped up source of blood to power up your power. That's great. Another thing that you can do is with Doctor. With Doctor, it's really important to keep people in madness and constantly harass them and keep up their madness so they have to repair their madness and waste time. With Deathbound, you can go to the area where multiple survivors heal and then blast them and put them into madness. Keep in mind that the blast, even though it's terror radius based, it ignores obliviousness. So you can go through obliviousness. So it does not have a bad synergy with Doctor, actually, even though it sounds a little weird. It does work even with Doctor's power. Not a terrible perk. Sadly, gets a little bit outclassed by other simpler information perks. Hex Huntress Lullaby. This is a very, very unique Hex perk. Definitely one of the weaker ones. Although, if you let it grow, it can become a bit harder to control and manage for the survivors. And personally, as a person that streams and is very distracted, this perk is the bane of my existence. It's my Achilles heel. Anytime I play against this perk and I look at my chat and I get distracted, I fail every single skill check. It's awful. So this perk does two things. Okay, and one of them it does from the very start of the game. Keep in mind, like many other hexes, this one spawns in at the very beginning. Right from the start. And yeah, I'm reading this just to make sure, but yeah. Yeah, it is from the very beginning, which means that if you're a bit unlucky, they could cleanse this hex right away, and it would be a bit of a shame. My experience with this perk is that half the time it gets cleansed really early, and of the remaining 50% of the games, sometimes it's okay, and sometimes it can be really powerful. So the first thing that it does is that it makes every single miss skill check on healing or on generators, yeah, I'm getting that right, stronger. Normally, when you miss a skill check, the gen goes back by 10%. And when you miss a heal, I think it's also 10%. With this perk active, it's not going to be 10, it's going to be 16. And this applies to survivors that missed the skill check from Merciless Storm. So if you have Merciless Storm, that perk that's really good on Doctor, and they miss a skill check, guess what? You are going to lose not just 10, but 16, and then the gem will be blocked. So this perk is nice if you have a build that is all about difficult skill checks. In my opinion, nowadays, there are exactly 1 killers that are good at giving you difficult skill checks. It is true that you can run difficult skill checks on a bunch of characters, but in my opinion, the only one that can really do it is the Doctor. The Doctor with Lullaby and a few other skill check perks can be quite a menace. And yeah, the thing is, the more hooks that you get, the second effect of Huntress Lullaby is going to help survivors miss skill checks. Essentially, for each hook, the delay that they have between the warning and the actual skill check gets shorter. So normally when a skill check appears, you get a little shlung, and then the skill check happens, giving you ample time to react. With this perk, it's going to be boom, and the skill check comes. And when you get to 5, which is the magical number, survivors do not get a warning for skill checks. And unless they've changed this recently, this makes certain skill checks, like the ones from Oppression and Overcharge, really difficult to react to and really, really awful to deal with. So Lullaby has a bit of a problem, right? Because it goes really well with skill check builds and skill check related perks such as Oppression and Merciless, but it's also a hex that on its own can be really quickly cleansed. So if you want to achieve a little bit of balance, you could run Undying Lullaby to give it a second life, and then Merciless Oppression or something like that on a killer like Doctor, and you would find that on average, it is really, really nice. Weaker than other perks and takes much longer time to get to a point where it's strong. If you get Lullaby to 5 stacks, it's possible that Devour Hope would be destroying the survivors right now. So it's always going to be a bit weaker than Devour Hope and just as vulnerable. But if you slot it in a build like that has a little bit to do with skill checks, it can be quite okay and it can be quite punishing. Some survivors that are a little bit newer to the game, they massively struggle against this perk. If you are not super experienced yourself and you think your opponents are still not very seasoned veterans of DBD, this perk can do a lot of damage. Missing a few extra skill checks that hurt extra is really, really good and doesn't require much input. It works passively while you're getting hooks. So yeah, something to consider. Keep in mind that Lullaby, unfortunately, does not affect some special skill checks. So for example, Decisive Strike or Will to Live, these special skill checks will not be affected by this. This also includes skill checks related to killer interactables. I am not 100% sure, but I do think that the picks boxes are not affected by this anymore. I think they used to, but not anymore. So yeah, don't get too creative. Unfortunately, the usefulness of Lullaby is a little bit limited, but it's still an okay perk. Hex Face the Darkness. Honestly, this perk is kind of useless and does something really weird, but it's got a few attributes that make it really difficult to cleanse and that make it extremely annoying and powerful in some very hyper-specific scenarios. So the deal with this perk, right, is that it is a perk that constantly appears and disappears. It is literally a peekaboo, whack-a-mole sort of perk. It works when you injure a survivor. But if the survivor heals, it goes away. It doesn't get broken. It simply pauses itself. It just pauses and disappears temporarily. And then if you injure someone else, it triggers again. And if you down that survivor, well, they're no longer injured, so it disappears again. So basically, for survivors to get rid of Face the Darkness, assuming that it's on its own, if it's with other hex perks, well, they're going to have to go through maybe several. But assuming that it's on its own, survivors have to take an injury, and then somebody else or that person, if they're not being chased by you, has to find the random totem that just became Hex Face the Darkness and cleanse it. And normally the only person that can do it is the one person that you injured. Fun fact, because this perk makes you scream every 25 seconds and it takes longer than 25 seconds to cleanse a totem, if you have Thrill the Hunt, you might have an uncleansable totem for 3 out of the 4 survivors. Now, what does this mean? If you have Thrill the Hunt, it takes about 28 or so seconds to cleanse a totem, I believe. Something along those lines, which means that most of the times a survivor cleansing a totem, eventually every 25 seconds, they are going to scream randomly and that will interrupt them from the totem and they won't be able to finish it. Now, this is important, okay? The person that you activate Face the Darkness with is not affected by Face the Darkness, so they could cleanse a totem. And anybody that is within your terror radius is also not affected by Face the Darkness. So the people that are affected are any of the 3 survivors that are outside of your terror radius. This perk is meant to basically show you people from afar and interrupt them randomly. And on a normal killer, I'm gonna tell you already, pretty mediocre. You see a guy screaming from a million miles away, who cares? It's not like you didn't know already. And if you go there, you only see them for 2 seconds. You're not gonna really do anything. Not to mention, some survivors could have some perk that prevents them from screaming or from showing you their aura, or even both, right? The Lara perk, Harden, prevents both from happening. Or at least, no, it doesn't prevent the aura, it prevents just a scream. Either way, this part of the perk is really not that good, but then you need to remember that a lot of killers have abilities or add-ons or base kit powers to be undetectable. That means that since you have no terror radius, or since every survivor is oblivious, every other survivor that is not the one that you injure will constantly be screaming every 25 seconds. Now, as I said, on an average killer, this is pretty meh. On a stealth killer, it gets a little better because it allows you to detect people around you that you might not know are there, and occasionally go into a chase and intercept and find someone that you didn't know was there. And since it's a hex and survivors sometimes try to cleanse it, it's also a nice perk to have in general, just to waste a bit of survivor time with some kind of side objective. So all of these things make this perk okay. But let's now talk about the 1 or 2 cases where this perk actually pops off and becomes incredibly annoying. Number 1 guilty user of this perk for evil, nefarious purposes is the pig. The pig has this ability called the Jigsaw's Baptism, where she places a trap on the head of a survivor. And this survivor has a limited time to remove it. Sometimes you have quite a bit of time to do it. Sometimes the timer can be a bit tight, and if you don't remove it, it's going to blow your head off, right? Now, one of the most annoying things about doing the searches is that if you get interrupted on the searches, you have to start over again. And guess what this perk does? It makes you scream. In other words, if you have a pig build that makes the searches longer, and you have Face the Darkness, and you injure Survivor 1 while Survivor 2 is trying to do the searches, as long as you are not right there, as long as you are far away or crouched, or maybe they have playthings so they don't hear your terror radios, Face the Darkness is going to occasionally make them scream, interrupting all of their progress and forcing them to do the whole 15 or so seconds all over again. Depends on add-ons. That can be so crippling. Face the Darkness can be a no-skill, hands-off way to make people die to your boxes, because they cannot do the boxes fast enough, and die to their jigsaw trap without you doing pretty much anything. Really, really, really nasty. Another way to run this perk is to give it to someone such as Sadako. Sadako already likes to run a bunch of hexes that have passive effects not related to hooking survivors. And the idea is that if you interrupt people, you can interrupt them while they're doing gens, while they're trying to get their tapes. It can give you information on what they're doing. Because you make yourself undetectable with your ability, you never ever have a terror radius that they can really hide inside to avoid the effects. And guess what? If they're doing a totem, especially if you have Thrill the Hunt, as I said earlier, it constantly resets their progress and they waste a lot of time. And while they're wasting time, you keep teleporting and keep teleporting and keep teleporting. And as I'm sure you know, Sadako builds up a certain status effect called Condemn. And if you get too high on the Condemn, she can straight up murder you without even hooking you. And this perk can facilitate that sort of strategy. On killers like this, it is okay, even though you could also have alternatives. On most killers, a little bit of a okay perk. Fun to try on these characters if you've never done it before. Nemesis is actually one of my favorite perks. I love this perk. It's really, really silly. Nemesis is not from the Nemesis. It's actually from the Oni. And it is a perk that does two things, okay? Anytime a survivor stuns you or blinds you, they become the obsession. Okay? This is the least important one, I would say. But also the simplest thing it does. Now, changing your obsession does not really have a huge impact. It can mess with survivor perks. It can mess with their plans a little bit. Sometimes a survivor has a perk that's like, oh, if I'm not the obsession, I do this. And they don't want to be the obsession, or the other way around. But more often than not, Nemesis can be used to create an obsession that then feeds into one of your perks. The number one perk that you can feed into is Play With Your Food. Play With Your Food requires you to find the obsession. But don't worry, because if you create an obsession yourself, now it's in front of you and you can easily use it, right? It also makes it easier to create an obsession that then you hook with Furtive Chase, which is a perk that we talked about earlier. Nemesis and Furtive Chase, really, really good. The really interesting thing about Nemesis, and the one thing that's super cool, is that any survivor that becomes the obsession, anytime there's a little switcheroo of the obsession, by any means, your perks, their perks, even some items can change the obsession. Let's not get into that whole into that whole argument. It's really, really obscure. Anytime anything at all changes the obsession, Nemesis will show you the aura of the new obsession for 8 seconds, which is not nothing. It's quite significant, and also make them oblivious for 60 seconds. In other words, if you get to a totem, if you get to a pallet and the survivor stuns you, and they were not the obsession, now they are the obsession, and you see their aura for 8 seconds, which for a lot of killers is a huge deal, because you can hit them through walls, or you can see where they're going, or you can even leave them. And guess what? If you leave them, they're not going to hear your terror radius, they're going to think that you're still in them, and they're going to be paranoid, so paranoid, because you suddenly lost the terror radius, and they no longer know if you're there. And maybe if you come back, they have no idea. So the whole terror radius and auto reading is a really nice way to mess with survivors, and by itself is not extremely powerful, but you can use Nemesis to create a Play With Your Food obsession that you become faster chasing. We'll get into that in a minute. You can use Nemesis to create a new obsession in the endgame that you can Mori with Rancor. We talked about that earlier. And I think the coolest way to use Nemesis is to run it with friends till the end. Friends till the end makes it so that if you hook the obsession, you see the aura. Sorry, if you hook a non-obsession, you see the aura of the obsession. But if you hook the obsession, you create a new obsession and you don't see their aura. You only see their location. With Nemesis and Furtive and Friends till the end, every single hook that you do will reveal the aura of someone, no matter what, unless they have some perk against it. And that is really, really cool on a variety of killers. And being able to switch the obsession also powers certain add-ons, certain other perks in fun little ways. One of my favorite ways to deal with this is to have something like Friends Till the End, Furtive Chase, Nemesis, and then maybe some passive perk that does something in the background. Maybe it can be Ruined, Deadman Switch, anything else at all. Oh, sorry, I feel like... Bless me, I'm gonna sneeze. What this means is that every single time you hook a survivor, you're either gonna see the art of the obsession and find them, or create a new obsession, and then, which is more likely that that's what's gonna happen, and then you're gonna get the 18 seconds of haste and undetectable that you get from Furtive Chase, and then you're gonna spook the next survivor that is not gonna hear you coming because they're oblivious, and you have undetectable, and you're gonna have these crazy roulette of hooks, and it's honestly really, really fun. Not super good to defend gens, not super good to crazy information or anything like that. Definitely a bit gimmicky, but a very fun accessory to that sort of build, if that's what you're interested in. Next up, machine learning. Machine learning is one of 2 perks that apply a compromise status effect to a gen. Compromise means that there is a debuff that will apply to those, well, not a debuff, but rather a buff to the killer that will only trigger if the gen gets completed. So think of it as a delayed Nowhere to Hide, or a delayed Eruption. You don't get it when you kick the gen, you get it when you kick the gen and the gen is completed. Already, Machine Learning and the other compromise perk are a little bit complicated to use. This is not one of those perks that you just put it on the build and forget about it. You need to be deliberate in your strategy with this perk. With this perk, you want to kick a generator that you know you're gonna have to give up at some point, and then you're gonna need to make sure that when it does get completed, you haven't kicked another generator. If you kick every generator, guess what? You're never gonna activate this perk. You kick Gen 1, then you kick Gen 2, then they finish Gen 1, then you kick Gen 3, and then they finish Gen 2, and then this perk never triggers. You need to kick a gen, and then either not kick other gens or damage other gens using other abilities. For example, the Knight has the ability to damage a generator with his guards. So he can be a really good user of Machine Learning, because what you can do is kick generator 1, let them finish it, and if you need to damage generator 2, use your guards so that you don't reset Machine Learning. Either way, if you manage to trigger this perk a few times per game, it's really hard to do it 5 times, but even though theoretically you could. But if you manage to activate this perk a few times per game, the effects can be quite devastating and can bleed a little bit into the endgame. So what happens when you do kick a gen and they do complete it? You will hear a big noise. Keep in mind, the survivors know about these perks, by the way. When you kick a gen with these perks, the compromised ones, they hear a little brrr, and they see a visual effect. So unfortunately, it's not a super sneaky perk. An attentive group of survivors can see it and communicate it. But if they complete the gen, which, I mean, they're going to have to eventually, you get a whole 60 seconds of being undetectable, which can be pretty good against uncoordinated teams, especially in indoor maps. And more importantly, moving 8% faster. 8% faster is insane. If you remember when we talked about the perk Rapid Brutality, how good 5% was on a variety of killers, 8% is ridiculous. With 8%, you can play a killer like Cannibal and rev up his chainsaw, pretty much losing no distance to the survivors, and then start revving his chainsaw at a speed that is unbelievable. Killers that are already very naturally fast become even faster with this perk. So if you're, for example, using the Spirit, when you begin to move with your power, you are going to benefit extra from that 8%. And when you're not using your power, you will no longer be a slow 110% killer. You will be moving faster than a normal killer as well, which is awesome. So that extra haste speed is really, really noticeable, and it helps you wrap up chases really, really nicely. Now, unfortunately, the unfortunate part of this perk is that the undetectable sometimes gives you a lot of value, sometimes gives you very little. And the fact that you need to have really good intuition or really good information perks to guarantee that this perk works is a little rough. Me personally, I enjoy this perk when I run it with some kind of add-on or other perk that tells me exactly when a gen is going to get done, such as Tinkerer, which lets you know when a gen is about to finish, or maybe the add-on for Wraith, for example, that shows you the progress of every single gen, which is very similar to Hex Hive Mind, right? If you have this sort of add-ons or perks that let you know when a gen's getting done, you might not be able to stop it. Ideally, you should stop it, but if you at least kick it once, you will get some value throughout the match. So you need to have that sort of build and that sort of strategy for this to do anything. If you're the kind of guy or gal that just likes to chase survivors, go from chase to chase, and you don't want to worry about gens, this perk really isn't for you. But I've seen it do some damage, and the 8% makes you so unpredictable that many survivors will chronically underestimate you and go down in places that they normally would run you in for a very, very long time. Not super necessary on killers that already have insane chase. For example, on Nurse, she's already teleporting really quickly. What do you care about 8% haste? It's useless on her. But on killers that benefit from that little bit of extra speed or that get really scary when they are undetectable for a whole minute, you might actually benefit from them a lot. Just definitely have a build and a mission strategy and philosophy that gets you to kick gens. Otherwise, it's a bit wasted on you. Weave Attunement. This is a perk that unleashed terror. I think they nerfed it really quickly because they realized that the average survivor was really bad at dealing with it. This perk is a distant cousin of Franklin's demise. It is a perk that has to do with items. And unfortunately, it is a bit of a noob stomping and a bit of a vibe check that you apply to survivors. Some survivors deal with this really poorly. Some of them are really smart, okay? Let's read what it does and explain exactly what are some of its pitfalls. So whenever an item is depleted for the first time, depleted means that it runs out of charges, it automatically falls to the ground. So if a survivor uses the last bit of its flashlight or heals entirely with a medkit, or they burst a toolbox on a gen, the item automatically falls to the ground, and any item dropped on the ground, any item whatsoever, including this one, has a certain little aura around it, very similar to Human Greed, and very similar to Undying, and very similar to Scourge Hook, Hangman's Trick. All of these perks that create a small bubble around them, this is very, very similar to that. Now, I'm going to tell you what are some of the best case scenarios for these perks, okay? Scenario number 1, you have an add-on or a perk that allows you to drop a survivor item. The twins, for example, have the spinning top. Bubba, the cannibal, has Franklin's demise, right? These add-ons on these perks make survivors drop their items. And if they drop their item in the middle of a main building, in a really nasty central spot, every survivor that goes through that area is going to be picked up by your aura, and you're going to see them in real time, which is huge, really, 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 really powerful, right? Now, the thing to remember is that survivors do get a red icon when this is happening that lets them know that they are being watched. So unlike other revealing perks that do not really give themselves away, Weave Attunement does warn survivors. So if they're a bit smart, they'll see that this is in play and they'll try to play around it. One of the most tragic things that can happen to a survivor, if you have Franklin's or one of these add-ons that makes them drop their items, as I explained earlier, is that if you hit a survivor on a pallet and then the pallet gets dropped, guess what? If they don't have an ability to pick up that pallet, the item will be permanently stuck under the pallet and they won't be able to pick it up. So you will have a permanent area of aura around it. This has happened to me, and I'm not gonna lie, it was in a really tight map and it was such a crippling thing for my team. I could generally see how the killer was taking advantage every time someone walked by. It was horrible. It was really, really bad. As I said, it's a bit of a noob stomper. If a team is already doing badly and they're a bit clueless, this is the kind of information that makes them die really, really quickly. I don't think it's an extremely powerful perk at higher levels. At higher levels, people pick up on this perk really quickly, and they do two things, okay? They either avoid using their items and use them when you're so far that it doesn't really matter that you see their aura, or either this or they drop the item in a corner of the map. It sounds a bit stupid, but if you think about it, if they see Weave Attunement, they probably guess that you also have Franklin's or similar. So what they're going to do is they don't let you drop the item in a centralized place. Instead, they go to a corner of the map where nothing really happens, drop the item there, and even though the perk is working, it's working in a place where no one ever goes, so it's wasted. So that can be a way for them to counter it as well. It's also worth noting that this perk has a secondary effect where any time a survivor pick up an item, they become oblivious for 30 seconds. An oblivious survivor is not stupid and it's not completely clueless, especially if they're experienced or if they're in comms, but they do have 30 seconds where they don't hear your terror radius. And that means that if you're constantly make them drop their items, constantly make them drop their items with your little add-ons and stuff, they will have maybe an occasional moment or two where they do not know that you're nearby and they could make a mistake. That can make Weave Attunement okay. And it also helps combat survivors picking up items from a chest. But guess what? No one's really doing that anyway. So yeah, you don't really need to counter chest builds, trust me. Game afoot. I'm going to tell you already, this is one of the strangest perks in this entire game. There is a whole lot of skill ceiling to utilize in this perk, And you know what? If you like a challenge, try to get good at using this perk. Try to find a build and a killer that utilizes as well. And then tell me about it because I'm genuinely curious. It is an interesting perk, okay? So this perk activates when you're chasing the Obsession and has a passive effect that anytime you break a pallet or also, yeah, even a generator. This is just really uncommon, but anytime you break something, a pallet, a breakable wall, or a generator, you get a temporary 7% haste for a whole 10 seconds. 7 haste for 10 seconds is actually really nice. It's actually really nice. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen all that frequently. Like you're not chasing the Obsession that frequently, and you're not ever kicking a generator in the middle of a chase. Let's be honest. That's really ridiculous. It's almost never going to happen. Many times you will lose the chase by the time you kick something, and you won't benefit from this perk. You need to be actively in chase, right? Unfortunately, some of the killer's powers that break things for you, for some reason, do not work with this perk. So, for example, if I'm not mistaken, Game of Food used to work on Nemesis, I think. You used to be able to break a pallet with your tentacle and benefit from the 7% haste, and that was awesome, but I'm pretty sure that went away. And right now, as of right now, there are several killers where if you use their power to break a pallet, it doesn't count, and the game only wants you to break a pallet normally. So already, that limits a little bit on which killers this perk is slightly usable for this reason. The more interesting and confusing part of this perk is that it also allows you to change the Obsession if you hit the survivor with the highest amount of cumulative chase out of the survivors that are currently alive and are not dead or escape. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Okay, this is where the perk gets really, really stupid, okay? So if there are 4 survivors and you find one of them and you chase them for 5 seconds, that means that if you hit that survivor, they will immediately become the Obsession unless they were the Obsession already. So this is a perk that can help you a little bit to make sure that your first chase is always an Obsession. It is more confusing than Nemesis, and I think it's a little bit easier to use something like Friends Till the End or Furtive if you want to guarantee that you find the Obsession. But it is a way to guarantee that as long as you do a basic attack, normal lunge, normal type of attack, nothing special, no hatchets, no special stuff, they will become the Obsession. But it's a little weird because if you chase someone that is not the most chased person, this doesn't happen. So for example, if you chase Dwight for 20 seconds and then you find Meg and you hit Meg, she doesn't become the Obsession. But if you hit Dwight and he's not the Obsession, he will become the Obsession. Now what happens if you kill Dwight and Meg is the only survivor left and you hit her? Well, technically you chase Dwight more, but Dwight is dead. So out of the survivors that are alive, if it's only Meg, she will always become the Obsession. Are you seeing where this can be utilized? In the end game, you could use this perk to constantly create new Obsessions. And that means that you could down your Obsession, kill them with Rancor, which is a perk that lets you kill them right away. And then the next survivor that you hit, they might turn into the Obsession. And guess what? You can Rancor them again. And if you want to avoid the effects of this perk, you can also down them with your special attack. If you play Huntress, for example, you could hit them with a hatchet to avoid this perk triggering. Now, I'm going to tell you already, in terms of breaking pallets faster and catching up, Brutal Strength is way simpler. Spirit Fury, Enduring, even Dissolution, these are all better perks to deal with pallets. Blood Favour, far better to deal with pallets. So if you run this perk to deal with pallets, I'm going to tell you it's going to be quite inconsistent and disappointing. But if you take advantage of everything, if you like the Obsession switching because it suits your build, if you like the extra little bit of haste that you get because you do it every now and then, maybe Game of Food can be all right, and it can be a fun Russian roulette to play in the endgame with Rancor. But I'm going to tell you already, this perk is just really, 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 really weird. And unless you have one of these hyper-specific scenarios in mind, it's generally speaking not worth running. If you run it in a normal killer build, most of the times that's just going to change your Obsession once, it's going to be a bit gimmicky, and maybe for the second part of your chase, you will have a bit of haste after breaking a pallet. But as I said, that 7% for 10 seconds, it is nice, but it is hardly the best thing you could possibly get. There are stronger, simpler effects that you can do with some of the perks that we've already seen. Moving on, we have a very interesting perk that I want to like, but that simply gets outflanked and outdone by other stronger perks. It's called Dominance. It's a perk from Dracula. Dracula has a few cute perks, and if you unlock him and you get Dominance as a plus, it's not bad. So it has two effects that apply, or one effect that applies to two different props: totems and chests. So in some kind of weird world where your survivors want to get on totems to cleanse them or bless them or remove your hexes, and these survivors also want to go on chests to loot items and stuff, maybe in the future this will be a thing, Dominance would be an amazing perk that would pop off, because when they touch a totem, they would see that it gets blocked for 16 seconds, and you get a notification about it as well. You don't get a noise notification, but if you're paying attention, you will see the aura highlighted. So they reveal themselves, and they basically have to wait out the entire 16 seconds if they want to do that totem. In other words, the best way to deal with Dominance is to touch a totem, even if you don't want to do it, and then come back to it a few seconds later when it's no longer blocked. And the same thing with chests, right? If they go to basement to open a chest for whatever reason, and they touch the chest will be blocked, you will see it, and then they'll have to wait 16 seconds, which is obviously such a bad idea, right? So the effect itself is honestly amazing. Really, really good. There's only one tiny problem. Nobody wants to do chests. Chests are one of the least important aspects of a match. Even if there are a million chests in the map, survivors typically either don't care about them and just focus on gens, or they already brought good items from home. The amount of survivors that open multiple chests per game that try to find some value out of them is so limited. There's so few survivors that have that sort of attitude and that sort of like build in mind with perks like, I don't know, Plunderer's Instinct or Pharmacy. There's very few people that play like this. Every now and then, however, some survivors just out of habit open a chest or touch a totem, and this perk giving you a little bit of info can be a bit of a way to find survivors in the early game. So for example, if you spawn in and you see that a gen turns white, hey, that's a dumb idiot survivor that was trying to get a chest, and now they have revealed their position. So that can be all right. That being said, for totems, Dominance is really good. It stops a survivor from cleansing a totem for 16 seconds, which can be pretty important. It can delay them from doing what they want to do for another 16 seconds and reveal their location and reveal to you that someone is trying to do a totem, which in itself is a bit of information. Multiple times, once per totem. There's up to 5 and typically 3 chests. And that's awesome. That's great. And if you have, say, for example, 3 hexes, the first time that they touch each of the hexes, guess what? You will be able to delay them, and that means that those 3 hexes will basically take each twice as long to get rid of, or at least last twice as long, right? And you won't have the problem where a survivor spawns on your hex, touches it, and destroys it right away. So that's awesome. Now, let's talk about the obvious elephant in the room. Why in the world would you run Dominance when you can run Thrill the Hunt? Thrill the Hunt makes each totem takes twice as long to complete, and even though it doesn't affect chests, which, as I said, doesn't really matter, it also makes it harder for them to find the correct totems because you have an extra hex totem, right? In almost every hex build, the 4th best perk to put in is another hex build, is another hex perk. So in almost every single build where you could put Dominance, you would be better off by putting Undying or Thrill the Hunt. It's simply that black and white. Dominance, I think, in my opinion, is just completely outranked by both Undying and Thrill the Hunt. And as such, you should almost never run it. However, let's talk about a few scenarios where Dominance could be really good, really unique, and possibly, maybe not stronger, but possibly unique and good in its own way. So say, for example, that you run Hex Ruin, which helps you slow down gens when they're not being actively done. And then you also have Know It, which is a second chance type perk that you trigger in the endgame to insta down survivors. Dominance can help make sure that Ruin doesn't get cleansed right away at the start by warning you about it. And Dominance will also work in the endgame. If in the endgame you have a survivor that finds the Know It quickly, it will turn white and you will see it, and then you'll have an extra 16 seconds to go and check it and now be fully aware that they're doing it and that they've already found. So you no longer rely on it for a long time, right? So say, for example, that I'm playing Doctor and I'm in the end game and I'm camping a survivor on the hook. They're slowly dying on the hook. Their teammates are scrambling all over the map, looking desperately for the Know It. If they don't cleanse the Know It, they cannot help their teammate on the hook because I will insta down them. So what do? I look at my Know It, I see that it's red, and I leave it be. It's really far away, I leave it be. And when it turns white, I know that they found it. So what do? I wait the 16 seconds until it's no longer white. I assume that they're gonna get on it immediately right away. I wait about 8 or so seconds, and then I go and I blast and I interrupt them. And now they have to do it again all over. Or if I'm playing Artist, I could do something similar by sending birds. So Dominance can be a really nasty protection to protect your Know It in the endgame, which is something that very few people have gone against and almost no survivor would ever expect. So if you pair it on a killer that is also good at interrupting totems from afar, and there's a few, like Doctor or Artist, you can have an actual legitimate build with it. Like many of the other perks in 2 stars, there is a way to run it, but typically there's something better, and Dominance is no exception. Spirit Fury, an interesting perk that unfortunately is not respected enough by killer players. This perk rarely gets used in a thoughtful manner. It almost always gets slapped onto a brainless build just to play like a brutish caveman. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I want to explain to you that there's more to that than just that. So what is the caveman, simple brain, turn your brain off sort of way to play with Spirit Fury? You pair it with Enduring, which is the perk that lets you recover faster from being stunned by a pallet. And then you give it to a killer that is already pretty good at removing pallets or going through pallets. Like, for example, the Cannibal, like, for example, Legion, who can hit you over pallets, right? And the idea is very simple. If a survivor drops a pallet early, you break it with your power. If they drop it late, you get the hit. And if they drop it on top of you, you quickly break it after resisting with Enduring, and you get a token of Spirit Fury every time you break a pallet, right? This is a perk that you don't want to use at tier 1 and tier 2. It really is one of the few perks in the game that you only want to use at tier 3, by the way. But at tier 3, after breaking 2 pallets, the perk activates, and the next time that you get stunned, you will automatically break the pallet. Now, the obvious appeal of using this perk with Enduring is that because your recovery from being stunned is much shorter with Enduring, if a pallet gets dropped on you, you will immediately recover and almost immediately resume control of your character and pretty much are guaranteed to down the survivor or hit the survivor that stunned you. Sometimes you can do double hits. You hit them as they drop the pallet, recover really quickly, hit them again, instantly down, right? And if you pair this with a perk like Hubris, which we'll talk about in a few minutes, you can also get an insta down on a healthy survivor as well. Now, as I said, this is a little bit of a turn your brain off type of playstyle. And some killers run this, and whenever survivors drop the pallets early, then they don't know what to do. Or if the survivor starts playing a certain window really well and avoids pallets, they get really lost and they don't know what to do. So you need to remember that just because you have something to deal with pallets, don't make it super obvious. Don't always swing at the pallet, because survivors can pick up on it really quickly if they're smart, and they will punish you. One way to punish Spirit of Fury is to drop the pallet so early that the killer will never get stunned. And another thing that can happen, by the way, is that if someone goes for a pallet rescue, if you pick up a survivor underneath a pallet and someone rescues, you will become stunned for the whole duration. It does not count as a pallet stun. It counts as a grasp rescue, killer grasp rescue. And even though you will lose Spirit Fury and the pallet will be broken, you will not recover quickly with Enduring. And that could be a real waste of Spirit Fury. So watch out for that. Killers that can slow down survivors, like for example the Clown, can make it a little bit harder for survivors to pre-drop pallets. And killers that have an insta-down naturally in their kit, such as the Hillbilly or Cannibal, naturally are really happy to break pallets with a chainsaw and can charge up Spirit Fury really, really quickly. When you have this perk, you might sometimes want to be a little smart and leave a pallet unbroken. Say, for example, that I have Spirit Fury and I already have 2 stacks, and there's a pallet on the ground that someone dropped that is really weak. It's not a high priority. If I break it, I waste a token. So instead, what I'll do is I'll use Spirit Fury on my next chase, and then when I have a bit of downtime, I'll break it, and now I have already one token out of 2 for the next one. So be a bit smart about that. The nicest thing that this perk can really do is just give you a massive jump in violence and a massive burst of health states on a survivor that was really not expecting it. A survivor that was like, "Oh guys, I'm fine. Don't worry. Finish the gens. I'm dropping Shack Pallet right now. Don't worry, guys. I'm completely Then they find themselves being down. And survivors going down at unpredictable times is one of the biggest ways that they can screw their team. They go down in basement, they go down next to gens that needed to be finished, and suddenly you start snowballing your pressure and end up with a really, really favorable situation. So it is a nice perk if you pair it with Enduring. Just keep in mind, running 2 perks for one effect that survivors can outplay is a little risky and is not extremely effective at higher levels. Now, what are some of the more refined, sophisticated ways of using Spirit Fury? There are a few killers that can use Spirit Fury in interesting ways. Killers that have a bit of a dash ability, like for example, Demogorgon, can use Spirit Fury on his own. Even if the survivor stuns you and you have a relatively longer stun, that can still be okay for some killers, and on its own, it can be an alright perk. There's also one killer I believe only, that can recover from pallets faster than normal. Well, technically, the best killer at avoiding pallet stuns, I guess, would be Singularity or Onryo. Those 2 killers, when they are using their power, either in stealth or in overclock, they completely avoid pallet stuns. They just completely ignore them. Either the pallet breaks or it just goes through. So those killers ignore it. But out of the killers that get stunned, there's one in particular that has a really nice ability, and that is Myers, aka the Shape. Myers, when it's in tier 3, has a naturally shorter stun time. So it's like a budget Enduring. And Spirit Fury on Myers can be good even without Enduring because he has a partial Enduring base kit, which is an interesting thing. So you could try it on with ideas like that and not just run it with Enduring, but I've already explained to you what the most common use of this perk is. It's okay, it's fine. Your average survivor probably unprepared for it, probably a fine thing to run on if you want to have a simple build. Make your choice a really fun perk that unfortunately is a little bit controlled by the survivors and dictated by the survivors. The effect of this is pretty awesome. When a survivor unhooks another survivor, which is going to be pretty often, at least 4 or 5 times per game, before it gets to the end game, right? You apply, as long as you're not too close, as long as you are 32 meters away, you apply a noticeable, hefty 60 seconds of expose to the survivor that you have that has done the unhooking. You also hear their scream, and that alone can be quite useful, by the way. Sometimes you don't know which survivor has unhooked another, but if you listen to the scream, it's individually different for each survivor. So if you hear, "Oh," that's baby Dwight, and if you hear, that's probably Meg. You know, you can tell by their voices who unhooked. Some of them are a little bit harder. Some of them you might have heard many times. Some of them maybe are newer survivors. But it's typically pretty easy to tell who's who when you look at the HUD, unless you're playing against 4 Nias or something, right? So you can tell who unhooks based on this perk, and that alone is important information. A lot of survivor perks only activate when they've unhooked somebody else. So having a pretty good idea of who could possibly have deliverance and so on is already useful. And if on top of that, you get the 60 seconds of expose resulting in a down, even better. Now, what is some of the obvious pitfalls? What are some of the obvious downsides of this perk? Number 1, if they unhook really quickly as you're walking away, guess what? The perk doesn't trigger. If the survivor unhooks themselves, guess what? The perk doesn't trigger. If the survivor that unhooks, or any survivor nearby, including the survivor unhook, has the perk Vigil, they will cut the timer from 60 seconds down to 40 seconds or so. So yeah, there's a lot of ways where this perk can be mitigated or avoided. Maybe you will go to the survivor and then find out that the survivor has sprint burst, and then they run away, and then you're like, I don't even want to chase this guy. And ultimately, the problem with this perk is that it lets the survivors dictate the pace of the match. I don't know if you've noticed, but survivors can be on the hook for 70 seconds. So if you have Make Your Choice and you're holding your breath, waiting for them to unhook, they can do like 3 gens in the time that it takes for you to wait that long, you know? So you really cannot wait to play by your rules. You need to have your own plan. And if Make Your Choice happens and you have a killer that is agile, that can teleport, that can quickly close the gap, and you happen to get an instant down, awesome. This perk can be pretty nasty on killers like Dredge that can teleport back. Killers like Freddy, the Nightmare, that can teleport back. Killers like Spirit that hit you with a basic attack and can move back quickly. It's not good on killers like Huntress that are slow and apply and hit with their special attack, because this does not make your special attack instant down. Very important, only basic attacks. But you basically want to have this as a plan B and never as your only plan A. If this is your plan A, you will be disappointed to find out that hooking 4 survivors results in you losing 5 gens every single time. If you hook survivor 1 and then go for survivor B, survivor 2, and then they trade and you go for survivor 3, and then they trade with survivor 4, and then you go for survivor 4. That has already taken you like 5 minutes, and they've done every gen, and you don't have anyone dead or even anyone dead on hook. So Make Your Choice. As I said, it can never be the primary reason, the primary strategy that you follow, because you will be switching targets so often that you're not really hurting anyone enough to get them killed. One of the nice ways to deal with this perk, other than running some of the killers that I mentioned earlier that can quickly do hit and run and be all over the map, is to also go for a basement hook. The thing about a basement hook is that it takes a long time to come out of basement, and it's really not easy to avoid the killer if they show up when you're coming out. So if you hook someone in basement and you step out a little bit, even a little bit, and Make Your Choice lights up, you see that the perk lights up, that means you're far enough. That is a great way to know that, hey, I'm fine, I can maybe harass a gen, go for another chase, and whoever comes out of basement might step on a trap as a hag or something, and it can be really, 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 really nasty. One thing that you need to be ready for, by the way, is that the survivor that comes off the hook will sometimes be extremely, and I mean extremely altruistic. They have 15 seconds of endurance plus a host of perks that can protect them further. So one thing that you might find that you could encounter that could be very frustrating is that you wait for the unhook to happen. Maybe they have a perk like Resurgence to heal themselves immediately, or maybe they don't. And when you come back for the unhooker, let's say it's Claudette, the survivor that was on the hook, let's say Dwight, actually takes a hit for her. And to you, it makes no sense. You're like, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Isn't the survivor on the hook more vulnerable? Why are they taking a hit? It's kind of backwards. No, shouldn't they just be more afraid? No, sometimes the survivor of the hook has perks like Off the Record, has perks like Babysitter, has perks that let them tank hits and last a long time, and they do not care if they go down. They do not care if they take a hit with endurance. They will do it for the teammates. So be very, very careful. One nice thing about Make Your Choice is that it lasts exactly 60 seconds, so you could use it as a timer for Decisive Strike. Decisive Strike is a perk also called Will to Live in some versions of the game that lasts for exactly 60 seconds and triggers exactly at the same time as Make Your Choice. So if Make Your Choice has already run out, then you know that the survivor that has been on hook no longer is protected by the perk. In some cases, you might actually want to wait it out. Leave the survivor on the ground, kick a gen, do some of the things, and then pick them up. So Make Your Choice can be a neat indirect watch that lets you know when 60 seconds have passed. Overall, I like this perk on a variety of M1 oriented high movement speed killers, but I have simply found that as the game has become more and more generous to survivors, and survivors have more and more time to unhook whenever they want, if they want, running this perk seems like It needs to be an addition to my strategy. It can never replace my main strategy. And even if you have an incentive to chase one survivor that is insta-dunnable, sometimes the simplest and meanest strategy is to simply hook the same survivor multiple times. So make your choice is not making you make bad choices. No pun intended. Hubris, very, very, very similar perk. A very, very simple perk. It triggers anytime you're stunned, and this is not super obvious, but it includes every form of being stunned. Being pallet rescued is a stun. Being flashlight saved against is a stun. Being pallet stun is obviously a stun. And even head on, the perk from Jane that makes a survivor open a locker and hit you with their forehead, is a stun. There's also another perk from the new Walking Dead characters named Last Stand that allows them to jump from like an elevator window or a pallet and stun you. That also counts as a stun. Basically, anything that survivors can do to make you stay in place, including some really odd ones, counts as a stun. And if that happens, this perk triggers momentarily and makes that survivor exposed, which means that if you hit them with a basic whack attack, they will go down in one shot if they're healthy. Now, it then goes on a little cooldown. Now, one important thing to know. Many times this is just completely useless. Many times a survivor that stuns you or pallet stuns you makes so much distance that 30 seconds of insta-down means nothing at all. Many times the survivor was already injured and it doesn't matter. Many times the insta-down honestly just doesn't come into effect. Or maybe they have visual, which makes the insta-down timer unfortunately not as long as you would like. It's more like 20-something seconds instead of just 30. So there's a lot of ways where this perk can feel a little bit And unfortunately, on average, if you run it on the average killer, in my opinion, it doesn't get a ton of value. If you pair it with Enduring, it is much easier to get stunned on a pallet and still recover fast enough to catch up to a survivor. The real way to use Hubris, in my opinion, is to give it to one of a few select killers that, after being stunned, have unpredictable mobility. Now, I'm going to name a few of them from the top of my head, right? But maybe you can add to the list. Maybe you can find another killer that fits the criteria. The Hag, the Dredge, the Spirit, the Singularity. These are all amazing killers. Keep in mind, against each of these killers, if you stun them, they have the ability, even if you make a little bit of distance, they have the ability to either teleport to a locker next to you, or use their phasing to quickly catch up to you, or teleport to a trap that you trigger shortly after, or in the case of Singularity, aim at you with his gun, and if you are the infected, teleport right next to you. All of these killers have the ability to close the gap with you very, very quickly, and all of them hit you with a basic attack, unlike, for example, the Nurse or the Huntress. So all of these killers can run the perk Hubris, and even though it's not the most consistent perk, it can occasionally allow you to trick an unsuspecting survivor into giving you a stun that maybe you even did on purpose, and that can make a 40-second chase into a 10-second chase. And it can turn a long, drawn-out chase where they drop a bunch of pallets into a quick, done deal. Down they go, hook them next to their gem, hook them right on the hook that I wanted, and saving you a lot of time. In those cases, Hubris is honestly quite awesome. The only problem is that most of these killers that I've mentioned are already so good at downing you that they don't need this, or they benefit from other perks more, such as Blood Favour, or insta-down perks that are more consistent, such as Devour Hope, Know It, Friends Till the End. Friends Till the End gives you a good chance at downing the Obsession several times per match, regardless of whether or not they stun you. This perk, by comparison, only works if you get stunned and for a very short duration of time each time, right? So this perk does get a bit outclassed by other aggressive lethality perks. And as I said, it only works on a few select amount of killers, but if you use it on them, you every now and then have the ability to really mess with survivors. And I personally find that fun.
So yeah, try it out. It works really well with Enduring and Spirit Fury because if you get stunned and you have Spirit Fury up, you will recover fast, break the pallet, and be able to insta down the survivor. So if you want a wombo or combo, those 3 perks can all be used together. Play with your food. I'm so sorry, this is one of the perks that for some reason we don't see the description. But I'll explain what it does. It's generally very simple. If you own the Halloween DLC, this Play With Your Food perk is going to have this name. But if you don't own it, it's going to be named something different. It's called See How They Run. What a stupid, useless name, huh? Well, See How They Run is a perk that works exactly like Play With Your Food. It's the exact same perk, just different name. And it works very simple. In a very simple way. Anytime you lose the chase with the Obsession, you gain a token immediately. You have a bit of a cooldown before you can get another token, but after this, 15 or 10 or so second cooldown, you can do it again. And every token that you have, up to 3, gives you an extra 5% movement speed. Now, it's very crucial to explain that the 5% movement speed is added on top of your natural movement speed. So if you're a killer that normally moves at 115, you don't move at 120, you actually move at 5% of 115, which is more like 121 or 122%, right? So this does make you noticeably faster, and it is a great way to mess with survivors. Now, as I explained earlier, there is an internal mechanism that detects when you are chasing someone. If the game detects that you are visually capable of seeing the survivor, if they are in front of you and in your line of sight, and the survivor begins to run, the game starts the chase music, right? And one important thing, you will notice that there's only one obsession per game. The obsession is the survivor that randomly gets the little tentacles of the obsession. And you can actually know when you're chasing the obsession because you will hear a specific sound cue that's like a shling when you start the chase and the music begins. So yeah, one idea with this perk is to chase the obsession and then try to drop chase quickly. You can drop chase quickly by cloaking as Wraith, by turning away and making distance, or by breaking line of sight for long enough. Any one of these things, some of them faster than others, will break chase really quickly. And then give you a Play With Your Food token. Play With Your Food is a really strong but fragile effect. It is fragile because even though you can get up to 3 tokens, you need a little bit of time to build it up. You need to find or create the obsession. And anytime, this is very important, anytime that you perform any kind of damaging attack, you will lose a token. So for example, if you're playing Huntress, a horrible killer for this perk, you don't want this perk on Huntress, and you throw a hatchet, you throw a hatchet, and you throw a hatchet, you lost 1, 2, and 3 tokens. Horrible. So Play With Your Food is best utilized on killers that do not necessarily do a lot of small attacks like Trickster or Huntress, but instead do single powerful attacks, some of which slow them down, some of which like charge up over time and maybe result in one or multiple insta-downs. So what is a way to use Play With Your Food? You could give it to Ghostface, and then look at the obsession, chase the obsession, get a little bit of stock in, stock them to 99%, get a couple stacks, then go for someone else, get really close to them really quickly with Play With Your Food, then you pop their expose, and now you are chasing them with an extra 10% movement speed. And this is where the magic begins to happen. As I explained earlier, many survivors, especially the most experienced survivors, constantly do micro adjustments in their movements and change their behavior based on how close you are to them and based on their thousands of hours of experience playing this game. And they are sometimes very greedy and very hardwired to try to be as greedy as possible and get as much value of each pallet and of each window. In other words, if they can do an extra loop around the pallet, they're going to do it. If they think that they can reach a window that's really at the edge, they're going to go for it. If they think that they can taunt you and make you think that you're going to drop the pallet, but then they drop and then they go around, they're going to do all of these things because they know they can get away with it.
But with Play With Your Foot being so subtle, you are going to massively destroy all of these really good, really confident survivors. When they go for the extra loop and you chase them, you're going to catch up to them at a speed that they simply do not expect. And that's going to result in if you're playing Ghostface, it's going to result in possibly an insta-down. So that's awesome. Some of the prime users of Play With Your Food are killers that can insta-down, such as, for example, Ghostface, the Chainsaw killers as well, Myers himself, the Oni. The Oni is a killer that struggles to get the first injury and really wants to brute force the first injury. So on Oni, it makes quite a bit of sense to give him Play With Your Food. And as long as you can find or create the obsession, you're almost never going to be able to be stalled for very, very long. You could also give it to a killer that wants to play hyper-aggressive like Sadako and have this plan A, plan B, where if you find the non-obsessions, you save those for last, and if you find the obsessions, you get Play With Your Food and then go for someone else. You can basically use Play With Your Food to turn any killer that would stagnate and struggle into a really unpredictable beast. Some people like to run it on the Plague. You get everybody injured, and if at that point they start using their fountains, you use your power. And if they all stay injured and they think that they can run you forever, you can also get a Play With Your Food stack or two and suddenly start downing them in loops where they normally would loop you forever. I personally really like Legion as a user of Play With Your Food. Legion is a killer that has a super easy time finding survivors, multiple survivors, because his heartbeat killer instinct detects them, right? But then when you have to actually get the down, his power is not that good. With Play With Your Food, you can kind of engineer situations where you injure, maybe find the obsession, chase them for a bit, go for someone else, chase them for a bit, go back to the obsession, get a second stack. And now with that extra 10%, you down one guy, down another guy, both of them don't even know what hit them. That's really, really awesome. But perhaps the most interesting and out there esoterical user of Play With Your Food is none other than the Houndmaster. The Houndmaster has a really unique ability. She has a dog that allows you to capture a survivor and hold them in place for a while. And even though this sounds absolutely insane, you can actually use Play With Your Food like this. So picture it this way. You chase the obsession, and then you quickly retreat, look away, and get a stack. Okay? Then you send the dog out. Sending the dog does not count as an action that damages, so you don't actually lose a stack, I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. Do you? Yeah, I don't think so. And then when you hit them with the dog, you actually stand still. You don't move. And because the survivor is not technically running, the game believes that they're not in chase. And by the time they're about to get rid of the dog, you can get an extra stack of Play With Your Food. In other words, you get a stack, you down them, and you keep the 1 or 2 stacks that you had before. If you do it right, you can constantly keep a stack or 2 of Play With Your Food throughout the entire match, which is kind of insane if you think about it. So you can do some funny little things with Play With Your Food. Now, unfortunately, why is this perk so down the list? Number one, once survivors see you do weird stuff like this, they're going to figure out that you have this perk. The obsession can be really naughty and just play in a way that makes it really hard to quickly enter chase. They can go on a good pallet and just drop it and walk away. And because they walk away, you never start the chase. They can basically harass you or counter harass you in a way that denies you this perk. And it's something that with experience, you'll come across a few survivors that know how to do it. And you also lose the tokens really, really quickly. And frankly, you do not always have the luxury to have a perk that gets strong over time when the game happens at such a meteoric pace, right? Sometimes you simply lose too many gens per minute to do gimmicky things like this. If you want to have something that lets you outplay pallets and lets you destroy survivors and doesn't require you to find the obsession, you could run perks like Coup de Grâce, which we talked about at length earlier, or Blood Favour or Crowd Control. All of these perks let you have a bit of an advantage around pallets or on windows, and they're probably way easier to use than Play With Your Food. So yeah, this perk unfortunately has dropped a little bit in utility, but it is from time to time still unexpected, and in my opinion, still pretty fun. Okay, moving on to I'm all ears. It's now been 7+ hours, and I'm not gonna lie, I am a little bit tired, but I am taking some breaks in the recording, so let's keep it up.
Ameliers is a really fun and engaging perk that shows you the aura of a survivor at times when they might really have their guard down. Now, this happens typically after they vault a window or after they vault a pallet, and they need to do it fast. They cannot do a slow vault. Like, it needs to happen, the type that creates a notification. And it has to happen within 48 meters of you. And that is already one of the minor weaknesses of this perk. There's basically 2 weaknesses of this perk, or 3, I guess. Number 1, if a survivor uses this, uses up your use of Ameliers, it will force your perk on cooldown. So say, for example, that you're chasing survivor A, and they are about to vault a window, and you're about to get the benefit from this perk, but then another survivor, 47.5 meters away from you, quickly vaults a window. You will actually lose the perk to that survivor that's super far, that you don't care about, and the perk will be on cooldown and you won't get to use it. Another way that is quite uncommon, but that can also outplay Ameliers, is if the survivor that you're chasing has the perk Quick and Quiet. Quick and Quiet turns a fast vault into a silent vault. So for the purposes of this perk, that does not trigger it. It's a little bit unusual, but it can happen. The more common way a survivor can outplay this perk is if they have some kind of anti-aura reading perk. This includes Distortion, Self-Preservation, Off the Record, Soul Survivor if someone has already died, and I think that's all of them, but there's maybe a couple more. Any one of these perks, if they are active, will shield the survivor's aura from being revealed, which is unfortunate. But other than that, this perk will often trigger quite often in Chase because it only has a 30-second cooldown, and survivors vaulting pallets and windows especially is a very common occurrence. So what exactly is the use for a perk that shows you the aura of a survivor that is already behind an obstacle? Isn't it kind of impossible for you to hit them? For a normal killer, the answer is yes. For a normal killer, this perk sometimes is a bit wasted. It might show you the aura of a survivor going into a weird direction and help you not lose track of them. But many times, just because you see where they go doesn't mean you can do anything about it. You're still going to catch up very slowly, right? The real power of this perk comes from the ability to hit through walls. One of the prime users of Ameliers is Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head, if you vault a window and then try to break line of sight, he will see your aura, and it's a very common idea for them to try to hit you through a wall with it. Some other killers can do similar things. Dracula can do a similar thing, for example. He can hit you not exactly through a wall, but over a small obstacle if he sees your aura. So he can use Ameliers around small loops to see you from behind a rock and hit you in ways that are otherwise pretty difficult. And Nurse is also a fantastic user of it, because if a nurse sees you, she can pretty much guarantee a hit if you are silly enough to trigger this in front of her. Huntress and other projectile killers can also see the aura to try to line up a shot. And all of these are decent uses of this perk. Personally, I am a bigger fan of Zanshin Tactics. I think a survivor dropping a pallet is much more common against most killers other than Nurse than Ameliers, and it works every single time without a cooldown. I do find the Ameliers cooldown a little bit annoying. But regardless, Ameliers is a perfectly usable perk on any of these killers. Even a regular killer, it can still be a really useful tool. One of the nicest things that Ameliers allows you to do is to visualize the mind game and commit to it if it's working. I know it sounds completely insane, but many times when a survivor vaults a window in some kind of jungle gym or other structure with tall walls, one of the stupidest things that you can do is go around and then don't show your red stain. Just hide behind a wall. The survivor will run to one side of the wall, see that they will look back and see that you're not showing up around the corner, and before they make it to the next corner, they're going to panic. They're going to think, wait, I'm not seeing the survivor behind me? Does that mean they're going to the other side? Hold up, I don't want to be caught off guard. Like, let me run back a little bit and reposition myself. And that's when you emerge from around the corner and you down the survivor or hit the survivor. This is something that you can do without Ameliers. You can just mind game it, but with the Ameliers, you see it happen immediately. So this is something that it can be a great crutch to help you land mind games. And I also like it quite a lot on Nemesis. Nemesis and any other killer that can deal with windows can be a great user of Ameliers. A survivor vaults the window,
they wait for you to go from right or left to mirror your movement, and then you go to the right, hide yourself, and when they run in front of the window, you can see them perfectly with Amaliers, and you go, "Waya!" and you throw a hatchet at them, or you hit them with a tentacle, or you shoot them with your harpoon gun if you're the Deathslinger. So you can use Amaliers to basically bait a survivor into running into a window, and you can see them through the wall and perfectly time your attack through the window with this as well, which is an interesting idea. All in all, there are better perks to insta-down, better perks to remove windows. There's perks like Crowd Control or Bamboozle to completely remove windows if you hate windows. And there's better perks to deal with pallets like Blood Favour. But this is a cute perk that allows you to catch survivors when they least expect it. And it is very, very satisfying. One of my favorite perks in the game. Monitor and Abuse. This perk is a little weird. And the description has changed over the years to a point where a lot of people are confused by it. What you need to understand is that this perk is going to make your terror radius dynamic. Instead of having a fixed terror radius of 24 meters, some of the killers, 32 meters, most of the killers, or 40 meters, some of the high mobility killers like Ghoul and Blight. Ghoul, Blight, Wesker, Billy. What you're gonna have is a smaller terror radius when outside of chase and a bigger terror radius while in chase. Believe it or not, this is a really nice thing. Minus 25% terror radius means that you lose about 8 meters. And that means that if you go in a straight line to a gen, a survivor now has approximately 1.5 or 2 seconds less of reaction time. They no longer hear terror radius and have such a long time to start getting off and going away. They now have to react pretty quickly. This is massively compounded if you have a killer that already has a small terror radius, because guess what? It's even less. Or if you have a killer that moves really fast. For example, if you're playing with Oni and you're using your ability, if they wait to hear your terror radius, they will unironically never be able to avoid you. By the time they hear the terror radius, you are literally already on top of them, removing a lot of possible reaction time. Even perks like Sprint Burst will often trigger too late, which is really, really nice. Oni is one of the better users of Monitor and Abuse because he can actually use both sides of the coin. When he is out of chase and switching between targets, he can benefit from a smaller terror radius to spook survivors and catch them off guard and have a slightly more successful ambush. But when he is in chase, the bigger terror radius can mean that his terror radius is larger than usual and can apply terror radius effects from a longer range than normal. So if you have Monitor and Abuse and the perk Infectious Fright, every single time that you're chasing you down a survivor, you will detect people from further. And the nicest thing is that when you drop a chase, your terror radius shrinks from more than 32 into less than 32 very, very rapidly. And this is also something that naturally confuses survivors. If you chase a survivor and you drop the chase immediately and they hear the heartbeat go from like boom, 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 very intense to like nothing, they very often think that you are really, really far away when you actually might not be. The reverse is also true. If you enter chase with a survivor and your terror radius suddenly expands, any other survivor in the area might get the idea that you suddenly came really close to them and might get a little bit spooked as well. So this perk gives you a little bit of big terror radius, which you can use with certain perks and might have the indirect ability to spook survivors, and also reduces it when you're out of chase to have an easier time creeping up to survivors and maybe getting close to them to use perks such as Nurses, Calling, and so on. I personally think that this is best utilized on killers that like to remain undetected between chases. It's good on Hag. It's really good on any killer that will use Infectious Fright. I also quite like it on killers that can damage you from afar. The Deathslinger is a good user of this, especially with his add-on that allows you to instantly down a survivor that you shoot from afar. It can be great. Do not sleep on the possibility of running this on the Huntress. It's true that the Huntress already has a small 20-meter terror radius. She's very unique. But when you make it even smaller, survivors very often get a little bit stupid and they only react. They might hear your lullaby, but they will only react to your actual terror radius and start running when it's already too late. Try it on a few killers and tell me what you think. The main downside of this perk is that against some teams, their coordination is simply too great. Even if you catch them a little bit off guard, maybe they have sprint burst, visual, and constantly recovering from exhaustion fast with visual. So they constantly outspeed you and they do not care about a slight ambush. So unfortunately, the perk is a little bit too lightweight to give you consistent value. And you would need to put too many other perks to really guarantee an ambush that honestly might not be that game changing. But if you like to approach undetected, if you pair it with perks like Discordance, which guarantees that you're bothering maybe 2 or more survivors with a small terrorist at the same time, this perk can really be worth it. Pair it with one good information perk. Now, one of the funniest things that you can do with Monitor and Abuse, believe it or not, is to give it to a killer that already has a small terror radius. And believe it or not, the Doctor himself is one of those killers. The Doctor has a set of add-ons named Calm. You can actually run multiple and they stack together, at least the part that makes your terrorist smaller. So at the start of the game, or every now and then, you blast. And even if you don't hit anyone, it doesn't matter. After you blast, your terror radius now is reduced to like 10 meters. It's super tiny. And it's really fun to move around as a semi-stealth killer that people really do not expect to be stealthy. Really fun. I also like it personally on Bubba, the Cannibal, because any killer that has an insta-down naturally benefits from getting close to survivors and giving them less reaction time. Give it a shot. Tell me what you think. Next up, we have Force Hesitation. There's 2 perks that start with Force, and I think this is the most fun one. It is, I'm going to tell you already, an evil perk that is not really in the build of any nice guy killer. This is a perk that you run when you want to be a cutthroat, deadly bastard. The way it works is very simple. Anytime you put a survivor into the dying state, the perk unfortunately activates and goes on cooldown, even if there's no one nearby, which is a bit of a shame. I wish it didn't. I wish it only worked when it actually has value. So you can kind of waste it sometimes. But if you're lucky enough to down a survivor and there's another survivor nearby, especially if they're really close, Force Hesitation gives them a massive 20% hindered debuff. Minus 20% is brutal. A survivor normally runs at 100. And if you make them move at 80, that means that you are 40%, you have an extra 40% speed on them, which you catch up super quick. It is really not uncommon for this perk to allow you to down a survivor and then very quickly punish someone nearby that they were protecting, or someone nearby that was hovering for a flashlight save, or someone nearby that was doing whatever. Maybe they were grouped up and they were healing and you down one, you now get a pretty much free hit, sometimes a free down on the other survivor. Now, many killers think that it's a good idea to run Force Hesitation with Infectious Fright. However, let me tell you already, you don't need Infectious Fright. It's true that Infectious Fright would reveal survivors nearby, but Infectious Fright has a range of up to 32 or 40 meters, depending on your terror radius, or even more sometimes. And any survivor that is that far is not going to be affected by this perk. A survivor affected by this perk is typically so close that you already know they are there. And you don't need Infectious Fright. So what are some of the ways to guarantee that 2 survivors will be together when you use this perk? Let me tell you already, naturally, survivors that are good, survivors that are coordinated, tend to split up, especially when you show up. No survivor wants to be chased along with their bestie so that they can both be inefficient together. Survivors, they are very self-sufficient. If they can heal themselves, they will. If they can heal each other in a second, they will. And then they'll go their merry way, do gens across the map as far away from each other to make your life as difficult as possible. But there are a few situations where even good survivors will be caught together. Situation number 1, very simple one. You slug survivors. If you leave someone on the ground, maybe you have a perk like Coulrophobia, and someone comes and picks them up, and then you down them again. Now the person that picked them up gets slowed. Or the other way around. You down the person that healed them, and now the person that they picked up is really slow, and it's almost unavoidable for them to take the extra hit, right? Especially if you have some kind of power. Remember, this perk works when any down happens. you don't need to hit them with a basic attack. It can be your power. So if you, for example, are playing Trickster, this can be super nasty. And you chop, throw knives, and down a survivor. The other nearby survivor can never get away, and you might get 2 downs with main event or 2 downs with a big flurry of throwing knives. So this can be really, really nasty on a variety of killers if you slug. Another one is when you unhook. One very common scenario for killers to find is that a survivor is about to die on the hook or about to reach the next stage, and their teammates show up last second to unhook. Now, if you're a killer that can insta-down, they cannot do this. But if you're a killer that doesn't insta-down, they will try to do what we call a trade. The way a trade works is a survivor begins to unhook, but then you interrupt them, okay? And then while you recover, they unhook, and then you down them, but then the other survivor gets away. With Force Hesitation, you can trade, and by the time you down the survivor that comes out of the hook, the other survivor will be so slowed down that you can easily get a second hit, sometimes more. That's pretty nasty as well. And what is the other situation? Another situation is in cases where survivors are desperately trying to tank hits and protect their vulnerable teammate. Say that you're a very, very, very mean killer and you hook survivor 1 and then you hook survivor 1 again, and you're going to hook them a third time, and their teammates, seeing that their vulnerable friend is about to die, they come in and they take a hit, maybe they take a second hit, and that's where Force Hesitation destroys them. Because instead of taking a hit and giving them a lot of distance, they take a hit and slow down their own teammate, ensuring that they go down shortly after. Now, one killer that is really popular with Force Hesitation is the Cannibal. The Cannibal has an add-on called the Iridescent Flesh, where if you down a survivor with your power, you regenerate the power's charges, allowing you to down a survivor, slow down another survivor, down them as well, and then maybe down a third or a fourth, right? It can get pretty crazy. I think it's a little bit gimmicky. I don't think you need Force Hesitation. It is fun. You can try it. Basically, any killer that has a quick recovery on their power is really good with Force Hesitation. I personally really like it on Alien. Alien has a tail attack that is way faster than a normal recovery. And you move way faster. So any killer that recovers really quick, that has swift attacks, can be really nasty with Force Hesitation. But as I said, you have to play in a way that engineers these difficult situations. You have to be there for unhooks to trade. You have to be there to tunnel a survivor out of the game when someone's trying to take hits. The sad part is, if you run this perk and survivors all split up, you will never really see any effect, and it is a bit situational for that reason. Next up is the other perk that starts with Force, but this one is not Force Hesitation. It's called Force Penance. It is from the Executioner. And I'm going to tell you already, this perk has an insanely lengthy effect that, even though it doesn't come into play very often, and sometimes you can go a whole match without seeing it, when it makes a difference, it makes a massive difference. So this is the first time that we talk about protection hits. Protection hits is a type of hit that the game identifies when a certain condition happens, okay? When a survivor is injured or being carried nearby, and somebody else that is not that survivor takes a hit, the game considers that to be a protection hit. So if you're carrying a survivor and you hit someone else, that's technically a protection hit. I don't know why, but it is. And if you're chasing a survivor that is injured, for example, Dwight, and Jake shows up and tanks a hit, that is also called a protection hit. Keep in mind that some killers that do multi-hit attacks do not count as protection hits. So for example, if you play Dracula with Hellfire or Pyramid Head with multiple damaging punishment, those attacks technically are not considered protection hits because they hit through people. A bit weird. So please acquaint yourself with what exactly is a protection hit. Once you understand it, then we can talk about this perk. What this perk does is that anytime a survivor takes a protection hit, sometimes on purpose, sometimes accidentally, you will slap them with an 80-second broken status effect, which means that for the next 80 seconds, no matter what they can do in terms of healing, they are completely unable to heal themselves. After the 80 seconds, they can begin or heal in some direct or indirect way, but at least for this 80 seconds, they are completely at your mercy. Now, as I said, sometimes survivors take protection hits accidentally. Let me give you a very simple example. I have Agitation, I pick up a Survivor, someone tries to flashy save, and they fail, and I hit them with Agitation because I'm faster, bam, that's a protection hit. That will trigger Force Penance. Someone goes for the rescue last minute, and then they unhook, and after the unhook is done, I down them. That counts as a protection hit. That person will be broken for 80 seconds. 80 seconds of protection, of being broken after protection is brutal, and it actually makes some killers really hard to counter. One of the main ways that you play against certain killers is by taking protection hits strategically and healing back very quickly if you can. For example, say that your teammate is vulnerable, they are really close to dying, and you are playing against the twins. What can you do against them? Frankly, not a lot. If you're injured, the twins are going to down you, then they're going to down them, then they're going to down someone else, and then everybody's dead. So one thing that you can do is heal up and try to take hits and try to stay healthy as much as you can. Maybe go back to Boon, get a heal for someone else, use your medkit, get adrenaline, get all of these crazy healing automatically perks going on, and take as many hits for your teammate as possible and protect them for as long as you can. With Force Penance, after the first hit, you are unable to heal, and more often than not, that means that your second hit is going to put you down for a really good time. And even though being broken doesn't have any inherent downsides, you don't do gen slower, against a lot of killers, being broken for a long time puts you at massive risk of going down quickly and making the game suddenly spiral into a loss. I personally think that survivors do not, on average, do enough altruism for each other to justify this perk on an average killer. On an average killer, it is super common for survivors to split up, and they really rarely take protection hits for each other. So I really don't think this perk is worth it. The occasional protection hit will happen, but it's not worth the perk slot. However, one killer that breaks them all that I think makes this perk actually worth running, even on its own, without any other plan or supporting perks, is the Twins. The Twins is a killer that deploys a little I don't want to call him a baby, but it looks like a baby. A little tiny little guy named Victor that can really easily catch you anywhere in chase. It's basically unavoidable, and you're pretty much on a timer to take damage no matter what, right? So one of the ways that survivors deal with it is by sticking in pairs and taking hits for each other and taking protection hits, and that is something that is so effective against the Twins that if they do it, you have Force Penance, and you can make that count as a protection hit and keep them injured, which they desperately do not want to be. And if they do not take protection hits for each other, guess what? That's a really good thing for you as a Twins. So either way, you're going to win no matter what. So Force Penance can be a good anti-body block insurance. Funnily enough, this perk is used in tournaments sometimes. In tournaments, survivors are so coordinated that some of the weaker killers that do not have any crazy way to outplay survivors can really suffer if they get body blocked against. If you play Nurse, you can go through body blocks. If you play Sadako, you can phase through body blocks. Many killers can hit multiple survivors at once. Body blocking is such a bad idea against many killers. But then there's killers like Doctor. There's killers like Trapper. There's killers like Wraith. These killers do not have any method to get through survivors. If a survivor is protected by two survivors behind them, you cannot down them in any reasonable amount of time. These killers can run the perk Force Penance in tournaments or in public matches, I guess, to guarantee that a body block will never be a consistent strategy that a teammate can use over and over again, repeatedly, to deny you a down on a really important survivor that you want to get out of the game. So in the situations, Force Penance has a little bit of value. In reality, honestly, there's just so many other consistently good anti-healing and aggressive insta-down lethality type perks that they make Force Penance honestly not that attractive in my opinion. Moving on, some of these perks are getting a little bit simpler, so for the sake of brevity and for my own sanity, I will be going through them slightly faster. Superior Anatomy. This is a perk that makes you vault a window or a vault point 40% faster. This is insanely fast and can stack with your natural faster ability if you're playing Myers, or with add-ons that increase your vaulting speed. There's not too many of them. The most notable one is the Self-Destruct Bolt from the Xenomorph. So you could run this and it will fully stack with this. You can run it with Crowd Control or Bamboozle or Fire Up, which also increase your vaulting speed. But then you run into a certain mechanic called diminishing returns that makes the other effects not so strong. Still, even on its own, vaulting 40% faster is incredibly, incredibly noticeable. But there's a bit of a catch, okay? This perk doesn't work automatically. It doesn't work all the time. It works once and needs to be reactivated. But the nice thing is that it's really easy to trigger. All you need to do is be close to a survivor that vaults a window or a pallet. I think that also works. And that will trigger the perk, and you can use it on the same window that they vault, or you can just save it and use it later. It is a bit of personal taste whether you prefer the consistent Bamboozle speed of 15% and blocking the window, or if you want to have the more explosive 40%, but you only get them sometimes. Needless to say, for killers that want to block the window so that they can force the pallet down with their Chinso, for example, Cannibal, you might prefer Bamboozle, but I really, really like Superior Anatomy on a variety of killers that would otherwise struggle with windows. One of the better users, as we explained earlier with this self-destruct add-on, is the Xenomorph. The Xenomorph is a great killer around weak pallets. If a pallet is up in front of him, bam, you get a hit. If a pallet tries to be played from a survivor side, but it's really unsafe, bam, tail hit. The one thing that can keep him at bay is a survivor that goes to the main building and abuses a really strong window. With Superior Anatomy, you follow them through the window so quickly that they do not have the normal ability to go around it and recycle it and reuse it. I also love playing this perk on the Cenobite. The Cenobite has the ability to hit a survivor with a chain from the other side of the window, and while they are like being pulled everywhere, you quickly, as you can, go through the window and again catch them before they can go around and use it again against you. Really, really nice perk. Just keep in mind that the extra vaulting speed does not apply if you have some kind of special vault. If you have the perk equipped on Wesker or Legion or Krasu, all of these killers that have the special vault ability to vault with their power, that does not apply this perk, okay? Be careful, that will not work. But on regular vaults, the ones where you press the spacebar and you go through, it does work, and it is pretty nice. Unfortunately, as I said, it sits in this middle awkward spot where it's good but a bit inconsistent. And frankly, if you want to deny windows passively, Crowd Control or Bamboozle, if you want to vault them yourself, might be a bit more consistent. And there's also a lot to be said that many killers simply do not necessarily want to follow you through windows. I play so many killers where on average I vault 1 or 0 windows. This perk is not fantastic on them, but on someone that you think has to follow through windows often, it is a fun and a bit of a novel perk. Honestly, the funniest thing that you can do with this is give it to Myers, who at tier 3 can vault obscenely fast and make some windows genuinely points of genuine terror for the survivors. That's probably one of the most fun, maybe not the most effective, but one of the most funs that you can do with this perk. Batteries included. This perk, honestly, is really hard to judge. I can see and conceive this perk doing basically nothing for you, and I think for a relative beginner player, it has got to be one of the most useless things that you can slap onto your build. But that being said, I do respect its ability and what it can do for you sometimes. Basically, anytime a generator gets completed, every time you come within a 60-meter radius of it, that's a pretty significant radius, you benefit from having a 5% extra haste. When you leave this radius, it does linger for a few seconds. Enough to maybe help you a little bit, but not enough to sustain the chase for a long time. There's a couple situations where this perk can give you consistent value. In the endgame, where every single gen has already been completed, it is not uncommon for you to benefit from this perk very extended periods of time. And I think the absolute best user of this perk, if you can believe it, is the Singularity. Now, if you go all the way back to the perk Terminus, which we discussed a long time ago above, I explained to you that the Singularity is an amazing killer that can teleport through his cameras, and in the endgame, he can have an incredibly easy time injuring people for extended periods of time and benefiting from all kinds of like gimmicks in the endgame. No Way Out, Terminus, Remember Me, and possibly batteries included. With batteries included, not only will you keep survivors injured with Terminus, you will teleport to them, and since all the gens are completed, you're pretty much constantly going to be on that 5% haste that makes every teleport make you close the gap to the survivors really, really quickly after, and makes you really hard to shake off. There are a few maps where all of the gens are stacked on top of each other, such as Midwich and especially Gideon, where even 1 or 2 gens completed means that if you're moving around the map, you are very often benefiting from the 5% haste. As I've explained so many times already, getting a little bit of extra haste often throws off a survivor's perception of your speed, and confident, good, experienced survivors that go for really tight gameplay suddenly find themselves getting hit through windows, getting hit at pallets, getting caught up before they make it to safety, thanks to the little 5% haste. Another one nice way to look at this perk is that if you play it on a killer that already has some kind of speed boost, this will add on to it, although there might be diminishing returns, unfortunately. And if you're ever forced to leave your 3-gen, this perk can make sure that it's not for a very long time. Say, for example, that you're defending a 3-gen around the main building, and a survivor that is really, really tempting takes a hit and starts to go away from you. Now you find yourself in a tricky position because you want to chase them, but you know that if they pull you out of this area, you are going to give up the area and the gens that you're defending. With batteries included, anytime they try to do the typical strategy of survivors to take you to a gen that's already completed, you will benefit from a very, very sneaky extra speed that they will rarely notice, that they will almost never take into account and rarely factor in when they're looping you, right? So it can be quite nice in these situations. However, let's talk about the obvious. Many times, gens are spread out so far across the map that a 60-meter radius is simply not good enough. And survivors can also take you to places that have a gen that maybe isn't done, but they don't really care about they're doing other gens. So they can still take you to places that you really do not care about. On the average killer, I think a little bit of haste is nice, but it is almost never enough to help you immediately seal the deal and end the chase. If you're already playing a crazy strong killer, that crazy mobility or crazy projectile, the 5% is basically useless, and you might as well have a perk that helps you seal the deal consistently throughout the match without waiting for a generator to be done, which is something that you generally do not want to happen unless you're going for an endgame build. So, of course, you naturally do not have an inclination for gens to be completed, and you might be better off running perks like Blood Favour, like Crowd Control, even Rapid Brutality, which works in a similar, albeit a bit different way. You might want to prioritize some of these perks that I personally rate a little higher, but there is a place for batteries included, and I think the number one place for it is probably on some build on the Singularity, who can quickly get an effect from this perk, teleport, and still benefit from the lingering effect even for a brief moment. Darkness Reveal is honestly a really amazing and really fun aura reading perk. It honestly would be one of the nicer perks in the game to find survivors, maybe several years ago when we didn't have too many of them, but nowadays it sadly gets countered by too many little factors, and there's simply perks that are a little bit better at it. Remember, every time survivors have some kind of perk like self-preservation that makes them immune from auto-reading, this perk will fail to find them. And this perk only finds survivors next to lockers. So when you open a locker, either because you're reloading as the Huntress or the Trickster, or because you just want to open it for the heck of it, every survivor that's close to a locker, that locker, the one nearby, the one in shack, the one in the building, all of the lockers in the map will be highlighted to you. Now, the nice thing is that many maps like Midwich and Larry's have lockers everywhere, and the maps are really tightly clumped together, and it is pretty much impossible for every survivor to dodge it. In maps like Larry's, it's really common to open a locker and find 2, 3, maybe all 4 survivors right away throughout the match. The perk does have a 30-second cooldown, but you can open a locker at the start, after a chase, maybe in little times where you have a bit of downtime, and it will point you towards a survivor that may or may not have any idea that you're coming. Particularly good on stealth killers, particularly good on killers that naturally struggle to find survivors and want to open lockers anyway, such as the Huntress, really good pick on her, and particularly good on killers that exceed and excel at catching survivors off guard and finding them when they're healing, such as the twins. As a twins, if you open a locker and find a survivor in a bad spot, you can send Victor down them, and because you might have seen other survivors as well, you can send Victor on a little damaging spree and create a lot of chaos on the survivor side. So overall, really, really, really nice perk. It might be tempting to run Darkness of Eel with Iron Maiden and all of these other crazy locker perks, or ultimate weapon, but honestly, just picking one of these perks is enough, and Darkness of Eel is quite okay. As I said, it can be countered by certain stealth survivor perks, and other perks are a little bit easier to use and don't require you to go out of your way as much, such as nowhere to hide. So this perk has fallen a little bit out of favor, has never been super, super popular. Whispers is a perk that has been in the game from day one, pretty much, and has been in this form for such a long time. It is one of the most complex perks in the game, and sadly, there's not a lot of reason to invest in it. There's just simpler perks that have replaced it and outflanked it, but it's still worth talking about. One of the things that you need to understand about this perk is that it basically creates a big balloon around the center of your character, a big sphere, and whenever any survivor is inside this sphere, it will turn on visually, light up on your screen, and also do a little bit of little whispering sound effects to let you know. Even if you're not looking at it, you will hear it. Now, it needs to be said that the smaller the sphere, the easier it is for you to use it accurately. When you have whispers at only level 1 or only level 2, even though the sphere is bigger, it actually gives you less information. As a result of that, you do not, in my opinion, ever want to use whispers at level 1 or level 2. Never, ever do it. Only use whispers at level 3. When you have whispers at level 3, if you walk into the map and a survivor starts hearing your terror radius, which is normally 32 meters on most killers, you will also kind of hear their own terror radius with whispers. Now, what are some of the ways that you can use whispers in a super simple way that even beginners can understand? Super simple. In the end game, if you're looking for one survivor and you're going exit gate to exit gate, if you go to an exit gate and whispers turns on, that survivor is around you. You don't need to go to the other one. Start looking around you. They will be hiding there somewhere. You will find them. If whispers turns off, it means they've gone somewhere else. Go look for them. The reverse is obviously also true. If you have an idea that a survivor is nearby and you think maybe you saw a crow, maybe you hear something, whatever, and you start looking around you, but then whispers turns off, that means that there is not a single soul within 32 meters of you. That means that you should stop looking, go away, search somewhere else. The princess is not in this castle. Keep in mind that whispers detects every single survivor on the ground, on the hog, in a locker. You can find survivors in lockers. As long as they are not dead, moried, or escaped, or disconnected, or something weird, you should be able to find them. So as long as that has happened, you will find them in any way. That means that you cannot detect survivors near a hook. If you hook a survivor and you're like, oh wait, there's whispers, someone's nearby. No, that's the person on the hook. Watch out, okay? So that's a really simple way to use this perk. At the start of the game, you can also use it in a very simple manner. Walk towards the side of the map. If whisper turns on, start looking into the distance and start trying to figure out exactly where the survivor is. You can also use it with monitor and abuse to try to catch up to survivors. You can also use it with killers that can switch into stealth. So for example, if you are playing the pig and you go to a gen and you see whispers on, you can start crouching. And by the time you get to the survivors, they might have not heard your terror radius at all if you did it right, or if you did it early enough. And it's really nice for killers that move around the map really quickly, because if you move around the map really quickly, you can see whispers on and off really quickly and figure out where a survivor is, right? Now, there's a bit of a more advanced manner of using whispers, right? Since whispers is exactly a circle, you can actually kind of figure out where a survivor is in a bit of a roundabout way. So say, for example, that a survivor is to your right. Nice, okay? If you move forward and whispers turns on when they detect the survivor, if you move to your left and it goes off, they are to your right. And if you move to your right and it stays on, that means that they're over there. So you can use whispers to somewhat vaguely triangulate the position of a survivor. And as I said, you just go forward, and if you move to the left and it goes off, they're to your right. And if you move to the right and it goes off, they're to your left. So you can quickly find a single survivor really, really quickly in the endgame or when they're splitting up with Whispers, which is nice. Whispers also pairs nicely with Nurse's Calling. If Nurse's Calling allows you to find people healing, you can go around the map, and if in an area where Whispers is off, leave it, go to an area until Whispers turns on, and you will constantly be around survivors, and your chances to find someone healing are much, much greater. So yeah, lots of ways to use Whispers. Now, what is the simple, sad reality of Whispers? This perk gives you a big idea of where survivors are, but it doesn't tell you exactly where they are, and it doesn't show you their aura. It is completely uncomfortable for the survivors. That's nice. They can't go into a locker to avoid it. That's nice. It's super reliable, but it doesn't give you that bit of precision that other perks like Floods of Rage, like Barbecue, like Friends Till the End, like Awakened Awareness, like all of these other perks give you that can actually point you in the right direction and not just show you a survivor, but show you the survivor that you might be looking for. And for that reason, this perk is a bit of an old relic that some old killer mains still like to run from time to time, but that has sadly fallen out of use and fallen out of favor. Talking about the Devil, Awakened Awareness. This perk has an amazing effect and has the potential to give you the keys to the city. It can tell you dirty little secrets that survivors wish you didn't know. And it can be super, super crippling if survivors are a little bit unlucky. It has one of the simplest effects out of all of the perks in the game. Whenever you pick up a survivor and you are carrying them towards a hook, you suddenly unlock the ability to see every nearby survivor through any walls within a 20-meter range. Unfortunately, there's no way to make this 20 meters bigger. It's only 20 meters. But sometimes, in some maps, 20 meters can get you some impressive mileage. Now, the first thing that you should do whenever you have Awakened Awareness is to turn into a garden sprinkler. Start moving your head and twisting it like you are an owl on caffeine and start looking everywhere, because many times when you carry a survivor, there might be a teammate hiding in a bush, might be a teammate in the basement nearby, there might be a teammate on the second floor doing a generator that you would otherwise not know about, but with Awakened Awareness, you can see them briefly. And after seeing them, you might not be able to act on the information right away, but after the hook has happened, you can remember where they are and start going there, maybe catch them off guard. One of the nicest things that you can do with this perk is find a survivor hiding in some corner and then hook, pretend that you have no idea that they're there, and then very sneakily get close and suddenly rev up your Chenso and bam, now you get a second down for free. This is all this is all fine and dandy, and if this happens, you are living the dream. But the unfortunate reality of Killer is that survivors do not want to be clumped together. The more efficient and the more coordinated survivors, the more they are self-sufficient and the more they stick to gens by themselves, and they do not stick around with teammates. Maybe they get together for a quick heal, maybe they get together for a quick form of altruism, but then they split the hell up unless they are really, really scaredy cats. So unfortunately, as I said, your average survivor, whenever they are chased, if they know what's good for them, will almost always make an effort to take you very far away from their teammates. So far away that by the time you down them, pick them up, hook them, 3 other teammates are all on different gens across the entire map, making it nearly impossible for you to effectively pressure them. That simple but effective strategy makes Awakened Awareness really kind of meh. Many times Awakened Awareness falls flat just by the fact that survivors split up. And you could run Awakened Awareness along with Barbecue and Chilli as a form of see everyone from afar and see everyone from up close. But in reality, using so many perks to have such mediocre information effects is really not that great. I like to run Awakened Awareness on my Spirit. I like to run it on Chainsaw Killers. It can be fun to run it with Starstruck in case you spot someone, but it is a hard pill to swallow that the effects from this perk are just naturally countered by the survivor's natural instinct to split up, which I think they begin to develop as they become better and better at the game. So that does make this perk a little bit disappointing. Dark Devotion. Ooh, this perk is one of the perks that can give you undetectable, and it works very similar to Unforeseen. Instead of kicking a generator and transforming and translating and moving your terror radius to the gen, it works on the survivor obsession. So anytime the obsession becomes injured in any way whatsoever, your terror radius swaps from yourself onto them, and it becomes a really big terror radius. Now, this big terror radius can apply multiple perks, like Coulrophobia, but honestly, from my experience, don't try to apply perks with this, just run this by itself. The nicest thing that Dark Devotion does is you injure the obsession, let them be for a while, and then go and catch someone else off guard. Now, the first time that you do this, it's very possible the obsession might not even realize that they have this perk. The second time, they will run away from you, see you visually get away, and then they're gonna be like, wait a minute, why is the heartbeat still so loud? And then they will figure out that you have this perk and probably not get spooked as much. But that's where you can catch them off guard. One of the nastiest things that you can do with Dark Devotion is hit a survivor that is the obsession. Your terrorist becomes now centered on them. Then you leave them, and then they think, oh, the killer's leaving me, guys. Hey, guys, the killer has Dark Devotion. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. And then suddenly, bam, you come around the corner and whack them in the face. They don't because the terror radius is constantly on them, they actually have no idea whether or not you're gone or you're actually approaching them. So it can be an interesting way. This perk can also trigger if a survivor self-injures themselves. There's a few ways they can do that, which is rare, but it can happen. Unfortunately, as we have explained before, there are currently some amazing, super consistent ways for the killer to become undetectable at really random times that the survivors are not prepared for. Many of these perks include Unforeseen from the Unknown, as well as Secret Project from the first, and maybe to a lesser degree Plaything or Tinkerer. These perks are a little bit more unpredictable. They trigger without you having to find the obsession, and I think overall, if you want to have stealth on a non-stealth killer, I think most of these perks are better than Dark Devotion. Personally, I still like Dark Devotion. When I get it on certain killers, it makes me a little happy to see it, and the 45 seconds of undetectable is a pretty significant deal. This perk used to be much shorter. 45 seconds is a long time. It's nothing to scoff at, but it's also not incredible. One of the nicest things of being 45 seconds of undetectable, not only even if your teammates are calling out the killer and you know that they're undetectable, it's still a really annoying status effect because you lose your red stain and you are completely immune to auto reading from the perks that the survivor may have. So perks like Kindred or Wiretap will fail to reveal you, and some survivors that depend on these perks could find themselves caught off guard, especially in maps with low visibility, like indoor maps as well. So yeah, very, very simple perk, very, very simple effect, has a nice potential to confuse the team and send them into a bit of a chaos, but is widely outclassed by some of the simpler stealth perks that we've already seen. Thwack is unfortunately another perk that also gets outclassed by other info perks, but it does have a little bit of unique aspects to it, and it does have a bit of a unique flavor that I think keeps it quite fun and can make it really powerful in a few maps. It is a bit of an inconsistent perk, and we'll explain why in a minute. Anyway, at the start of the match, you start with 3 tokens, and every time you hook a survivor, you gain tokens. You can go up to 4, up to 5. I think the maximum is 5. Yeah, I think there is a maximum. I think your maximum is 5. But let's say you get to 5 tokens, and then every single time that you perform a break action on a breakable wall or a pallet, the perk activates. The best part about Thwack is that this does count even if you use a killer power. So if you're playing the Hillbilly and you chancel through a pallet, or you're playing Cannibal or Demogorgon, or even the Nemesis, one of the best users of Thwack, and you tentacle your way through a pallet or a breakable wall, the perk triggers. And that's awesome. When this perk triggers, any survivor, the token is consumed and you lose it no matter what. But if there's any survivor within 36 meters, they both scream and reveal their aura. And it's a big deal because that means that screaming and revealing your aura means that unless you have 2 really rare perks, you're almost never going to dodge this effect. So this is almost guaranteed to let you
know where a survivor is and oftentimes point you to their location with really high precision. So, what is the utility of this perk? The fact that it starts at 3 tokens makes it a really good budget lethal pursuer. If you're playing a killer like the Hillbilly, you can start your chainsaw, brum, 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 then zoom across the entire map, break a breakable wall in the main building. Many main buildings have them. Some maps, unfortunately, don't have any. That's unfortunate. And then bam, 3 people scream. And now you can choose whichever of them is in the worst spot to start your first chase. And when you hook them, same thing. Many times, I'm sure you've realized, after a hook has already happened or a chase has already ended, you are left with maybe 1 or 2 drop pallets that are maybe not extremely important, and you have the option to break them. If you suspect that someone is in the area, you can break them, and maybe you'll see them scream, and interrupting survivors that are hiding and catching them with your hiding is always a good idea because you force other survivors to come for the rescue now. And you could also be a little bit strategic about it. You could leave a really bad pallet next to a survivor on the hook, and then if you notice that no one's coming for the rescue and it's only a few seconds before the survivor is going to die on the hook, you could break the pallet on purpose to then find out who the rescuer is and where they're approaching from. And maybe you can prevent the rescue and then maybe that person dies on the hook. So you can be a little bit strategic about when and how you break certain things to make sure that you maximize the chances to find people when they least want to be found. As I've explained, this perk works perfectly in tandem with powers that allow you to break things. And for that reason, I think Nemesis is actually one of the better uses of this perk. Nemesis is a killer that doesn't have great mobility, that when he gets to a part of the map, he really wants to find you there if he doesn't know where you are already. And making survivors scream has the indirect effect of attracting zombies. Zombies that are nearby will be attracted to screams. Just a cute little thing that not a lot of people realize. Any other killer like Hillbilly, even Nurse. Honestly, Nurse can be good. I know a lot of people do not drop pallets against Nurse, but if they do, having access to a one-time auto reveal around you is huge. Not to mention that it gets a longer effect with Lethal Pursuer as well, as we've explained many times. And breakable walls are not super common in every single map, but many maps have a few of them, and some of them have a lot. If you play on Saloon, there are so many breakable walls everywhere that you will be spoiled for choice. You will be able to find people constantly. One word of warning, there are some killers that do not hook normally. For example, the Executioner, aka Pyramid Head, he does not always hook you, he sometimes cases you. If you are a type of killer that does not hook conventionally, like Sadako, for example, sometimes she just condemns you, she doesn't even bother hooking you, or Pyramid Head, Thwack will run out of tokens and you won't be able to recycle and get more tokens, so do be careful. This perk is a little bit less usable on them. When you get an unfortunate map with only a few or 0 breakable walls, Thwack sometimes doesn't do a lot. It just shows you the aura of a survivor that you already know you're chasing, and then you lose a few tokens and it doesn't feel all that good, and it can be a bit of a redundant perk at times, but it is still really fun. Dark Arrogance. Dark Arrogance is one of several, at least 3 or 4 perks that allows you to vault windows faster. It is not as powerful as Superior Anatomy, which is 40%, and not as powerful as Fire Up, which is 30% at maximum charges. But it is immediately stronger than Bamboozle and immediately stronger than Crowd Control. And it is a consistent 25% increase to your vaulting speed. Now, I'm already going to tell you, 25 faster vaulting speed is not that big of a deal. For a lot of killers that only vault a few times, who cares? And unfortunately, this perk also has the downside, like any other perk that increases your action speed, of stacking partially. If you have Superior Anatomy and Dark Arrogance, you only get the full effect of one of the perks. There's a thing called diminishing returns that makes the perks not fully combined to the fullest potential, which is unfortunate. So you're maybe better running this perk by itself a little bit. Now, what other secondary effect does this okay-ish perk have? None. It actually has a downside, which is horrendous. Really horrendous. It has the downside of making every blind a little bit longer and making every pallet stun a little bit longer as well. Now, minus 15% is not a huge deal, but I'm telling you, when you're playing killer, every second counts. This Dark Arrogance is kind of like a negative enduring. When you get stunned by a pallet, the survivor has time to blind you, make a little cup of tea, teabag you a little bit, and then run off to the other side of the map before you're done with your stun. It feels horrible. It feels really, really bad. So why would you run a perk that makes you vault faster but makes you recover slower from stuns and blinds? I'll be honest, there's not a lot of reasons to run this perk. You are almost always better off running Superior Anatomy, Fire Up, or Bamboozle. That's just the simple reality. However, if I have to play the devil's advocate, being able to vault windows 25% faster with no condition, no timer, and no trigger condition prior, just right off the bat, that is actually really, really nice. And on a few killers, it is surprisingly useful. I also like it on Xenomorph quite a bit. A few other killers that like to vault windows will also enjoy Dark Arrogance. Now, the prime subject, the perfect candidate to run Dark Arrogance is a killer that does not fear pallets. Either because they don't walk through the pallet or because they are super unlikely to be stunned by them. Personally, Xenomorph, Nemesis, possibly Sadako if you're going to be really good with using the manifestation and the manifestation. Some of these killers have the ability to ignore pallets or to, the singularity as well. Some of these killers have the ability to ignore pallet stunts or stay far away, that if a pallet comes down, they can just safely await it from a distance and hit you over them. So some of these killers can benefit from Dark Arrogance quite okay and pretty much not suffer too much from the downside of it. But overall, it is a perk that gets outclassed by the aforementioned ones, and the downside makes it really hard to recommend to anyone except really, really seasoned players. Try it out and see what you think of it, but do be warned about its downsides. Blood Warden. I swear this perk, it's impossible to love it, but it's also impossible to hate it. It is a perk that gets a lot of mysticism around it, and some people generally think it is so powerful. Anytime I have this perk and I lose a game, people in my chat talk to me like I am the stupidest troglodyte ever. Oh, Starbro, why didn't you just hook a survivor and then Blood Warden is just going to do the job for you? It's really not that simple. There's a lot of fine conditions that need to be aligned for this perk to really hurt. So the effect of the perk is really, really simple, okay? It has a secondary effect that is actually quite useful, where any survivor that is in the area of the exit gate, the one that is immediately after the gate opens, any survivor that is in that little bit of area before escaping has their aura revealed to you. This is interesting. It can help you line up a shot. It can help you spear a survivor with your harpoon with the slinger. It can help you find a survivor that is healing in the exit gate. It can help you a little bit. Not super important, but it does help you. The reverse is true, however. If a survivor has distortion and they walk into the exit gate and their perk gets consumed, they will indirectly figure out that you have this perk. So do be careful about that. But the main effect of Blood Warden is that when the exit gates are open and the endgame collapse is already triggered, the endgame collapse is that little orange bar that lets you know, hey, the game is about to end. Whenever that has happened, if you hook a survivor, for the next 60 seconds, the exit gates become blocked, physically blocked, and survivors cannot escape through them. The only way to escape is to wait out the 60 seconds, or if it's only one survivor, they could also get the hatch that is not blocked. However, why is this not such a big deal? Unfortunately, the endgame collapse is 2 full minutes long. And anytime a survivor is injured or on the ground, anytime a survivor is not injured, but on the ground or on the hook, the timer slows down to half. That means that the endgame collapse can be anywhere from 2 minutes 0 seconds to 4 minutes 0 seconds. That is simply too much. 1 minute is not enough to hold the survivors. And the sad part is that survivors are really, really smart and they do adjustments to their gameplay to play around Blood Warden. If you hook a survivor that is already dead, people know that Blood Warden exists and they have a habit
even relatively new survivors develop a habit of leaving early. And if you are carrying a survivor to a hook and an exit gate is about to be open, survivors also have a habit of leaving the gate 99 briefly and waiting until you hook to deny you the proc of Blood Warden, because the exit gate has not been open and the endgame collapse has not started yet. If they delay it a second, you are in a lose-lose situation. Either you let the survivor go, or you hook them, and then afterwards they open it, and now they avoid the effects. So survivors already, naturally, even really clueless survivors, have a pretty good idea of how to play around this perk, and they do a pretty consistent job at playing around it. So how could you possibly make use of this perk? Way number one, hope they make a mistake. Hook one survivor, maybe one that's already dead on hook. That's ideal. And then for the next 60 seconds, you have the opportunity, especially if you're a strong killer, to quickly bully a survivor that's in the gates, catch them before they can run back into the map, and now get an extra kill, or maybe an extra 2 kills. This is pretty hard, I'm telling you already. The nicest way that you can use Blood Warden is by forcing everybody to die. If the survivors only have 1 minute left on the timer, and you trigger Blood Warden by hooking a survivor, and that survivor dies or gets rescued quickly, and then the timer starts going by quickly, they will literally die and there's nothing they can do. If you hook a survivor with 25% of the timer left, everybody's automatically dead. Everybody, no exception. And if you hook when the timer is below 50%, but they unhook or the person dies quickly, that also gives them less than a minute, more or less, and they will also die. But I'm going to tell you already, survivors are pretty aware of this, and for the most part, I think they do a decent job at avoiding situations where this could happen. Is it incredibly satisfying when you manage to do this and pull it off? Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely. Can you bring Blood Warden with some other endgame add-ons or endgame builds to maximize your chances to catch them off guard? Also yes. Although the more endgame stuff you have, the more predictable Blood Warden maybe becomes. But yeah, it is a nice perk, and if you manage to find these situations that I've mentioned, it can be quite good. Just don't forget that survivors, if they have more than 60 seconds on the endgame timer, and they see Blood Warden, they're not going to wait there like dummies. They'll just run to the map and waste so much of your time that the 60 seconds will go by and everybody else will get out. You might not get any extra kills. So you need to have a little bit of tactical finesse when it comes to deploying this perk and using it right. You really sometimes need to play the fool, make it look like you're really, really struggling to hook some survivors, and hope that they don't guess that you have this perk to really get the most out of it. Scourge Hook Monstrous Shrine. Alright, you remember how I've explained that all of the Scourge Hook perks typically make 4 Scourge Hooks appear on the map? Well, I lied. This is the one exception. Scourge Hook Monstrous Shrine spawns 4 Scourge Hooks like every other perk, only 4. But unlike other perks, it also spawns 4 extra ones in the basement. And then it also has its own little effect on top. Now, let's talk about the basement part first. That is honestly pretty good. Basement on a lot of killers is really powerful. And being able to trigger Pain Res from basement, for example, or Floods of Rage from basement is a pretty significant deal. It's not bad. If you have Monster Shrine as a way to tie together a Scourge Hook, full Scourge Hook build, it will occasionally help you, and it's not bad. The secondary effect of Scourge Hook Monster Shrine is that it accelerates the rate at which survivors die when they are on a Scourge Hook that is white. Normally, a survivor has 70 seconds to be rescued from a hook, but if you get far enough away from it, that starts to trickle down much quicker. It trickles down 20% faster, which means that it might buy you maybe about 12 or 10 seconds. It obviously depends how quickly you run out, and it depends on a few other factors, right? Maybe they try to escape or anything like that. But assuming normal conditions, you can expect this perk to shave maybe 12 seconds out of a hook stage. That is not insignificant. There are a lot of survivors that have a pretty good internalized idea of how long 70 seconds are. And they finish a gen, they finish a heal, they do a little totem, they heal somebody else, and then they run to the hook. and then they realize, oh my god, that person's gonna make it to stage 2 or they're gonna die on the hook and I'm not there in time. And maybe they show up last minute, but maybe then you get back and you interrupt them. You shock them with Doctor, you body block them in the stairs of basement for a second, and bam, their teammate now hits stage 2 or they die. If Monster Shine lets you get away with that sort of play even once per game, that's huge. That's possibly game changing. Unfortunately, it really isn't that simple. Some survivors will unhook themselves with special perks. Some survivors will get rescued immediately, making this perk really not that good. And the survivors get a red debuff icon on their screen, allowing them to understand that they have this perk. This perk could be really nasty if it was unseen and unannounced, but because it tells the survivors, hey, dummy, you have a red icon, you are dying faster, it does allow teammates to receive that information. So you could be on Discord and be like, hey guys, I'm dying a little quicker. Can you please let go of that gen? Come for me a little sooner. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Okay. Woo, I'm safe. Fine. So that does work a little bit against this perk. Overall, the way to run this perk is pair with other Scourges, hope that you get a basement hook, hook really far away, keep survivors busy, harass them a ton, use other perks powers to keep everybody busy, and maybe occasionally those extra seconds that make the survivor hit the next stage of the sacrificial process faster can make a big difference. But it's really not consistent enough. If you have a Scourge hook build, honestly, you could run Painless Floods and Scourge hook and Jagged Compass. Jagged Compass and maybe Weeping Wounds, and that would be better. Like, honestly, even amongst the Scourge Hook perks, this would be one of my lowest priority. I would prefer to have Jagged Compass to make every hook possibly a white hook, even basement ones after you hook once. And yeah, Monster Shine is really not my highest priority, but I've hopefully explained to you what are some of the ways where this perk can shine. All right, Overcharge used to be a really, really strong perk, and it still has a bit of a punch. This perk gives a skill check to anyone that touches a generator that you have previously kicked. Now, it's very important to explain that this perk does not get applied if you damage a gen from afar. You have to kick the generator yourself, okay? It does not apply its effects from afar. You need to be kicking it yourself. If you kick the generator yourself, Overcharge applies. Next time somebody touches it, they get a difficult skill check. Newer survivors are maybe caught a bit off guard by this type of skill check. More experienced survivors, they honestly do skill checks just fine, and it's really not difficult for them unless there is some other modifier that makes skill checks harder. Like for Doctor, we have a few things, right? But overall, Overcharge is a really difficult skill check to make challenging for the survivors. It's just a little bit gimmicky. Now, if the skill check is failed by the survivors, they will lose a chunk of progress. They can even lose 20% progress on the gen if you have Lullaby, which is ridiculous, by the way. Crazy combo, Overcharge and Lullaby. And on top of that, the generator kick has a different property. Normally, when you damage a generator, it slowly regresses, very, very slowly. With Overcharge, you have a different curve, okay? It's a bit of a trade-off. The initial regression of the generator is actually slower than normal, less than a quarter of the regular generator speed for one survivor. But if you let it fester for the first 10 seconds, it will get back to normal. And by the time it's reached 20 seconds extra, in other words, by the time you've kicked the gen for 30 seconds, it starts to regress significantly faster. In other words, if you kick a gen for a little bit and they get back on it, no big deal. But if you kick a gen and it goes a whole minute untouched, it does do more damage over time than a normal kick. This sounds really good until you remember that Call of Brine does the exact same thing, but immediately. And also, a perk like Dragon's Grip punishes survivors for touching a gen by making them expose. So frankly, if you have a build that has to do with kicking gens, you have Nowhere to Hide, Pop Goes the Weasel, and you're looking for a fourth perk to tie it together, I think those perks, Call of Brine, Eruption, Dragon's Grip, all of these perks are generally, Oppression are generally better than Overcharge. But if you want to have some kind of hybrid gen kick skill check build, you could run Overcharge, you could run Oppression, you could run Lullaby, which makes skill checks harder and more punishing if you miss them. Put them on Doctor, maybe a 4th perk to protect Lullaby like Undying or similar. And now you have a build that has some relatively difficult skill checks that could mess with survivors a little bit. And it wouldn't be the worst thing ever, but it's also a little bit inferior to some of the other perks that we've mentioned earlier. Either way, Overcharge is not that super crazy strong. It's pretty easy for experienced survivors to hit, and it does make your regression initially worse. So yeah, maybe run one of the stronger perks if you want, but it's still worth running if your opponents are not very, very experienced. Ravenous. This perk is the very definition of a win more perk. It's a perk that allows you to solidify a match that's already going well, and in some very, very, very specific, hyper-specific situations, it can maybe make the difference between losing control and retaining control. So this perk is honestly one of the hardest perks in the whole game to trigger. You have to hook every survivor once. This perk only works when you have worked your way up to hooking Survivor 1, Survivor 2, Survivor 3, and Survivor 4. Now, let me just state, no matter how good of a killer you are, sometimes some survivors are extremely sneaky. Even if you are incredibly good at chase and you're really good at sniffing out survivors, there's going to be the occasional time where one survivor is really good at hiding, has really good stealth perks, or maybe they're in a really safe spot and you cannot or should not chase them. So it is incredibly possible for you to go a whole match and not trigger Ravenous, or trigger it at a point where the game is frankly already over. You hook a survivor for the first time and they're dead. They're the last survivor left. Yeah, Ravenous simply, like, the reason why it's this far low is that it can absolutely flop and do absolutely nothing for you. But what happens when you actually hook all 4 survivors? Ravenous activates, and for the next 60 seconds, it makes every survivor insta-downable. Now, here's an unfortunate part. Even though it makes them scream, it doesn't show you their aura, which makes it hard sometimes to really see where they are at. I think it's one of the hardest perks to actually benefit because it happens right as you hook. You generally really struggle to find people sometimes. If someone happens to be around you and you can immediately convert that chase into an instant down, that's amazing. That's awesome, but it does not happen very frequently. As I explained earlier with the perk Awakened Awareness, the natural state of survivors at higher levels is to split up and make sure that anytime they go down, they do so really far away from teammates if their objective is to do gens as efficiently as possible. So Ravenous can really flop in that regard. Right? Unfortunately, 60 seconds is very little time. At most, you're looking to maybe get 1 or 2 downs if you're extremely, extremely lucky. And there's also the fact that survivors could run the perk Visual, which makes the 60 seconds go by faster. They recover from the expose way quicker, and you could get no value. And there's also the fact that they could have exhaustion perks to make distance and buy themselves a bit of time to try to outweigh it. And there's also the simple fact that maybe, by the time you hook the final survivor, everyone else is already healed. So you might actually want to be a bit strategic. If you down the last survivor, you might actually want to delay the hook. Maybe kick a gen first, maybe hook another survivor first. You know, if you have some kind of thing that you can do and wait for them to heal to really, really make their healing useless when you expose them, this is good. Now, needless to say, a survivor on expose means that you have to hit them with a basic attack. So killers that do not use basic attacks very often, Huntress, for example, they don't really love this perk. This perk is best used on a killer that is both capable of insta-downing with basic attacks and that is really good at using basic attacks with unpredictable movement. So it can be okay on Hack, it can be okay on Spirit, it can be okay on any killer that can teleport, such as Freddy the Nightmare. So on these killers that can teleport and move unpredictably, Ravenous can be a bit of like a, oh, I'm doing well, and I hooked every survivor, and instead of losing pressure, I solidify my pressure. But it, frankly, is an insulting perk. Let me tell you, if you want to hook multiple survivors, run Painless, run Grim Embrace, and you will have massive gen slowdown. And if you want to insta-down survivors, run something like Friends Till the End, and you will have info and possibility to insta-down a survivor every single time you hook a survivor, instead of just once for a limited amount of time. This perk needs a massive, massive buff, if you ask me.
Moving on, we have Bitter Murmur, also a very old aura perk that has been largely surpassed by other more modern and stronger perks, but it still has a place in some builds, and it has a bit of charms, and it can be a little bit unexpected, and it also works quite nicely in the endgame, which makes it nice with perks like Know It, No Way Out, and the whole family of endgame perks and add-ons and killers that are good in the endgame. So how does Bitter Murmur work? Very simple. Whenever a gen gets completed, and this can happen up to 5 times, no more than that, anyone within the vicinity of that gen, that typically includes whoever was working on it, but also sometimes people passing by, will have their aura revealed to you for, unfortunately, only 5 seconds. I'm already going to tell you, this part of the perk can be very frustrating. At best, you see a survivor running away from a gen that's been completed, and you maybe line up a nasty hatchet shot or a nasty bird throw with artists, and bam, you get damaged. That's awesome. At not so good, you see a survivor finish a gen and go towards the next generator, and even though you cannot act on that, you remember it for later and you act on this information later on, right? What can also happen really commonly is whenever a generator gets completed, there's a really ugly and unsightly black bubble that like basically does this to you. It goes brrrr. So unfortunately, you do not get to see the survivor behind it. Many times a survivor finishes a gen and then they start healing or they start getting healed or they move perpendicularly away from the gen and you simply do not see them. And those 5 seconds go by so quickly. Many times, even when I make an effort to look around, I simply do not get to gather information from Bitter Murmur, which is super, super frustrating. So this perk is unfortunately really, really annoying, and it does not give you a full picture of where everyone is. If you want a perk that can give you a good idea of where everybody is, maybe Rancor, that also has a side effect with info, is a bit more reliable than this. The nice thing, however, happens when every generator is completed. Not when you close the hatch, but when every generator is completed. When every generator is completed, for the next 10 full seconds or longer, if you have Lethal Pursuer, you will see the aura not of any nearby survivors, of every single survivor in the game. Now, this is really useful for a variety of killers and for a variety of builds, but the big idea is that if you have Rancor, you can find the Obsession unless they're in a locker. If you have a killer that has the ability to quickly down and move around the map, you can down a survivor, then remember where the other survivor is, then maybe there's 2 executes, but you know that the survivor that you saw was going for the right one, so you go for the right one, and they're there, and now the whole team is in this array, and yeah, that information in the endgame, it can be pretty useful, and it's not super, super bad. But that's sadly all there is to this perk. If you want to find people consistently around people that you down, Infectious Fright, Barbecue and Chilli, Nurse is Calling, so many of the other perks that we've discussed before, Floods of Rage, are so good and do not have this unsightly disadvantage where they get blocked by the black bubble that occurs when a generator is completed. So sadly, as much as I like Bitter Murmur for endgame, I find myself simply using it less and less with every passing year due to these small but significant downsides. Another perk that I will find myself using less and less is Thanatophobia. Now, this perk used to be pretty strong, and at a point, it actually used to be one of the stronger killer perks in the game. So it's possible that you might be a bit nostalgic, or you might have a build from some time ago that used to take advantage of it, or that you saw a video of somebody using this perk back in the day. But let me tell you already, this perk is not extremely good. This perk is basically a survivor-wide debuff that applies to everyone based on the amount of people that are injured. Now, if one person is injured, everybody else gets a small action speed that makes them heal slower. No, wait, sorry, not heal. Yeah, that they changed that. That used to be the case. They make them do totem slower, which can be okay on some builds. Do gen slower, this is the real important one, and sabotage a bit slower. The gen slower by 2% is not a big deal. When there's 2 people injured, it's 4%, not a big deal. And when there's 3 people injured, it's 6%, not a big deal. But when everybody is injured, it jumps from 8 to 20%. So basically think of it this way, okay?
the more people injured, the stronger. 2%, 4%, 6%, 20%. Now, I'm already going to tell you that in situations where everybody is injured, having a 20% slowdown on gens is pretty significant. It can single-handedly convince survivors to abandon the idea of staying injured and suddenly scramble together to try to get healed. For that reason, Thanatophobia is a very desirable perk, or a slightly more desirable perk, on killers that naturally have an ability to keep people injured. Not in the end game with Terminus, because frankly, there's no chance to be done, but throughout the game and even from early on. The main two candidates for this perk are the Plague and Legion. Legion can quite easily injure a lot of people, and normally people are quite comfortable staying injured against the Legion. With Thanatophobia, they will probably think twice. They might waste a bit of time healing, which you can then quickly undo with another use of your power. With Plague in particular, people are really comfortable being injured, but if they see the effects of Thanatophobia, they will often be tricked into drinking from fountains and giving you your power, which you can then try to use very aggressively if you know what you're doing. So yeah, basically triggering the survivor's psyche into being panicky and healing when they maybe don't have to is maybe one of the best things that Thanatophobia can do. The actual slowdown from Thanatophobia is not that great. Nearly every single one of the perks that we've listed for slowdown, especially towards the top of the tier list, are far, far better. Maybe a bit easier, maybe a bit harder to trigger, but definitely a lot easier to get good value from. It's not just a few seconds like Thana, it's actually dozens and dozens or sometimes minutes worth of slowdown. Thanatophobia is little breadcrumbs. It's basically nothing. Even if you have it at 20% a few times per game, it's really not that big of a deal. Really not that big of a deal. Even on killers like the Legion and the Plague, you can use other perks that are far more crippling, that give you information to make your power really, really hard, or to give you a helping chase to make your downs count. The biggest way you can slow down gens is not by applying a bit of a slowdown here and there. It's by actually crippling the survivor team, downing a survivor, hooking another survivor. Suddenly everybody has to get involved, right? And no one's on gens. That's a 0% speed on gens when that happens. So yeah, Thana is really not that good even on those killers. Now, the unfortunate reality of Thanatophobia is that until relatively recently, Thanatophobia could be a conceivably strong perk to run on some very specific builds that stacked the debuffs together. So for example, if you have the perk Dying Light, which we're going to be discussing in a minute, and you had Thanatophobia, and then maybe you have some other add-on or some other thing that further slow down survivors could find themselves doing gens 40 or 50% slower, and that was so crippling that it would generally drive anyone insane. But there is now an automatic on the working in the background system that works all the time that applies diminishing returns. In other words, if you have a perk that does one thing and another perk that does another thing and another perk that does another thing, and they're all the same thing, the stronger perk will stay full, but then the weaker ones will be turned to half and will be turned to like a third, and you'll be left with kind of half of the overall effect or less. So you're gonna get like, maybe not half, I think that would be a bit rough, but yeah, you're basically gonna get a percentage of the full effect. You're not gonna apply it all at once. This is meant to stop builds from getting too overwhelming in one particular area. But what it does in reality is it makes perks like Thanatophobia even less attractive than before. There is a case to be made some time ago. Some killers like to run Thanatophobia, and particularly pair it with Thrill the Hunt. We've already explained that Thrill the Hunt makes totem cleansing really slow, and if Thanatophobia is allowed to grow in power, cleansing a totem with Thrill and Thana makes a really, really long action that is super risky. But you know what is better for totems than Thanatophobia? Just another hex. Just run extra Undying or Pentimento or some other nasty hex like Blood Favour or Crowd Control or Devour Hope, and that will 99 times out of 100 make a more impactful splash than Thanatophobia ever will. Really hard to recommend this perk. The only nice factor, as I said, is that it works nicely on killers like Legion and Plague, and it's a really easy perk to use. You don't have to kick anything, you don't have to look for anything, you don't have to apply it to one survivor, it applies to everyone, and that in itself is quite nice. Dying Light is a perk that, if you don't own the Halloween DLC, has a different name. It's called Call the Weak. Pretty cool name, actually. And unfortunately, the description is missing. Apologies for that, but I will explain what it does very simply. Dying Light affects the Obsession, and it actually gives it a buff. Huh? Yes, it's a perk that gives a buff to the Obsession. The Obsession has a slightly faster unhooking speed and healing speed when they heal other people other than themselves. This is awful. This is horrendous. This is so bad. If this perk didn't have a slight niche somewhere and wasn't usable in some cases, I would slap it right down in the 1-star category. You only get to pick 4 perks as a killer. Some of the perks are not always super useful, and why in the world would you pick a perk that not only tells the survivors that you have it by giving them a blue buff indicator, but it also gives them a sizable, noticeable buff to one of them? It's insane. Luckily, making survivors heal faster with Dying Light is not that big of a deal. If you use this on a killer like Legion or Plague, if the fact that they heal faster is meaningless because you're so good at injuring them anyway, and people heal with the fountains anyway, which is not affected by Dying Light. So, Dying Light on a few killers doesn't really mind so much. That is the downside of Dying Light. What is the actual value from Dying Light? Whenever you hook a survivor that is not the Obsession, every non-obsession survivor gets a token that affects their healing, generator, and I think sabotage speed too. I'm not too sure from the top of my head. I think it's only healing and repair. In other words, if you hook a survivor, 3%, you give a 3% slowdown to everyone. If you hook another survivor, it's a 6%. And another one 9%, and it keeps going in increments of 3%. So 3%, 6%, 9%, 12%, 15%, 18%, 21%, and honestly, after that, you no longer have any more hooks, you're pretty much done. Now, the important thing to remember about Dying Light is that the survivor that you're hooking is, I can't believe I'm saying this, on the hook. They cannot do gens. So that survivor, even though they are affected by a debuff, they are useless for a while. And out of the remaining 3 survivors, one of them is the Obsession, which means that they're immune to the effects of this perk. So this perk, at most, is affecting 2 survivors at a time. And when you do the math, and you realize that Dying Light doesn't stack with other perks of similar effect because of diminishing returns, which we explained earlier, then you realize that Dying Light / Call the Weak is actually not that good. It actually kind of sucks. By the time you get a couple hooks, the survivors have already completed 3 generators, and it's a worthless, useless, stupid perk that does absolutely nothing. Now, why is it this high up if it's such a useless perk? Well, there are a few situations where the perk can actually be kind of nasty. And it does, even though it is a really small effect that takes a long time to kick in, once it's in, it's hard to shake off. And it can actually be a little bit nasty over time and build quite a bit of like value over time. So say that as a killer, you are incredibly focused on one survivor. That is not the Obsession. You hook the survivor, you hook the survivor, you hook them again, and now you're in a 3v1. And you have 2 survivors, the non-obsessions, that are 9% slower at gens. And every time you kick a gen, and they have to get back on it, they recover that little bit of lost progress 9% slower. Oh, now it's 12% slower. And every time they heal each other, it's true that the Obsession can heal faster, but every time they heal each other or themselves, they have a 10% slower healing, which maybe adds on top of the Sloppy Butcher, Mangle, Hemorrhage effect, so it actually feels even slower. If you find yourself in a situation in a prolonged match where a survivor is already out of the game and the killer finds themselves having 3 or 4 stacks of this perk, the remaining survivors can actually struggle a little bit, and in that scenario, Dying Light kind of becomes somewhat worth the perk slot. Kind of. With an asterisk. Would I recommend anyone to run this perk? Listen, if you run this perk, you need to know the full risk, and you probably don't need to watch this video. So if you're watching this video and you're still learning the game in any way, shape, or form, stay the hell away from this perk. It's not worth the trouble, and you cannot even stack it fully with perks like Coulrophobia to really create a big amount of slowdown together. Gift of Pain or Weeping Wounds is another perk that you would like to pair with this, and you cannot pair them fully because of diminishing returns, which honestly, diminishing returns affecting a perk that already starts out so weak is honestly pathetic. Blood Echo is a perk that activates anytime you hook a survivor and the other survivors are injured. Now, we already explained when talking about Alien Instinct that a lot of killers, even if they are pretty strong, do not have the ability to injure survivors forever and keep them injured forever. You injure survivor 1, you injure survivor 2, you injure survivor 3, and then you commit to survivor 3, and then you hook survivor 3, but then by the time you hook survivor 3, survivor 1 and survivor 2 have already healed up easily, especially if they have medkits. So unfortunately for the average killer, it is a little bit difficult to engineer situations where you can reliably hook one survivor and expect the other ones to be injured. But in the occasional mayhem that any killer is capable of creating, and in an aftermath after you've downed several survivors and you start picking them up, or if you play a killer like Lesion or Plague that naturally have the ability to keep survivors injured due to the deep wound and the infection and so on, Blood Echo can be somewhat reliable. And if you pay attention to when it triggers, you can actually have a bit of a layer of safety. What Blood Echo does, it applies 2 status effects for a fairly significant 30 seconds to anyone injured when you hook a survivor. So if you hook survivor 1 and survivor 2 and 3 and 4 are all injured, you can now chase them. And if you interrupt them on a heal, their progress will go back to 0 due to the hemorrhage. This is pretty nice. And more importantly, they have 30 seconds of exhaustion. That is one of the harshest, most unshakable, most completely impossible to avoid forms of exhaustion in the entire game. A survivor with 30 seconds of exhaustion basically has 0 ability to use any of their exhaustion perks, which are some of the strongest and most common perks in the game. Do I need to say the obvious? No. If survivors do not have exhaustion perks, this perk is useless. And if survivors are healing really quickly or not healing at all, and they're not they don't care about being interrupted, this perk is also quite useless. Personally, I think Alien Instinct has outclassed this perk. If you expect to keep survivors injured and you want to punish them for being injured, Nurse's Calling to see them healing, Alien Instinct to find them, other perks like that, I think are a better tool. But if you have some kind of Lesion build and you struggle with chases and you hate Dead Heart and you hate Spin Burst and you hate Life, maybe Blood Echo can be a nice perk to slot into your build and give you a little bit of blanket insurance against such perks. But once again, it needs to be on a build where you are confident that you're going to get a lot of people injured. Lightborn. Very, very simple perk. There's very rarely a perk that does one thing and does it so well like Lightborn. Lightborn makes you resist flashlights. How much? 10%? 20%? No. 100%. You are completely immune to being blinded. And this includes every form of blinding. If a firecracker is dropped at your feet and you look at it, it will not blind you. If a flashlight is aimed at your eyes, it is a bit visually disruptive, but it will not blind you. And if you kick a generator with Blast Mine, it will stun you, but it will not physically blind you and prevent you from seeing your surroundings. You will still be able to see your surroundings. This is awesome. I mean, how many of us, when we started playing the game, hate lobbies with 4 flashlights where the survivors are constantly in our face? I know it can be very aggravating and it can be very annoying. If you hate those lobbies, you put on Lightburn, congratulations, you are completely immune to being blinded, to being applied perks like Champion of Light, and pretty much completely immune to any form of flashlight rescue, right? Not pretty much, actually completely immune. Survivors can still rescue each other with a pallet or something similar, but they can never rescue each other with a flashlight or blind you out of your animations or anything like that. On top of that, anytime a survivor attempts to blind you, you will see their aura for 10 seconds, which is a pretty long time, and it allows you to sometimes line up some nasty hits and make sure that you don't lose a survivor ever. Now, there are a couple warnings that I would give you before you swap to Lightborn, okay? Number one, if you see a lobby with one flashlight, you can honestly play around it pretty well. Do not hit the panic button and put on Lightborn for one flashlight. Conversely, if you see a lobby with 4 flashlights, they could switch last second to toolboxes. Be careful. Some people do tricky things like this. Sometimes having a lobby with 4 flashlights is not the end of the world. That's 4 survivors that very well might try to do all kinds of tricky altruism that you can easily play around with other stronger perks that combat altruism like Starstruck or Infectious Fright. And you might not need Lightborn. You can also, as a general rule, look at a wall and make sure that you don't get blinded that way, which is pretty effective unless you have to pick up in the open. Another thing that you want to do, even if you do bring Lightborn, never make it obvious. If you pick up a survivor in the open and someone shows up with a flashlight, they will notice that you have Lightborn. They will stop trying. One of the nicest things that you can do with Lightborn is pretend to look away. Be, oh no, oh, I don't see anything. Oh, it might delay the inevitable time when survivors realize that you have this perk, and it might keep them trying longer and longer and thus wasting their own time. So be sure not to give away the perk. And yeah, and what it does, this perk is excellent. It just completely shuts down flashlights. But as you become more and more experienced, you will start to understand that the worst thing that can happen to you in a lobby is not 4 flashlights. It's definitely not that. 4 flashlights is sometimes something that I, as a killer, wish I could get more often, because that means those survivors are going to mess around and give me ample opportunities and chances to catch them at a time when they're getting cocky and they're going for stupid altruism. One thing that is far more crippling than 4 flashlights is 4 toolboxes or 4 medkits. Those are much harder to counter, and Lightborn will not help you with that. So be sure not to use Lightborn as a crutch and learn to deal with flashlights. It will serve you well in your killer journey, so to speak. Next up, Cruel Limits. We've already talked about a lot of perks that allow you to vault windows faster, and even a few of them like Bamboozle and Cruel and Crowd Control that allow you to block a window. Now, if you listen to those perks and you thought, these perks are a bit too strong, I want something weaker and more useless, boy, do I have the perk for you. Cruel Limits, aka, what was the spell called before it changed name? It doesn't matter. Claustrophobia. Yeah, it was called Claustrophobia. Cruel Limits, aka Claustrophobia, is a perk that triggers every time a generator is completed. That can happen up to 5 times. Ideally, you want the gens to not pop at the same time. If by some miracle survivors pop 3 or 4 gens right after another, the perk does not stack together and you'll only get maybe 30 or slightly longer seconds. So ideally, you want this perk to trigger many times separately so that you can best utilize it each time. The effects are actually pretty good. For 30 whole seconds, every window in the entire map gets blocked. For killers that are really good at breaking pallets and killers that are really oppressive without windows, Cruel Limits can catch survivors in awful situations. There's a few parts of certain maps where a survivor runs into a certain room and the only way out of that room is a window. And if the window gets blocked in the middle of a chase, it is frankly really, really awful. It is true that theoretically teams could learn about this perk and start being smart. They could wait until their teammate goes down to finish a gen, or to call out, hey guys, I'm looping Shaq, please don't finish a gen, 1 second. Okay, I looped the window, now finish a gen. They could do this, but most teams, fortunately for you, do not play around this very well. It is sadly not a strong enough perk to justify running it. The other perks that I talked about earlier, Crowd Control, Bamboozle, are simply more consistent, and even fast vaulting perks like Fire Up or Superior Anatomy are just overall better than Cruel Limits. The really unfortunate thing about it, the thing that really kills it, is not the duration, it's not the range. It does have a good duration and it does work around the whole map. It is the simple fact that it triggers based on the survivor behavior and not on yours. Thus, It could trigger when you're outside of chase. It could trigger while you're carrying a survivor to a hook. It could trigger, and it will often trigger during those times, when the 30 seconds simply doesn't feel like enough, and you might not be able to transform that into a chase. Not to mention that the final nail of Cruel Limit's coffin, a survivor that doesn't have a window can just drop a pallet. And most killers that struggle with windows also struggle with pallets. So yeah, it's really not a panacea to help you shorten your chases. Although, whenever I run this perk, I have to admit, every now and then, it surprises me. And it does give me a hit or a down here and there. And that honestly makes it occasionally worth it. Mad Grid. This perk, oh my god. This perk is the #1 goofiest perk in the entire game. There is no other perk that makes a killer look weirder than this perk. This perk will have people accusing you of cheating. So normally when you do a basic attack, when you successfully hit a survivor, you have a long animation. And when you whiff, when you miss, you have a shorter animation. But while you're carrying a survivor, Mad Grid removes the cooldown. That means that if you have a killer that attacks with their axe, you don't have a cooldown. You can go and it looks completely ridiculous. You can spam it so frequently that some killers get stuck in animation and look super weird. And many people think that this is a cheat because it looks so unnatural and so weird and so out of place compared to every other perk in the game. So yeah, being able to quickly swing without a cooldown makes it easier to hit a survivor if you missed or something, right? But it also gives away the fact that you have this perk. One of the best things about this perk is that you should not let survivors know that you have it, even though it's really funny to just go around going, wow, wow, wow. Don't show them. Because the best part about this perk is that it can be a really devastating blow when they least expect it. Whenever you hit a survivor while you carry another, the person on the back has their wiggle progress completely paused for 4 seconds. 4 seconds is longer than your recovery time, which means that if you have a really, really stupid group of survivors trying to take hits to protect their teammate on a hook, you can literally hit them an infinite amount of times and the person on your back will never escape you. Now, this doesn't seem very common, but believe me, you can actually engineer a few situations where you take advantage of this. Some of them will happen accidentally. A survivor is their own hook, you're about to hook them, their teammates are desperately trying to protect them, they try to sabotage, they try to take hits, they try to block the way into basement or any other place you're trying to hook, and normally you would be panicking, oh my god, what do? I don't have enough hooks, oh my god, the person's gonna wiggle free, But with Mad Grid, you are just chilling. You hit the survivor, walk to another hook, hit another survivor, and you have an extra 4 seconds. You can pretty much carry the survivor whatever you want. And if on top of that you have agitation stuff, even longer. Do be careful though, if you have 4 different perks to carry a survivor, no one's gonna wanna take hits. They will see through the idea of the build really quickly. So it's best to run Mad Grid on its own, in my opinion, or just with agitation. Another way that you can engineer a situation to trick the survivors is by purposefully misrepresenting your play as a mistake. So one of the worst things that you can do as a killer is hook a survivor so far away that they've already wiggled a lot and they are just one quick hit away from escaping. It's a little bit difficult to visualize it, but the way you do this is you pick up a survivor, you see a gen that is really far away, and you start going to that gen. The gen is really close to being done. Survivors, maybe 2 or 3 of them are working on that gen, and they see that you've carried their teammate all the way from across the map to a hook nearby. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna be, hey Johnny, take a hit, bro. I'm nearly off, bro. I'm nearly off. One hit and I'm out, bro. One hit and I'm out. And they are gonna take the hit. And that's where Mad Grid is going to catch them off guard. That could give you an extra hit or an extra down or 2 extra hits, sometimes 2 extra downs, because survivors think that their teammate is about to escape, and they're actually never gonna escape. So yeah, if you manage to have a little bit of creativity and create these situations, Mad Grid can completely shut down body blocks and let you get to places that you otherwise couldn't. But let's also take a minute to step back into reality. As I've explained many, many times, the mark of a good, efficient Survivor team is the fact that while the gens are being done, maybe towards the end game they'll get chummy and they'll get altruistic with each other, but while the gens are being prioritized for most of the match, they will avoid each other. You chase a Survivor, they take the chase to a corner of the map, they die in a corner of the map, you pick them up, there's nowhere within a 5-mile radius. Mad Grid in these cases is completely and utterly useless. So it is a nice insurance perk. It is a really, really funny and goofy looking perk, and it can occasionally pop off in the situations that I explain, but you need to be ready for this perk to do absolutely nothing, unfortunately. Hysteria, an interesting perk for Nemesis. Unfortunately, his weakest perk. His other two perks, Lethal and Eruption, are amazing. This one's not so good, but it's worth learning what it does. Anytime you make a Survivor go from healthy to injure, very important, not from injure to down, not from injure to deep wound, no, it needs to be from healthy to either injured or deep wound. Hysteria triggers on that Survivor, but also on any other Survivor that is injured. And it makes them all oblivious for 40 seconds. Now remember, oblivious means that they don't hear your terror radius, but they still hear your footsteps, they still see your big forehead if you are a big killer like Nemesis, and it doesn't mean that you're completely invisible or anything like that, but it can catch them off guard. Now, one of the nicest ways to run Hysteria is to put them on Lesion or put them on Plague, killers that can passively injure people from across the map super quickly, sometimes with their blades, blah, 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 and suddenly you injure 1, injure 2, injure 3, and by the time you do that a few times, everybody's oblivious and you can create a bit of chaos. However, this perk has a bit of an issue that is not incredibly obvious, and is that it suffers from its own success. Say that you play Lesion or you play Plague, and you injure every Survivor, you trigger Hysteria maybe once or twice on everyone. What happens if the Survivor stay injured? You never trigger it again. You literally never trigger it again. Since Survivors have to go from healthy to injured, if they stay injured and they just keep going down, getting off the hook, picking themselves back up, blah, 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 they will never give you a chance to use this perk again. And for this reason, even killers that are really good at injuring people do not benefit from this perk as much. It is a frustrating perk. I will admit, every once in a million years, I have been hit by the effects of this perk and been moderately spooked by it, maybe caught off guard by it once, but 99% of the time, this perk does absolutely nothing. If you want a perk to make you undetectable without warning Survivors that they have any sort of debuff, Unforeseen, Secret Project, and all the other host of stealth perks are all superior. And if you want a perk to make Survivors oblivious, Alien Instinct and especially Plaything, aka Fortune's Fuel, is much, much better and has much longer timer without any sort of cooldown or requirement that gets outplayed by Survivor staying injured. So for that reason, Hysteria sadly is a big fat L in my book. It is far, really, really easily outclassed by all of these perks. Okay, Beast of Prey. Now, this is a perk that can literally go an entire match without ever triggering. It is a perk that you cannot use. You really simply cannot use on a wide variety of killers. If you go back to the perk Rapid Brutality, you will remember that I explained the concept of Bloodlust. Bloodlust is a passive ability that every killer in the game has, where if they chase a Survivor for an uninterrupted amount of time, without breaking a pallet, or without getting stunned, and without losing the chase, they will, over time, gain a bit of speed boost. And if it goes on and on and on, it becomes faster and faster. And it's a way for the game to basically ensure that a Survivor doesn't run you infinitely in one window or something, and you can actually catch up to them, right? Now, when the first instance of Beast of Prey, which happens, I think, 15 seconds into a chase, when the first instance of Bloodlust occurs, 15 seconds into a chase, Beast of Prey triggers. Now, as I said earlier, many killers never,
enter Bloodlust because their own power resets the Bloodlust timer. So if you play Doctor, or if you play Pinhead, or if you play Nurse, every time you use your power, you are resetting the Bloodlust, and you will pretty much go the entire match without ever seeing a single Bloodlust, right? But in situations or where you're really desperate, or situations where you've been chasing a Swar for a long time, due to necessity, Bloodlust might still trigger, and Beast of Prey will trigger along with it. It is an interesting perk. Anytime you start your Bloodlust, you become undetectable, and at that point you have a bit of a choice. Either you commit to the Survivor and have the benefits of having no terror radius, no red stain, which can help with mind games a little bit, or if you think, okay, this is not a good idea, you can go for somebody else and try to catch them off guard with a very generous 40 seconds of undetectable. Another thing that can happen is that you might trigger the Bloodlust right as you're about to down a Survivor, and then you finish the deal, hook them, and you might still have about 20 or 25 seconds left of undetectable to help you enter the next chase a little bit faster and maybe ambush the next Survivor. The nice thing about Beast of Prey is that it can turn a non-stealth killer into a stealth killer momentarily. Unfortunately, as I said, it's a bit too situational. There are much, and I mean much better perks to become undetectable. Furtive Chase makes you undetectable for almost 20 seconds every time you hook an obsession, which can be often. Secret Project makes you undetectable for 30 seconds every time a gen is blocked, which is literally every single time you pick up a Survivor, if you have the perk from the Tremors. There's so many perks to make you undetectable that going for Beast of Prey is a bit of an odd choice. However, I happen to have used this perk quite a few times, and I have to admit, it is occasionally quite good. On killers like Cannibal, that sometimes have to brute force a pallet a little bit and maybe don't use their chainsaw for a bit, or killers like Legion, where you injure people really easily, or Plague, where you injure people really easily, but sometimes struggle to land the finishing blow. Beast of Prey can be a great warning to be like, hey dude, you've been chasing this guy for a while. If you need to chase them, you have now undetectable, but if you need to leave them, you have a bit of help to attack the next Survivor undetected. And that, honestly, is quite a nice effect on its own and is okay. You can trigger this a few times per match, and if it gets you a down or a hit that you otherwise would struggle with, it can be worth a perk slot. That's really all there is to it. Overall, far better alternatives out there, unfortunately. Moving on, we arrive at the perk Unbound. Unbound gives you, after meeting a certain trigger conditions, gives you 7% haste, which is pretty noticeable, for a not insignificant 10 seconds. Unfortunately, like many of the other slowdown perks or many of the other like action slowdown perks and many of the other haste perks, this perk suffers greatly from diminishing returns. And in some places where you could have this perk stacked with another perk and make you 25% faster, sadly, you only benefit from a partial amount of those effects. They do not stack at full effect. So that makes this perk a little bit, unfortunately, outside of your bounds. No pun intended, when it comes to using it with other haste perks. However, it does work in tandem, not continuously, not stacking, but it works as a follow-up to Vault builds. So if you have a perk like Superior Anatomy and Unbound, you generally have a really scary combo around windows. Say a Survivor takes an injury, and they run you to a strong window like a jungle gym or a main building or shack. If you have the perk Superior Anatomy unlocked and Unbound is in that 30-second range where it's ready to be activated after injuring a Survivor, you can chase a Survivor, maybe do a little fake out to make them think that you're going around, make them position themselves in front of the window for a second, and then you quickly vault it. And not only do you vault it really quickly, you get a really significant 7% haste for a while after to pretty much guarantee that you're getting that down after. Personally, I feel like the effects of Unbound are really similar to Coup de Grâce, and Coup de Grâce is easier to trigger. So if you have a killer that attacks with their basic attack, maybe Coup de Grâce is a simpler, more universal alternative that gives you a little bit of
not haste, but a little bit of like extra lunge distance at times when it makes a difference, whether you have vaulted a window or not. I personally think Unbound is nice on Singularity after you vault a window. It's nice on Xenomorph. It's nice on any killer that would like to use a quick vaulting build, like things like Bamboozle and so on. It is honestly not bad at all. Unfortunately, it's not good on the main users of Bamboozle, like for example Cannibal, because those killers instantly down, and because they're instantly down, you don't have the previous requisite where you need to injure someone for Unbound to work. So yeah, on killers that like to go through windows and follow up around them, it actually works quite nice. Unfortunately, I don't think this perk works with Bamboozle anymore, with Legion anymore, does it? Yeah, Legion, because he injures people so easily, is actually one of the better users of Unbound. But I'm not 100% sure if vaulting a window with his power works to trigger it. I unfortunately would need to double check it. I think it does not. But even then, he could be an okay user. Frankly, if you're going to go for a killer like Legion that does basic attacks to finish off survivors, as I said, Coup de Grâce is simply better. And there's simply not that many killers that are comfortable following through windows and dedicating one or several perks to have such a minor effect. The sad fact is having one very strong chase perk or several super strong slowdown perks often give you stronger results than a measly 7% every now and then. The situational nature of this perk makes it a little bit hard to stick with for a long time. Makes it really hard to justify a perk slot on it. All Shaking Thunder. Another perk that sadly is really hard to justify the perk slot on. This perk is a simply inferior Coup de Grâce. The effects are extremely similar to Coup de Grâce. One upside compared to Coup de Grâce is that while its duration is on, you can actually use it repeatedly. So you could activate the perk, do a big lunge, and if you miss, no problem, do another big lunge and another one if you want to. You know, you can go nuts. You can use it for as long as you want during those 25 seconds, right? And after the 25 seconds, it goes on a short cooldown before you can enable it again. But unlike Coup de Grâce, which triggers when a gen is completed and you can stack it a few times, All Shaking Thunder cannot be saved for later. It has to be used within those 25 seconds. And in order to trigger it, this is the real unfortunate part, you have to drop from a certain height. Now, fortunately, the height is not super big. It's not a huge requirement. You can leap from a big hill or a second floor and it triggers, but you can also jump down from a tiny little platform and it will trigger as well. But many maps do not have such platforms, and sometimes when you're chasing a survivor in a straight line trying to cut them off, they simply do not give you the opportunity to trigger this perk very often. If you are extremely lucky, you might get a map like Gideon, where you're constantly going from floor 1 to floor 2 and from floor 2 descending down to floor 1, and then you can trigger this perk many more times than you would expect. But another unfortunate aspect of this perk that cuts out its main surprise element is the fact, and I cannot believe this is the case, it has a thunderous sound when it activates. In other words, if a survivor is being chased by you and they drop off a cliff and you follow them down the cliff and you activate this perk, they're going to hear a massive roaring thunder. And if they know about this perk, and most survivors probably do, they now will expect the longer lunge. And if they can avoid it, by dropping a pallet early or being less greedy, they will. So it does not have the same surprise element that routinely catches survivor off guard that Coup de Grâce has, which has no visual or sound indicator. So yeah, all in all, use Coup de Grâce. Do not run this perk. You could combine both of them for funsies, but honestly, that's really not super effective. Needless to say, oh yeah, before I move on, All Shaking Thunder only affects lunges, normal basic attacks. If you, for example, are playing the nurse, her attack is a special, does not get affected by this perk. If you're playing the hillbilly, your chainsaw doesn't reach further. If you're playing Huntress, your hatches are not affected. It's only your basic attacks, okay? So if you want to go back to Coup de Grâce to get an idea of which killers work well with that perk, all of those same killers utilize Owl Shaking Thunder in a similar vein. Moving on, we have Hoarder. Hoarder is a perk that on its own is honestly quite pathetic and possibly even downright beneficial for survivors. Normally, survivors get to find 3 chests in most DVD maps. Some maps have 4, and with certain offerings, they could get more or less, but normally there's 3. With this perk, you will spawn an additional 2, bringing a total of normally 5 chests. And one of the first things that Hoarder does is that anytime a survivor touches a chest, even for a second, if they are within 64 meters, which is a massive, massive distance, you will get a warning, which can easily let you find a survivor early in the match or throughout the match or at the end of the game when there's only 1 left. So Hoarder can be a bit of a trap that does not warn survivors about it. It's not really obvious to them. It doesn't have any red icon indicator that gives away a survivor going into the basement or doing a gen in the middle of nowhere and can give away the location. And that is awesome. That part is actually pretty good. Provided, of course, that the survivors interact with chests. As we've explained many times before in the tier list, most survivors either don't care about chests or already bring a really strong item from home, making them kind of redundant. But yeah, that part of this perk is nice. However, there's also another effect that this perk has, which is that anytime a survivor picks up an item, not a special item like a Sadako tape or a Wesker spray, no, not one of the orange items, one regular item, they will also be picked up and revealed by Hoarder. Now, this part is the really interesting one. If they open a chest and they pick up an item, they will show their location. If they give their flashlight to a teammate and the teammate picks it up, they will reveal their location. And interestingly, if you have a perk like Franklin's Demise or an add-on like the Spinning Top from the Twins, and you hit the survivor and they drop an item, if they come back to get it, they will reveal themselves as well. So Hoarder can actually give you quite a bit of information here and there if survivors are constantly losing possession of their items and trying to get it back. But the nicest thing that Hoarder can do for you is the extra amount of chests on the map giving you more wall hacks with the perk Human Greed. We've already explained all the way back then that Human Greed is a perk that reveals survivors around chests. And believe it or not, if you manage to spawn an extra 2, that can create a few more pockets in the map where survivors going by immediately reveals themselves to you from possibly across the map, maybe at a very critical time. So yeah, I personally like to use Hoarder alongside with Human Greed on killers that really appreciate seeing survivors across the map, like for example on the Twins themselves. And it is actually a really fun, although quite gimmicky sort of playstyle. Use it in one of these ways that I mentioned, and this perk can be alright, although needless to say, it is a far cry from perks like Lethal Pursuer that give you perfect information on everyone at the start, no questions asked, right? So yeah, it is a bit of a subpar information gathering tool. Septic Touch. Septic Touch is honestly a really difficult perk to gauge. I could be massively overestimating or underestimating this perk. It's one of those perks that it triggers, it happens, and you almost never have any idea how much damage it actually did. Anytime a survivor is healing within your terror radius, which could be much larger on some killers or a bit smaller on some others, they are hit by a massive 30 seconds of blindness. We've already explained several times how blindness can disorient survivors, make them not see their teammates, not see pallets and windows with windows of opportunity. So that's nice. But also 30 seconds of exhaustion. 30 seconds of exhaustion is impossible to shake off quickly. If you are after that survivor, they are pretty much completely unable to use any form of Dead Heart, Spin Burst, Overcome, anything quite like that. So that is honestly quite nice. It also disables Iron Whale and so on. So basically this is a perk that rewards you for interrupting people healing and gives them a pretty nasty long-lasting debuff if they find themselves healing in your terror radius. Now, I think this effect
is really, really hard because you as a killer very rarely get to confirm whether or not a survivor was healing in your terror radius. If you have Nurses Calling and your terror radius is 32 meters, then if you see someone healing, they were inside your terror radius, unless they had some kind of perk from you or from themselves that made them oblivious. Very few exceptions, but it could happen. So unless you see them with Nurses Calling, you pretty much don't really know if this perk has triggered. Me personally, the way I like this perk the most is to run it on a killer with a big terror radius or run it a killer with a 32 meter terror radius. And if I go around the map and I see someone healing, I know that I can chase that person and I don't have to wait out a dead heart or anything like that. It's a nice little bit of insurance against some of the most common, strong, and annoying perks in the entire game. However, the fact that it only triggers when they heal in your terror radius, the fact that survivors can so easily stay injured or heal extremely far away, and the fact that many survivors simply do not have exhaustion perks in the first place, makes this perk a massive shot in the dark. Hope that you throw something at the wall and it sticks. This perk simply does not do enough on its own to justify bringing it. If it's part of a whole build centered around interrupting heals, I could see this perk happening. You could also run Coulrophobia or Sloppy Butcher or some other more solid and robust anti-healing perks instead, and you would probably be better off, unfortunately. Knockout, a really interesting perk that has changed a lot over the years. This perk used to slow down survivors on the ground from recovering and moving. Now it does something completely different, okay? Anytime a survivor drops a pallet and steps outside of the vicinity of the pallet, that survivor gets a minor, but not insignificant, 5 seconds of 5% hindered. Okay. Let's just address the elephant in the room. 5% hinder is very little. It's very, very little. Even a survivor that really cares about making the most distance, like they can easily make up for this by running one of their exhaustion perks that gives them plus 50% haste effect. It is a laughably small effect. On an average killer, this perk is worthless. Many times when a pallet comes down, the survivor either loops around it and then this perk doesn't trigger, or you have to break it right away. And if you break it right away, especially with a chainsaw or something like that, because the pallet is disappearing, this perk never actually works. And it is quite unfortunate. Now, are there some killers that can take advantage of this a little bit more? The answer is actually yes. Any killer that has a delayed way to break the pallet actually benefits from this a little bit more. So for example, if I'm playing as the Knight and a survivor finds themselves at a pallet that is not super good and they immediately drop it, I could send out a guard, like for example, the Jailer, that's going to break the pallet over the next 2.5 or 4, I think it's 4 seconds, like 4 seconds or something. And then when the survivor inevitably panics and starts running away, I could start chasing after them and catch up to them a little faster thanks to this perk, which is nice. You could also, if a survivor has dropped a pallet and they have the intention to run away really fast, if you're playing something like the Clown, you could throw a slow down bottle at them, start breaking the pallet. By the time you break it, they will already have gotten far enough that they are hindered by your bottle, but also by knockout, even though there are diminishing returns, unfortunately. And it would only be 2.5%. Yeah, half of the effect, not so good. So you could pair this with certain killers that break pallets in unusual ways and slow down survivors already when they go to a different place, and that could be all right. You could also run this on killers like Wesker, where a survivor drops a really strong pallet, you vault over the pallet to follow them, they cannot go back through you. Maybe they don't understand how to do it, so they keep running in a straight line, and now you catch up to them. So it can be an okay perk on kills that vault over pallets and catch up to you. I think the better user of Knockout, frankly, is probably the Singularity. Again, the Singularity is really good at using unusual perks. And I'm going to tell you why. A survivor drops a pallet, and then they keep running away from you. And then you teleport to them because they are infected, so you can teleport to them with your gun.
The 5% hinder status effect in that situation is huge, because them being 5% slower and you having a bit of an innate speed boost when you teleport makes the time for you to catch up significantly shorter. And because you've teleported over the pallet without breaking it, they have triggered the effects of this perk pretty consistently. So any killer that can punish a survivor for leaving a pallet will benefit from this perk. But as I've said, unfortunately, even the killers that benefit from this perk the most, they simply don't get that much out of it. I've used this perk so many times, and I swear it's so hard to notice the effect. Most of the times, it's just not that big. It's not that pronounced. It doesn't make enough of a difference. As if a survivor was going to be safe, they're safe anyway. And if they were going to go down, they go down anyway. Very rarely does knockout manage to slow down the survivor enough to pull them away from safety into what is a hit or a down. Very, very unfortunately. Wandering Eye is an information perk that theoretically sounds quite useful, but in practice has too many trigger conditions to be worth utilizing, in my opinion. Especially when you consider that we have such incredible and wide working auto perks that work on the whole team or that trigger very consistently. So, whenever you start chasing a survivor, remember, to start chasing a survivor, the survivor needs to be moving, needs to be running, and you need to have line of sight with them. So whenever you start a chase with a survivor, any other survivor that is within 20 meters of you that is injured will have their auto revealed to you for 5 seconds. Now, it needs to be other survivors, not the one that you're chasing. And then the perk goes on cooldown for a very lengthy 30 seconds. The idea behind this perk is obvious. You find a survivor that is maybe a bit healthy, a bit unattractive, and you don't necessarily want to commit to that survivor because they're in a good spot, maybe they are safe, maybe they have a good exhaustion perk waiting to be used. But then Wandering Eye gives you the amazing opportunity to look around yourself and notice, hey, there's a survivor over there, and that guy is injured. He's in a worse spot. Let's go catch them. This perk can work okay with perks like Hysteria to make sure that every survivor is constantly being oblivious and maybe doesn't know you're approaching. It works nicely with anti-healing perks like Sloppy Butcher or similar add-ons that apply Hemorrhage and Mangle. If you keep a lot of people injured, this perk is more likely to give you value. I've tried it on some of the killers that should have the easiest time injuring people and should have the easiest time switching from one target to another, such as the Twins and the Nurse. And I have to say, I am not impressed. This perk at best works once or twice per game by giving you information that you didn't already have. But one thing that this perk does constantly that makes it infuriating is it triggers at a time that you don't need it. It shows you an injured survivor that you already knew was there, that you could already see with your own two eyes beautifully. And then it goes on cooldown and you don't have it when you need it. And as I've explained ad nauseum, as I've explained a million times already, the natural state of efficient survivors is to want to split up from each other. And it's generally not that common for survivors to be so clumsy that finding one results in you finding everybody else. Theoretically, you should be able to find one survivor with this perk and then find possibly 3 other injured survivors around you. I'm going to tell you, when you consider the fact that injured survivors are typically really noisy, this perk really is not that important. It's really not that impressive, and it does not give you anything that you couldn't already get by just listening really, really carefully. So yeah, the trigger conditions and the weird cooldown unfortunately makes this perk really, really hard to get value out of. But feel free to try it, maybe on different killers, and tell me if you find out any cool interactions that I might have missed. It's one of the newer perks, so maybe I am yet to learn something. Iron Maiden is not a new perk. This perk has been around for a long, long time. And in my opinion, it is one of the perks that gets misused and overrated more than almost any other in the game. This perk allows you to open lockers and search lockers 50% faster, which is really funny. If I'm not mistaken, when you pull out a survivor out of a locker, you also pull them out faster. I think that still happens. So it's really funny to be like, open a locker and pull a survivor super fast. It's really funny. If for whatever reason you have to search a locker really quickly and then search another, it saves you a bit of time searching lockers. But I'm going to tell you already, normal killers do not open lockers really quick. They don't need to open lockers quickly. It's not something that you do constantly. Unlike pallets, which you have to get rid of, unlike gens that you have to keep under control, you can go an entire match without ever touching a locker, and most of the times that's going to be completely fine. So opening lockers faster has almost no actual benefit for 99% of the killers. However, there is the odd exception. The Trickster and the Huntress are both killers that need to reload. And reload is the same action as opening a locker. So for the Huntress and the Trickster specifically, Iron Maiden saves them about a third of the time they need to reload. I'm going to tell you already, some people see this interaction and they think, oh, reloading faster is good. Why wouldn't I want this perk? It's still really bad. Opening lockers faster and saving a bit of time reloading is not that good. It's nice, it's comfy. If you have to give this perk to someone, you might as well give it to the Huntress. But saving what is it? Like a quarter, like half a second on a reload or 0.6 seconds on a reload? It's really not that big of a deal. It's just not. You might as well have something like Brutal Strength to help you save time during chase when it's really critical, or other perks to slow down gens, which buys you more time overall, right? So that part of this perk, really overrated. Some people get really happy seeing a faster animation because it looks really flashy, but it's really not that important. The more important part of this perk is that it applies a debuff to any survivor that hops into a locker. Anytime they come out, whether they do it slowly or fast, they will scream, ah, and you will see them from across the map. And you don't see their aura, but you see a little bubble of their location. And they're now exposed for 30 seconds. Now, this essentially means that any survivor that commits the mistake of hopping into a locker to avoid a chainsaw, or hopping into a locker to avoid the birds from the artist, if they are clumsy enough to do it in front of you, you can now get not just an injury, but an insta-down if they were healthy. I mean, that's wonderful, and some people run this perk on Bubba, which I think is maybe one of his better users in case people go into lockers and you are not confident with your ability to deal with that. But I'm going to tell you already, these killers can get downs in these situations even without Iron Maiden. Most survivors that are smart, they will not hop into a locker right in front of you with artists. They will not hop into a locker to dispel the birds from afar. If they do, you'll be so far that the 30 seconds of expose really don't last that long. In other words, silly survivors you can down without this perk, and smart survivors are not going to fall for this perk. One nice thing about Iron Maiden is that it does pair quite well with barbecue. If you hook a survivor and someone goes into a locker to avoid Friends of Liane or avoid barbecue, then at some point they'll have to come out, and if they choose poorly, they could come out, expose themselves, and possibly go down and give you a bit of info and give you a bit of insta-down. So it can complement other auto-reading perks to catch the occasional hiding survivor in a locker, which I think is honestly pretty good. But other than that, Iron Maiden really doesn't provide a lot of utility, and it's one of those perks that feels really good to use, but in actuality doesn't give you that much. Hex, nothing but misery. This is the absolute hardest perk to trigger in the whole game in terms of hexes, probably. Devour Hope, I guess, is a bit more work. This perk could trigger a little bit earlier, but it is a lot of work still. And once it activates, it does not have an immediately strong effect like Devour does. You need to damage survivors a total of 8 times by any means. 8 times means that you, assuming that 2 times is down, you basically need to get 4 downs or similar by the time you activate this perk. When this perk activates, it turns into a hex and takes up one of the dull totems around the map if it finds one. If it doesn't, well, it cannot work. And then from that point on, anytime you hit a survivor with a basic attack, you slow them down for 5% for 15 seconds. Now, remember, whenever you hit a survivor, they get a natural boost to their speed of 50%. So and that lasts for, I believe, 3 seconds or 2 seconds. I'm not too sure. I'm misremembering now. So that initial speed boost obviously completely destroys any sort of slowdown that this perk gives. So this perk really shines if you manage to hit a survivor with a basic attack and then either teleport or close the gap to them, and now you begin to pressure them in a loop, right? Think of this perk like a reverse Rapid Brutality. Rapid Brutality makes you 5% faster. This perk makes them 5% slower. Unfortunately, because of the diminishing returns, a killer like Clown that could utilize this pretty well now finds himself not using it as well because diminishing returns makes every subsequent debuff a bit weaker. So his bottles slow you down minus... Oh, what is it? I think it's minus 12% now. I think they nerfed it to minus 12. Let's say his bottles debuff your speed by minus 15 or minus 12, let's say. And this will not apply a flat minus 5. It might be just 2.5. So that part, if I'm not mistaken, applies to this perk and it makes it a bit weaker on killers that would otherwise like it. I'm already going to tell you, there's not that many killers that hit you with a basic attack and then follow up after. Many killers hit you with special or hit you with basic, but then you instantly go down, like Ghostface. So there's really not that many killers that can utilize this. Some killers that could are the same killers that can use Rapid Brutality, the Doctor, Pinhead, regular M1 killers like Trapper. And all of these killers, almost without exception, would rather utilize Rapid Brutality or even save the best for last sometimes. Could you theoretically group up all of these perks and have a build that is all about slowing down survivors after a hit? You will find that even when you group up all of these perks, the results are incredibly mild, incredibly disappointing. And even if you slow down a survivor by a little bit and you catch up to them, suddenly they use Sprint Burst and they speed off to the map. Their exhaustion perks and their haste perks absolutely destroy these tiny little effects from Nothing But Misery or from Knockout. Generally a really weak perk. One of the nicest things that you can do with it is put it on Singularity, a killer that already is really difficult to shake off when he's constantly teleporting behind you, and maybe have a few other hexes to make this really nasty and hard to remove throughout the match. But it's generally not that good of a perk. Help Wanted. Help Wanted is one of two compromise perks. The way compromise perks work is you have to kick a generator. That generator will be highlighted in a certain color. And if that generator gets completed, you get the effects of the perk for 60 seconds. Now, very important, if you kick multiple generators, the last generator that you kick will have this perk. So if you kick generator 1 and then kick generator 2 and they finish generator 1, you don't get this perk. So it is a little bit awkward. As I mentioned for the previous perk, one of the ways that you can play around this is to have some kind of killer that can damage gens with their power. Like, for example, the Knight. With the Knight, you can kick Generator 1 and then damage Generator 2 with your guards, but Generator 1 still keeps this debuff or this buff waiting for you. Now, what happens when the gen gets completed? Honestly, nothing. This perk is so bad. This perk is really bad. It's honestly not that good. It is almost impossible to justify running this perk, I'm afraid. You could run it together with the other compromise perk, Machine Learning, and trigger both of the effects at the same time, and that's cute. But at that point, you have two perks that rely on you kicking a gen and then letting it get done. And as a general rule, you don't want gens to get done. Or at least you want to prepare for gens to be done far away from you. It really sucks that you have to kick a gen, let it get done, but also you have to be there to kick it. If you don't kick it in the first place, this perk does nothing. It's not like Fire Up, where if the perk the perk gets stronger as gens get done, you have to do that middle step if you want to trigger those multiple times. Now let's talk about the actual effect. It gives you essentially 4 stacks. No, not 4 stacks. How many stacks? 4 times 6. It gives you approximately 6 stacks of Save the Best for Last. In other words, when you hit a survivor with a basic attack, very, very important, basic attack, you recover 25% faster. Now, this is a really decent effect. But because it only works on basic attacks, that means that it's not very good on the animatronic, who uses his fire axe. It's not very good on Huntress, who uses the hatchets. It's not very good on any killer that has to use their power to down or primarily injure survivors. So it's really best on killers that, much like Rapid Brutality and the previous perk, Hex Nothing But Misery, have to hit you with a basic attack and then follow up after. Normal M1 killers like Trapper, for example, or Wraith. One of the most successful times I had using this perk was using it alongside Wraith and his add-on that shows you the perfect completion of every generator. It's an add-on called All-Seeing Spirit. And it's very similar to the perk Hex Hive Mind, which I imagine also is probably pretty good with this perk. The idea is that you see every gen on the map, and even if you show up to a gen and it's 99 and they're gonna do it eventually, you at least kick it so that by the time they do finish it, you at least are quite prepared to contest it and go for someone else, go for the next gen being done, and benefit from the effects of this perk. On killers like Wraith, being able to, or for example Dredge, being able to hit a survivor and quickly recover 25% faster and quickly go for another hit and quickly speed up quicker and quickly do something else. It is a nice effect, but you are only limited to having it a few times per match for 60 seconds at a time, possibly 2 or 3 times a game. That is just simply not enough. It's simply not enough. Save the Best for Last, as I explained earlier, has a lot of possible downfalls and a lot of pitfalls, but overall it's probably still more consistent and gives you more decision and more power to utilize it and sticks together to the end game a little bit more than Help Wanted ever will. A very, very unfortunate effect. It's a good effect, but it's just too convoluted and too limited in time to really, really be worth a perk slot. None are free. This perk works very, very, very similar to the perk No Way Out, with a small difference, okay? This perk stacks at 0 tokens, unlike No Way Out, which starts at 1 token. And for every unique survivor that you've hooked, the perk becomes stronger and stronger. And finally, when the exit gates are complete, when the generators are completed, the perk comes into effect. And the more unique survivors that you've hooked, the longer the perk will last. So as we can see right here, if you've hooked 1 survivor, the perk will trigger for 16 seconds. If you've hooked 2 survivors, 32. And this can go all the way to 64 seconds. Let me tell you already, they should double the effects of this perk. This perk should work for like 2 minutes. It is currently absolutely pathetic. It is so bad. This is one of those perks that if you're new to the game and you read it, it sounds absolutely insanely good. At the end of the game, for possibly 64 seconds, you're telling me that every pallet in the game gets blocked and every window gets blocked? How is that not OP? It really sounds insanely good. It sounds insanely good. And don't get me wrong, for a short amount of time, it is really meaningful. No pallets and no windows means that a killer like Cannibal with a chainsaw can down you basically anywhere. You don't really have any real counterplay to that, right? So it sounds really powerful. But then you realize that 64 seconds is not really enough time to go into multiple chases. And then you realize that one of the nicest things that survivors can do to help their teammates is just to take you really far away from gates and take you really far away from everything. And then you realize that survivors have exhaustion perks that allow them to just build distance and save time and create a barrier between you and them anywhere, without sometimes even needing pallets or windows to do so. And then you realize that many times you have a lot of pallets that are already dropped, and those pallets can still be used with none are free if you happen to leave them there. So when you think about all of those things and you actually take out none are free for a spin, you're going to find yourself massively disappointed by how absolutely underwhelming this perk is. It really does not matter that that the gens are blocked. Sometimes it takes so much time to catch up to a survivor and get them on a hook and and see what your next step is. This perk, even though it's an end game perk, is one that I recommend very, very, very little. You could pair it with Bitter Murmur to have a good idea what everybody is and have a possible nice 64 seconds. But if you're playing a weak killer, you're slow and you cannot capitalize. And if you're playing a strong killer, you're strong and you probably have already gotten rid of all the pallets and you probably don't even care about the windows. So yeah, this perk is not good enough for weak killers and it's not that useful for strong killers. That is his ultimate unfortunate reality. That being said, take it out for a spin, try it on a particular build, tell me what you think. From my experience though, I do find it quite disappointing. Hex Overture of Doom has the unfortunate accolade of being possibly the worst Hex perk in the entire game. There's another one that we'll talk about in a minute that maybe gives it a run for its money, but it's really, really, really bad. Basically, this perk spawns at the start of the game, right at the beginning of the game, and it is the only perk in the game that immediately hexes survivors. So if you're a survivor and you spawn in and you get hexed, you already know that you have this perk. I believe that's how it works. So it's really, really, really easy for survivors to know that it's working. There will be one generator out of the 7 that spawn in the map that will be yellow. Watch out. There are other perks that turn gens yellow and it can be a bit confusing. So watch out with that. Don't get confused. If survivors get on that gen and they work uninterrupted for 5 seconds, a certain effect will trigger. It will be very, very similar to Unforeseen. Your terror radius or Dark Devotion, your terror radius will disappear from yourself, and instead the generator will gain a new terror radius. And this is really goofy. Think about it this way. A survivor's on a gen, repairing, fixing, and suddenly massive heartbeat appears out of nowhere. It's very gimmicky. They're not going to get full. They're probably going to remember that it's this perk. You might confuse a few survivors for a second, and the fact that you lose your terror radius for 30 seconds, I mean, it's not insignificant. Being undetectable for 30 seconds is pretty good. It's not bad. But yeah, there is a massive issue with this perk, okay? Number one, if a survivor notices that a gen is the one that triggers this perk, they can go to the furthest point in the map, and that's where they always find the totem. So it's easy to reverse engineer where the totem is. They can also, this is unbelievable, but they can also, if you can believe it, work on the generator for 4 seconds, let go, and then work on the generator for 4 seconds, let go, work on the generator for 4 seconds, let go, and keep doing this repeatedly. And if they do this, they never trigger the effects of this perk, because they technically have never done 5 seconds of gens. So, okay. And remember, this only works on one single generator. The nicest thing that this perk can do, honestly, is every now and then it will tell you that a survivor is on this specific gen, and you could theoretically use that information, and that's not bad. And I guess because it's a hex, it has the innate benefit of possibly distracting survivors and tricking them into cleansing a totem that is not that important. But yeah, other than that, a super gimmicky perk. If you want to have help knowing where gens are being done, Tinkerer and Hive Mind are better perks and better hexes. And if you want information and you want to be a bit undetectable, Tinkerer does both things way, way better than Overture of Doom on every gen on the map, not just on a random one selected at random that maybe you don't really care about. Maybe the survivors never ever touch. Awful perk. I'm really hoping for a rework next time we do a tier list. I hope I can say that this perk is suddenly good, but really it's not right now. Hex 2 can play. This perk has the awful crime. It commits the terrible crime of actually being kind of funny. And that makes a lot of people look at it with some sort of endearment. And I also kind of like it just because it is funny. It is a basically reverse Uno card that the killer can utilize on the survivors, okay? Unlike some of the other hexes that spawn at the start of the game, this one only appears the second time that you become blinded or stunned. If you become stunned and stunned, it appears. If you become blinded and blinded, it appears. And if you become blinded and stunned, it also appears. So it spawns the second time survivors have been messing with you a little bit. This can happen really quickly, or it can also you can also go the entire match without getting stunned. So yeah, go figure, right? Massive, massive gamble as to when this comes into play. But more often than not, it will spawn in your first or second choice. And when it spawns, it now gives you a passive ability that anytime you get blinded, you blind the survivor back. And if you get stunned, is it pallet stun or all stun? Yeah, any stun of any kind, you also blind the survivor for 1.5 seconds. Now, I've been on the receiving end of Hex 2 can play as a survivor a few times, and I can already tell you that some of the times, it did nothing to me. I blind the killer, I get blinded back, but guess what? I can run blindly. Like, I move, I have a lot of experience in the game. Most people that you play against will also have quite a bit of experience in the game. They don't mind being blinded for a second. They probably can remember where they are and know where to run. Maybe they won't move perfectly, but they're likely to be fine. Some survivors occasionally get blinded and they don't expect it, and they run into a wall, and then you have an easier time getting them, and that's really fun. And this perk can occasionally disorient survivors and mess with them, and that's fun. But it's really not that powerful and not that impactful, and easily, ignored by survivors with a bit of experience that know how to move. One of the funniest things about this Hex is that it can actually spawn multiple times. If you get stunned twice and the Hex spawns and they cleanse it, and it stops having its effect, you can actually respawn it. So you can actually make 5 Hexes with Hex 2 can play, if they keep cleansing them, but more likely than not, the survivors will ignore this effect. Overall, this perk can do basically nothing the entire match. One of the nicest things that it can do is show up in the middle of the map. A survivor runs by, they think, hey, what's that? I want to do this Hex. It could be something important. And that gets them to waste 15 seconds or so of their time. That alone is kind of worth running sometimes, but yeah, a really, really, really weak effect that you're likely not going to benefit from very much. Unrelenting. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. You ever go and see your grandparents and you haven't seen them in a long time, and they are really, really so much older than you realize, and you think, damn, time goes by fast. That's how I feel when I look at this perk. This perk came out approximately 600 years ago. It pretty much hasn't changed since, and oh my god, does time not look kindly upon this perk. This perk is basically useless. And I will tell you that it does have a few use cases, but you really need to get creative. This perk is even though it has the item on it that belongs to the Wraith, even though it has its axe, it actually is not a Wraith perk. It is a common perk available to every single killer in the game. And thus, it is very accessible. If you are a beginner player, you might see it in your blob web and you might want to consider running it. It's not a terrible, terrible thing that it does. Anytime you attack and you don't hit a survivor or a solid obstacle, like for example, you hit a pallet or a wall, if you attack and you hit the air, this perk makes you recover a little bit faster. Actually, quite a bit faster. I'm not gonna lie, not too long ago, I played against a killer that utilized this perk in a really clever way that occasionally can catch survivors off guard. He ran at me at a pallet. I thought he was too far, but he lunged at me and he missed. I know that when a killer misses, they are normally slowed down for a pretty significant amount of time. So obviously I went for an extra loop around the pallet. And guess what happened? He actually caught up to me and hit me because he had Unrelenting. That is one of the first ways that you can use Unrelenting. You can swing at a survivor, and if you miss, you don't lose very much distance at all, and your next hit might actually come as a surprise to them, which is awesome. That alone is quite nice. There's also a little technique, a little trick that's really easy to do, where killers that are dropping from elevation will sometimes swing into the cliff. Say, for example, that you are on a platform, right? Like this, and you're walking out of the platform and you want to go underneath it. You're on the second floor, you want to go back into the bottom floor. Since a killer gains speed when they lunge, but then they slow down, lunging at a cliff actually is a bit of a good idea, because what you do is you lunge, get a bit of speed boost, and when you are slowed down in the post-lunge miss-whiff state, it doesn't matter that you slow down because gravity is taking you down,
right? So you don't need to do this if you're gonna run off a cliff or a hill and then go in a straight line. But anytime you want to drop down and turn back onto yourself into a doorway or into a platform below, doing a lunge towards the edge can actually be an effective way to save time and shave off and shave the pathing a little bit more smoothly. This is something that if you watch me or other experienced killers, we do it all the time, and it really, really helps. Guess what? With Unrelenting, you can do it even faster, which is nice. So in a map like Gideon, where you're constantly dropping down, it's actually kind of a nice little trick. It can help you a tiny bit. Now, other than these gimmick uses, there's actually one killer that, in my opinion, is the better user of Unrelenting. If I had to give this perk to one killer and expect some results, there's a couple that come to mind. First, the Hag and the Spirit. The Hag and the Spirit use their powers to either teleport or move really quickly, and at the end of their power, they have a bit of a speed boost. In case of the Spirit, they have to lunge with their power, right? So if you're playing Hag or Wraith or the Spirit, and you're still a little bit new to the game, and you often find yourself whiffing and miscalculating distances, Unrelenting can be an okay tool to help you lose less distance and help you have some training wheels. Eventually, you should take this perk off. The Deathslinger sometimes reels Survivor in and maybe decides that he doesn't want to hit them, and you could do a normal attack to break your own chain. Unrelenting can help with that. Unfortunately, Unrelenting does not work when you hit obstacles. So if you're playing Dredge and you find yourself hitting the locks on the lockers to make it easier to teleport to them, unfortunately, that does not count as a whiff. Unrelenting does not make that faster. Do not use Unrelenting on Dredge. It doesn't work like that. The one killer that can use it well is the Singularity. The Singularity is a really nasty killer when he teleports to you. When you're infected and he teleports to you, he glows in a green hue and he becomes overclocked. In this state, if he is under the pallet when you drop it on him, the pallet automatically explodes and it is a waste. So what he can do is he can teleport to you, you run to the pallet like your life depends on it, you desperately toss it, but he can use Unrelenting to whiff at the pallet, and by being a little closer, make it easier that he is within the pallet and automatically breaks it with his power. If you make the move of not dropping the pallet and continue to run around it, remember, the fact that he recovers faster allows him to maybe catch up to you and hit you before you do it. You do a loop all the way around and come back to the pallet. So yeah, Unrelenting can be useful on that killer, but there are about 600 billion better perks on that killer, including Rapid Brutality, which is one of the better perks on Singularity, by the way. So yeah, don't bother with this. Territorial Imperative. Very, very simple perk. Everybody understands what it does, and when it triggers, it's a massive, massive deal. It lets you know anytime a survivor goes into the basement. If you're playing one of the killers that can really punish a survivor in basement, the Huntress being one of them. Huntress is so good at throwing hatchets quickly that if there's two survivors coming out of basement, she can easily down one and injure another, or down both. Cannibal, the Baba with the Scienzo, can down multiple people coming out of basement. So all of these killers will love to know that you are in the basement. So Territorial can be a really nasty surprise. If a survivor sneaks into basement for whatever reason, they're looking for a totem, they have a perk, they have an invocation perk, you will have a warning that they're doing it, and you could show up a few seconds later and ruin their entire day. Unfortunately, it is really uncommon for survivors to generally sneak into basement. Very few survivors do this without a reason to. So this perk on its own doesn't do a lot. If you are very close to the basement, it also doesn't work. You need to be a little bit far away for this to work. Another way that you can make this perk work for yourself is to hook someone in the basement with a perk like, for example, Make Your Choice, and then hover around from a bit of a distance. And whenever someone goes for the rescue, you can then start preparing to go back. And then when you go back or you teleport back with the Demogorgon's portals or whatever it is you might be doing, then the insta-down from Make Your Choice will be so hard to avoid that you can keep trading people at the basement, and it can be pretty nasty. So that's an idea. Unfortunately, Territorial is really not that super hot. One nice thing about it is that on top of showing you the aura of the survivor, it also plays a very unique sound effect that makes it really hard to miss. But yeah, Territorial Imperative, you don't really have a build that guarantees any utility. Even the best basement build in the world could get a map where the basement is in a really awkward place and you never really get to it. So yeah, it just does not really give you enough control, and it is a bit too situational to really, really help you. Iron Grasp. Iron Grasp does two things. Number one, honestly, the nicest thing, it reduces the amount of movement that survivors impose on you when you are carrying them. Now, you might have noticed that when you carry a survivor, they move you side to side, and it is a little bit annoying. Sometimes you get stuck on doorways or tight spaces. If they have a certain perk from Kate named Boil Over, this effect is even greater, and you actually are, it feels like you're drunk, and it feels awful to go around, right? This perk makes traversing the map with a survivor on your back very comfortable. You barely notice the movement. You can go pretty much uninterrupted. It's not super important. It's not helping you really in any massive way, but it feels good. And if you're a beginner or you play on controller and you're still getting a bit used with the controls, it does feel good. And it's a common perk, so it's easy to access it, and it is quite available for everybody. The other thing that Iron Grasp does is it extends the time that you can carry a survivor by about 1 second and point something. That's pretty awful. There's almost no situation where you should carry a survivor like 15 seconds and then hope that this gives you an extra. It can make a difference. Sometimes survivors take multiple hits, or you have to go to a hook that is unbelievably far away. And with Iron Grasp, you could have that little bit of an extra to guarantee that you make it there safely, which is a big deal. But this is simply not good enough. If you want to have a perk that lets you reach hooks faster, lets you punish survivors, and lets you speed up the whole hooking process, Agitation is a much better idea. And even outside of Agitation, the perk Forever Entwined from the Ghoul is also a better choice as well. Iron Grasp, it gives the survivors a debuff that you have it, so they know that you have it, and it's really not super attractive. It really doesn't do enough to justify it. Now, some people think that if they run Iron Grasp and Agitation and Mad Grid and Starstruck, oh my god, it's going to be so funny, it's like a backpack build, haha, I have a survivor as a backpack. This is such an obvious build. It is so obvious at a first glance what you're trying to do. No one's going to fall for it. And if you make it to basement from really far with Agitation and Iron Grasp, there's a good chance that Agitation would have been good enough. I don't think this perk really is justified. But if you want to run it with Agitation to be able to hook a survivor in the basement from 500 miles away, admittedly, it is quite funny. And the perk, as I said, feels quite good. So feel free to use it until you find something better. Shadowborn. This perk, honestly, is the ugly cousin of Lightborn. Instead of making you completely immune to flashlights, it actually requires you to be blinded. And if you get blinded for the next 10 seconds, you get a pretty significant 10% haste effect. I'm not gonna lie, if I see a lot of flashlights, I don't know why I would ever run Shadowborn. I would just run Lightborn if I want to avoid them, or just run my normal build and it would be fine. It's really not that hard of an idea. A lot of the blinds that occur in this game also lock you in place. For example, if you kick a generator and you become blinded with Shadowborn, you also become immobilized for a second from Blast Mine, so you don't get to utilize it. And if a survivor blinds you and rescues a teammate, it also stuns you in place, so you don't get the full 10 seconds of movement, right? Many times you are blinded during animations where you do not get to fully utilize the 10 seconds of 10% haste, right? So that already tells you that this perk is not going to give you the full value. Not to mention that, like any other haste, if it's stacked with another haste, you're not going to get the full effect because of diminishing returns being a thing. So yeah, really not very good at all. Keep in mind that Lightborn has the ability to see the aura of the survivor that is blinding you. So if you get Blast Mine, you can see the aura of the survivor that used to Blast Mine. Shadowborn doesn't have that advantage. So you could get blinded and get haste, and then the survivor could re-blind you a second time, and you are going to be so confused. I don't really know who this perk is made for. I have to admit that I've run it a few times,
against maybe lobbies with 1 or 2 flashlights, and the 10% haste is actually really good. This part is actually really good. If you go against a type of survivor that thinks that they're so smart, they drop a pallet, you break it, they blind you. They drop a pallet, you break it, they blind you, and they keep doing this. They're gonna think that they're such a slick player. They're not really achieving anything, and they're making you go down really, really quickly with this. However, the opposite is true. If they have perks that affect you, this is not that good. If survivors have a perk called Champion of Light and they blind you, they give you a really significant debuff that Shadowborn is not entirely negating, or at least not negating to the point where it feels super, super worth a perk slot. This perk is really, really awkward. I really do not know any situation where I tell myself, oh my god, I wish I had Shadowborn instead of something else. You could have other very aggressive perks like Blood Favour to help you down survivors before they drop a pallet, before they blind you at a stupid place, right? And you could also just look away and avoid being blinded in the first place if it's possible. So yeah. Bloodhound. Honestly, a really weak and insignificant perk that I have a bit of a soft spot for. It does do something that is quite unique. It makes all of the blood in the game, even if you didn't injure the survivor, even if they injure themselves, all the blood in the game really, really bright and visible. And I know that for some people with colorblind issues, this can make the game a bit more accessible. And this is the interesting part. It makes the blood stay on the ground for longer. If I'm not mistaken, the blood on the ground lasts for approximately 7 or 8 seconds. With this, for the survivors, the blood will go away at the same time, but for you, it will stay on for longer. This is actually critical because if you chase a survivor and they hop into a locker with a stealth perk like Iron Whale, if they look at the ground, they will see no blood. But if they look at from your own screen, you will actually see blood, and you might be able to have more information than they think that you have. The fact that the blood lasts for a little longer also makes it a little easier to pick up the trail of a survivor after you hook someone else and someone sneaked away, or after you kicked the gen and someone was nearby. It can allow you to sometimes chase and pick up the trails of a survivor like a real bloodhound. Just keep in mind that if you see the blood from a survivor that is really, 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 really far away, and you go to them in a straight line, you could easily spend 20 or 30 or 35 seconds just catching up to them in some maps. So please be smart and do not entertain a chase that requires you to catch up to a survivor that far. Maybe look for an alternative. Do not let this perk convince you to make a really bad mistake. I don't need to explain much else. This perk does what it says and says what it does. It's really that straightforward. Unnerving Presence. This perk sits in a really awkward place. It is a trapper perk, but there is absolutely zero reason why you should run this on Trapper or on anyone, really. Whenever you have this perk, any survivor in your terror radius does normal healing skill checks and normal generator skill checks with a smaller success rate. Now, the insane thing about Unnerving Presence that I've seen survivors say for years, and that I've actually checked to be true, is that some survivors find the smaller skill check easier. Imagine that you aim at a target with a gun and the target is really big. And then they give you a smaller target, and the smaller target makes you somehow focus better and have better aim. That's pretty much what this perk does. It really doesn't make anything harder. It really doesn't make anything harder. The one singular exception that actually makes Unnerving Presence a bit of a threat is if you run it alongside the Doctor, who naturally has the ability to give survivors difficult skill checks that are randomly placed on the screen and also going in reverse order. If you give this to the Doctor and you add a few perks like Lullaby, like Merciless Storm. Merciless Storm with Unnerving Presence is downright impossible to do. Generally don't know a person that could do it 3 times in a row. Generally incredibly difficult. Super, super impossible. And one of the most insane things that you can try to do in this game. Hit Merciless Storm with Madness level 2 Unnerving Presence active. Generally, right back to me if you do it. I've seen a few clips of people doing it, but in a real match, there's no way you're going to hit that. Super, super, super difficult, right? So in a build related to skill checks like that, Unnerving Presence can be okay. But guess what? You could replace it with Undying so that Lullaby stays on longer, or you could replace it with Oppression, or you could replace it with any of the other skill check perks or regression perks that we talked about before, and they probably would be better. Even on Doctor, it's not that hot of an idea, and on other killers, it's just straight up really, really bad. But odds, can't I run this perk to make Decisive Strike / Will to Live harder? No, it does not affect special skill checks. It only affects the regular, normal, healing, and gen skill checks, which, as I've said time and time again, they're not that hard, man. They're just not that hard. Yeah. Strider, another very, very simple perk. Survivors have a certain volume that they breathe in when they're healthy. This perk makes it a little bit louder. I mean, this is nice. Some survivors are already pretty loud, and making them a tiny bit louder makes them harder to miss. And some survivors that would be a bit on the quiet side might be a bit more audible. But yeah, how many times are you gonna walk right next to like a bush that has a survivor in it, and you're gonna hear them with this that you normally wouldn't hear without? Not that big of a deal. I've generally tested the increase of 25%, and I'm telling you, it's not that noticeable. Healthy survivors, they're a bit louder, but it's nothing that crazy. Very, very small effect. The real big effect of Strider is the fact that it makes all injured survivors louder by a lot. By a lot. That is really noticeable. However, keep in mind that if a survivor has Iron Will or Off the Record or one of the few other perks that give them complete stealth, such as Self-Preservation, they completely shit on this perk. They completely destroy any and all pretense of this perk. So you have a perk to make survivors less stealthy, but if they have one perk that's good enough, they completely outplay you. So that sucks. That really makes this perk not worth ringing. But odds, wouldn't this perk be really good on the Spirit, a killer that needs to hear you really well? Wouldn't it make you really hard for the Spirit to lose you in chase? Theoretically, yes. But I'm going to tell you already in practice, Strider has the incredibly annoying effect of throwing off your natural ability and your experience to triangulate a survivor location. Whenever I run Strider, and whenever most people run Strider, what you're gonna find is that you teleport to a survivor, or you use your phasing as a spirit on a survivor, and they sound like they're right on top of you. So you stop your power, and then they are 5 meters ahead of you, and you go, what? It really confuses and messes with your sound muscle memory to a degree that makes this perk honestly sometimes not worth running. The best thing that this perk can do for you is that you put it on a killer where you're already doing super well, that you're already injuring a lot of people, and it makes it even harder for them to hide in a locker or crouch in a little corner. It makes them even harder to get away with like slightly risky stealth plays here and there, assuming that they don't have perks like Iron Will to make them fully silent, which completely shut down this perk. But yeah, do you really want to spend a perk slot for the possibility of that helping you ever so slightly? I don't think it's that good. There are some add-ons on certain killers, like for example, the Huntress, that make survivors louder. And I do believe that Strider stacks with them. I have not checked. But yeah, those add-ons are okay because they are a simple add-on and they're not worth a perk slot. But this perk on its own, I really wouldn't use. Insidious. Insidious is another one of those perks that has a bit of a meme aspect to it, and that prevents me from hating it. It's actually a funny perk, and they have buffed it a little bit, even though this perk has not changed ever since I started playing this game, like 9 years ago or something. It has been buffed, and it now works within only 1 second. I'll give you an example of how to use this perk, right? You chase a survivor that wants to go for a rescue or something. They want to go for a gen. They immediately run off. But then you hide around the corner. You wait 5 seconds for your turret radius to fully go back to 0. And that greedy little survivor comes back, runs right in front of you, and bam! You whack them in the head and they go down. I've done that recently in a match, and it felt really good to use Insidious that way. But I'm already going to tell you that the situations where you can do this, and it's not risky, you have to remember, you have to stand completely still. If any survivor sees you and calls you out, they're going to immediately start laughing at you. And the plan is going to fall apart, right? If you stay close to the hook at any stage before the end game, the survivor on the hook will start to aggressively gain anti-camp, and everybody else in the team will see the anti-camp bar go fast and increase steadily. And then they're going to figure out that you're close, even if you have no terror radius. In the end game, they don't have this. One of the funniest things you can do with Insidious is hook someone in the basement, then camp the basement stairs, or camp a corner of the shack above the basement or something, and wait for someone else to come by like a fool, and then get them with your Chenso or pop tier 3. You don't want tier 3 because I guess Myers has natural Insidious. Needless to say, you don't need Insidious on any killer that has a natural ability to be stealthy. So Insidious on Ghostface, Insidious on Myers, Insidious on Pig is quite redundant. You can just crouch, you can just go into stealth mode, right? But on killers that do not have a natural build ability to stealth, it is a little fun to do it from time to time, and you can get some funny results. You could also use it on the twins and do it in front of a hook, pretend that you are on Victor and they might go for an unhook and you can hit them. Could be funny. And there are a couple killers that have a unique way to use Insidious. The Doctor and the Unknown. The Doctor and the Unknown leave behind projections of themselves. They leave behind clones. And survivors are used to seeing these clones that don't have a terror radius or anything. So if they walk by a gen and they see a random unknown standing still like this, they're going to think that it's a projection. And they will ignore it. And they will actually get close enough to you that you could actually grab them out of the gen or at least give them one hell of a scare. So on these killers in particular, Insidious is really funny. But I don't think I need to disrespect your intellect. If you read what this perk does and you understand that DBD is a very fast-paced game where you as a killer constantly need to be on the move, you will quickly understand and interiorize why this perk is probably not worth your time. No Quarter. Another one of those perks that sounds actually fairly powerful, but that is hopelessly useless. No Quarter is essentially a healing version of Merciless Storm. Merciless Storm, we explained a long time ago, is a really strong perk that can block gens for 20 seconds if survivors miss a skill check, and it's largely unavoidable because they have to go through it. And it's quite easy for a doctor, for example, to make the skill checks really awkward and make it really hard to heal. The problem with No Quarter is that it only works if a survivor is healing themselves with a med kit or self-care or similar. Most survivors do not heal themselves. Most survivors unhook each other and heal themselves under the hook, maybe with perks like Resurgence that are really, really, really quick. And thus, if survivors heal each other, they outplay this perk completely. But what if you have a lobby with 4 medkits and you assume that everybody has the ability to heal themselves? Is No Quarter okay? No, because it's so easy. It's such an easy way of like the skill checks are such an easy ones to do. And even though you could theoretically run this on the Doctor, I'm telling you, all of the other perks vastly outrank this perk in value. You do not want a perk to somehow, maybe, sometimes stop healing for a little bit. Keep in mind that if a survivor activates No Quarter by missing the skill checks, they don't lose all of the healing progress. After 30 seconds, they can pick up where they left off and heal in another few seconds. It's really not that big of a deal. It's super. Even if you trigger the effects of this perk, the only thing you're doing is you're keeping the survivor injured for a little bit longer, and maybe you're getting a notification that, hey, that's probably the nicest thing. You get a little notification when you see the HUD that, hey, the survivor messed up the heal. Now they're going to be injured for a few more seconds. What a useless, unfortunate healing perk, man. What a useless perk. It's a fun idea to give survivors skill checks, and it's a fun idea to try to punish survivors for healing by themselves and trying to get them together. But right now, we have such incredible perks to heal each other. Resurgence allows your teammate to heal you in like 4 seconds. Why the hell would you ever run No Quarter when that perk exists and is honestly one of the most common perks that you're going to find in DBD at high level?
Incredibly, incredibly out of touch perk. Please do not touch it. Oh, distressing. Another perk that makes me realize how tragic and how misguided some people's understanding of this game is. A lot of people think that this perk is good because some time ago, I think there was a case use for it. But the game has advanced into a direction where this perk is honestly horrendous. Let's explain what it does. This perk is extremely simple. It takes your terror radius and it makes it bigger. That's it. If you have a smaller terror radius, it's a smaller increase. If you have a bigger terror radius, it's a bigger increase because it's based on a percentage. Basically, your terror radius will go from 32 to about 40, and from 40 to about 56 or something like that. Now, is there any advantage to having a bigger terror radius? No, it's a massive disadvantage. It is. Like, I sometimes do challenges where I am forced to run every perk in the game. And whenever I run Distressing, I'm telling you, it is one of the times when I really feel the downsides. All the perks that have downsides, I can navigate them okay. But Distressing, generally an incredibly crippling perk for you. With Distressing, a survivor that you walk into gets a heads up that you're approaching them, sometimes a few seconds, like 1, 2, maybe 2.5 or so seconds before they normally would. That means that anytime you get to a gen, they've already stealthed away, they've already pre-run, and you are constantly staring at empty gens and constantly staring at faint scratch marks and constantly staring at empty spaces where the survivors have already vacated them. And it feels horrendous. It is a horrible feeling. An average killer never in a million years wants to touch this perk. Then we get to the maybe real case use for Distressing. What if you put it on a killer like Wesker that has a big terror radius, and then you try to make that big terror radius even bigger and apply other perks like Coulrophobia, Unnerving Presence, and so on and so forth? That's a good idea. It's a nice idea in theory, but 40 meters terror radius on Wesker is already big enough. It's already just fine. Instead of having Distressing, instead, bring a perk like Ruin, bring a perk like Throw the Hunt, bring some Infectious Fright, bring another perk to the mix that will make those 40 meters stronger instead of making them bigger, and you will have more success with that. And the last possible use case for Distressing is the Doctor. The Doctor is a killer that applies a bunch of debuffs and slowdown and weird skill checks and bad things and slowdown based on his terror radius. And some people believe that if you have Distressing and you run a few of the calm add-ons, you have a massive terror radius and it's completely inescapable and oh my god, it's horrible. And to be completely fair, there used to be a time in DBD where you could run Distressing on Doctor with this perk and this perk and this perk, and then you could send yourself to a map. You can no longer send yourself to maps. Map offerings now are not 100%, but you could back in the day. Like Gideon, and then the survivors would have a big terror radius enveloping them constantly the entire match, and they could never heal with Coulrophobia, and they could never do this, and it was horrible. But that just doesn't work anymore. If you get Distressing on Doctor, even with a good build supporting it, you are inevitably going to be sent by the game to a large map where your big terror radius is actually a massive liability. If you want a big terror radius on Doctor, use calm add-ons that give you a big terror radius when ready to blast and a small terror radius outside. That's actually optimal. And do not touch Distressing with a 5-foot pole. Even on Doctor, I generally believe this is one of the worst perks that you can possibly run. And I don't say that about many of the perks, but I think generally this one is useless. If you are going to use it, however, using it on Doctor with a big terror radius build is probably the way to go. Next up, Undone. This perk pisses me off. This perk is so bad. It is so horrendous. So remember, all of the perks that we explained are outside of your control and only work because the survivors do specific actions that maybe they don't even do in a whole match. Undone is the epitome of that sort of perk. It is a perk that can literally go the entire match, and I've played so many matches with this perk. I've made 1 or 2 videos on it already. trying to get value out of it is a horrible, horrible ordeal. I've tried to go entire matches to get Undone to work, and I've gone so many matches where not a single skill check gets missed. This perk gets stronger every time survivors miss skill checks. Normally, this means that in a high level, average, high ranking, high MMR lobby, your average survivors will miss 1 or 0 skill checks the whole match. Unless you're playing Doctor. If you're playing Doctor and you have Lullaby and you have Oppression and you have Overcharge and you have Merciless, okay, then yeah, they will miss quite a few, maybe even a dozen or something. Could be pretty nasty. So you could run this perk on a build like that, and as you accumulate tokens on this perk for each skill check that survivors miss, up to a maximum of how much? Up to a maximum of 10 tokens, or 10 triggers. This perk gains power, and the next time that you kick a generator, you will do extra damage up to 30%. Up to 30%. It's total progression, not maximum progression, isn't it? You will do up to 30% of the gen, right? If you have already accumulated 10 tokens, and also block it for up to 30 seconds at max. But let me tell you, you're never going to get to max. Realistically, you're going to get 1 or 2 every now and then. So you're going to do 3 extra percent or 6 extra percent and block the gen for 3 extra seconds or 6 extra seconds. Guess what? Blocking a gen for a long time, especially from a distance like Deadman Switch, amazing. Blocking a gen that you just kicked is actually a bad thing, because if the gen is blocked, it's frozen. And instead of regressing for a few seconds, it's unable to regress. And that means that a survivor that comes back later has actually seen less damage done to it. So this perk, by its very design, undermines itself. Even if you run it on a build like the one I just explained, where it could potentially shine a little bit, a single kick of Pop Goes the Weasel or 2 completely outdoes this perk entirely. And it only requires you to hook 2 people. And you don't have to wait for them to miss any skill checks. And it doesn't have any downside or anti-synergy. So why the heck would you not run Pop Goes the Weasel instead? Yeah, Doctor has so many amazing perks that can give him nice regression, nice information, or difficult skill checks. You would never in a million years choose this perk as his 4th perk, ever. One nice thing I guess that you could say about Undone is that because it briefly blocks a gen for maybe 3 seconds, I guess you could run Undone and Secret Project. And if every time you apply Undone even once, you could give yourself an undetectable for up to 30 seconds. And I guess that's nice. But overall, this perk goes so long and for so many matches without ever seeing the light of a single token that I generally do not recommend that you ever try it. Or try it and be ready for a massive, massive disappointment, unfortunately. Haywire. This perk is a little tragic because when they released this perk, it actually was a very powerful and possibly game-changing endgame perk that regress exit gates when they were not being touched. But one killer that happens to be very good in the endgame, the Singularity, made this perk far too good. So the nerfs panicked and they nerfed it very severely. And what we have right now is basically a useless, completely useless perk that is going to work once every 100 games. And I'm probably not even exaggerating. So the way Haywire works is very simple, okay? If an exit gate is above 80% of progress, but not opened, it will go back to 80% if left untouched. Think of it like a ruin, but instead of regressing gens, it regresses gates. However, keep in mind that this only happens during the small window from 80% to 99.99%. If they pop the gate open, the perk does nothing. And if they leave the gate at 80%, or if the gate regresses back to 80%, it stops doing anything. I cannot explain how absolutely and utterly deranged it is to expect survivors
to somehow be interrupted in this small window. An exit gate takes 20 seconds to be open. That means that the last 20% is the last 4 seconds. Do you mean to tell me that you expect to interrupt survivors in the precise exact 4 seconds, or maybe even less, that it takes them to go from 80 to 99? It is pretty much asinine. It is pretty much insane to think. Survivors will not be caught off guard by this perk. When they leave a gen at 90 or something percent, it makes a bit of a fuzzy noise, and they can tell that this perk is active. So you can't even catch them off guard. It's not like they can leave a gate 99 and then come back and find it regressed or anything, right? So this perk is honestly really, really useless. There are, however, a couple things that it can do for you, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention them. Number one, because survivors see that this perk does not let them 99, it might trick survivors into fully opening an exit gate. So say, for example, you are busy chasing a survivor that is in the map, their teammate goes to the gate, they leave the gate 99, but when they see that this perk is in there, they think to themselves, oof, what do I do? Do I stay here and constantly like keep touching it? Or do I just finish it and go help my teammate? I'm just going to finish it and go help my teammate. And then when they open it, now you have Blood Warden and you catch them with Blood Warden, which only works when the exit gates are open. That could work out. Another thing that you could try to do is to run Haywire with the perk Remember Me. Remember Me extends the exit gate opening from 20 seconds all the way to possibly 50 seconds. And 50 seconds means that the 80 to 99% is now way, way longer. It's now 10 seconds. That makes it so that a killer that is really good in the endgame, like for example the Singularity, could try to utilize that and really fight for even those last 20% seconds of progress on the gates. That could be alright. Would it be better than other in-game perks? No. Just run Remember Me, No Way Out. Just run Batteries Included. Just run Terminus. Just run Know It. And any of these perks, 99% of the time, would be better than Haywire. Haywire, even in these edge case scenarios, is still utterly outclassed by other perks that are in the similar category. And last and most definitely least, Shattered Hope. Honestly, if I explain the history of this perk, you will maybe understand how something so utterly useless is still in the game. A few years ago, the developers introduced a new type of perk for survivors called Boons. Boons came with the perks Boon Circle of Healing, lets you heal in the area, and Boon Shadows, that makes you stealthy in the area. It's with the survivor Michaela, you remember? Hour of the Witch DLC. When boons were first introduced, they were insanely powerful. They had a bigger range, they stacked onto themselves, and they allowed survivors to heal themselves at massive speeds inside. They quickly took over the meta. They were incredibly annoying, led to really, really long, drawn-out matches. They countered basically every killer, made solo players play like absolute champs, and it was really, really strong and, in my opinion, really boring. Now, the developers eventually reworked boons and made them a bit weaker and a little bit less insane. But before they did that, they thought to themselves, whoa, wouldn't it be fun if we just give normal killers, all killers in the game, a basic common perk, something that they hadn't done since the Hacks DLC several years prior, and we give them a perk called Shattered Hope that is specifically meant to counter totems. Wouldn't it be fun? And they gave us Shattered Hope. And then 3 minutes afterwards, they nerfed boons, and now people don't use boons very much. Now, let me point out the insane contradiction that is to give killers a basic perk that counters boons when survivors do not have any common perks that counter boons. If you're a new player and you equip Shattered Hope, the other new players that you play against do not have any perk that has to do with boons. And Shattered Hope only works with boons. It doesn't work with anything else. So yeah, Shattered Hope is absolutely useless. This is a perk that you equip if you see 5 Michaelas in your lobby and you suspect that one of them is going to use totems, and if you happen to be right, whenever you destroy the totem, whenever you snuff the blue boon totem that they set up, you also destroy the totem in the process, making it impossible for them to redo it
on that totem. They'll need to find one of the other 4 ones. And you also happen to see people around you, which is a little bit of nice info if that happens to coincide with a good timing for you. So yeah, the nicest thing that Shattered Hope can do is it can at least remove one really strong totem area and prevent survivors from constantly reutilizing it. And also, if you happen to have the perk Pentimento, you can destroy a boon and immediately relight it as a special Pentimento hex that has a massive downside for the survivors. So yeah, if you have Shattered Hope and you play against a boon, it can help you avoid it. But when does that happen? The answer to that question is absolutely never. Every single time they have boons, you won't have Shattered Hope. And every time you bring Shattered Hope, they won't have boons. The fact that you have to bring a perk to deal with such an annoying situation that may or may not work and you have zero way of knowing the perks that survivors have ahead of time makes this one of the worst, most ill-designed perks in the entire game and has the dubious honor of possibly being the worst perk on the game. Now, if you disagree with my placement of this perk, that is completely fine. Don't worry about it. That is okay. I respect it. Honestly, I could make the argument that other perks are worse. Maybe you will have a different opinion. Do let me know in the comments. And if you found this video useful and you would like to help me, just know that already watching all of this video has been a massive support from your side. And I'm really grateful for that. But if you want to go the extra mile, I might have reminded you earlier, using the code ODDS in the in-game DVD store, it doesn't cost you anything extra and part of your purchase goes directly to me. So that can be a really nice way to show some love as well if you're already gonna make some purchase in the DVD store. Thank you so much for considering doing that. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for sharing your content. I'm gonna go to bed now.